Minnesota on Saturday. Not doing the Youngstown trip this year. Something I found interesting, something that they've had success doing in previous seasons. Well, they brought everybody home to rehab. They'll get a couple more days off. And hey, maybe there's a real possibility of all three, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and Trent Williams being available to play Monday night. Some really good news out of Levi Stadium yesterday. So we'll get you a couple injury updates from Adam Schefter talking about Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and Trent Williams, of course. But we also got injury updates this morning for you on Draymond Green. That's right. Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
We are 6 days away from the start of the Warriors season. Next Tuesday night, Kevin Durant is coming to town for the first time ever at Chase Center with fans in the building. Seems like it's been forever since Kevin Durant left, but hey, maybe they'll finally unveil that statue that he's been waiting for outside of Chase Center.
Does it really matter?
Don't know if KD's getting that statue yet, but the only thing that does matter is he's showing up in that Phoenix orange with Bradley Beal now on the roster with Devin Booker. Suns, one of the favorites to win the Western Conference. Denver Nuggets still number one, but there are your Golden State Warriors with the top 3, top 4, top 5 favorites to win the Western Conference Finals. So we're starting gearing up our Golden State Warriors take and talk about the possibility of maybe having the Warriors on opening night without Draymond Green, because we know that he dealt with an ankle injury during the preseason, not even before the preseason started. It was like during a practice game scrimmage with the Dubs while Chris Paul's out there running in blue and gold for the first time. Draymond actually tweaked his ankle, suffered a left ankle sprain, and he has missed the first 3 preseason games. The plan is that he will miss the final 2 preseason games, and the Warriors will update his status this Sunday. So we'll get a Draymond Green update for you probably next Monday morning. And hell, I'm still waiting for the Draymond Green podcast to make its return.
You're going to get this podcast.
That's something that's kind of shocked me over the summer, especially with the addition of Chris Paul. We haven't heard from Draymond in what seems like months. Not since last year during the NBA playoffs and the NBA Finals when he was doing podcasts about his boy LeBron James. But eventually, he'll be facing off against LeBron. He'll be facing off against Kevin Durant. The only question is when. And I guess the question is, what are the Warriors going to look like this year after adding Chris Paul to the roster and getting rid of Jordan Poole? Might be time to take this soundbite off my soundboard.
It's a pool party!
But who knows? Like I said earlier, maybe it'll be a pool party for Bryce Harper and the Philadelphia Phillies if they keep on winning. They're headed out to Arizona tomorrow. Bruce Bochy and the boys are hosting only their second postseason game this season. Hell, only the second postseason game in Texas Rangers ballpark history. New ballpark. They hosted the 2020 World Series, the pandemic year. But the Rangers are back in the playoffs, and Bruce Bochy's been getting it done on the road. Today, he's back in Arlington, Texas, with Max Scherzer on the mound, and boy, oh boy, can I not wait. But I also can't wait for Week 7 of the NFL season. So let's hop into some 49er talk on the other side, give you an injury update on all those superstars from the 49ers, and maybe get a word of advice from Aaron Rodgers if Christian McCaffrey can use his mind to help heal his body. Shout out to his ayahuasca trips. I'm sure that's going to help him out as well. We got injury updates for you on the other side.
I'm going to San Fran.
Talking some 49er football on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
maybe the best offensive lineman in the game, Laura. He left the game briefly, came back in, and was spotted after the game in a walking boot. He's having tests today to determine how much damage there is to that foot, that ankle injury that he suffered during the game. That would be a massive blow to the 49ers if he were unable to play a week from tonight against the Minnesota Vikings. And there are questions about the availability of wide receiver Deebo Samuel, who left early in the game after suffering a shoulder injury. Quite an eventful day for Deebo Samuel. Pre-game skirmish, then hurts his shoulder on this play. Obviously, we'll have tests there to see whether or not he'll be back in time for next Monday night as well. And Christian McCaffrey, the running back who had been in contention for the most valuable player award, suffered an oblique injury, also getting tested to see whether or not he will miss any time. But it's got to be disconcerting when you see a running back stretching out there on the sideline, obviously not able to come back into the game, came back briefly but then left. So some major question marks for a team that lost its first game of the season yesterday.
You found the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
You can do it. Okay, I see you, Boucher.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Schefter earlier this week talking about the injuries to Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, and Deebo Samuel after the 49ers lost their first game of the year against the Cleveland Browns. Probably more importantly than that loss to Cleveland is the injury status of those three players. And hell, I'll throw in a fourth, Dre Greenlaw, who is expected to be back at practice tomorrow when the 49ers start prepping for their Monday night matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. We all saw how much this 49er defense struggled against the run this past weekend without Dre Greenlaw. So it's going to be nice to get number 57 back in the middle next to number 54, Fred Warner. Of course, the best linebacker duo in the league should be back in action on Monday night against a Vikings team that really doesn't run the ball too well with Alexander Mattison and Cam Akers. We'll start breaking down those matchups as we get closer and closer to Monday. But since it is a Wednesday, I felt like we should give you an injury update. And as I mentioned, that sound was from earlier this week. And since that injuries happened on Sunday, there has been some questions about the availability of all three of these guys. Now, Trent Williams was a little different because after getting his ankle rolled up, we saw him return to the game. We saw him go one-on-one with Myles Garrett for the majority of the game. And even though Myles Garrett did get a bunch of pressure, almost stripped Brock Purdy on that interception, we saw him actually hold his own and not give up a sack to Myles Garrett. So that right there is positive news. Now, the negative news is that he also left the game and went to the podium with a boot on his ankle. Now, that just could be for precautionary measures, but it seems to me that Trent Williams would have a chance to play on Monday night. Deebo Samuel left the game after the first drive, after a shoulder injury, after the initial end around to start the game against the Cleveland Browns. After that, he kind of lost feeling in his shoulder. They decided to take him to the blue tent. Next thing you know, he's in the locker room, but it's also sounding like he might be available for Monday night. Next, we get to number 23, Christian McCaffrey, who we saw go in and out of the game on Sunday, stretching out those ribs / oblique on the sideline. I don't know how you really stretch out your ribs, but you know what I'm talking about. It's that general area down the side of his body. We saw him go into the game. We also saw him run straight to the locker room. So it didn't seem like it was affecting him too much from a just kind of pain tolerance standpoint when he's not moving. But when he gets hit, it's obviously an entire different story. And that's kind of the updates that we got yesterday from both Adam Schefter and Matt Mayoko. And I guess we'll start with the Adam Schefter quote that, of course, he put out on Twitter yesterday, where he said none of the injuries to the 49ers standouts, McCaffrey, Deebo, and Trent Williams, are considered long-term, and each has a chance to be ready for the Monday night game at Minnesota, of course, depending on how much work they get at practice this week. And again, 49er practice schedule has been pushed back since the Monday night game, so we won't get those practice reports until tomorrow. But I also wanted to check in with our guy, Matt Mayoko, who tweeted out, as I understand it, Christian McCaffrey's injury is more of a pain tolerance thing, and the extra day helps. At this point, it's not another question that McCaffrey, Deebo, and Trent Williams can all be available for Monday night against the Minnesota Vikings, which again led to the questions that we were asking yesterday if the 49ers should rest Christian McCaffrey, not only this week in Minnesota, but maybe even next week in Cincinnati before the bye week, because that would give a situation where you're looking at 3 weeks to nearly a month where Christian McCaffrey can get healthy and recover. Now, I know a lot of people want Christian McCaffrey on the field, especially if you have him on your fantasy football team, but we're not talking about fantasies. We're talking about reality. And really, the only fantasy that 49er fans should be thinking about this year is winning that Super Bowl trophy. Now, the question is, what's more important? Christian McCaffrey in week 6, 7, and 8, or Christian McCaffrey down the playoff stretch as you're trying to make it out to Las Vegas to play for the Super Bowl? And I know everybody's thinking about that number one spot, getting a bye week, getting a home field advantage. You're currently tied with teams like the Philadelphia Eagles and the Detroit Lions, who are both 5-1. But to me, it's more important to have Christian McCaffrey healthy in January than trying to get a win or two with or without him in the middle of November. Now, again, we're not even in November. We're still in October. So that makes my argument even better. I would probably play it safe. I would put Christian McCaffrey in bubble wrap, and I would make sure that he is healthy for the postseason run. Now, sitting him out the next couple weeks doesn't guarantee that he will be healthy, but I think it increases the chances of him not further injuring those ribs / obliques and having this injury linger on throughout the season into the postseason. But again, it's kind of hard to determine all this because this is all based off speculation, whether we are talking about his pain tolerance or talking about whether or not there is actually something wrong. Shout out to Brock Purdy last year going into Seattle on Thursday Night Football with a pair of broken ribs. Everybody's like, yeah, he's dealing with something, kind of similar to Christian McCaffrey. Then he broke the news to us during training camp this year. It's like, yeah, I actually had a broken rib. I had to go play through it. And I know Kyle Shanahan was asked about if they can protect Christian McCaffrey like you protect Brock Purdy. Well, it's a little different. As a quarterback, you can drop back, take a 2-3 step drop, and get the ball out of your hands in less than 2-3 seconds. If you're giving the ball to Christian McCaffrey, he's going to have the ball longer than 2-3 seconds because he's going to be trying to break downfield, make guys miss, and, of course, get hit from all different angles. But this all leads back to what the actual injury diagnosis is, which we don't have a clear answer on. And if you're asking Adam Schefter, he doesn't know either. Because this is some sound that we played yesterday on the Murph and Max show of him calling Christian McCaffrey a military operative because of how close to the chest he likes to keep these injury reports and how maybe we won't know what the specific injury is even by this Monday night against the Vikings.
It's not that they're being discreet. It's that's the way that Christian McCaffrey operates with injuries. He's like a military operative that doesn't ever want to share anything and doesn't want anyone to know anything about what's wrong with him. So it's going to be difficult to tell. Look, we know he's dealing with an oblique. I'm going to guess that he's going to see some specialists today. I don't think that he or they know right now whether he'll miss a game, 2 games, any games at all. I think they're trying to figure out exactly what that oblique injury is right now. And again, that's part of the problem on some of these injuries is, everybody says they're okay, and then they're not once they get the MRI. Or they go me to early injury updates to me, it's a little premature on these things. Let's wait till we get some more clarity and they can figure out what's wrong with them. Christian McCaffrey, again, I think we'll be seeing some people today to figure out if and how much time he'll be missing due to this oblique injury. And yes, he will, as he always has, guard these things with his life because he doesn't want anyone to know anything about his body and where to target anything.
Well, it sounds like to me that Adam Schefter is not in Christian McCaffrey's inner circle. He's guarding this information with his life, Dave. It's life or death. And again, I don't know if it is that serious. I know there's a theory out there that McCaffrey doesn't want to leak these injury reports because he doesn't want other teams to target that area of his body. But if I'm watching a game on this on Sunday from my couch and seeing him stretch out,
military operative,
if we already know that the area he's talking about is his ribs or oblique, and we're just going to lay out the fact that he's a running back in the NFL, he's going to get hit right there anyways. That's really the only place you're allowed to hit an NFL player these days. You got to hit him straight in the strike zone. Can't go too high, can't go too low. And again, I don't know if teams are targeting Christian McCaffrey. It's football. Everybody's trying to hurt each other.
Military operative.
Everybody's trying to hit each other. I don't know if other teams have military operatives out to get Christian McCaffrey, but it has resulted in injuries in his past. And that's why, again, I just think, in my opinion, I think the 49ers should play it safe here. I think maybe you should rest him. I think this team is good enough to win without Christian McCaffrey, to beat a Minnesota Vikings team that, oh, by the way, is missing their best offensive player, Justin Jefferson. Has a running back core, which, again, I don't know if they've even broken a single tackle so far this year. I know that was a stat flying around a week or two ago. Sorry, I'm not keeping up on my Minnesota Viking ball. I can tell you I've been keeping up with Kirk Cousins' career record on primetime games, and it ain't good. So I'll tell you right now, I'm picking the 49ers with or without Christian McCaffrey. And because of the injury news with Deebo Samuel sounding even less serious than Christian, of course we know Deebo can do some of the things that CMC cannot do. Now again, with that shoulder injury, is it wise to put him in the backfield? But even if you don't want to do that, I would expect a heavier dose of Elijah Mitchell this week. He didn't practice last week until Thursday, so I think that's a big reason why Jordan Mason actually got most of the second-team reps. But I think it's going to be a nice heavy dosage of Elijah Mitchell and J.P. Mason maybe taking over the goal line carries. That's probably the best strategy for this rushing game with the 49ers this weekend. And if Trent Williams is out there, we all know how much of an impact he has, not only in the rushing game, but also blocking in the passing game. And maybe that was one of the biggest scares this past week, and watching Trent go down was A, the injury status of Trent, and B, the fact that we were going to see Jalen Moore go one-on-one with Myles Garrett, which is a matchup that nobody wanted to see. Now, luckily for the 49ers, they're not squaring off against Myles Garrett this weekend. They're not facing off against T.J. Watt. You know who they are facing off against, though? Danielle Hunter, the man that currently is tied for the lead in sacks in the NFL. He's got 8 of them this year. So while we don't think of the Minnesota Vikings as the purple people eaters, they still have some talent on this offense. And if Trent is not available to go, then that's a huge plus for Danielle Hunter and that Vikings defense. But it sounds like Trent should be good. Sounds like Deebo should be good. We'll keep you updated on Christian McCaffrey and if he's going to be available on Monday night or if he's going to use his power of his mind to maybe heal his body. Because that was the other NFL injury storyline going around yesterday. Was the man out of Butte College, out of Berkeley College, the man that used to reside here in the Bay Area. But if you ask him today or earlier this offseason, he'll tell you where he's not going, Dave.
Not going to San Fran.
Yeah, he's not in San Francisco. Ended up going to New York/New Jersey, playing out in MetLife on that turf that almost took down Garrett Wilson last week. I mean, come on. What are the Jets and the Giants doing? You want to talk about cheap NFL owners? You literally share a stadium. You have 2 owners to split the cost of grass, and you can't put in real grass. You have turf out there. And we've seen the long list of all the injuries that have happened out there, going back to Nick Bosa and Jimmy Garoppolo and all the guys from the 49ers. It's a long list of Jets players who have got hurt on that field also, but I'm digressing because we saw Aaron Rodgers get hurt on that field. What was it, Monday night when he ran out with the American flag? And then like the first series of the game, he went down with an Achilles injury. Well, he's been making big news because he's back walking on the field, still has crutches. But the fact that he's back walking already has got some people thinking about the possibility of him maybe making a comeback this season. And with the Jets currently 3-3 right now, this is the Jets defense that we talked about before the season as being one of the best defenses in the league. Look what happened in their week 1 matchup when Rodgers went down and they still beat the Buffalo Bills, causing 3 turnovers from Josh Allen. Look at his past weekend. What was it, 2 or 3 interceptions from Jalen Hurts as the Jets beat the Philadelphia Eagles for the first time in franchise history. So maybe with the Jets playing 500 average ball, maybe Aaron Rodgers will make a comeback, and maybe he'll be back sooner rather than later because of the power of his mind. That's what he told Pat McAfee yesterday. I'll let you hear it for yourself. Here's number 8 out in New York, Aaron Rodgers, talking about the power of the mind if it can help his Achilles injury, and maybe if this is some information that he can pass along to Christian McCaffrey.
I felt great. I really felt great. I had just a little bit of a limp. I'm just not quite walking perfectly normal, but throwing feels great. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of different stuff here in the rehab gym around weight transfer and movement, just in a smaller area, mostly just like transferring weight from a right foot to a left foot to a right foot. Left foot, that's where the surgery is, so that's the plant leg. Probably better in the short and the long term that it's not the push-off foot, the back of the drop. Obviously, the left foot's an important part of the punch step and the drop, and obviously it's the plant foot, but I think it's a little easier to than maybe if it was the back foot and I'm pushing off it every single time. So standing and throwing is not a problem. Moving in a small little area was not a problem.
Look, I get when people say it's mind over matter. If you think it, you can believe it, you can achieve it. All that self-help book nonsense or whatever that's thrown out there. Hey, if it helps you, it helps you. But I don't know how much just thinking you're going to get healthy is going to help Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, I can tell you when I had Tommy John surgery, I thought about my elbow being healthy all the time. Guess what? I never really got back to it. Maybe Brock Purdy, that's why he made such a quick comeback this offseason from his internal brace surgery. Maybe because of the power of the mind. They do call him, Big brain Purdy. That's because Papa's not allowed to talk about the other thing that they call him. But hey, I digress. Maybe the power of the mind will help Aaron Rodgers make his return to the New York Jets. Maybe it'll help Christian McCaffrey return as soon as Monday night. Again, my take, I don't know if I'm by myself on this one. I would hold him out. I don't think the 49ers need him to win against this Vikings team. They're a 7-point favorite. And as I told you earlier in the week, if you are looking to bet on the 49ers, maybe wait for some of that injury news, because if Christian McCaffrey does get rolled out, that spread might drop down to 6 or 5.5 points. Much, much better value for your San Francisco 49ers and, of course, for Bobby Boucher's best bets. But the 49ers did not cover last week. Hell, they did not win. They're one of the few games that I actually did not pick right on the money line. So on the other side, how about we take a look ahead to week 7 of the NFL season and maybe give you some picks from every single game and maybe win you some money, get you some early Bobby Boucher best bets. We'll take a look at the week 7 NFL schedule. On the other side, it's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
You found the leadoff spot with your host, the Water Boy.
Hey, Kershaw! The dog!
Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, a.k.a. Bobby Boucher, back breaking down some NFL injury news, of course, with Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, and Deebo Samuel, getting you ready for the 49ers Week 7 matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. Spent a lot of time this morning in the first segment talking about the NLCS, the Phillies dropping bombs left and right, 10 runs last night against the D-backs, going up 2-0 before they go out to Arizona for a chance to get a pool party going, all before today's Game 3 matchup between Max Scherzer and the Texas Rangers, taking on Christian Javier and the Houston Astros. But since today is a Wednesday, since it is hump day, I thought we would get over the hump this morning and start talking about Week 7 of the NFL season. Because we always do our Bobby Boucher's best bets on Friday morning, but I feel like we don't give enough attention to each and every game on the National Football schedule. And with baseball season now coming to an end, and with me winning some money in my weekly pick'em pool, I thought, why not give out some extra picks on a Wednesday morning? I just told you last segment, I'm picking the San Francisco 49ers with or without Christian McCaffrey against Kirk Cousins and the Minnesota Vikings. So we don't really got to get too far into that game. But if you want to get into each and every game this week, next week, and for the next couple weeks, let me know. This is a segment I've been kicking around. Maybe we call it Water Boys Wednesday Water Cooler Picks. I don't know if it's quite the alliteration of a Bobby Boucher's best bets, but I'll tell you one thing. It's been getting winners left and right. Last week, we had 15 total games. The Water Boy went 13-2. I give a shout out to that Monday night matchup between the Cowboys and the Chargers. I ended up being in first place out of over 170 people. And guess what? Out of those 170 people, I'm in first place overall in the entire pick'em pool. So I thought, why not give out some of these picks to the people? So Dave, that's what we're going to do this morning. It's kind of skipping over the Vikings and the 49ers. They play Monday night, but why not just start at the top of the list with our Thursday night game tomorrow night between the New Orleans Saints and the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Dave, I got to admit, I haven't been too impressed by Derek Carr and the New Orleans Saints so far. I picked him to win the NFC South, and it's all right, Dave. Ads pop up. I understand. We're workshopping this bit. We'll get the music bed back in a little bit. There it is. Tribe Called Quest, Electric Relaxation. Well, I'm saying I'm going to relax, picking the Jacksonville Jaguars on Thursday night against the Saints. Shout out to Murph and his fantasy football team. He's kind of been criticizing Trevor Lawrence so far this year because he's not putting up big fantasy points. But the guy's thrown 7 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. The Jacksonville Jaguars are 4-2 on the season. Took down the Buffalo Bills a couple weeks in London. I like them on Thursday night. Defense is playing well. Shout out to Josh Allen, the defensive end, not the quarterback. I'll take the Jags on Thursday night. And that's actually a game where the Jags are an underdog. Saints are a 1-point favorite, so maybe that will be one of our Bobby Boucher's best bets tomorrow as the Jags go into New Orleans as an underdog pick. Then if we're going to stick in the NFC South, we've got a matchup between the Falcons and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And last week, I was all over the Washington Commanders because of their rush defense, because of their front seven, because of Atlanta's inability to throw the ball with Desmond Ridder. Well, that's the same strategy I'm going with this weekend. I'm going with that Tampa Bay front seven. Shout out to Vita Vea out of Milpitas High School. Played against him when he was a freshman, was absolutely a monster. And this Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense is still good enough to get the job done. They're currently sitting with a 3-2 record, so we're going with the Bucs over the Atlanta Falcons. Then we'll take a trip up to the AFC North. Or excuse me, the AFC East, where we have the Buffalo Bills taking on the New England Patriots. And you don't got to spend too much time talking about this game. We all saw how dog water Mac Jones and the New England Patriots were last week against the Las Vegas Raiders. Hell, they're the only team in the NFL that has not scored 20 points. Dave, that's because the Raiders scored 21 last week. Max Crosby with the safety to cover the spread and put the Raiders above the threshold. I don't think the Patriots are going to have any chance this weekend against the Buffalo Bills. That's probably going to be one of your bigger spreads of the week. Then we stay in the AFC, and we look at a matchup between the Cleveland Browns and the Indianapolis Colts. The same Browns defense that we saw last week, a Browns team that we saw win without Deshaun Watson. Now, there's no guarantee that Deshaun Watson will be back this week, and it also sounds like there's no guarantee that we'll see Anthony Richardson again this season. The rookie out of Florida, the guy that kind of took the league by storm the first couple weeks, but also a guy that got injured in like 4 out of the 5 games that he played. Anthony Richardson now dealing with a shoulder injury, serious consideration to shut down for the remainder of the season. That means it's going to be Gardner Minshew leading a Colts offense that did get Jonathan Taylor back, but I think this Browns defense is going to put on a similar performance what we saw against the 49ers. I'll take the Browns in this matchup. And then one of the biggest matchups of the week is the Detroit Lions taking on the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson. And I got to say, since we're talking so much about the Detroit Lions being 5-1, take a look at their schedule. If we're talking about who's going to be the first seed in the NFC, if we're talking about who's going to get that bye week, who's going to have home field advantage, maybe the Super Bowl is going to have to go through Detroit, because if you compare their schedule to the 49ers and compare it to the Eagles, it's a cakewalk. And the Baltimore Ravens are probably the best team that the Lions are going to play over the next 7 to 8 week stretch. So this weekend, I'm actually going with the Baltimore Ravens. I'm going with Lamar Jackson. I thought he's looked improved this year as a passer in that Todd Monken offense. And the Detroit Lions right now are dealing with a few injuries. David Montgomery rolled out for this weekend with an ankle injury. Not sure the playing status of Jahmyr Gibbs. Even if he's back, I still think that Jared Goff is going to struggle a little bit against his Baltimore Ravens defense that I feel like doesn't get the love that it deserves. We talk all the time about Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. Look no further than maybe Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen as maybe the second or third best linebacker duo in the NFL. I like the Ravens this weekend over the Lions to help out the 49ers. And yeah, shout out that Christmas Day matchup of the 49ers against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens also. Moving on to our next game, Dave, it's the Raiders versus the Chicago Bears. And this might be another situation where it's the battle of the backup quarterbacks, because Justin Fields is ruled out for this weekend's game. I don't even know who the hell the backup quarterback is. Some guy that they kept on the roster over P.J. Walker, but I don't think they're going to have success this weekend against a Raiders defense that has been playing surprisingly well this year. That, of course, is led by our guy Max Crosby, playing like an absolute monster. And the good news is, well, it depends on how you look at it. Jimmy Garoppolo could be back this week. Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport both said that he avoided major injury. Of course, he had to leave at halftime last week to go to the hospital dealing with a back injury. 6 weeks into the season, Jimmy's already dealt with 2 or 3 different injuries. But hey, the Raiders are 3-3, Dave, and I expect them to go to 4-3 this weekend against the Chicago Bears. I like Vegas this week on the road out in Chicago. Coming up next, we got an NFC East matchup between the Washington Commanders and the New York Football Giants. And I feel like we don't got to spend much time on this game because nobody wants to watch this game. The New York Giants have been terrible offensively. Even last week without Daniel Jones, actually put up a better effort with Tyrod Taylor against the Buffalo Bills. But I'm still not buying the New York Giants. Last week, I took the Washington defense to get the win against Atlanta. I think we're maybe looking at the same scenario here where that front seven with Chase Young slows down Saquon Barkley. I'll take the Washington football team to get the dub over the New York Giants this weekend. Then let's look at the NFC West, where we have a matchup between the Cardinals and the Seattle Seahawks. And the Cardinals were a cute story for the first couple weeks of the season, beat the Dallas Cowboys, had a competitive game against the New York Giants, but over the last couple of weeks, they've kind of fallen back to earth. And last week, yes, they took a lead in the first quarter against the LA Rams. The Rams ended up winning, covering that 7-point spread. I think that kind of magic out in Arizona is running out a little bit. I'll take the Seattle Seahawks over the AZ Cardinals. Seahawks looking to bounce back from that loss against the Cincinnati Bengals. They're now 3-2 on the season, sitting in that NFC playoff picture. I think the Hawks will be in there, and I think they win this weekend against the Cardinals. Speaking of the Rams, they've got a matchup this weekend against the Pittsburgh Steelers, a Steelers team that's coming off a bye week, a Steelers team that has a 3-2 record, but a Steelers team that really hasn't impressed offensively. Kenny Pickett's only thrown more than 1 touchdown in his career. It was against the Las Vegas Raiders. I think the Rams have surprised some people this year of how well they have played. Hell, I was one of the guys that said they were going to fall off a map. But Matthew Stafford is back on the map. His elbow's back on the map. Cooper Kupp is back on the map. And now with Puka Nacua, this is an offense that's driving the ball down the field. Some injury news with Kyron Williams dealing with an ankle injury. Sounds like he's going to be out this week. He's done a great job filling in for Cam Akers, but I still like the Rams, even without Kyron Williams, to get the job done this weekend. I'm taking the Rams at home over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then probably the ugliest matchup of the week is the Green Bay Packers taking on the Denver Broncos. Broncos have been pitiful. even though if you look at the stats, Russell Wilson actually has kind of similar numbers to Patrick Mahomes this year. But hey, Patrick Mahomes has Andy Reid, he's got Travis Kelce, and he's also got the referees helping him out. And that's why the Chiefs are 5-1 and the Broncos are 1-5. I think they fall to 1-6 this weekend. I'm taking the Green Bay Packers on the road up in Mile High. Speaking of the Kansas City Chiefs, they got a matchup on Sunday against the LA Chargers. This is going to be your 125, might be your Sunday afternoon Jim Nantz, Tony Romo special. Should be a high-scoring game. Should be a shootout between Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes. But for the same reason I picked the Cowboys on Monday night, I could just never trust the Chargers to win a close game. Brandon Staley's going to find a fourth down conversion to Biff. Next thing you know, they'll end up losing the game. It's the same old San Diego Super Chokers, and that's why I'm taking the Chiefs this weekend over the Chargers. And then maybe the biggest game of the week, Sunday Night Football, it's the Eagles and the Miami Dolphins. Mike McDaniel. Who? That's right, Mike McDaniel taking on Jalen Hurts, DeAndre Swift. How about A.J. Brown? How about Devontae Smith? How about Julio Jones, who is now a member of the Philadelphia Eagles coming out of retirement? Not too sure how much of an impact Julio's going to have at this point of his career, but that's still a big body wide receiver, one of the best possession wide receivers of our generation, and a guy that can maybe play underneath and maybe keep A.J. Brown in check, Dave. Nice job pointing that out. I think he's just going to add more firepower to this offense. But we're talking about an offense with the Miami Dolphins that might have the best firepower out of anybody. They're the fastest team in the league. Look no further than guys like Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Look at Tua Tagovailoa taking 2 steps back and throwing a deep ball downfield. And look at our guy Raheem Mostert, the Mosterati, riding the surfboard every week out in South Beach. He might be leading the league in touchdowns. I don't know. I just threw that out there. But he's scoring 2 or 3 every single week. The Dolphins are clicking out all cylinders. But I'm still worried about that defense. So this is a game I might be flopping back and forth on. I kind of like the Dolphins here. And if we're looking for the Philadelphia Eagles and when they're going to lose games this year, maybe it's this weekend against the Dolphins. Their defense hasn't been playing as good. Their offense hasn't been playing as well. Lost both their offensive and defensive coordinators. I think this is a high-scoring game. Interested to see what the spread is. Maybe this will be one of Bobby Boucher's best bets. It's the Philadelphia Eagles minus 2.5. If that gets up to 3, definitely I will go with the Miami Dolphins. And I might be taking them for the upset victory on Sunday Night Football also. And that is every single game from Week 7 of the NFL season, picking on the money line. We'll get you some of our Bobby Boucher's best bets on Friday where we're picking these games by the spread. But hey, there it is. I went 13-2 last week out of 15 games, out of 170 people. I'm in first place with all of our KNBR employees. Shout out to our former KNBR employee who I went head-to-head with on Monday night. Ended up in a victory for the Waterboy and me taking home a few $100s. Maybe we'll get some more money in your pocket with these picks and with Bobby Boucher's best bets on Friday morning. But coming up next, we're going to check in with Murph and Mac, get their thoughts on the swinging Philadelphia Phillies, get their thoughts on the Draymond Green ankle injury update, and also get their thoughts on Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and Trent Williams and their playing status for Monday night against the Minnesota Vikings. We told you we're picking the 49ers with or without McCaffrey. We'll see how that injury news plays out. Should get some good 49er sound today. Murph and Matt coming up on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, wrapping up the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning. Fun show today. Shout out to my guy Overnight Dave back on the ones and twos. Talked a lot of postseason baseball this morning. Gave a quick injury update, not only on the 49ers, but also Draymond Green, as we're only 6 days away from the start of the Warriors season.
Who?
And shout out to everybody checking in on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text on this morning on our newest segment, Water Boys Wednesday Water Cooler Picks. We went through every game in the NFL season, and it sounds like people like the segment. So, hey, maybe we'll keep the bit. Maybe we'll work on the name. One name I know that doesn't need any work is the Murph and Mac Morning Show. And my guy Brian Murphy getting situated. Murph, what's up, my man? How you doing this
I tried to jump you with a Mike Jones on Draymond Green.
Who? Mike Jones.
I just wanted to say who?
No, I'm just
trying to get my warrior brain activated.
Dude, 6 days away.
Like you said, Draymond, and I was like McCaffrey, McCaffrey. Draymond?
No, we got injury updates on Draymond Green, boys.
I know, so I got to fix. Hey, man, like you said, 6 days. So Water Boys Wednesday.
Water cooler
What
picks.
can we do for Thursday? You just got to do the same bit tomorrow, just change the name.
That's it. I'm trying to think of all these different alliterations, but I don't have a T in my name. I don't know if it works.
Yeah, but don't be like Taylor Swift. Don't saturate the market now. Because I need my Marcus picks on certain times and places and days. And if you're going to start, you got to be careful.
Holy Mac, I'm trying to separate church and state
I don't want to see you wearing a green sweatshirt at the next Jets game. You know what I'm saying?
So on Fridays, we do Bobby Boucher's best bets, which is usually our 3 best bets with a few other ones sprinkled in. But on Wednesdays,
Thursday.
I'm not doing Thursdays. That's just too many
Baby
bets.
Friday, Bobby Boucher.
No. See, here's the thing.
Baby Friday, Bobby Boucher.
Friday is for picks against the spread. Wednesday is for picks on the money line, just straight up picking winners. As simple as
Just a
that.
degenerate, man. I think I think I might have sniffed out my kid might be getting into some of that.
Welcome.
I'm a little.
Murph, not only do all these kids, they all think they're GMs, they also think they're Jimmy the Greek.
They do think they're Jimmy the Greek.
There's no question. They're
think
looking for
they're
Earth
Jimmy
Cross.
the Greek.
No, they all think they're Jimmy the Greek. They're making calls. They're talking spreads.
And Murph, that's the craziest thing to me, especially when sports gambling did not get legalized in California. People were like, "Oh, what about the kids? What about the kids?" Well, these kids are playing fantasy football, right? Yeah. All your kids play fantasy football.
Yeah.
You can legally play DraftKings and all these daily fantasy games.
Yeah.
You can even do prop bets through these fantasy websites, and somehow that's legal.
I know.
But no one's worried about the kids then.
I just, you want to raise a degenerate? Is that what you want to do?
My pops raised me,
and look how you turned out, buddy.
Look at me now.
You turned out as a Raider fan and a Yankee fan.
And I turned out having my own show on 50,000 watts.
Look at
Life ain't bad, Murph. Life ain't bad.
Feeling himself. I like it very much.
Well, that's what happens when you go 13-2 and win the water cooler picks. I won like 500 smackaroonies this week.
Well, shh, don't say. You got to report that to the IRS, buddy.
Yeah, that's why I said smackaroony. It's not real money. I don't even know what you're talking about.
500 units?
Yeah, I'm moving units.
Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody.
The New York Post had a guy named Hondo. The New York Post had a gambling feature in their paper every day. Guy Hondo.
No kidding. Okay, he said Hondo.
And Hondo. The reason why you had to read Hondo every day was he picked like random stuff, like NHL over-unders. He would just go to that day's slate and find something. Like yesterday, he might have just gone like Aaron Nola's innings. And
strikeout total or something like
Schwarber
that.
home runs. Who knows? The way this is going. Yeah.
Total basis
the
for
catch
Trey
to
Turner.
Hondo was that he always referred to the dollar unit. He never referred to the dollar unit.
You got to.
He only used the last names of obscure sports figures.
Oh.
Like, for example, he would say, like, Hondo thinks Aaron Nola's hot. Hondo takes the over on Aaron Nola's 5 1/3 and will lay down 50 Petrocellis on it. You know what I mean?
Well, in that case, I'd like to take a look at the Thursday night game, Murph. I'm thinking about throwing, 75 to 100 for TUs down.
That's it. That's the deal.
I got 75 for TUs on this bad boy.
So we can maybe take Hondo's lead.
Yeah.
And say, for you, Waterboy, be like, you're going to lay 35 Gannons.
That's it.
Yeah.
Boy,
So he's not
MVP.
obscure. I need to go something more obscure.
I might lay down 44 Proctors this weekend.
Proctor.
Or just Proctors.
Wait, who's Proctor?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm telling you, Mr. This Day.
No, exactly.
Ford Proctor was a first baseman for the Giants earlier this season.
Ford
Proctor.
Proctor.
Talking about obscure
That's
names.
it. You did it. You won.
That's it,
You
Murph.
won the game. You won the game.
We're speaking units because, Murph, as a man, I was taught 2 lessons by my dad. Never ask a woman her age and never ask a gambler how much money they're gambling.
Very good.
Easy as that.
Okay,
kid.
then, no, that's fine. I can deal with that.
How many Padlos? How many Padlos?
How many
Proctors.
babies are you throwing down this weekend? That's the big question. We'll talk about it. it on the Murph and Mac Show this morning. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader and Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac Show starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I miss Hondo for the New York Post, Paulie. Yeah, Fatius, he's going to lay 65 dugays on whatever.
Very nice,
man.
very nice.
Way. All right, kids, please gamble responsibly.
Yeah.
Please
or don't gamble at all.
Responsibly, yes.
Or just don't do it at all.
If you're going to gamble, here's a gamble. Don't get in your car and expect to get to work without being shut down on 101 South. There's a gamble.
They like that. They're big on that, man.
I mean,
they always like to get you right before the tunnel. So you're just going bumper to bumper with all these other fools. Me and all my friends out there, I was in the same mess, probably a few cars behind you.
Whatever project they're working on.
Yeah, what are they doing?
Whatever project they're working on, feel free to finish it up, boys.
Yeah.
Feel free to finish it up. It's been about 3 years now. Didn't they build the Bay Bridge in less than a year or something? I mean, guys, just feel free to pick up the pace.
Well, it's like Tim Ryan says to all the construction guys on the bridge or road workers, whatever you call you guys. Appreciate the effort you're making out there, but like Tim Ryan says, let's tighten it up. Let's tighten this S up.
A good tighten it up goes a long way. I amused myself yesterday,
Tighten it
Paulie.
up.
I was at yet another high school water polo game.
As I would expect you to
this
be.
This one was out at San Ramon Valley High School.
Oh, yeah, sure, man. There you go.
Wolves.
What are you crossing the...
Paulie, here's a fun little puzzle.
I've done it all, yeah.
Here's a fun little puzzle. Leave Mill Valley, California at 3:40 p.m.
That sounds like big trouble.
And drive to Danville, California.
Based on my previous record, I know that's a hot spot in terms of the clock. That's a troublesome time to shove off.
That's a fun game to play.
Yeah, no, I know. You got to fight every guy out there.
By the time I arrived, I was utterly broken and defeated.
Bro, I feel your pain, bro.
But anyway, the point of the story was the varsity game was it was a climactic fourth quarter tie game, and the JV team was warming up in the pool, like the behind the goal, like the extra part of the pool, and their ball flew over the net into the varsity pool during the game, which allowed me to yell, Paulie, and good-naturedly, of course, because I know a lot of I said, hey, JV, tighten it up. Yeah. Tighten it up.
Totally.
Just any chance you can break out.
Tighten it up. Well, tighten it up, road workers. We need to get here on time to give you the show.
Hey, Arizona Diamondbacks, tighten it up.
Oh, I don't know if they can tighten it up. I mean, their only chance is just getting the hell out of Philly and hoping for the best back in the desert. But, I mean, this Philly team, dude, they're bruisers. These guys are they really are.
They're the Broad Street Bullies, Paulie.
It's a collection of bruisers listening to pop music and hitting bombs. It's crazy in Philly.
Did they sing Dancing on My Own
They're
again
doing it all. They're waving their arms around. The Philly Fanatic is singing stuff. It's mayhem in Philly, bro. I don't know how Arizona. I mean, did they get one? What's your forecast for the back to now that we're going back out to the desert?
Great question.
Yeah.
I mean, how's Philly done on the road this year in the playoffs?
Well, half of Philadelphia is booking flights right now. I guarantee.
It's going to be all Phillies fans.
Yeah, they're going to take over that yard.
I mean, for whatever reason, Philadelphia is not like the biggest city in America, but it has more like expats. You can't go anywhere without finding a big knot of Philly Eagles, Flyers, Sixers, and Birds fans or Phillies fans.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
They will be. I mean, we talked about that Rams-Eagles game the other day at SoFi. That green that was popping on
Total
SoFi.
takeover, yeah.
So yeah, they will. Are you kidding me? And a lot of Philly people do move to Arizona because of the weather situation. They're like, I'm getting out of this miserable Philly winter. And there is, I think, a large cadre of Philadelphians in Arizona.
I think you're probably right because they'd like to get away from the cold winters and all that. And Marcus, while we're doing this opening segment, do a little research, get in touch with Vegas, see if there's any odds for the Philadelphia Phillies winding up the players now. How many of the players will wind up in that pool when they win the series? How many Phillies guys will be jumping? Or fans, too. Could be a whole Philly smackdown.
Waterboy was saying this morning it will be a pool party with Bryce Harper. He was calling for a Bryce Harper pool party.
Yeah.
He also wondered if he should keep Klay Thompson's It's a Pool Party on his soundboard.
It's a pool party!
You got to keep it for Bryce.
I mean, for Harper, yeah. But not maybe for Jordan Poole, not so much.
No, not so much. So anyway, that was, here's the other thing I'll just say about this postseason. We love it and we'll miss it when it's gone and I treasure it and all that. But all the series have sucked. There's been zero drama. I'll take you through the brackets here.
True. That's very true.
I'll go all the way up. Twins, Blue Jays. Twins beat them 2-0. Rangers, Rays. Rangers beat them 2-zip.
Yep.
Diamondbacks, Brewers. Diamondbacks beat them 2-zip. Phillies, Marlins. Marlins beat them 2-zip. So there was zero drama in the wild card. Then you go to the next round. Diamondbacks, Dodgers. Swept them. Twins, Astros. 4 games. Rangers, Orioles. Swept them. Yeah. And then Phillies, Braves. That one went 4.
Yeah, and that's like
had a smidge of drama. Just
it went
like a
4.
Smidge.
Yeah.
Because we had that one game the Braves won on the double play with Harper and Attaboy Harper and all that stuff.
Harper, yeah.
But none of the series have gone to a climactic game. And now, Paulie, here in the LCS, Rangers up 2-zip, Phillies up 2-zip.
Well, hopefully if it does turn out to be the Rangers and Philly, hopefully that'll turn into a great World Series. I think it could. Because, the Phillies, like I said, they're just bruisers. They're just bashing the ball. They do have good pitching. But don't count old crafty Boch out. He'll find a way to scratch some runs, keep the score low, hopefully.
Well, I taunted my boy Schmitty last night because he said to me, he goes, I don't care about the 10-0 score as much as I'm so proud of my fans. He said that place is still packed in the 8th inning.
No, they're having a blast. Of course it's packed. No one's leaving that yard. They're having a great time.
So I poked the bear and I said, yeah, well, enjoy your party. I said, because here comes Boch.
Yeah, no, Boch don't care.
He's been there, done that.
I don't care about their pop music, Murph.
I taunted him with the wink emoji, which surely had to piss him off.
Yeah, they don't like the wink.
Nothing like somebody give you the wink emoji. You're like, you know what? I don't need the wink emoji, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, when we got that, we got some good news on McCaffrey.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
I got good news. I got one McCaffrey here. I got another McCaffrey
and we're
saying
both doing pretty good.
It's not as serious as feared. There's a chance he plays on Monday.
This is tremendous news.
Right?
Yep.
This guy has not missed a game since he became a 49er. 17 out of 17.
He's a tough SOB, man. If he can get out there, he will.
He is. And so there's a, quote, a chance. Now, again, we don't want to I don't want this guy to be banged up the whole season and fighting this thing all year. But that extra day maybe could help.
For sure. Get more treatments.
They had yesterday off. They'll have today off, according to Bobby Boucher. I didn't get the schedule, but that makes sense that they would, on a Monday, push everything back a day. So, and he is, as you said, a tough.
No, he is.
Son of a buck.
It's a very, very least. It wouldn't shock me to see him at least try to get out there and see how it feels. And I think it's all about how he's going to respond after he gets hit a few times. That'll tell you where he is.
It's funny. Eric Branch wrote a pretty good piece in the Chronicle this morning reviewing the film of the game, and he said McCaffrey doesn't know where he got hit or where he got hurt, and he said there's a pretty obvious one. He said one of the Browns players came in and absolutely clobbered him. And was kind of standing over him celebrating, and I was thinking, here it is right here. Safety Juan Thornhill drove his helmet into McCaffrey's left rib cage to break up a short 3rd down pass. It said McCaffrey took a beat longer to get up while Thornhill celebrated his big wallop. Here's the stat: prior to that hit, McCaffrey had 8 carries for 46 yards. After that hit, 3 carries for -3.
Well, that would make a lot of sense if that was the moment. Yeah.
And it led me to just remember the Browns just in general were hitting.
Yeah, big time. No, they were nasty. That defense was nasty.
I read a comprehensive X's and O's breakdown of how Jim Schwartz did it.
Yeah.
It was so
Schwartz again, bro.
It was so inside nerd football. It took like 40 minutes to read it.
Where was this? Where was this published?
Guy Doug Farrar. He's like an NFL insider, and he gets into the film, And I just realized at a certain point, I think film study is not my bag, baby.
Well, you leave that to Greg Cosell, and then he'll tell us what he sees.
But it was very basically, it just said that Schwartz had all the answers. Schwartz just swarmed the
Let me ask you this, Murph. If Schwartz puts Kyle Shanahan over his knee like that and gives him a smack, why isn't he doing that to every other coach out there in the NFL? Because Kyle's probably the greatest offensive mind out there, and he can't get a thing done when he sees a Schwartzy defense. Why isn't Schwartzy dominating the league?
The matter is that the Browns' defense is dominating the league.
True.
It is.
True.
It is. And he has the ultimate personnel this year, and the stats back it up. There's a very bizarre analytical stat that shows the Browns' defense, and the Browns' defense has dominated every game. There's something called percentile of effectiveness or whatever, and they've gone like 100, 99, 99, 98, 99, 100. They're unbelievable. So they're historic. Right. They really are. I'm curious to see them the rest of the way, to see what they do. Because they're out here in their white helmets.
I know that was kind of odd, like little marshmallows.
I was like, these aren't the Browns.
No, you got to at least throw them in the colored helmet. Just keep it.
Anyway, all right, we got that. We got a Wednesday fun day for you. We got a guest list for you on the other side. Paulie and I trying to overcome another 101 shutdown.
It ain't easy out there, man.
All right, and we're gonna wager 35 Solanes on the upcoming game. That was for Temu Solana.
Oh, wow.
How about that? Trying to come up with obscure stuff.
Well, then in that case, I got to double down. I'll put 40 Nolans on it.
Okay.
40 Nolans.
right, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
you know
Owen
me.
Nolan, Murph's buddy. I know.
You know me. If
it's okay with you.
If you need to see the picture, it's in the house.
I do want to see the picture. I do.
We'll say good morning to Marcus on the other side. Get the guest list on a Wednesday, October 18, 2023. The Murph and Mac Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The one and only Greg Cosell stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down the game footage of what went wrong for the 49ers against the Cleveland Browns. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
And the pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Crushed. Left field. Way back. On its way. Gone. Home run. Trey Turner. And in the first, the Phillies have done it again. Swing and a high fly ball drilled right field. That one back, and that one is gone. Just got over the high wall in right. Schwarber will touch them all. A line drive homer over the right field fence. The 2-1. Swing and a high drive. Right center field. On its way. That ball is gone. Schwarber has gone deep again. A bomb to right center field. And the Phillies extend their lead. It is 3-0.
Man, oh man, keep hitting them homers, Philadelphia. The swinging Phillies, 10-0. Trey Turner also homered, and Schwarber hit 2.
It's like a giant house party going on in Philly.
Again. Well, we'll see about that. Yeah. Let's see here. There's a stat on Mickey Mantle, and I'm trying to find the stat here.
Mickey Mantle
is a stat on Trey Turner. Or pardon me, Kyle Schwarber. Marcus, did you see this? Here it is. He's hit 6 homers. He hit 6 in last season's playoffs, so now he has 18 career postseason bombs, tying him with Reggie Jackson and Mickey Mantle.
I mean, damn, man.
I mean, what is this Phillies offense doing right now?
I don't know. They're eating their spinach or something.
19 total home runs this postseason, 15 in the last 4 games. We were just talking yesterday about how Nick Castellanos is the only other player outside of Reggie Jackson to have, 3 home runs or 5 home runs in a 3-game span?
Yeah. He now, granted, all the postseason numbers are a little skewed because this generation plays way more postseason games.
That is true.
So you do have to put a little asterisk, but also 18 postseason bombs is 18 postseason bombs.
And also, Kyle Schwarber and the Phillies wouldn't have gotten into the playoffs last year if there wasn't those 3 wild cards.
You know what I was thinking about last night, you guys? I was actually thinking about Murph's son, Declan. I'm not kidding, during the game, because it was interesting that you kind of offered up that view of like what this looks like to him, which is these Phillies are like his Yankees.
Yes.
Like that they're abusing teams and like the firepower they're bringing to the yard. It's absurd.
He hates them.
Right. And I was actually thinking about that last night. I was like, okay, he must be losing his mind now.
We were busy losing
That's true. You had to be out there. Yeah.
Shout out San Ramon Valley. But yeah, dude, it's true. And I'm going to dive a little deeper on that and try to get into the psychology of what a teenager thinks, why he hates the Phillies. Because you and I, on some level, I think, share the same thing. We're sort of amused by it.
I do. Right? I have a soft spot for Philly. Yeah, I do.
I mean, it's a downtrodden town. Although they did win. What, the Eagles won the bowl, 5? How long ago was that? 5 years ago?
And the Sixers have been good with Joel Embiid for a while.
They haven't won a title.
No, but they're good. They're in the mix.
And then the Phils with Pat Burrell and Chase Utley won it in 08.
It's just the attitude of the city. It's a really funny city. Everybody there is a character.
It is character.
Yeah.
Well, as I've told you many, many times, I had that 1 year where I did the ESPN Monday morning
You
NFL
won them over,
column,
dude. Smart, man.
And I devoted
Smart.
So I made it into like little mini chapters. Just like, nobody wants to read like a 10,000-word Monday morning break.
This is the way
so
you
I would
do
do
it.
little breakdowns. I do like play of the week, go to the week. And then I invented this thing called Philly Corner. I was like, it's just like the latest episode from Philadelphia. And then the Philadelphians started reading it and started emailing me every week. I would get all these emails and pictures and stories and anecdotes.
No, it's really smart.
And that was the year they wound up going to the bowl and playing the Patriots.
T.O. broken leg game, yeah.
And I was like, I kind of felt like I was with them, and they were all sending me emails. You've been with us since the start, man, and and all this stuff.
Fly.
And I thought they were going to win it because I was like I didn't know you at the time, but they were what Paulie would call particles.
Oh, totally, yeah.
And then they lost to the.
But it's a really
close game, though. Do you remember that bowl?
It's a no, actually,
Eagles Pats.
Yeah, give me. That wasn't another field goal decider,
No,
was it?
It was Donovan McNabb supposedly
Yeah,
puked in the
McNabb.
huddle, and T.O. played on a broken leg. Let's look at the score of that
Donovan
one too.
McNabb.
By the way, just one more Philly note. So you mentioned this, Marcus, in your show that Merill Kelly made the mistake of taunting the Philly crowd. He said
Probably not a smart
before
move.
the game, they asked Merill Kelly, how loud do you think it will be? And he said, I obviously haven't heard this place on the field, but I would be very surprised if it trumped the World Baseball Classic game in Miami. That was when the Venezuela fans, I guess.
You never challenge a Philly crowd. Don't do it.
Said he was, according to this AP report, he was voraciously booed from pregame intros to his walk on the mound. How loud? Trey Turner said, quote, AC/DC concert level.
Well, that's saying something now. You're talking 120 dBs probably. And Marcus, listen, you just don't want to poke that bear.
Never.
You don't want to do that, man.
I mean, these are hooligans we're talking about. It's the Philly fans.
They're baseball hooligans.
Merill Kelly said he'd be surprised if it was as loud as the WBC.
Hey.
Paulie Mack, I'll tell you, I'm not surprised.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
I needed one of those, man. Hey, maybe they can start wearing those scarves, like the football scarves, like the hooligans wear over there in Europe. Like, get some Philly scarves.
I mean, they're already singing songs and chants and all
they're
that
singing,
stuff.
they're waving their arms.
They're dancing on their own. They're hitting home runs. They're doing
booing fools,
everything.
yeah.
Let's see. Well, actually, the Eagles have played the Patriots twice in the Super Bowl because I looked up Eagles
Well, the
Patriots
Philly
Super Bowl.
special. Yeah, that was with Big Nick.
By the way,
Big
that
Blank
score
Nick.
was 41-33.
That was a great game. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. So where have you been all along with Philly, Marcus, in your young sports career? Whether it's the Phillies or the Eagles.
You took them out in the Super Bowl back in the day.
Took them out in the World Series for my Yankees, beating them in 2009.
Yes, you
so
did.
that's kind of by my relationship with Philly. And yeah, I hear all the time how people think Philly fans are crazy and just the overall sense of what it's like to be a fan in Philadelphia. It kind of reminds me of what it's like going to Raider games when they were still in Oakland.
Yeah.
So I've always kind of looked at us as like kind of similar fan bases. So that's
You
why
guys
I
were
don't hate on that fan base so much. I mean, they got a jail in their own stadium. It sounds like some Raider fans.
it's impressive.
And another
impressive.
tie-in. I was at the Monday night game covering it for the Niners. That spawned the birth of that jail. It was a Monday night game. Niners beat the Eagles in a low-scoring game. Chuck Levy had a punt return for a touchdown.
Nice.
Waterboy, they were lighting off M80s.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Which are like, what's that, like a half a stick of
Yeah, it's like
dynamite?
a quarter stick of dynamite. It'll blow a garbage can apart. Yeah.
They were lighting those off in the crowd. It was,
Dude, remember the Steve Young game? Somebody shot a flare gun.
I was walking off the field with special teams coach George Stewart. He said, Murph, if this place was a bank, it would get robbed every day. That's what he said.
Yeah.
He said, there's mayhem here. It's utter mayhem. And then they announced that week they were building a jail.
No question. You need that holding cell. Yeah.
What the hell?
I remember. Yeah, you got to keep these guys in line.
That other Super Bowl was 24-21. Patriots beat the Eagles 24-21 in the year I did the whole Philly column thing. That was February of 2005. Yeah, so I did it for the 2004 season. I'm trying to get the play-by-play. By the way, Paul McCartney played the halftime show.
Wow.
Let's see here. It was 24-4. Let's see. Yeah, McNabb threw a touchdown to Greg Lewis with 1:48 left to cut it to 24-21, but they couldn't close it out. The New England forced 4 turnovers. See, once again, Deion Branch was named the MVP, not Tom Brady.
That's right.
133, 11 catches, 133 yards. Deion Branch.
Deion Blanken Branch.
Yeah. So anyway, the good news on McCaffrey, right? Again, it's so dicey. I mean, we are like, yeah, you should go out there and play. The guy's going to be in like extraordinary pain.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to probably shoot it up. I hate to even get into that stuff, that pain-killing. That's the dirty little secret. The James Woods doctor in Any Given Sunday,
Oh, dude.
That
guy.
Also add that this game's on AstroTurf, or artificial turf, I should
Another
say.
good point.
Not good.
Got to get rid of that stuff. You start looking around. I heard you talking about that today, Marcus, and I'm glad you did. It's taken out that artificial surface. You look at it like the body of work it's bringing. Dude, took out Nick Bosa, took out Jimmy Garoppolo, took out Aaron Rodgers on that same field.
Yeah, and
that same field has just trashed entire seasons for these guys.
And I was thinking about it because we saw it again this weekend. Garrett Wilson went down with a non-contact
There's another
injury.
one.
We're talking about the New York Jets, who share a stadium with the New York Giants. They have 2 owners combined, and they're still cheap enough to not put in real grass.
It's unbelievable.
How much money does it cost to just water the lawn? I don't know. It can't be that expensive.
And also, you would think, I mean, this has been brought up, you would think if you're a smart owner and you have an investment, you want to protect your investment.
Like Aaron Rodgers is the greatest example of that.
He's your investment.
Yeah, and now he ain't out there.
By the way, you guys following, a listener wrote in, and it's true, we haven't really talked about it. You guys following his true desire to play this year?
I mean, I'm not following it seriously. I know he's out there walking around. He was throwing the other day, but boy, a ruptured Achilles at his age. I mean, I know that he's got mind over matter and all this going. He's talking about the brain.
Keep doubting Western medicine,
Listen,
boy.
man.
Yeah, man.
That's it,
My
Murphy.
frontal lobe is going to get me through.
Why don't you go get a tuberculosis shot?
My cerebellum is more
buddy.
advanced.
Yeah,
You know what
Murph,
I mean?
I played
He
some,
thinks, yeah.
I played some sound on my show this morning for the Pat McAfee show of saying how he's using the power of his mind
No,
to
that's
help
what I'm
him
saying with
recover
his
from
nonsense.
this Achilles injury.
Dr. Rodgers has spoken.
Well,
I don't want to see the guy get hurt, Murph, but that's a tall order.
Power of his mind. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, they do say, you got to have that positive attitude.
It's all in your mind. Yeah.
Eat an apple every day, get to bed by 3, what is it? Take
I don't know. I don't know
care
any of this.
yourself. You belong to, remember the movie? You're not that into that movie, The Sure Thing, as I am with P1 Chuck.
Yeah.
And in that movie, John Cusack is hitchhiking across the nation. He gets picked up by a young Tim Robbins, and they're geeky, and they try to sing these Broadway songs. One of them is Take Good Care of Yourself, and it's all about what Aaron Rodgers is doing.
Right,
Eat an
right.
apple every day.
I mean,
I don't know. I mean, Jerry Rice, we've seen this in 97. Jerry Rice tried to define. Jerry Rice is another guy who refused to let the human world define him.
Yeah.
He
That's
blew
right.
out his ACL and
What
his
a night
knee
that was, yeah.
in September, and he's like, I'm coming back. You're like, you can't come back. He's like, I'm coming back. We're like, you can't come back. He's like, I'm coming back. He came back in December on a Monday night, the night they retired Joe's jersey, a Monday nighter against the Broncos. He caught a touchdown, came down, broke his knee.
On that play, and when he caught the touchdown, yeah, and then he was out for the postseason, and they really missed him because the Niners wound up losing the NFC title game on their own field to Green Bay that year, and Jerry Rice was not available.
So who's the question? The question is, if he did come back, how effective would he be?
I mean, what's he going to be able to
might be
do?
able to come back in 3 months, but
Boy, the stops and starts that are required when you're in the pocket, like you put all that weight on you. I don't know.
I mean, especially behind that Jets offensive line.
Oh, man.
It's not like he could just sit back there and have all day to throw the ball, but since you're talking about the advances in modern medicine, I mean, we saw it a few years ago with Adrian Peterson, kind of changed the way that guys rehab from ACL, and even a couple years ago with Cam Akers. Returned to the Super Bowl in 5 months after tearing his Achilles.
Yeah, so there you go, man. All right, let's get the guest list going on a Wednesday, 10/18. We didn't mention yesterday's anniversary of the Loma Prieta quake.
Oh, boy.
Usually something we do. We break out the highlights and everything.
Although, interestingly, Murph did say at one point, I don't remember if this was on the air or during a break, but you actually said it was earthquake weather.
Because we're having a heat wave.
You dropped that.
Next 2 days.
Yeah.
Paulie's like, what's going on with the weather? I said,
No,
we always get a mid to late October heat wave.
Yeah.
And I said, earthquake weather, Paulie.
Yeah.
And I said that without even remembering that it was 10/17/89. And
Shout out Al Michaels.
34 years later.
Yeah.
So anyway, everybody, we remember all that quite well. And on we go to a Wednesday. Waterboy, what do you got, man?
It's a Wednesday morning guest list that gets started today at 7:15. We're going to go out to the Midwest to get ready for the Minnesota Vikings. Checking in with Courtney Cronin this morning at 7:15. She works for ESPN Chicago, covers the Bears, used to formerly cover the Minnesota Vikings, and used to work for the Mercury News out here in the Bay Area. So we'll check in with Courtney Cronin on a scouting report on the Minnesota Vikings.
Nice.
Yeah, we got to get a little Vikings talk going. All right.
Then at 7:35, it's a Wednesday, so it's going to be Dwayne Kyper to kick off your Power Hour. Talking some postseason
It's
baseball.
time for us to start ramping up our manager talk here. You know what I mean? We're getting closer and closer. And with the name I haven't heard, I haven't seen Wotus's name. Something. I don't know if they're giving him an interview. I don't know.
I mean, but they're giving everybody else internal interviews.
Yeah.
Correa.
I think Triple E has an interview today.
Mark Halberg,
Yeah.
Alyssa Nacken.
Yeah.
And then I saw Bernsey put out a thing on Instagram yesterday saying, listen, he's got 2 daughters and he loves them. He says, but she's not ready to manage a Major League Baseball team. But, the question is, are they giving her an interview to give her the experience? I don't know. Anyway.
But I hear you. It'd be nice to sit down with Ron Wotus and see what he could offer the team. Like, what's in his head? I'd like to know.
Yeah, we'll talk a cap about the manager search and some postseason baseball. Bruce Bochy and the Rangers back in the ALCS today with Max Scherzer on the mound. Then we'll hop into our big hit, our cooler of content, and then wrap up the show with some more 49er talk this morning. 8:50, we'll check in with Mike Silver.
Yes.
All righty. Let's hear the latest on Christian McCaffrey next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Run it again! Run it again!
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's not that they're being discreet. It's that's the way that Christian McCaffrey operates with injuries. He's like a military operative that doesn't ever want to share anything and doesn't want anyone to know anything about what's wrong with him. So it's going to be difficult to tell. Look, we know he's dealing with an oblique. I'm going to guess that he's going to see some specialists today. I don't think that he or they know right now whether he'll miss a game, 2 games, any games at all. I think they're trying to figure out exactly what that oblique injury is right now. And again, that's part of the problem on some of these injuries is, everybody says they're okay, and then they're not once they get the MRI.
Adam Schefter continuing to chase this story, and the story broke yesterday. I saw the first tweet from Matt Mayoko saying, I'm hearing that it will be a pain tolerance issue, which, when guys like you and me hear that, we say, well, if it's a pain tolerance issue, then we're going to lose.
I'll see you guys next week. Yeah.
But these guys are tougher than the Murph and Mac show, even though McCaffrey has the same name. And he would go out there possibly on Monday to play. So you hang tight. And really, the great news is that the fear was something serious.
Right. There's no broken rib or anything, which is huge. Yeah.
Well, there could be a broken rib, and he's going to play with it. Who
knows?
I don't know.
Not.
They didn't say what the injury is.
That's true. They didn't say that.
I mean, guys have played with broken ribs before.
Steve Young tried to. It didn't go well.
Brock Purdy did.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
I know. So maybe, that goes back to your original point. It might be a pain tolerance issue, and how much can you take? But again, I would think that, I don't know. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I'll be worried about making it worse if he's not ready to go. It'll be interesting.
After the Monday night, you'd have a short week to play Cincinnati right after that.
Yeah.
But again, these guys, Christian McCaffrey is a different dude. And when he sees his life as I got 17 regular season games, and then I have hopefully 4 January games, or 3?
It would be 3 if it all goes well,
You have 3?
Yeah.
He's like, I only have 20 days where I have to perform. And he's the kind of guy who's like, I'm going to perform on 20 days.
Yeah, and look what he's given the team, too. Yeah. He is probably the greatest offensive weapon at this point. So
the reporter said that in the Cleveland locker room, he stood in front of his locker holding both sides I saw the estimates were 5 minutes just staring into the locker.
Just frozen in defeat? Yeah. Well, that's actually kind of a good sign that he takes it that seriously.
He's a different character.
Yeah.
He's a different
I think he wants to put a ring on his finger. I think all those guys feel that way. Again, they've been so close, and they've suffered that kind of heartbreak multiple times. A lot of the guys in that locker room, we talked to Armstead yesterday. He knows about it. He knows about the broken heart. And I think that Christian McCaffrey knows this is going to be my best chance to put a ring on my finger with this group right now. So, yeah, it is. It's serious. These guys are focused, man.
Yeah. Again, worry a little bit about the AstroTurf going. I'll tell you another thought, guys, Marcus, Paulie, is that given how the 49ers offense performed without him, do you put him ahead of Purdy in the MVP race?
Christian McCaffrey?
I would say, yeah.
I do.
I would say,
I do.
Based on just what you saw, without McCaffrey, there were nothing.
Well, to be honest with you, Murph, I had him ahead of Purdy before the injury.
Me too.
I think the best player on this team, hands down, even going back to the trade last year, we talk about Purdy's record all the time. The man that makes that offense go is Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. That said, it was after the Dallas game when he threw the 4 touchdowns.
He had
a
monster
picks.
night. Yeah, he had a great game in front of the whole country. Right.
The weekly power rankings moved Purdy
no, but you're right. That's when you started hearing that Purdy MVP buzz. It was after
even
Dallas.
the odds out in Las Vegas, we took a look at him. Brock Purdy's higher on the MVP odds than Christian McCaffrey.
Well, again, that's just the position. Yeah. That's because he's a QB.
For McCaffrey, a game like yesterday will hurt his stats in that he won't. It's like if he is going to be MVP of the NFL, a game like yesterday won't. He had such a meager output.
Now
you start looking at guys like Tua.
Who's got Christian McCaffrey in your league in the KNBR?
Raph, dude. Raph. So I went head to head with Raph last week, and McCaffrey didn't really hurt me because he didn't have a big game. So,
but you're always mad about Trevor Lawrence, though. So I'm assuming he didn't play well.
I was just offered Triple E just offered me a trade.
I've heard that. What's he talking about?
He's offering me Justin Fields for Trevor Lawrence. I said it's really nice of you, but your guy has a dislocated thumb.
He had a broken thumb. He's not even playing this week.
I was supposed to.
Triple E's like, I got a great idea. Yeah,
same guy that traded me Cooper Kupp last year, Murph.
I know, right? So here's the deal. That's our guy.
Yeah.
By the way, you see what he's doing now? Because 2 days in a row, I got shut down on 101, so he's been waiting for me at work.
Bro, what do you mean?
You know what he said to me when I came in?
No.
He stood up, he goes, Murph, Marcus and I were talking, and we think Maybe if you just leave a few minutes earlier.
Yeah.
Now he's dragging me into it.
Yeah, now you're involved.
Yeah, me and Marcus were talking.
You were not part of that conversation.
I got my own roundabout. Yeah.
Now McCaffrey still does lead the NFL in rushing by almost 100 yards. By the way, I give you 50 guesses for the second leading rusher in the NFL. You will not get it. Maybe Marcus will because he plays fantasy. Can you give me the second leading rusher in the NFL right now? I would not have gotten this. And it shows you why my team sucks, by the way. Who is it?
Zach Moss.
How'd you know?
In the Indianapolis Colts.
How'd you know that?
Because I looked up the same thing yesterday. I was like, McCaffrey had a bad,
I found out.
Yeah, he had a bad performance. Like, I wonder where he is still in the rankings. Yeah, Murph, you're right. He still leads by almost 100 yards.
Yeah.
And it's Zach Moss.
What? What the what?
You got Moss.
I know. I need to have. You know what? Forget who has McCaffrey in our league. Who has Zach Moss in our league, dude?
Yeah, but that's not going to last for long because Jonathan Taylor's back now, so he's taking care of his away.
Still, Zach. If I'm the oh my God, Triple E has Zach Moss. Triple E has Zach Moss.
Oh, there's the trade. Zach Moss for Trevor Lawrence.
Do you know what his team name is, by the way, Paulie?
No, I don't.
It's Burnt Office Corn Dogs. Burnt Office Corn.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Hilarious.
Is there a backstory to this?
You tell me.
I don't know anything about corn dogs. I don't know what's going on. I haven't had a corn dog in years.
Well, the story is our engineer Josh one time.
He's a good guy, Josh. Shout out Josh, the engineer. That's my guy.
He bringing this giant, like Costco-sized box of corn dogs because his kids didn't want them, which means he gave them to Triple E, and Triple E was microwaving corn dogs after every single show at like 8 in the morning.
Are you serious?
And the whole entire office smelled like corn dogs.
Apparently burnt them at some point.
Well, I think apparently he broke the microwave. That's why we had to get a new one.
He broke the microwave?
So he's riffing on himself, I guess? Or?
I broke the microwave. How do you break a microwave?
Burnt Office Corn Dogs.
Putting too many corn dogs in
there. He burnt it all up. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds like a secret code or anything. In terms of passing, if you go by rating, see, passer ratings like war in baseball. I don't know how they figure passer rating. It's just one of those numbers. They tell me what the rating is. They could tell me whatever the rating is. I'd be like, oh, okay. And they could be lying to me. They'd be like, hey, Brock Purdy's passer rating was 200 on Sunday. I'm like,
good.
Really?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good. Well, Murph, that's the weird thing. It's like, you know how like multiple different MLB websites will have different formulas to figure out WAR? There's different QBRs. Like ESPN has their own QBR versus NFL Network. There's QBR, there's passer ratings.
Yeah, the QBR is within the last 10 to 15 years. Passer rating's been around for a long time. QBR was supposed to be the more advanced. I don't know.
That's right. Yeah,
but I couldn't tell you how they figure QBR, passer rating, or WAR.
Neither.
All right, or whatever that, or WRC plus, Waterboy. All right.
What about your WOBA plus fit, Murph? Can you figure that out?
Yeah, it has the WOBA.
Oh boy, you just got me on that one there. Anyway, Brock Purdy is still second in the NFL in passer rating, if that's what you care about. I mean, what is your traditional standard for judging a quarterback? Touchdown passes? That seems to be a pretty good one, right?
I like touchdown versus interception rate.
Do you know who's leading the NFL in touchdown passes?
That's a great question.
It's a tie between Tua and your opponent Monday night.
No kidding.
You like that?
Really?
You like that? 14 touchdowns. Thank you very much. 14 touchdowns, 4 picks.
Yeah.
For Brock Purdy, 10 touchdowns, 1 pick.
I like that better.
All right.
I like the 1 pick.
In terms of, but here's another thing that he leads him in. No, that's not true. I was looking at who's been sacked the most. Sam Howell of Washington's been sacked the most.
I'm shocked it's not Daniel Jones. He got sacked 10 times in one game. In one game, or was it 11? Was it 11 sacks?
I think they had 11 total sacks, but only 10 against Danny Jones.
That was one of the more incredible. I've never seen anything like that game where he just got sacked over and over and over.
Sam Howell's been sacked 6 more times.
That's crazy talk, man.
And now those two teams are facing off this weekend, boys.
Yeah. Someone's got to be the king.
Old-fashioned passing yards.
We like yards. Yards are good.
That's the one we used to go with.
You're moving the ball.
Danny Fouts, Dan Marino. That used to be our guy.
Oh, what do you want? 3,000-4,000 yards.
Oh, Marino went to 5.
Did he?
That was the big
deal.
5 Marino went to 5 in a 16-game season. Tua leads by almost 200 yards over Kirk Cousins. And then right there, almost tied with Cousins is Matty Stafford.
You know what one of the crazy elements of the whole Dolphin story is?
And right behind them is C.J. Stroud.
Just think about last year. Like, there was a lot of serious talk like Tua might be done forever with his head problems. He had so many concussions.
That was the leading MVP
falling over on the field. It was like really disconcerting to see him like that when he couldn't get himself off the field and he fell. It's like, wow. This guy might have to think about retirement. Now he's running like the most high-powered offense in the league.
And you know who's 5th in yardage? Who I just saw this on one of the many Twitter things I follow.
Yardage, quarterback yardage?
Yeah, quarterback yardage. And he's thrown 11 touchdowns to 3 picks. And the first time I saw it, I said, why isn't anybody talking this guy for MVP? 3rd in passer rating. Bring me the Honolulu Blue of Marin Catholic's own Jared
Great story.
Blanken
Yeah, man.
Goff.
Really happy for that kid. What a
People People say, when are
comeback
they going to start saying MVP talk for this guy?
Well, I mean, so let's see what they're doing out here. Who are the Lions playing this week? Anybody got that?
They've
top
got
of
the
their head?
Baltimore Ravens and
That's a
Lamar
good game.
Jackson this
That's
week.
a nice game.
And it's probably the toughest game on the Lions schedule over the next 7 to 8
Yeah, that's
weeks.
a nice little game right there. Where is it?
Yeah, that game is in
Baltimore, I
I think it
believe.
is
I wonder if
Baltimore.
that's a Bobby Boucher pick. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, stay tuned, Paulie
And
Mac. Stay
it could be
tuned.
on the forecast as well.
Hey, I'm listening to I'm hanging on the forecast. You haven't lost a game in a week.
Well, Jared Goff bought me a win last week.
Yeah.
He delivered it to me.
You know what we don't talk about? We don't talk about Bruno or the college picks last week.
No, it's tough out there.
1-1. Chip Blanken Kelly.
Yeah, that's your guy.
I rode with Micah Chip Kelly. By the way, tomorrow night you have a game, Jags Saints tomorrow night.
I mean,
New Orleans a 1-point favorite over the Jags. Ooh, I might
Marcus,
take the Jags.
I was surprised that New Orleans is a favorite.
Yeah. I mean, then what does Vegas know that we don't? Oh, isn't Trevor Lawrence questionable?
He is. He's not. Yeah.
I think he is. I'll tell you what, he's been questionable for me all year. All right. So, I mean, my squad is just absolutely brutal. But let's see here. Let me give you the. He's questionable.
Yeah, I'm looking too.
He hurt his knee.
Although it says knee rapidly improving, it says tomorrow night is in play. He's progressed well.
Okay, well, look at you.
That's what I'm getting on ESPN.
Paulie Mac.
Yeah.
Nice, buddy, nice. Kevin Franzen from Philly going to join. Actually, he's in Washington, D.C. now, but former Philly broadcaster joins Papa and Lund today at 11:30. What's up, Franny? And, of course, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. You know what I want to do next?
Talk to me.
I want to get into this Giants manager situation.
All right, man.
All right. We need to roll up our sleeves here.
I see these guys out there having fun in the postseason. I'm like, I remember what that was
I
like.
want to say to Farhan, help me help you.
Yeah, Farhan, what can we do for you? Do you need
help me
right.
help you, all right? Let's do that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Where you see?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I think we need to look at everything. Our next manager is going to be, largely, if not entirely, influential on how things are managed. But, I don't want to, I'm not saying, we're going to be anti-platoon or anti-opener. I mean, I said it before. It's just everything in kind of the right amount, everything that helps us win games. And if, our manager thinks, well, I understand that on paper this move makes sense, but I think, leaving this guy in is best for us in the long run, I completely respect that because, that's something that's sort of hard for any of us to know, and nobody's going to understand that better than the manager who has kind of the heartbeat of the team.
Well, there it is, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm not riffing here, but we're the morning show, we're trying to be upbeat and happy and optimistic. I didn't mean to bring, can I say this? Is this unfair?
Yeah, no, go.
Didn't mean to bring everybody down by playing some Farhan anxiety. I'm kidding. Yeah. I know my voice brings people down too, but I know. Farhan, hey, listen, if you win, we love you. If you don't win, we ain't going to love you. Who we got this muddy, dirty Leonard Skinner here? Or what do we got?
On the hunt. Yeah, totally.
Okay,
on the hunt. Yeah.
This is on the hunt because the Giants are on a hunt for a new manager, Murph.
I didn't think we had Cosell today. Yeah, all right. Cosell tomorrow, right?
I tell you one quick little rock and roll story, firsthand experience I had with our great friend, another great friend of the program, Mike Borden, legendary drummer of Faith No More. Also played with Ozzy Osbourne. He's played with Black Sabbath, and he grew up in the East Bay with the late Cliff Burton, the original bass player of Metallica. They went to high school together. I was having lunch with Mike, and he goes that he told me a story about how he and Cliff went to go see Skynyrd at the Winterland back in the 70s. And I was like, dude, tell me more. Just tell me more. I mean, can you imagine Cliff and Mike Borden going to see Skynyrd together? So anyway, Murph, you're right. Dirty, nasty blues. You know who else likes this is Greg Cosell.
Yeah.
He's a big Skynyrd guy.
For Cosell tomorrow. Yeah. I'm going to take a 30 seconds of personal time here on 50,000 watts.
Yeah.
Help me out. I was at an event. I was at a high school sports event, and they were playing. No, it was actually a 12U baseball tournament in Galt. Shout out to Pleasant Hill Hawks.
I like Murph and Galt.
A
good year for Galt.
They were blasting classic rock on a very, Waterboy, they're bringing. You got teams now rolling up in wagons with big-time subwoofers and tweeters.
Yeah, they got PA.
Oh, you got Little League teams showing up like the San Francisco 49ers with the boombox.
Seriously.
No, totally.
And so help me out, Paul. So I can't tell the difference between Ozzy solo and Sabbath on this one tune.
Easy.
And I'm not a musician, so See, okay, never
You got
mind.
a vocal for it? No, now I need to know.
That was it.
Sounds like Sabbath to me, top of my head. I mean,
That's
that
what I
sounds
thought.
like Sabbath.
And I said, hey, nothing like Sabbath at 8 in the morning.
You're talking about Paranoid. Finish with my woman, because she
give me some.
go down. Cue up
Give me some.
Paranoid by
Give me
Sabbath
some.
3.
Give
That's
me
Black
some.
Sabbath. Yeah, you're talking about Paranoid. Yeah.
And I said, let me hear it.
Rock this. Does he not want to rock? Come on.
This is it.
Ooh.
So this is, by the way. Ready for this? Ready for this? 7:30 in the morning.
What is this?
In Galt. Yes. That's what I was talking about.
It's probably their biggest hit here.
And I said to the group around me, I said, man, nothing like Sabbath at Galt.
Well, Murph, you know what?
And then I got gripped by a fear that this was Ozzy solo, and I stepped in a pile of it.
This is old Black Sabbath, Murph.
Right,
you know how we do it with Sabbath.
I need more Black Sabbath, man.
Hell yeah.
It's a great tune.
They
played this the night we saw him.
No question. This was the final track of the night, and Murph is well-versed in Black Sabbath. He's even cut his own tracks. Yeah, all day. Sweet Leaf, okay?
7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
12
Paranoid. How about the track, too? Paranoid. Yeah.
All right, we'll get into the Giants in a second after I tell you two things. I'm sorry, I had to borrow 30 seconds.
I'm glad.
We are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300, and also you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco.
Sabbath Nation is standing up on the text line now. It's exploding. Totally Sabbath, Ozzy, Paranoid, Paulie, it's Paranoid. Okay. It's just a million of them.
So they actually picked it up from my lousy rendition. I'm actually impressed.
Yeah.
Because I was like, dun, 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 dun. But it hit you.
I heard the chorus
it took
there.
you a
yeah.
second. Then you're like,
Couldn't help me with my mind. Doom, bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, I don't know the lyrics. I don't know the lyrics at all.
All right.
Okay, Giants. It's getting real now. He says he wants it by the end of the World Series. The World Series starts a week from Friday. So now do we want to call it nut cutting time just yet? But it's getting closer. Like, you better start, at this point now, you want to start finalizing because you're going to start whining and dining. You know what I mean? You're not going to be, you can't go into next week still like, yeah, we're not totally sure. And you got to think that if you're Farhan, I mean, Lee Hammer used to always tell us, he goes, if you're running an organization, you always have the backup plan. He goes, I love you guys, but if something happened, he goes, I have a list. Look, Hammer told us this. He goes, I have a list in my drawer of replacements for you guys.
If something happened.
He's like, I'm just waiting for you to slip up on
Oh,
one.
cool. Oh, thanks, Lee. Yeah.
Waiting for you guys to get canceled.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you would think that Farhan pretty much knows in his gut who he wants, right? I mean,
I don't know that. Do you really believe that? I'm not so
I
sure.
think in his gut he wanted Gabe Kapler, is what I think. I think he threw Kapler on the fire.
Yeah.
Just to appease the owners and the fans.
Now Kapler's out here reading books. He's reading Season of the Witch.
You know what he's doing now, actually?
No, tell me. I mean, I might as well.
Marcus, you follow him, dude. He's getting the van ready. He's going on another trip.
Nice. I'll be down in
His
Baja.
latest post is from some sort of garage where he's assembling the final pieces of this travel van.
Does he travel solo? Does he have a partner, like a traveling companion?
Again,
I don't know.
This is just a riff.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just not trying
I
to be
love riff. That's why we're here.
You know that thing they say, he's going with all his friends.
Oh, dude.
That's just a riff. That's just a riff.
Got a big laugh.
That's just a riff.
Hey, sometimes a man likes to travel alone.
People used to say that all the time. They say, hey, look at Murph over there standing up there with all his friends. You know what I mean? The guy's standing there by himself. You know what I mean?
You ever do that, Marcus? You ever just get in the car and go solo, just take a spontaneous road trip like that? Or
I love driving by myself.
Yeah.
I'm actually got a little Kapler in me. Sometimes after the show, I'll just walk around the city by myself.
I love that.
What I
Just
recommend you do
kinda
next time is put in some earbuds and listen to Paranoid by Black Sabbath.
Yeah,
All
makes
right?
everything better. Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're at 7:30 in the morning on a Sunday at Galt.
831 is now requesting. He goes, guys, can we get all Sabbath rejoins today, please? That's up to Marcus.
I got to tell you guys, seeing as a nerd who grew up listening to new wave in the early 80s, you know, whether it was Haircut 100 or Echo and the Bunnymen or The Cure or Madness or whatever, the English Beat. Who? I loved the Black Sabbath show.
I'm so glad, dude. I knew Murph. See, we got Murph. We got him. And good for you for having an open mind to show up.
Oh, they're great.
Preschool Dad Peter, Paulie Mack, Brian Murphy, and I think it was Shannon Kaler. We were all up in the Chilton suite.
I would say that Joey Votto and Ozzy Osbourne have a lot in common because there were some S-talking mother fathers on the mic there.
Yes, there were.
Yeah, Votto? Yeah.
We had some talking mother in St. Louis.
We had them in the Oakland Coliseum that night, too. All right. They happened to be named Ozzy Osbourne. So anyway, here's the deal. They've officially interviewed. Now, again, they're not doing this publicly. This is just reporters sniffing around. So they've interviewed Kai Correa, Alyssa Nakken, and the third one was Kai Correa, Alyssa Nakken, and Mark Hallberg. Stephen Vogt is reportedly in this week. Those are the only names so far. That's it. Okay.
Which one of those names do you think the Giant fan base would respond to the most favorably?
I think Vogt.
I do too.
I think Stephen Vogt.
I think Vogt too.
I mean, so I'm trying to decide what I'm not even sure when I think about what I want in the next Giants manager, what I want most is a better roster. That's what I mean. Honest to goodness. Like, okay, Farhan, I get it. A new manager, almost sort of like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic a little bit. You know what I mean? If you're still going to be rushing out
That's the thing. Yep. You got to bring some
righty-lefty platoons and your Jack Petersons.
That was my big question with all these internal interviews. If they hire somebody from inside the clubhouse, then what's going to change from the clubhouse we saw last year with Gabe Kapler? Unless that roster changes.
That's it. So I don't think anybody wants... I think the number one prerequisite, and I hate to do this to my man Kai Correa, who gave me the knuckle bump last time I saw him, and Alyssa, who's great, and Hallberg, who's a nice guy, but I don't think anybody wants anybody from the previous staff.
And I would think that if Kai Correa wasn't, and this is nothing personal against Kai at all, I wish him all the best. I mean, I'm sure he's going to have a nice career in the game, but if Kai was a skipper, don't you think it would be just another double dose of what we just saw? Like, he's going to rehash exactly what we just saw with Gabe's methods.
Yeah. So now you start looking outside.
Yeah.
Do you consider Wotus outside?
No. I'm
saying, do you consider him tied to the Kapler regime?
Oh, yeah. Geez, I don't know. That's a good question.
I would say no. I do not consider him tied to the Kapler.
Yeah, well, he was there long before Kapler, yeah.
I would think he would bring a slightly different style.
Yes, me too.
Well, that's why it was curious to me when we're talking about all these in-house interviews. I thought for sure that Ron Wotus be on the list. I'm surprised we haven't heard anything about Craig Albernaz or even an Andrew Bailey.
Right. There's a lot of rumors that the Boston Red Sox pitching job is open, and he's lives in Connecticut, and he wants that gig.
Oh, man, he's a good pitching coach.
Yeah, he is.
I like him.
Yeah. Albernaz, as you said, unbelievable personality. Again, is he ready to manage? Did he manage in the minors? I think he did. Incredible personality. He'd be amazingly entertaining. Vogt is starting to kind of check some boxes in your brain in the sense that
I could see it too. Like I could visualize him in the giant hat just on the rail. I could see it.
Well, he'd come with the passion. I mean, he's
a ball player, man.
They said when he won the A's version of the Willie Mack Award, which I think is the Catfish Hunter Award.
Nice.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
And what a name, by the way, Catfish Hunter.
Hey, you don't get any better than that. Yeah.
So anyway, they said when he won it, he was psyched because, let me make sure I have my facts straight on this. He was psyched because he remembered when he was a kid how excited he was when Marvin Bernard won it. Did Marvin,
I remember that.
Did Marvin Bernard win it one year?
He did, like 2000, right around there, 2001. I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. In 99.
Yeah, it's right in there.
So that's 24 years ago. Vogt would have been, how old's Vogt right now? Is he about like 40? Or
probably 42, 43.
So he would have been a teenager. And he said when he won the Catfish Hunter Award, he was like, do you have an age on Vogt?
He's 38 years old.
Okay, so he was 14.
Wow.
He was 14.
And Marvin Bernard was his guy.
And so that shows you, he was in the green and gold. He won the Catfish Hunter. He goes, this is amazing. Because I remember when my guy Marvin Bernard won the Willie Mack.
Wow.
Shows you how much of a giant
Marvin Bernard
he is.
Yeah.
Like he will come with tremendous Giants fandom, history.
I think that
which
matters.
Gabe had none
Zero.
of. Farhan, quite frankly, has none of.
No, zero.
You know?
Zero.
And none of that. So
shout out Robert Downey Jr., less than zero.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So Vogt would bring that, and there would be at least some positive energy. I think we would do interviews with him, and people would like it. You know?
Oh, with Vogt, totally. He was a very likable guy. Yeah.
Now, would he be that Gabe kind of robot? I mean, would he still manage the same way? I mean, under Farhan, I'm thinking you kind of have to, unless Farhan feels like he has to sort of change his ways.
Well, I remember when we
now.
talked to Mike Krukow a couple of weeks ago about the whole manager position, and Mike was saying, if you remember, he goes, this is what Mike said. He goes, I would not be surprised if the pendulum doesn't swing a little bit back towards traditional baseball. So I would expect that you are going to get some old school stuff happening.
But under Farhan's...
Yeah, he's going
to, Farhan's going to be like, hey, here's how my entire persona, now I'm going to change. It's like, again, honey, I'm going to change. And we talked about this. Doing the dishes all of a sudden, taking out the garbage.
It's a new me. It's my first day of the new me. How do you like it?
The new me doesn't last. You know what I mean?
New me's good for about 3 days.
So anyway, Vogt is appealing of all those names. I don't think Wotus is going to get it for whatever reason.
It doesn't feel that way. There's no buzz.
He sees that going to Bochy. Donnie Ecker is a name you hear, but he's with the Rangers as a bench coach, and he keeps winning. You can't interview when you're winning. So, I mean, if the Rangers win the World Series, he would have to fly Ecker in like the day after, and he wants somebody there. I mean, does he have to have somebody there 5 days after the World Series? No, he doesn't have to, but that's when free agency begins.
Well, he also made the statement, Murph. Didn't Farhan say he would like to have this pretty much close to done? Like, was it before the World Series or after the World Series?
5 days after.
5 days after?
So, because that's when free agency begins. That's when you can start calling Cody Bellinger and Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, and speaking of Shohei Ohtani, the Giants aren't the only team looking for a manager. So if you're sitting around, you're in competition with teams like the LA Angels, who currently don't have a manager. Terry Francona retired, so the Cleveland Guardians need a manager.
But then again,
Buck Showalter got fired, so the New York Mets need a manager.
Yeah,
you're right. So all of a sudden, maybe Vogt wants one of those gigs. Or something.
That's true.
So there's that. The other part is the one name that, this is a random one, Giants fans wouldn't have any idea, but Bill Hasselman. So he's the Angels' third base coach, and he also is from the Dodgers system a little bit.
Hasselman.
Random factoid.
Yeah.
He and I were classmates at UCLA.
Hasselman?
He was the Bill Miller crew. Yeah, he was on the baseball team when I was there. And so he's a Saratoga High guy, so he's a Bay Area guy. And, that's a name they bring up. He was from the Angels. Could he recruit Shohei? Imagine Shohei coming here. I came here for Hasselman. You know what I mean? I don't know about that. But anyway, that's a name that's out there that you guys should think about. So we have to decide what you want. You want a good, I think generally what you do is they always say, like, when the United States elects presidents, First of all, they have to be 80 years old. And second of all, they always say that when they bounce one guy for another, it's usually the opposite of what the previous guy was.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
You can look at all the elections and see when a guy gets unseated, who comes in. It's usually the opposite. So by that logic, you want the opposite of Gabe Kapler. So you want something maybe you want a 98-pound weakling as opposed to no, but I mean somebody who's less sort of robotic. Maybe
yeah.
Is that the word?
Yeah.
I mean, what was he?
It was odd. He was just odd from the jump with him, man.
Baggerly wrote easy charisma was not one of his, whereas Vogt has easy charisma.
Big time. Big time.
So,
I knew it was going to be weird with Gabe the first time we were at a Giant Fan Fest and he did a Q&A with his construction boots on and somebody made a comment and he wasn't having it at all.
It was you and me who made it. It might have been me.
Yeah, it was one of us.
He hasn't been buying my act from the jump.
No, me neither, bro. You think he's got time for me? He swatted that ass away immediately. Yeah, I'm not interested, you guys. Thanks.
That's an uninformed person.
Yeah, pretty much it was like that.
I mean, we're
just trying to keep loose. It was a fan fest. It wasn't like the pennant race or anything.
Is that a guy who... We get down a really weird road here. I don't know if I should.
Yeah, let's talk. That's why we're here.
Do you think that part of his persona was he's so physically attractive to women that he knows that? And he there are guys that you grew up with guys like that. Guys who know that they can get the girl.
Yeah.
And it creates in them a persona that's not always attractive. You know what I mean? It's like
you mean like it's a rather bullish persona.
I've had them all over the world.
That kind of thing.
There's like a cockiness and
Oh yeah, really?
I didn't see you get the girl. I got the girl.
No, to me, Murph, it's more about like the baseball and the way he would talk about baseball, and he would kind of talk like he knew more than everybody else. I mean, it's the famous interaction with our own Danny Emmerman from KNBR.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Yeah,
that's what was more off-putting to me.
I felt
so. Vogt the whole point of this rant is that Vogt is the opposite of Gabe in a lot of ways. First of all, he's not ripped. I think he's got a little dad bod, doesn't he?
Yeah, the ladies are going to be, I don't know.
He's got a catcher's body, Murph.
He's got a catcher's body.
Yeah, but dad bods are like a thing now.
Very, very personable.
Yeah.
Very personable.
I think we need that right now. I think, frankly, that would really do a great service to the fan base to reconnect a little bit because there was no connection with Gabe. Nobody felt it.
Although Dr. Maria Lopez and her cohorts.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm more interested in winning games than like good looks. You know what I mean?
I'm going to quote my favorite morning radio host when I say, one guy is in search of his 4th World Series title. The other guy is in search of the perfect burger.
Not bad. Not bad.
Anyway, that's where we're at. Vogt is the only outside guy we've heard. Donnie Ecker remains to be a name, but he's tied to the Rangers. And Bill Hasselman, the third base coach for the Angels, who has ties to Farhan from the Dodgers. I don't think we want a Farhan. I think I'm kind of done with the Dodger guys.
I feel you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, that's the story.
We get our own identity going.
That's the story that popped up after the Dodgers were swept by the D-backs, that Dave Roberts would get fired and Farhan would bring in Dave Roberts. I want no part of that.
I would agree with you on that.
0.
Tripoli says we have Stripling's. Who was he talking to? Do you know?
So it looks like he was on the A.J. Przinsky podcast.
Ross Stripling, who had a year to forget, by the way, he talked about Kapler getting fired and being surprised.
Wow.
We were surprised at the timing, right? I mean, 3 games left. I don't think you see that very often. So I think that we were shocked that he didn't get to finish the season. Farhan did address the team and made his reasoning available to us, and we respect him for that. But, I think all of us were shocked that Gabe didn't get to finish out the season and finish out his tenure as a Giant. I think that, when you go 4-30 something on the road, whatever it was in the second half, when we were, I think, 11 games over 500 and then one of the worst teams in baseball after that, that was like sometime late July. And, we were in the 3rd wild card spot when we left for a 10-game road trip and basically came out of that road trip out of the wild card picture. So, a lot of bad things down the stretch where it stinks that as a team we didn't do enough for our guy to keep his job. But this is a results-based industry, as we all know, and things like that happen. So it stinks. But to answer your question, maybe not shocked that it happened, but certainly shocked that it happened when it did.
Okay, so yeah, a lot of people did have a problem with the timing, but I think the answer is that once it got loose in the media, Farhan didn't want Gabe to have to stand in the dugout for 3 days knowing that he was going to get the ziggy. It was sort of like a mercy kill in a way.
Maybe, yeah.
Our guy Jose in Oakland real quick, and then we'll talk to Courtney Cronin about the Minnesota Vikings. Jose, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, Farhan is being forced to find another manager. I think if it was up to him, he would still have the same manager that he chose to begin with because that was his guy. I don't trust him, getting someone that is going to be doing a good job. I think he's going to be looking for somebody that aligns with the way he thinks. And so far, he hasn't produced anything good. I don't think that he's going to be able to find somebody that will want to come over here unless they're going to be coming in and just be ready to do what he wants them to do.
Jose,
as far as
yeah, go ahead. Sorry. I was going to say, I agree with a lot of the stuff you said there. You had a lot of good points that were not very, those were not very uplifting or optimistic points, but I think you might be onto something. But your second point, Jose, sorry?
This talk about Shohei Ohtani. FP was also talking about Soto yesterday. We need to quit that, okay? What realistically do the Giants have to offer that is going to make one of those guys come and play for the Giants?
Great question.
We got Farhan. He's going to get you the best players, to play with you.
See what happens.
But if they offer him
until Farhan is gone, we're going down a very, very dark times for the Giants.
Dark times.
Jose,
okay,
you're the
thanks,
man.
Jose.
It's tough to hear the takes, but they're pretty good takes.
Jose
Thanks,
was like, what's he produced? I'm going to tell you what he's produced. This one's for you, Jose.
You produced exactly squat.
There it is, right there.
Been a while.
All right, guys. Well, that was, somewhat informative, but mostly pessimistic. All right, so let's
We're going
do
down
this.
a dark road.
Let's do this. Let's take, because we didn't even talk about the Juan Soto trade proposal from Jim Bowden. We can get into that later in the show.
All right.
Remember, he came on our show a while ago and proposed it, and then he finally threw out some names. We'll get into that, too. But it's time to talk Niner football. Courtney Cronin covers the NFC North. Let's get some Vikings talk. Kirk Cousins has a lot of passing yards this year. What's going on here? And we hope Shanahan doesn't, literally run across the sideline and hug Cousins during the game because he loves him so much. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break and come back with Courtney Cronin, Vikings Scouting Report, and then Kype at 7:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Our next manager is going to be, largely, if not entirely, influential on how things are managed.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
Okay, everybody, it's Paulie Mack saying good morning and thanks again for listening to Murph and Mack on a Wednesday. Listen, my buddy Steve Moskowitz likes to stop by the show, talk to all of you guys in the audience, and help you out with different tax suggestions and advice and tips that he has from all of his 30-plus years of experience. Steve, I say good morning to you, my friend. We got a nice Wednesday morning here in the Bay, and I'll start it with a question today, Steve. A lot of good people out here walking the streets of San Francisco saying, my intentions are good, Steve. I want to pay my taxes, but it turns out I still have unfiled tax returns from previous years. Steve, when you hear that kind of situation, what's the best advice for everybody?
Relax. You have plenty of company. We'll take care of you. We'll file all the old back returns. Paulie, so many people, when they say that to me, say, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? They think they're all alone.
Right.
It is such a common problem. It's all kinds of people. And usually people don't file their taxes because they don't have the money to pay them.
Right.
That's okay. After we file the returns, we'll make a deal for you. And then you can have a normal life and everything will really be okay.
Steve, that is awesome. And I like how you started today. He goes, listen, just relax. That's the key. Think of all the relaxation you can get just by simply working with Steve. How do you do that? You start with a conversation. Call him toll free at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Take that burden off your shoulders and let Steve handle it. And visit Steve online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Okay, everybody, Paulie Mack again saying good morning to y'all. How you doing? Thank you, Marcus. Hey, let's talk about Prize Picks for a second. If you're looking to spice up your daily fantasy sports life. Let's do it over at prizepicks.com, where it's easy to play and it's easier to win. Select 2 or more players, project on their stats in a wide variety of categories. You place your entry. That's about it. Like we were talking about yardage earlier in the show, how many yards will Brock Purdy throw for? That could be an area you want to look at. Maybe it's rushing yards for CMC. Stuff like that. You choose the categories, and then if you do have the skills, you could easily turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. It's easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are all available, and that's what makes PrizePicks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. If you feel like you're ready, you want to test your skills, go to prizepicks.com. There are now over 7 million football fans having a good time waiting for you to join them at prizepicks.com. They'll also match your first deposit up to $100 at prizepicks.com/leader. Code word is leader for the deposit match from PrizePicks. Again, your first deposit of $100 gets matched at PrizePicks. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We did debate at what point we start doing the full Minnesota music rejoins, because, you know, it's only Wednesday. The game's on Monday. But since we're going to talk a little Vikings now, we'll dip our toe in. But, Paulie, as you know, it's a rich heritage. Well, we'll go from Bob Dylan to the Replacements.
Thank you.
Husker Du.
Yeah, bro, all day.
To this guy.
Can I throw Morris Day in the time in there as well? Why not?
And then Marcus mentioned a rapper I didn't know called Atmosphere.
Oh, yeah, it's a rap duo called Atmosphere. Stay tuned. We'll get some Atmosphere this week.
I want some. This is great, by the way.
We'll
nice
mix
print.
it all in. All right, we'll start to ramp our attention towards Minnesota, where Courtney Cronin covered the Vikings for years. She's now mostly on the Bears in the NFC North, but we can pick her brain on the purple. And also, God, the Lions making some noise, too.
Yeah.
So Courtney used to work at the San Jose Mercury News. Good to have her back on the Murph and Mac Show. Courtney, good morning.
Hey, Courtney.
How are you?
Hey, guys, I'm great. How are you doing?
We're doing good, man. We're doing good. We're starting to, shake off the loss from the Cleveland Browns, which was a little surprising, but looking ahead to the Vikings. So, who the heck are the 2023 Minnesota Vikings, Courtney?
certainly not the team that they were last year. I think that they've fallen off in a big way. And it is kind of remarkable because they have a lot of talent. Like when you look across the board, yeah, their secondary is young and that's not great, but the offensive line is a pretty good offensive line. I mean, you had Justin Jefferson, he's on injured reserve, but Jordan Addison was a first-round pick. And then, of course, Kirk Cousins in, what is this now, like year 6 or year 7 in Minnesota? You know, for them to kind of come crashing back down to reality after all these one-score games last year, I think it really does show you, like, greater picture in the NFL, that there's a lot of luck involved in some of these wins, and sometimes the circumstances just bounce your way. And what they're dealing with this year is some close games that they've won, even here in Chicago last week, a 19-13 win where, you know, it took a defensive touchdown there at the end going against a undrafted free agent rookie who's on his 3rd snap of his NFL career for that to happen. So I don't know. I mean, they're in a weird place right now. It doesn't sound like Kirk wants to waive his no-trade clause, but the deadline's coming up, and realistically, they should hit reset if they lose to the 49ers this weekend, but I don't know if they're going to.
Yeah, interesting stuff about Kirk. And has he gone on record about the trade possibility?
He hasn't. He was, dodging the question last week that came up. Adam Schefter reported that he's not expected to waive his no-trade clause. And I can understand why. I mean, Kirk is somebody who, he likes stability. He likes structure. He's type A, not in a bad way, but to uproot your entire life mid-season to go learn a brand new offense where you're not going to have the same sort of infrastructure around you that you had with Kevin O'Connell and you know, becoming a successful quarterback. Like, he's not somebody at least in my time being around him, you know, to be able to adjust on the fly that well and be successful, that's just not his MO. He likes to be prepared. He likes to have a lot of time on task. And I can understand that, like, he's heading towards free agency, even if they have a bad year this year. So we all know Kirk Cousins can put up numbers in the fourth quarter like nobody's business. And hopefully, for his sake, that would lead him to getting one more big contract, whether it's in Minnesota or somewhere else in the 2024 offseason.
Yeah, we're talking to Courtney Cronin, who used to work at the San Jose Mercury News, has some Bay Area ties, but is back in the Midwest covering the NFC North, mostly the Chicago Bears, but she did cover the Vikings for several years. I am looking, Courtney, at that sort of box score from the Bears game, Vikings 19, Bears 13, and I did note that Kirk Cousins only threw for 174 yards in that game. Are they that different without Justin Jefferson? Addison's a nice rookie, but is it just, missing Jefferson, the huge numbers aren't as likely?
I think it's certainly going to play into that, and the Bears had 8 in the box a bunch, knowing that they were going to try to defer to the run game in Jefferson's absence. But it's kind of, like, who else do they have? I mean, Jordan Addison is a star player in the making, but he's a rookie, and I think he's still trying to find his way. KJ Osborne, in the moments that he's been given to rise to the occasion, he got, they threw some money his way, or rather, that's Alexander Madison, but, like, he's going to be a free agent. He's going to get money thrown his way at some point this offseason. Don't know if it'll be the Vikings, but, like, he's had his moments to show, hey, I'm more than just a number 3 receiver. Those come in such, like, short spurts that I just don't know if he I don't know if he's that much of a difference maker out there. And then TJ Hawkinson's obviously their guy that's Kirk's security blanket in the red zone and over the middle of the field, but you just didn't see much of that last week. And some of that could have been the Bears' adjustments. They had 10 days to prepare for this game. And defensively, they looked better than they had at any point this season, especially on third down. Minnesota was 2 of 13, so that's like a 15% conversion rate on third down. It was an ugly game. It was the Bears tend to play ugly games with the Vikings at Soldier Field. Soldier Field, there's something about it. Like ever since I covered the team, those have never been like super great games that you're excited about talking about the next day. But this is a Minnesota Vikings offense that's going to go through a period of transition as they await how long Justin Jefferson may have to miss, but also the decision that the team might need to make. Like, I mean, if they're 1-6 after this weekend, you think they want to bring him back just to, pad his stats a little bit this year? No. I mean, they want him to be healthy. They haven't signed him to an extension yet. They've got to work on, making him happy and happy determined by who his quarterback's going to be next year. I think there's a lot at play here that, still has yet to be determined about what this Vikings team looks like beyond this season, but also, the Justin Jefferson effect and kind of where his future goes with this team.
49ers playing a Vikings team that is sort of floundering a little bit here, and they do it Monday night in Minnesota. And, of course, probably the sad Minnesota Vikings have never won a Super Bowl.
And it is sad because we grew up with Bud Grant. We watched those teams, 4 times.
He was Marv Levy before Marv Levy.
Totally, yeah.
Courtney, last couple minutes here with you. Courtney Cronin, ESPN NFL Nation reporter for the NFC North and mostly the Bears. Just a quick word on Justin Fields.
Yeah.
How serious is this injury?
They're waiting to see if the swelling goes down, but I would imagine, regardless of this week, this is something that they don't want coming back. They don't want it to linger. So if the miraculous situation plays out that all they need to do is tape it up, you still have him miss this Raiders game. You still probably have him miss the Chargers game next week. What we're waiting on is, does he need surgery? Because they didn't have any determination on that, at least publicly speaking, at the early part of the week. So they're waiting to see by Friday or so. But Saturday is the trigger date. If they need to put him on IR, they want this Raiders game to count against the 4 that he would have to miss. So keeping an eye on that is critical here in determining what this quarterback situation looks like going forward. But it hasn't been a great year. Even before he got hurt in that Vikings game, he wasn't playing well. It wasn't all on him, but what you saw from those last 2 games before the Vikings game against Denver and then against the Commanders, Justin Fields picking apart 2 really bad defenses. And it's kind of trending in that direction that it looks like everything kind of needs to be perfect for him offensively to succeed. And it's an unfortunate reality of the way things have worked out, and that's not all on him. That's roster construction. That's the way that the games have been called. But if he has to miss a substantial amount of time, whether it's 4 games, whether it's more, they've got a decision that they need to make, sitting currently right now with number 1 and number 2 in the draft next year, thanks to Carolina and thanks to their own record. So it's not a great spot to be in, I think, if you're Justin Fields, knowing that you don't have a lot of time to prove it. And you might have to have costed yourself some time now getting injured.
Great stuff. Courtney, last one for you. Non-Vikings, non-Bears, Detroit Lions.
Ooh.
What?
Great story.
How real is this, Courtney?
I think it's real.
Yeah.
They're a fun team to watch. Look, we all know Jared Goff from his days up in Marin County, from his time at Cal, and then, of course, going to the Rams. But he's a different quarterback in Detroit. Everything that from his past in the Super Bowl year, that's great. That's something that'll always be on his resume, but he is a different quarterback, a more productive quarterback, and should be in the MVP conversation in the early going. I do our MVP file for ESPN.com, and he was one of our just missed guys in the file that we put up this morning. In addition to that, though, their defense is legit. They were terrible last year, and Aaron Glenn has this unit top 10 in points per game, in third down conversions allowed. It's pretty remarkable the turnaround that they had. But for those who aren't in NFC North territory, this isn't a turnaround in a 1-year stretch. They've been building towards this, and it honestly is really fun to see. And if they continue to push, they're going to become America's team, because a lot of people, a lot of fan bases that don't have teams in the playoffs are going to want to get behind the underdogs, the ones that haven't been there in a very, very long time.
Great
good
call.
Stuff,
yeah,
man.
that's a good point.
At the Ravens this Sunday, so that'll be a fun one.
And
man.
they are likable. I'm one of those people. They've totally won me
over. You won't like them if they beat your 49ers.
No,
in the
except for that game, yeah.
All right, Courtney, it's great catching up with you. You're doing great work out in the Midwest, and we'll chase you down the road. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Courtney knows her stuff. She's really good. And hey, what are you adopting the Lions now?
Well, it was Brian Murphy who I kind of am. Especially, I told you guys it started last year when they kicked Aaron Rodgers' ass on his own field to end the season. I'm like, wow, this team looks like they're working on something here, and now it's continuing, and they're putting all these points up. And then Murph goes in. I think it was week 2. He goes,
week 2.
Are you guys ready for a Niners-Lions NFC Championship game? It was like, ha, ha, ha. Now all of a sudden, it ain't that funny. It's it's on the table.
Remember, I told you I did my Warriors ticket draft at the Olympic Club grill room, and this guy chased me down when I was going to the elevator.
Talking to Lions ball?
And he goes, hey. He goes, I don't know you. He goes, I've seen you on YouTube NFL Network Top 10.
Oh, right. Yeah,
He goes, my name's Glenn Walker or something. He goes, I'm in from Detroit. I'm visiting my sister. He goes, I recognize you.
I rep the Lions.
Dude. He goes, how about my Lions?
Hey.
I said, dude, he goes, we're coming. I
Yeah.
said, well, so they're everywhere.
No,
Paulie.
Detroit's starting to wake up. So my friend Vicky, who works for Metallica, she invited me to the Detroit show.
It's incredible that you're
And
going.
when she sent the email, though, she goes, I can't wait to see you in the home of the fighting Detroit Lions.
Paulie, what date is that show?
I think it's November 10th, I want to say. It's a Friday.
Well, are you going? Oh, darn it. All right.
Well, what do you got for me?
They're at the LA Chargers that Sunday. I was going to suggest you hang around and get some Honolulu Blue.
You know what, dude? Take Monday off. I would have done it. Quick question, Murph. We have plenty of time to get into this more thoroughly, but dare I eat Detroit pizza when I go to Detroit? Yeah.
Have you done the Square Guys here in San Francisco?
I haven't, but everybody talks about it. It's a big buzz now.
And
People,
they do. Yeah, it's good.
So their Lions are winning, and Detroit Pizza is now taking over as well.
Dude, I'm telling you, their schedule: Raiders.
Nah, they're going to rack them up. Well,
Chargers,
that's a tough one.
Bears, Packers, Saints,
win,
Bears,
win. Those are all
Broncos,
wins. All wins.
Vikings.
All wins.
Dude, they might finish
Yeah,
like
they could
13
coast.
and 3.
Yeah.
We might be the road. Hey, how long have we said it? The road to the bowl goes through Ford Field.
Same old story.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Dwayne Kyper on these swinging Phillies, Bruce Bochy, and who should be the next Giants manager. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, Marcus, thank you, man. Hey, it's Paulie Mack talking Loan Pronto. So many of us, and I'm definitely one of these people, honestly, where you've been in a situation in your adult life where an unexpected expense is suddenly thrust into your life, and then you have to figure out how in God's name am I going to pay for this? With my bank accounts, I don't have the money to cover what's here. So whatever that might be, maybe it's college tuition, maybe you've had damage to your home, like a problem with the roof, etc. Thank goodness for Loan Pronto. Here they come with their revolutionary Express Equity Line of Credit. It's a pretty amazing program that can get cash out of your home in a hurry, as fast as 5 days, in fact. And they're talking about pulling up to $50,000, $100,000, all the way up to $200,000 out of your record high home value. We know what that's like here in the Bay. And the fact is, rates are too high to move right now for a lot of people, but you can still use your existing equity if you do need large sums of cash in a short period of time. You can convert that into cash. You could be credit card debt free if that's what you're faced with. I understand, believe me. Well, anyway, give them a call. Call Loan Pronto. Ask specifically about this Express Equity Line of Credit. If you do need a lot of cash and you need it in a hurry, give them a shout. Explain your situation. They're going to work something out with you at 415-808-5721. Look them up online as well. Get more information at loanpronto.com and call 415-808-5721. Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Mac to catch up with Kype.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, in the time that promo played, the Philadelphia Phillies just hit another home run. All right, we'll discuss that.
Pretty much. I think it was Schwarber again. I think it was Schwarber.
Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes today at 5:30. Phillies are hitting homers. Bochy's beating Dusty, and the Giants are looking for a manager. All to discuss on our weekly hit with Dwayne Kyper on the UMA guest line. Kype, good morning.
Hey, Dwayne.
How are you?
Chicks love the long ball.
Well, they must love this Phillies team then, Dwayne.
Chicks are digging the Phillies, I think, right? My gosh.
Well, you know what? Actually, it's a little bit even more than that. Wheeler was terrific, and so was Nola. So, you can't discount how they've done on the mound. But they're a good team. They really are.
Yeah, that's they won 90 games, Kype. I mean, it's just that, the Braves won 104, so it was kind of lost, but 90's legit. I mean, the Giants won a World Series from 90 wins, right?
I think they won a little fewer than that. There have been teams that have gone to the playoffs with 84. So it's just a matter of getting in there and then getting hot, and that's exactly what the Diamondbacks did. I mean, you could go the other way, too, and say you can get into the playoffs and then be cold, just like the Dodgers did. I mean, it's hard to imagine that the Dodger team got cold. Those first two guys in that Dodger lineup to go, whatever it was, 1 for 21?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous because I can't remember either of those guys making an out against the Giants.
I know, seriously.
I mean, seriously, it was those guys were running around all over the place. So hot's great in postseason. Cold is not very good, and we've seen two great examples of that.
Have you just the way this Philly team got built? They signed Schwarber, they signed Trey Turner, they signed Bryce Harper. None of those guys are homegrown, and yet they are probably the three most popular guys in Philadelphia right now. I mean, it just goes to show you, right? I mean, I guess power. This isn't station. This isn't first and third. This isn't going first to third. This is not hit and run baseball, Kype. This is the zero-sum game, all or nothing.
Well, remember they also lost a guy in the middle of their lineup in Hoskins, and they haven't skipped a beat. Bohm and Stott, and I think those are two organizational guys.
Yeah,
have made a huge difference. I mean, if you can't fill that third base position and that second base position, and you fill them now with a couple of guys that aren't making a lot of money because they're young, then you can, use that money to pay some of these other guys like Castellanos, obviously Harper and Schwarber, but they're also so good that they can put a center fielder out there just for defense. They don't care what this guy in center field does offensively. So if you've got that kind of strength up and down your lineup, and then you can play a defensive center fielder. And look, we haven't said a word about Trey Turner, but his god-awful start that he had to the season where he was booed, and then they had one day, remember, where all the fans said, well, we're going to show that we still love the guy.
Incredible.
And he took the field, and they gave him a standing ovation for nothing other than to say, hey, this is the city of brotherly love, and we love you.
That's why it kind of feels like they have something special
Yeah,
this year.
I kind of agree, Kype. It does.
That said.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I think that, look, it's easy for me to say as I sit in my backyard, but D-backs have a great clubhouse. You know that Bochy's got a great clubhouse, and you know Dusty does. But so does this Phillies team. And the more I read about just the camaraderie that they have and some of the things that they do, it really is amazing at how that can pay dividends, and it has.
So that said, we switch over to the other one. There's a team from the American League that's going to want to knock these guys off. You know these guys stone cold. What have you observed when Dusty and Boch have locked horns the first two games?
Well, again, Murphy, you can talk all you want about offense, but if you don't have a couple of starting pitchers, then you're not going to last very long in postseason. I mean, you have to have two. And that's why the Diamondbacks felt like they were going to be okay, with their two guys. And, it hasn't worked out. But this series between the Rangers and the Astros is still going to boil down to the next two starters for both teams. And because, they're probably going to score a few runs. So who can hold the other team down is going to be the key, because they can hit. Both those teams can hit. I'm not shocked that Dusty's teams hit, because Dusty's an old hitter and a hitting coach. Bochy, not that great of a hitter, but really smart behind the plate and knows how to handle those bullpens.
Yep.
So, I mean, it really is a great matchup when you think about it. And it just so happens that we all have a relationship with both of those guys. And we think so highly of both of them that you kind of wish that they weren't playing each other. But on the other hand, you're kind of glad they are.
Are you seeing anything with Bochy? 3 years off, and, there he is. I mean, wearing glasses now, maybe.
It's so fun to see him again in that position.
Different?
Yeah.
No, you know what? He's the same guy, and we all figured that he would be.
Yeah.
And, look, he'll be the first one to say, I inherited a really good team. People just didn't know how good. And he landed into a really good spot. And then, of course, he got a lot of help from Chris Young, his boss, the GM or whatever it is, vice president of baseball ops.
Right.
Because they kept adding players. Here's Scherzer. Oh, DeGrom goes down. We got somebody else for you on there. And then Chapman comes over, and all of a sudden, that time frame somewhere in August where they really started to struggle, they picked it up and hung in there, even though they had a really bad series against Seattle at the end of the year. It didn't seem to matter. They got on that flight to Tampa and took care of business.
It's amazing to watch him. He brings back so much joy for so many people. And, and he's, San
Francisco still loves Bruce Bochy. I mean, all my friends do. They love the guy.
Dusty got his title last year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Bochy will have a statue.
Yes. Good.
There'll be a challenge for that sculptor to represent that noggin, right?
Hey. Murph, I didn't mean to set this one on a table for you.
No.
It's just, hey, man, I love that noggin, all right? I love it. It's my favorite noggin in baseball history, all right? All right. Hey, we got...
I mean, when they did... I mean, the Giants really, they don't ever miss the boat, right, on bobbleheads?
No. Oh, gosh.
But don't you think that bobblehead, that head should have been bigger than anything
they probably
else?
should have gone for it. He would have rolled with it, but, maybe just like a little gigantic one, giant bobblehead would have been funny. Hey, okay.
I mean, obscene. That's what I mean. Just really like, oh my God, look at the head on that guy.
It's really funny. All right, we got a few minutes left with you here, Kype, and we spent the last segment about an hour ago talking about the Giants manager search. So we've read that they've interviewed. The Giants aren't saying this. This is a sleuthing around by baseball sources that they've interviewed Kai Correa, Mark Hallberg, and Alyssa Nakken. Nakken, obviously historic. And then that Stephen Vogt, according to Johnny Shea and Andy Bagley, I believe, is due in or has already been in. What's your read, Kype? What do you think? Where are you at in this process? How far along do you think they are? Do you think there are other names coming? What do you got?
Well, there are other names coming, and this is not going to happen until, where are we, middle of October?
Yeah.
It'll be somewhere in November when we find out what's going on. But I have no exciting information that you guys don't have. All the people that they've interviewed, I think it's great. And there'll be more people coming. Vogt, I think, interviews tomorrow. So, and I like him a lot. I mean, look, it's not for me to say who my favorite is of all the people that they've interviewed so far. And I like them all a lot. And Stephen Vogt definitely falls into that category. He's a good dude.
What was your experience with him when he was in San Francisco? It was brief.
Well, my experience is he was one of those players that could do anything he wanted to do in an organization when he got finished playing. He could be in the front office. He could be a broadcaster. He could be a coach. He could be a manager. That's how I felt about him. And any one of those jobs that he tackled, he'd be really, really good at. Plus, in a lot of ways, he's like Bochy, where he's got a really terrific sense of humor that sometimes gets lost in that job. And sometimes in that job, you need that.
He could be one of the characters. He really could. This is a guy who played for, not just 6 with the A's, but 2 years with the Diamondbacks, and then a year each with the Rays, Braves, Brewers, and, of course, the Giants. And he played in 2019 for Bochy. So he was with the Bochy team.
Yes, he did. And you know what? The 1 year he was there, he made an impact in that clubhouse. And I think anybody you would ask that was on that team or around that team would definitely agree with that.
Yeah, and in terms of like other names out there, I've read Bill Hasselman. Donnie Ecker is a name you hear, Kype, but he's with the Rangers. He keeps winning. You can't interview when you're winning. I guess you could maybe fly in for a day or something, but gets a little sticky.
I don't know. I know they can do that in football. I don't know if it's allowed in baseball. I don't think so.
That's a guy who's from the Bay Area, and, he had some success here, and he's been Bochy's bench coach, so we should probably keep him in mind.
Yeah, unfortunately, those are the COVID years, and we never got to know those guys very well.
Yeah.
It's really too bad because we tried as hard as we could, but we were tier 3.
Tier 3.
And
I want to go back to tears.
Oh, no, tears.
Yes.
Tier 3 meant one thing.
What?
Yeah. Forget about getting close to the players.
Yeah, right.
Bad memories.
Yeah,
we had Ecker in the month before COVID hit. We were in Scottsdale. First of all, the guy's got unbelievable blue eyes. They're mesmerizing. Second of all, he's like this genius when it comes to biomechanics. Like he studied the biomechanics of the swing and everything. You know what he said? He said, I started with golf. And I told him, I said, oh my God, I've struggled with the game all my life. I love it and I love being out there, but I can't hit it consistently. And he looked at me, Kype, as serious as serious in the way he goes, I can fix you. That's what he said. I can fix you. So I think we should hire him based on that alone.
Look, I can't believe you let that guy go.
Yeah, right.
Kype, maybe he can fix both of us together.
Bargain deal.
I'll put that guy in my golf bag. Are you kidding me?
Seriously. Oh my God, he was dead stone serious. He was like, yeah, I know what I'm doing here.
I can fix you.
So
well, you know who else is like that when you play golf with him?
Yeah.
Is Mike.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's got a sweet swing. He had like a Payne Stewart-like swing.
Yeah, I mean, he can't play anymore. But
yeah, right, but he did.
When you played with Mike, he was going to instruct you whether you liked it or not.
Oh,
gotcha.
You know, it's funny. I'll tell you a funny story, Kype. I was playing at a fancy golf course, and we have caddies. And I was doing my thing where I'm not good, and I was too quick and everything. And everybody's offering me advice. And so this caddy says to me, he's one of these regular guy caddies, he's a really funny guy. He had a blue-collar sense of humor. He goes, come here. He goes, everybody's in your ear. I go, yeah. He goes, you got to come up with a line that just tells them all to go away. He goes, here's my advice. He goes, tell them, fellas, I know you love me. I know you're trying to help, but just let me suffer in peace. All right?
All right, not bad. Not bad.
So that's my go-to.
So that's the substitute for shut the crap up?
Yeah, that's
pretty much. Yeah.
So, but if Mike's going to, Mike had that beautiful move. And so Donnie Ecker, Mike, they're always trying to fix you.
Yeah, but I mean, in a good way.
I know. Everybody wants
not demeaning Mike at all. Because,
No.
I mean, he just wants to help.
Without question. So, well, anyway, listen.
I spent the weekend with Mike.
Oh, good. Tell us about
What'd
it.
you guys do?
Yeah. His wife, Jennifer, had her 70th birthday party.
Wow.
And at Mario Aliotto's function, she pulled me aside and said, look, I know you're not supposed to be around crowds and all that other stuff. She said, but I'd really appreciate it if you'd come to my 70th party. I said, I can't refuse that, Jennifer. So jumped in the car on Friday, drove up, and to say that Friday night and Saturday night at the Kruko's house was something that you would kind of like to watch from whatever, whether it be a drone or whatever.
Right.
It was the damnedest thing you've ever seen. It was unbelievable.
Well, good, Kype.
Is it musical or just yuck, belly laugh? What do we got? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, catered food, yucks. I mean, there's probably 15, 20, 25 people.
Perfect.
But it was fun. And, I mean, you know, Mike's got his motorized chair, which sits a little higher than everybody else. So it really looks like a king on wheels.
Which is kind of what he is, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's exactly what it is. And,
a king on wheels. That's great.
He just scoots around, and don't get me wrong. I mean, he can get up out of the chair and take a little bit of a walk, but you could spot him, man, when you were sitting down eating. You could spot Mike right off the bat because he was 2 heads higher than everybody else.
Well,
and telling stories and smiling and laughing, and God dang, we had a blast.
Man, that story warms the hearts of every Giants fans out there. That'll get us through a hot stove league, Kype. So great news.
Well.
Great news. All right, have a great day, weekend, and can't wait to talk ball with you next week, buddy.
All right, guys, be well.
You too. Is Dwayne Kyper. Dude, what more do you need than Kype driving to Reno for Jennifer Kruko's 70th birthday and 2 nights of belly laughs, food, wine, and music?
And goes back to an earlier theme where Marcus and I were kicking it. Well, Murph introduced it. He goes, Gabe's getting ready to set sail on one of his little crusades up and down the coast or wherever he's going. We don't know, but he's a road tripper. And then I go, Marcus, you ever take the solitary solo road trip without any passengers, no buddies, just you and the open road? I love the idea of Dwayne Kyper on the open road, just listening to his tunes. God only knows what he's doing in his car.
Listening to us, Paulie.
Yeah, well, let's hope so, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he did. But no, that's so great. Listen, these guys, this is why we love these guys. This is why we love
He was saying watch it from a drone. My first thought was like to watch the events at Kruk's house. I was thinking, let's turn this thing into a reality show. Let's just let the cameras roll. Let's see what happens. Kruk's got the guitars going. Dwayne's making cocktails. I'd love to. That's a show I'd watch.
100%.
Yeah.
That's a great idea, and I think we just green-lit it here.
It's just called Kruk and Kype. That's the name of the show.
Kruk and Kype go to dinner.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, today's big hit, we're going big picture NFL. After the Niners lose to the Browns, after the Eagles lose to the Jets, after the Cowboys are back, where are we in the NFC power rankings, power structure? 808 KNBR is the phone number if you want to check in. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
Nice.
It's the question posed by Triple E and Marcus from Behind the Glass. Are the 49ers still the cream of the crop?
With a picture of Jared Goff in the upper left, so
Next,
I wonder what he's saying.
1045 and 680, the sports leader.
Kype with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Eric Armstead stopped by the Murph and Mac show yesterday morning as the 49ers Player of the Week to give his response to Kyle Shanahan calling out the 49ers rush defense against the Cleveland Browns. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Snap back to Hurts. Sets up in the pocket. Throws short. Intercepted. Could be a pick six. Adams through the 20. Stumbling 15 and finally caught at the 10-yard line. Wow. Hurts takes the snap. Trying to convert on 4th down. Gonna throw it. deep down the middle of the field. It's underthrown and knocked down. It's incomplete. And the Jets are going to beat the Eagles for the first time in their franchise history.
Goff out of the gun. There's the shotgun snap. Goff back, looking, throwing deep downfield. Wants Jameson inside the 10. Jameson makes the catch. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, number 9.
3rd and 11 inside the Charger 25. Shotgun snap, right tackle block. Herbert, messy pocket, throws his ears hit. A throw, it's intercepted on a dive. It's intercepted by the Cowboys at the 33. Stephon Gilmore got it and seals a Dallas win with a diving interception.
Snap. Hold. Jake has it away. He has the distance, and it is no good. Jake Moody missed the kick, and the 49ers lose.
Just pushed it out to the right the whole way. Wow.
There it is, the sounds of an NFL Sunday as we enter the big hit. The question being, are the Niners still the cream of the crop? Triple E worked hard on this photo montage that features Jared Goff cocked and ready to throw.
Yeah, it's like we got to answer to Jared Goff now.
Jalen Hurts under pressure.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons coming off the edge. And healthy Christian McCaffrey toting the rock.
Well, based on your presentation of the topics we're going to wrestle down during the big hit today, and also based on requests, which I do take in studio, by the way, 707 going, guys, I know it's the big hit, but I don't feel the big hit until I get that B-H-E. I got you covered, man. We're all going to get it.
You down with B-H-E? You down with B-H-E? You down with B-H-E?
You know what I mean?
Who down with B-H-E? Every last home day.
Come on.
And BHE is, Paulie?
That's big hit energy.
Okay, I got you. Do you have 2 of those, or am I imagining that? No,
I got 2 text songs when they're for the text line, but just one BHE.
Right, my bad. The big hit, are the Niners still the cream of the crop as we cogitate going into a Wednesday of NFL Week 7. 49ers, of course, don't play till Monday night. Well, it starts with the McCaffrey news.
Okay.
That he avoided serious injury. Now, what that means in terms of pain tolerance and things that would cripple you and I for weeks on end.
Don't you have to think that means there's no broken rib? Like,
I don't know.
Like, wouldn't that mean that?
Maybe.
It's not specific in the report.
I know. So we don't know. Like they said, McCaffrey guards this stuff with a military secrecy. So, but the ESPN has reported, and Matt Mayoko has reported, there's a chance he plays on Monday, which we had already written him off. We had put him on the shelf for both the upcoming Vikings game on Monday night and for the following game against the Bengals at Levi's Stadium, which is right before the bye. Then they come out of the bye and they go to Jacksonville November 12th. We were like, hey, put him on the shelf till then. Nope. NFL, like he looks at it like I got 17 regular season games in this short thing called an NFL career. And I'm going to, like McCaffrey is one of the most committed players you'll ever see. So, I mean, if this guy can be on the field Monday, it sounds like he would be on the field on Monday, Marcus.
Yeah, but isn't it the question that we've been asking all season long? What's the most important thing for the 49ers?
Healthy.
Yes, having home field advantage is great. Having the bye is great. But being healthy in January is the number one thing. So what's more important, having Christian McCaffrey healthy in January or having him play in October against the Minnesota Vikings?
These guys play, I mean, they all play hurt. They all play, Paulie and I always go back to Jack Youngblood playing on a broken leg. In the 1979 Super Bowl.
Before it was fashionable. He was doing it back in the day.
I mean, they all play hurt to a certain degree, so his attitude might be like, this is what I'm going to do.
I think realistically, if he feels like he can go and the coaches think he can go, they'll probably throw him out there and see how he responds to contact. Because if it's not, you know what I mean? I think it's kind of a wait and see. We'll just see what it feels like.
You can wear, heavy-duty flak jackets,
but
everything we've said about him for the first 6 weeks of this season is that this is a guy who is such a seek and destroy missile. All he does is careen into bodies. Yeah. All bodies are trying to do is take him down and hurt him.
And guess what guess where they'll be targeting? They're going right for that area.
Vikings will be all over him. Yeah. So anyway, we shall see. Also, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, and Dre Greenlaw all seem to have avoided major injury too.
That's huge on Greenlaw too. Need him back out there.
Obviously, tomorrow's practice report will be big, but bigger picture, did that loss damage you? It's funny, you played the Moody miss. And what's interesting is somewhere like Sunday night or Monday, I'm on Twitter. All this data just coming at you in waves, Paulie. Waves of data coming at you. You don't even know what to do with it anymore. Now I found a Twitter, and tell me, Marcus, if you found this. There's a Twitter account that's called like Weather Impact on Sports. And it came up with some incredibly convoluted description of the wind in Cleveland and how many degrees it pushed Moody's kick, and I was like, I don't even know if this guy's right. You know what I mean?
He might just be making stuff up.
And so it's like, it was like the reason why he missed is because he didn't factor in, and it had some arrows, Paulie, and it had some degrees.
He's got like those nautical rings and stuff. I'm just, listen, here's my analysis of the game. It was wet, it was cold, it was windy. Had a hard time holding the rock. That's it. I don't need the nautical rings.
Paulie Mack, I looked at my TV before the kick, and they showed the American flag like in the corner. I was like, all right, it's blown to the right. That's pretty much all the data I need. The wind's going to the right.
I heard that the flags on the upright were droopy.
Now we got conflict.
They have
Shout out the opposite of Tommy Lee.
They have pills for those things.
Yeah, they do.
Because it was confusing.
Blue Thunder, dude.
Then Shanahan said that he talked to he and the special teams coach decided on the plane home that the weather had no effect.
See, so who do you believe at this point?
That's what I'm saying.
Fake news. I don't know who to believe.
The point is that the Niners, that missed kick, all of a sudden the Niners went from do you believe in power rankings?
Totally. Now Dak Prescott's the new king of the world if you're watching ESPN today. Dak Prescott is back. Is he?
And while we were sleeping, the Detroit Lions handled the Tampa Bay Bucks 20-6, and Jared Goff is now being mentioned as a dark horse MVP candidate.
I tell you.
And here we start our first sound of the
story.
day in the big hit. Stephen A. If Stephen A. says it, it must be true.
Give him to me.
Stephen A. Smith on the Lions being legit, and Jared Goff, the kid at a Marin Catholic.
Love this.
Doing his thing.
You got Jared Goff as a league MVP candidate. They can run the ball. They can pass the ball. They're physical. They're rough riders. They got a chip on their shoulders. They got history. Literally, no division title since 1993. One playoff victory since 1957. Got a coach that so supposedly embarrassed himself because he's talking about kneecaps being bitten. And all of a sudden, you see they're willing to bite kneecaps for this man. I got Detroit, San Fran, Miami, Kansas City, Philadelphia as my top 5 teams in the National Football League.
Okay, there it is, Detroit. And then we said their schedule is super favorable.
Hold on a second, Murph. Hold on a second. Did he just say the Lions haven't won a division in 30 years? He said not.
I'm actually surprised they won that division.
30
in 93
years.
Paulie, they have one playoff win. I think they have one playoff win since 1957.
Can you imagine those people renewing their season tickets every year? Like that's 30 years of misery. So it's about time they turn things around. And secondly, I think that's a first. I don't believe Stephen A. Smith has ever been recorded talking Lions ball prior to this take right here. That is an absolute first.
I mean, do you know any long-suffering Lions fans, though, other than our guy Josh Hollab, who was here
maybe
for a
Overnight
while?
Dave, he's got some Lions love there.
But Dave's a Raiders fan,
He
though,
is.
right?
He is.
So, I mean, I don't. I mean, it's kind of.
I don't know.
Do you find them? They don't have the same mythology around them like the Cubs had or the Red Sox had.
Yeah, why? Why not? They're miserable like anybody.
It's funny. They
should suffer.
They're so miserable that nobody
You don't even mention it.
Yeah,
It's like bad. Yeah, it's
so
like
miserable. So they do it. So
like the poor Lions.
I mean, they literally. I'm going to go against. So 1950. So old school Niner fans would know.
Oh, now we're talking. Yeah,
they beat the Niners in Kezar Stadium, 31-27.
You talked about that game. You liked that game, yeah.
George, because it was the Niners' first playoff game, I believe, and they blew a huge lead. And George Seifert told me in a one-on-one interview, he said he remembers. He says there was a pall and a gloom hanging over the city of San Francisco.
I love that
night.
Seifert was there.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
was he working
an
at that
usher.
game? Yeah,
he was an usher.
Unbelievable.
There. Okay, so since then they won again. So now I'm going to go. They from 1970 on, since the merge. Ready for this, buddy? Ready for this? They lost to the Niners in '83.
Got it.
In '91 they beat the Cowboys 38-6, and then went to the NFC Championship and lost to the Redskins 41-10.
Wow,
Paulie, that is their last. That is since 1970 their only playoff win. So I'm talking about. Okay, you got to go back to 1962. The last time they won a game in the playoff, it was called the Playoff Bowl. I don't even know what that was. So 60 years, one playoff win.
Great job.
Well, this is like the Cubs or the Red Sox. I mean, of the NFL.
But
like before,
nobody attaches that sort of.
No, that lovable mythology. That's a great point, man. The Lions are just like wrinkled, crumpled up, and forgotten on the side of the road, and they have so much history, and they're such an old team. It is great. I think it's a great story, and to hear Stephen A. even mention Jared Goff in an MVP conversation is pretty remarkable, considering people were just running his ass out of L.A. If you remember, he was at a low point
They
there.
go back to 1930. The Lions do 1930, and in 1935 they won the NFL championship over your New York Giants. Paul.
Right, that was a good team.
So, I mean, they were the 1935 NFL champs. All right, we got that going.
We
for
had a
us,
good
too.
squad in 30.
Meanwhile, are you a believer that the Dallas Cowboys are back?
No.
Nor am I.
No.
Nor am I.
No.
I watched that fourth quarter.
They barely beat the Chargers, man. Wait till they. No, I'm not a believer.
Okay, well, here's Micah Parsons. He thinks that you, Paulie, people like you.
They attack me. They come after me.
Are overly harsh on the Dallas Cowboys. Here's Micah
I got
Parsons.
it right.
There he is. Yes.
I just don't condone the bashing of Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys and have the same energy for the Eagles. We want the same energy for everybody because there's a whole bunch of bashing when it's Dak Prescott, but not the same when it's the Eagles. I got time today. A lot of people said the Browns defense was overhyped. I said the Browns are the real deal. Acho said this, which pissed me off. I'm not worried about the 49ers. They were missing Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel. The Browns were missing Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb. They were missing them key factors before the game even started. So why is it that we are just scrubs and we're nobodies that don't deserve to be on the field and we're just all talk? But there's 100 excuses for these other teams. If y'all just gonna hate Cowboys Nation, just say y'all hate Cowboys Nation. I'm tired of people trashing my quarterback. I'm tired of people trashing my team. And that's why I had nothing to say to the media this week. You want to hear me talk? Come to hear me talk on The Edge Monday night. And that's point blank period.
Murph, I'm going to give him what he wants. I hate Cowboys Nation. There you go. Done.
Sounds like a bunch of wine in there from Micah
seriously,
Parsons.
dude, let it go, bro.
Right?
Let it go. You're still wound up
this
about
is what
that.
happens when you give people podcasts every week.
Yeah,
right?
he's all wound up.
Well, I think Micah Parsons did a great job describing the Cowboys, actually.
We are just scrubs and we're nobodies.
Oh, that's what you do with my bites. That's what you always do. By the way, so they're
We
off.
are just scrubs and we're nobodies.
They're off this week, and then they're hosting the Rams. I got news for them. They might lose to the Rams.
I agree 100%. The Rams can definitely beat Dallas. Rams can score some points.
Meanwhile, Courtney Cronin, who covers ESPN's NFC North, she came on our show earlier this morning. We asked her, we said, hey, you're close to Detroit. Are they for real, Courtney?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
Okay.
I think it's real.
Yeah.
They're a fun team to watch. Look,
Yeah.
like we all know Jared Goff from his days up in Marin County, from his time at Cal, and then, of course, going to the Rams. But he's a different quarterback in Detroit. Like everything that like from his past in the Super Bowl year, that's great. That's something that'll always be on his resume. But he is a different quarterback, a more productive quarterback, and should be in the MVP conversation in the early going. I do our MVP file for ESPN.com, and he was one of our just missed guys in the file that we put up this morning. In addition to that, though, like their defense is legit. Like they were terrible last year, and Aaron Glenn has this unit top 10 in points per game, in third down conversions allowed. It's pretty remarkable the turnaround that they had. But for those who like aren't in NFC North territory, this isn't like a turnaround in a 1 year stretch. Like, they've been building towards this, and it honestly is really fun to see. And if they continue to push, they're going to become America's team because a lot of people, a lot of fan bases that don't have teams in the playoffs are going to want to get behind the underdogs, the ones that haven't been there in a very, very long time.
I love it. Courtney calling the Lions
Great points.
America's team.
That's funny, man.
Are you ready to be the villain playing the Lions?
Might have
in the
to be.
playoffs?
Sorry, Lions. I know.
By the way, I know the Dolphins-Eagles is easily the game of the week, the Sunday nighter. Everybody's excited.
That's a hell of a game,
The Eagles are going to wear their old Kelly Green jerseys.
Nice.
I saw.
Wow.
But the low-key second game of the week is Lions at Baltimore Ravens.
Great game. That's going to be a good. That's a good contest right there.
Right now, Baltimore's a 3-point favorite.
Game's in Baltimore?
Yeah, 10 a.m. kick.
Yeah,
Our
okay.
time, but Lions doesn't matter. That's their body clock. By the way, the Dolphins-Eagles, Philly a 2-point favorite. Just get noodle your brain on that.
Yeah.
By the way, probably the best news about this Lions resurgence is that the Thanksgiving game, which is usually just absolutely like hang yourself dull. Like I don't even want to live anymore. I'm watching the Lions on Thanksgiving morning. Now it's going to be like must watch, right? Although they're playing the lousy Packers.
You just dropped a hang yourself dull.
Well,
Imagine
I mean,
that's some bad football. You know what? Go get me some rope.
No,
this game. Yeah, get me a rope and and a chair.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's
I can't watch this Lions game. Yeah.
And
let me eat dinner first. Yeah.
Murph, you're right. This Lions team has, like Courtney was saying, like kind of turned into America's team. They're the underdog everybody's rooting for. But boys, I don't know if you saw the beef, the bad blood that's already started between the 49ers and the Lions.
What?
You got Deebo Samuel and CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Yes.
They're going back and forth on Twitter right now.
Debo look.
He'll take you on.
Debo wakes up in the morning looking for something.
When did this pop?
So this was all earlier this week.
Yeah.
After, of course, Deebo started the fight out in Cleveland. CJ Gardner-Johnson posted a clip and said, this is typical wide receiver behavior, acts tough, and then needs Trent Williams to save you.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then, of course, Deebo responded back saying, catch me off the field, but I don't know where you are because you bounce around on so many different teams.
Okay, now we got words. Now we got words. Yeah.
So, there's beef. It's
they
real.
haven't even played. Yeah, and there's words.
So we got that. Meanwhile, the Eagles. Like, if we're talking about NFC power rankings here, and the Niners taking a blow in Cleveland, and the Cowboys' resurgence with their win over the Chargers.
Eagles
and the
took a shot to the
Lions
nose.
just cruising along. Eagles are cruising. Eagles took a shot, and now they enter this brutal stretch of schedule.
We'll see how good they are. Yeah.
In which here comes Mike McDaniel. But have you seen McDaniel go full Miami with the sweatpants pushed up now? He's going with he's showing the shins on the sideline, dude. On the sideline.
I don't think I'm buying his act right now, and I know a lot of people love this guy, but I think he turned a corner where he's almost getting like. There's too much focus on the comedy, almost like with his one-liners.
He's mic'd up and he's doing.
It's like, bro,
he did like he was talking to his O coordinator. He's like, "You didn't tell me we were going to run that play," and he goes, "LOL."
Yeah, LOL. I'm thinking about some of the.
I mean, he's scoring.
No, he's winning ball games. There's no
80 points a
question.
game.
But he's so at
He's got
odds.
Raheem Mostert.
Yeah, I love Mostert. I love Mostert, but he's so at odds with like the traditional NFL. Like think about Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh wasn't walking around going, "Haha, LOL."
Well, go look at That's what most people love about him, and go look at the sweatpants pushed up to the shins.
I know the look. Yeah.
Anyway, did you see they just signed Julio Jones? Saw a great line on Twitter. I don't know who to credit. He goes, "It's apparent Julio Jones is in the immaculate grid portion of his career."
Oh,
great line,
nice.
great line. Because it'd be like, name an eagle and a falcon. I don't have one. Oh, Julio Jones.
Murph, I had to think about it for a second. I was like, where was Julio last at? He was just with the Tennessee Titans last year.
I actually totally forgot about that.
That is super obscure. Throw that on your NFL.
I mean, let's be honest, guys. This is not a major threat, right? I mean, I love Julio Jones.
Me too, but
I love him.
He'll just chip in here and there.
He's in my book of what might have been the greatest plays.
Oh, that catch on the sideline. I know, what a catch.
Right up there with the cover is going to be a split screen of that catch in the Super Bowl and Josh Hamilton's home run in the top of the 10th inning that won the World Series for the Rangers after coming back from his incredible life story. It would have been incredible. Freaking David Freese.
Yeah.
Remember we had that David Freese sound where those two girls took him to an amusement park and they were absolutely overwhelmed with their crush on him?
Now I do. I totally forgot prior to that.
Pat used to play that one all the time. It was these teenage girls took David Freese to an amusement park and they were like...
True story.
They were teenage girl geeking out.
Yeah, they were flipping, yeah.
They're like, "Oh my God, we're with David Freese."
Oh my God.
And he's like, "Well, nice to meet you, girls. Let's go for some amusement park rides." It was like the craziest, corniest video of all time. But that guy was, for about 2 days, that guy was the greatest player
Don't forget about Chapter 3. This is not a bad book, by the way. Not a bad book idea. I would like Chapter 3 to be the write-up on the JT Snow home run over the Mets, which was a short-lived moment of triumph.
That's there. That's on the cover.
That's in the okay. That's the cover shot. Yeah,
the cover shot's a whole montage of that. Anyway, here's Andrew Hawkins of ESPN. What are the Eagles getting with Julio Jones?
Hall of Fame career, and while he might not be that on the field anymore, he does add depth to an already super talented position group, and more importantly, a veteran presence that both Brown and Devontae Smith have stated on the record that they respect so much as they're trying to figure out what life is like after losing a Super Bowl and dealing with the expectation. A.J. Brown is only 26 years old. Yes, he is the leader in that group, but there's still a lot that he's learning. And so with Julio Jones in there, again, it gives them depth, and more importantly, it settles these guys down as they try to make another run at a Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, listen, if the Niners signed Julio Jones, we'd be going, "Hey, man, it's a great veteran signing." The Eagles signed him, we're like, "Yeah, he's washed up." So it depends on your viewpoint. I mean, the Niners signed Randy Gregory, and some people are like, "Well, what's he going to bring?" Well, he brought something right away. By the way, Cleve Ferrell and Drake Jackson, a little quiet.
It has been quiet.
Yeah,
it has been quiet.
How about Randy Gregory shunned the town and taking away all those snaps? He played more than both those guys this weekend.
Well, he had an impact on the game, though.
I got to credit my kid with that take, man. He came to me, he goes, "Is this a referendum on Ferrell and Jackson?" I was like, "No." I got all mad because I'm always pushing back on his takes, you know? So I always think, you got to think through your takes, kid. You can't just fire from the hip. I think his take was correct.
Well, that's why
it could be. No, it might turn out to be.
And that's why I asked John Lynch about it last Friday when I was filling in for Paul and Mac. I said, was this based off of a position of need, or do you think it was just a circumstance of Randy Gregory being available? I think it might be both.
Yeah. Sometimes, I hear you, buddy. Last one, Eagles, and then we'll take some calls here on this NFC power structure. Jeff Saturday, who's, of course, the former Colts center for Peyton Manning. He's now at ESPN.
Former Colts head coach, Murph. Remember last year he stepped in and beat the Raiders?
My God, dude, you just blew my mind.
Former head coach Jeff Saturday.
Honestly, like in my brain for like 0.1 seconds, I was like, what is Waterboy saying? Dude.
Yeah.
Former Colts head coach.
Beat your Raiders.
It was Irsay. Remember he was like, and that whole press conference and everything?
That was a mess.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that was a mess.
We always want to revisit that.
I know.
That was
I remember
a surreal time in NFL history. Thank you for that reminder, Marcus. Here he is riffing on the Eagles, saying, they got question marks.
I would probably say the Eagles. It's two coordinators gone. They're trying to figure out who they are. I think they are the second best team in the NFC, but like Jalen Hurts has to figure this thing out with a new coordinator. Understanding check downs matter. Like if you looked at that, and Sirianni has to be, in my opinion, a little less aggressive. Coach is coach. He's an aggressive coach. He always has been, and you do love that. But there are days where you ain't got it, and you saw that. You didn't have it, right? Let's just find a way to get out of this thing.
Yeah, man. So, all right. Well, Eagles-Dolphins Sunday will be great. Hey, a couple calls on the Niners power ranking or where they fit NFC-wise. Cowboys, Eagles, 49ers, Lions. Are we forgetting? Who's the dark horse we're forgetting in there?
In the NFC? Or?
Yeah.
Dark horse. Well, you mentioned the Rams. They're an interesting team. I'm actually a little more curious about the Rams right now than the Seahawks, personally.
Cooper Kupp's back.
And Stafford and all that. Yeah, and I agree with you. I think the Rams can easily handle the Cowboys. Maybe not easily, but I think they can beat Dallas. Yeah.
Seattle's just kind of cruising around with 2 losses.
Cruising around.
They're cruising around. You know what I mean? Sam is calling in from North Carolina.
There you go.
It's a great state, North Carolina. Very nice.
Tar Heel State.
Sam, good morning. How are you?
Morning, guys. Hey, I'm loving it. I just moved here from NorCal, and, I'm loving it out here. A lot of Niner fans out here, too, by the way.
Oh, really? That's unusual. All right.
Well, and I always tell them, well, thank you for the defensive coordinator, and thank you for McCaffrey.
How about thank you for how about thank you for the point guard? Thank you for the point guard.
Well, and there you go. There you go.
And thank you for the left-handed pitcher, number 40. Yeah.
Ooh.
Carolina's been very good. Carolina gave us not just Bumgarner and Curry and McCaffrey and Steve Wilkes. It also gave us Catfish Hunter.
Well, and keep going here, right? I mean, James Worthy, a big game James is Carolina.
No, I'm talking about the Bay Area.
Oh, okay.
Gaylord Perry. So anyway, Carolina and the Bay have a strong connection.
Shout out Carolina on my mind, JT, yeah.
It's a strong connection, I would say. Of all the Mason Dixon, although Georgia's pretty good there with Buster. But anyway, I digress, Sam. What you got?
Well, that's what we do here. Well, what we got is we're good. We're still the number 1 team, okay? It's hey, in a 17-week schedule, you know the deal. We're going to be fine. I do think we'll probably put McCaffrey on a pitch count this week just because his load has been heavy, and we'll just see what it looks like. Guys, looking back on last week's game, I do think Kyle's got some things he needs to look at. I think there were some times, clearly our offensive line struggled. There were times when that heavy package that we ran on Dallas looked to me like it would have worked pretty well. And I hope that that's a package that they have ready to go throughout the season because it worked well. And then the other thing I thought, there were some times when he could have played a little hurry up and not allowed Schwartz to get his packages out on the field because maybe just catch him in a dime or something. And then the last thing really killed me during that game, we were really in down and distance situations because we were so bad on first down.
Yeah, no, Sam, you're 100% right. That was something Shanahan talked about was the getting in the negative situation. Something to watch on Monday. Sam, we got to go real quick because Marcus has something to say.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
That's important that Marcus said that. And finally, we close out Bill in Vacaville for the big hit on the NFC power structure. Bill in Vacaville. What's up, Bill? How are you, man?
I'm doing good. Quick thing before I give you my top 6 teams. Does the Giant new manager have to wear the uniform?
I would prefer it. I'd prefer he wear a jersey.
Torey Lavulo's wearing it, is he?
Yeah.
Is he? He's out there doing it? Anyway, but good call. I like a uni. We like a good uni.
I do too. Throw a jersey on, yeah.
Bochy's wearing it.
Of course.
Yeah. And don't forget Matt Williams and Mike Aldretti. But getting back to football.
Yeah.
Okay, I watched most of the games over the weekend because I'm old and retired and I have time. So I looked at the top 6 teams, and there was some very strange coaching decisions probably by the 3 top teams, I guess, if you want to rank. Let's start with Philadelphia. There's 2 minutes to go in the game. It's 3rd down and 8 from the midfield. All they do is have to run the ball, kick. The Jets are going to have to drive 90 yards with no timeouts with Zach Wilson. That's not going to happen. I would doubt that very seriously. Then you go to the Cowboys on Monday night. They're on the 8-yard line of the Chargers with 8 seconds to go with 2 timeouts left. And McCarthy decided he's just going to take a field goal for 3 points instead of going for a touchdown. And then I'm a Niner fan. And then we have to look at Shanahan's coaching in the last 3 minutes of big games. And then I didn't see Detroit play, and they have a good record. Kansas City doesn't have any deep threats. And Miami plays basically semi-defense. So those are your 6 teams that I would rank. So to me, it's more about the coaches than it is about
and Bill, as we know, the one thing fans are worried about is Kyle's decisions.
Yeah,
in
you
crunch
just
time.
said it. Bill just said it.
Yeah,
the last
so-
3 minutes of big games.
All right, Bill,
Yeah.
thanks for the call, man. Appreciate
Thanks,
it,
bro.
man. Appreciate it. All right, well, there it is. There's your NFC power structure. And
Yeah,
guess what?
I like that Bill came in and goes, guys, I got my top 6 ready.
By the way, there's something that's happened in the last couple months.
Yeah, the
on
connections,
AT&T.
it's like he's in the room,
Like
dude.
if
I'm with
you're-
you.
If you're from a certain carrier.
And I hope that
connections are
that
incredible.
translates in the car or wherever you're listening to the show, because you're right. In our headphones, it's like he's in the room with us. Shout out Bill.
And shout out Danny Dunn, always contributing to the show. Dangerous
Where's Double
Dan.
D? Where is he?
He said, shout out Irsay, upper quartile of the upper quartile. Remember that? That was the quote? Didn't he say that about Jeff Saturday? He's the upper quartile of the
Yeah,
upper
Irsay
quartile.
got loose, Yeah.
Remember you went to his...
I did.
Somebody wrote in and said, Jeff Saturday's tenure is not part of
the traveling circus.
Irsay's traveling
he's like, here's John
collection."
Lennon's guitar. That's JFK's chair. By the way, Buddy Guy's about to play. Like, it was insane.
More
free. The whole thing was free.
More proof that North Carolina is our sister state. Number 87, Dwight Clark.
Dwight Clark, man.
And somebody points out, hey, how about CP3? He's from North Carolina, too.
Really?
So, yeah.
What about great San Francisco bands that do great things in North Carolina? Exhibit A, Grateful Dead. First time played ever was 3/24/93 at the Dean Dome, University of North Carolina. Murph, the first ever version of Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, sung by Jerry as an encore.
You're a real deadhead.
That was in North Carolina.
That is a deep pull.
And I'm taking that.
That is a very,
I'm
very,
taking
very
that.
deep pull.
3/24/93. It's a great show.
Just to modernize a little, has like Tupac done anything in Carolina? I mean, that's not
Maybe
even
his
that
hologram
modern.
has, yeah.
Did Tupac used to tour? Did he?
Yeah, I
Ever
think he
done,
did some
a nationwide
shows. Sure,
tour?
sure.
All right.
Right.
What do we got? Something more?
That's about as far as I can go.
Something more modern? Has the Stone Foxes played there recently?
Don't know.
All right, guys. There it is. There's your big hit energy, the NFC power structure in flux with respect to the Detroit Lions. Cooler content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell stopped by the afternoon show yesterday for his weekly hit with Tolbert and Cobes to break down the game footage of the 49ers' first loss of the season against the Cleveland Browns. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler
You're not sending me to the cooler.
of Content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, cooler content, always looking good. By the way, you ready for the heat wave, Paulie? It's supposed to be hot.
Well, I
next
don't know
couple
about
days.
this. Tell me what do I need to expect?
Triple E says he's not ready for the heat wave.
Temperature-wise, like, what are we talking about? Heat wave?
Why are you thumbs down on the heat wave, Triple E? I mean, just
He
2
wants
days.
to go snowboarding.
Oh, he wants to
Of
go
course.
snowboarding. Well, you know what? You're just going to have to wait a couple days, buddy. All right?
Well, the problem with snowboarding is when Triple E goes snowboarding, 9 times out of 10, there's like a mishap attached to it. It could be a road mishap, an injury.
Guys, what do you give me for Triple E's miracle recovery and Aaron Rodgers' miracle recovery? Remember that?
The chair.
He healed himself with his mind.
Yeah.
It's like he's our Aaron Rodgers.
Well, he might.
We thought this guy was out for like a year. And
He
then like
healed
2 weeks
himself
later,
with his
he
mind.
was snowboarding.
Yeah. I don't need health insurance. I just do it all with my mind.
Yeah. In fact, then why don't we go right to the Rodgers sound then? Marcus always thinking like a producer. Here he was on Pat McAfee saying he was going to play this year because
Here we go.
His mind is stronger than yours.
Okay.
Listen, I believe in the power of intention. I believe in the power of your mind and the willpower. Basically, this entire time, I've kind of said this is what I'd like to do rehab-wise. Neil, my doctor, Neil Atrash, did a kind of a newer, innovative surgery. I'd asked him if we could push it beyond the normal protocols. Cam Akers had the same surgery. He was able to come back in about 5 months. Me and JK both had the surgery within a couple days of each other. And it'll be interesting to see what both of our prognosis is and our timetable. But I just wanted to do things quicker and smart, but quicker. And like I've said, the most important thing is you just don't want to stretch the Achilles. Stress, okay. Stretch, not okay. So it's just about being smart with the rehab and pushing it as much as I can and then backing off on the days that it doesn't feel great.
All right, man. Well, he's got till, the season goes till early January, so that would give him 4 months.
Sounds like he's got the Achilles rupture figured out. He's the first guy to figure it out,
If only Achilles himself knew Aaron Rodgers all those years ago.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
if only Kevin Durant would have used his mind to not get that Achilles injury in the final.
Well,
Again, only
we'll
because
see.
it's being said.
I am a big believer. I try to tell all the kids all the time, but, attitude manifests everything. Remember Steph? He had missed 3 free throws in the playoffs, and he went to the free throw line with a big smile on his face. And somebody said, "Why are you smiling?" He said, "Attitude manifests everything." That said, there is this thing called the Achilles that is a little...
It's got a mind of its own. Yeah. The mind of the Achilles might be stronger than the mind of Aaron Rodgers. We'll see.
All right, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a DB with the Lions. He took a shot at Debo for the pregame scuffle saying, "Oh, yeah, tough guy," until Trent Williams got there. Debo took a shot at CJ saying, "I don't even know who you are. Basically, I've lost track of what teams you're on.
Boy, this is,
Why don't you see me off the field?" So CJ Gardner decided to respond on IG Live. The beef continues.
Another thing, bro, listen, don't be friendly when you see me. Because you be so flashy. You better hope, bro. You better hope all that talking you be doing when we see y'all, whatever round it may be. Because I can guard you. You can't run routes. You're a running back. I ain't going to sit here and play with you, little boy. Just because you got a little bag, people gave you a little clout, man, you ain't nothing, bro. Stop playing.
Damn, what is it about Debo? Remember, it was Aaron Donald that one year, too. He was like, Debo Samuel, I'd never heard of him. Like, what is it with guys attacking Debo?
Is it my imagination, or are NFL beefs revving at an all-time high now?
What social media gives you the ability.
Is that what it is? We have more access to it now.
Everybody's got a podcast now. Everybody's trying to get clicks, and
it's real. I got to tell you, the NFL's got to be loving it because this beef is borderline pro wrestling.
Yeah, WWE's calling,
C.J. Gardner-Johnson is 25 years old. He called him a little boy. He's 25.
And the thing of it is, Debo Samuel is not the kind of guy you want to, mess with. Like, he's an extremely strong dude.
And the whole time he keeps on saying he's a running back. I'll check in with Lamar on his thoughts.
Not bad for a running back.
Debo ain't bad for a running back, boys.
Hey, in 2022, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was the co-leader in the NFL in interceptions.
See, we got
that was with the Eagles last year.
It'll be a nice little match.
So this is carrying over from the Eagles.
Yeah, he's just a big part of that.
It's going to be like Andre Rison and Dion, where at the snap of the ball, they just start throwing punches at each other.
In 94. True story.
They ignored the play, Mark, because they just started fighting.
Yeah. I ain't going to sit here and play with you, little boy.
I mean,
okay.
It is on.
I guess so.
And they don't play, so we won't play.
He's already talking about playoffs.
Yeah,
Whenever I see you, I'll see you in the playoffs. Yeah, it's like, wow.
He's a Florida guy. Debo's a South Carolina guy. Maybe there's something there.
I don't know.
SEC beef.
Yeah. Got to make sure Debo's healthy, too. I need that shoulder to be strong.
Triple E reminds me, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, bit of a character. He's the one who started that whole Lions should wear ski masks because what was it again? What was the reason why they were?
I don't know. Intimidation. There might be no more.
They were anonymous or something like that, or... Anyway.
But to me, I start thinking of
victories. I don't know.
I think ski masks, I'm automatically nervous. It's a very intimidating look. You think about Death Wish with... what's his face there at the beginning?
On the balaclava.
Come on, mother. Yeah. He's coming in with a ski mask.
I've never not seen a balaclava
I just drop my groceries and run if I see a guy with a ski mask.
By the way, I should probably ask Triple E since he's on the mountain all the time. Do people actually wear those ski masks while skiing?
Nobody does. Triple E's going thumbs down, and he's on the mountain all the time.
No. All right, our buddy Chris Russo.
Happy birthday to Chris Russo.
Oh, okay.
It's either today or yesterday. I know they're
Sometimes
celebrating.
I'm in my car at noon and pop on Lunder a commercial.
It's my birthday.
And I hear the opening, and he plays Radio Nowhere every time.
Listen.
I love Bruce Springsteen. It's an underrated track.
For a long time, too.
Radio Nowhere.
And good morning to you. Good afternoon.
How are you today?
Well, he ate the gummy. And he went on Dan Lebitard to talk
they got
about
Russo eating gummies.
And you say, for anybody out there, you got to watch your dosage.
That's my best recommendation. I try to tell everybody, take it easy.
Because Russo didn't watch his dosage.
Have you ever taken too many gummies, doggy? And you just
Oh, yeah, I sure have.
and you're curled up in the fetal position, right? I mean,
No. Steve Torrey, the dope, gave me his share.
Right.
You know, he must be an elephant, but he gave me his. Last year, coming back from the Super Bowl, I took the 9 guys back on the plane from, where was it? Phoenix. 9 guys. And I'm telling you right now, it hit me when I was about to eat a sandwich and I was about to open up the cabin and fly away. Oh, thank God I fell asleep. That was a weird one.
No.
And that was, cut him in half, Steve, for crying out loud. In half. He gave me a full one and I was in La La Land.
No.
I took a nap. Thank God I fell asleep. They were out of sandwiches. I ate about 9 billion Oreo cookies.
double stuffed, right?
No, the double stuffed. You got it right. The double stuffed Oreo cookies.
Hey, the big takeaway for me after this soundbite, Murph, is when can I hang with Russo? I'll chop a couple in half for them. We'll eat some Oreos anytime.
This guy is a beaut, man.
I cut it in half. No, you got to cut it in half because this is what they say, Murph. They say you can always eat more, but you can't eat less.
So I listen to Mad Dog Siri. That's like my go-to. I listen to them a lot. In the morning show, although they've gone through a big change on their morning show. Not sure I endorse it, by the way. Anyway, so I listen. They make fun of Steve Torrey all the time, like he's a nerd.
Yeah.
Turns out Torrey's the one supplying Russo with the gummies.
He's got all the ganja.
Because they make fun of Torrey relentlessly in the morning, like we do Lee Hammer. They basically treat him like Lee Hammer.
Okay.
And to be like us going, I ate Hammer's gummies.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Steve Torrey, the dope.
Yeah, I mean, the way they talk about him in the morning show, they treat him like they treat him like Hammer.
Yeah.
And he's the guy rolling out the gummies. Oh my
Steve
God.
Torrey, the dope.
I just love the idea, the concept of Chris Russo pounding gummies on a flight home. I mean, that's very appealing to me.
He wants to do. Well, I wanted to do some Merill Kelly Phillies thing, but Triple E says we have to get out.
Okay.
He wants to have some discipline. We have Mike Silver at 8:50.
That's his job. He's supposed to discipline us.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
We do have time to get to the Merill Kelly.
Okay.
He did taunt the Phillies fans and Paulie.
That's a bad move.
Like Debo taunting C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Oh, it's not smart.
There will be repercussions.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody came in and said, we are homers. Well, first of all, we are. And second of all, because we don't mock Debo for talking trash, but we mock Micah for talking trash. Is that a fair criticism?
Well, Micah wasn't really talking trash. He was complaining that the media was too harsh after he got his ass whooped 42-10.
Yeah, this is true.
That's the difference.
Thank you, Marcus, for that. Here's the deal. We will get later on into Merill Kelly's woeful misadventure with Philadelphia fans, but that's your cooler hit content. That's your big hit energy. This was a big hit, a power hour that got you Dwayne Kyper at Mike Kruko's house in Reno.
That was a good segment. I hope you guys enjoyed Kype. I did.
So it was awesome. Yeah. Okay, here's the deal. Mike Silver at 8:50.
Let's go.
Great radio. Always great. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And I was about to open up the cabin and fly away.
All right, let's talk about Amici's. Well, first of all, I love talking about Amici's cheese pizza and pepperoni pizza and sausage pizza. I love talking about their wings, their salads, nice crunchy salad to offset the pizza. And here's the deal. Now we're just it's a bonanza because it's National Pizza Month, which is hilarious. And now Amici says in honor of that, if you do a takeout order of $30 or more at amicis.com, Monday through Thursday during this month of October, and when you're checking out online, you enter the code Pizza Month, M-O-N-T-H, at checkout. Amici's give you 20% off your entire order. That's nice. And that's the entire order, the wings, the salads, the pastas, the pizzas. So get into amicis.com and go to the takeout menu Okay? And then when you're checking out, put in the code Pizza Month. And all through October, 20% off your entire order, $30 or more. That's a win. You're welcome. I mean, that's awesome. Go enjoy the pizza. Go save money. Amici's.com. Pizza Month. Takeout menu. Amici's delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And the pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Crushed. Left field. Way back. On its way. Gone. Home run. Trey Turner. And in the first, the Phillies have done it again. Swing and a high fly ball drilled right field. That one back, and that one is gone. Just got over the high wall in right. Schwarber will touch them all. A line drive homer over the right field fence. The 2-1. Swing and a high drive. Right center field. On its way. That ball is gone. Schwarber has gone deep again. A bomb to right center field, and the Phillies extend their lead. It is 3-0.
I mean, again, we said this before, and we'll say it again. The Phillies look like it's so done, like they're going to win the NLCS, and that this will be one of those years that years from now, when we're talking about baseball, and we're like, the 2023 Phillies, remember when they went, and somebody will say, who'd they play in the NLCS? And be like, I don't know, look it up. And you look it up and it'll be like, oh, the Diamondbacks. I completely forgot.
That's actually a really spot-on take right there. I bet you that's 100% the way it's going to unfold, especially if this thing. Do you expect a sweep, by the way?
They are truly the phrase, just happy to be here, truly the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, well, look at their win-loss total. I mean, what are you expecting from them now that they go back to the desert?
Yeah,
if
probably.
anything?
I mean, I expect a lot of Phillies fans in Arizona.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
I'm more intrigued by the Dusty Bochy Chapter 3 tonight.
Yeah.
But here's the deal, man. I mean, listen, Phillies fans, and it feels like, okay, so they last won it in 2008. Then Waterboys Yankees take them out in 2009. And then they think that they thought in their soul of souls that they were better than the Giants in 2010.
100%.
And the Giants take them out, and that ended the dynasty.
It really
they made
did.
the playoffs in 2011.
No, that shut it down, though. That shut Philly down for a while.
By the way, do you remember in the ninth inning of that game, Ryan Howard blew out his Achilles in one of those games at the end of the year? Remember that? That was crazy.
He should have called Aaron Rodgers for some tips on how to heal that thing.
Exactly. So they've been dead for a long, long time. Then they make it back to the World Series last year. They're like, we're back. They lose to the Astros. And then they signed Trey Turner. They win. They had a slow start to their season. They win 90, and now they just feel like, it's the team of destiny, right? So Phillies fans feel like it's been 15 years. They're, in that situation where they went last year, didn't make it. It's a great sports town to begin with, and they are just responding with some of the greatest crowds we've ever seen. I think it's a reaction to Bryce Harper being a very, we have a superstar in Bryce Harper. A big, beefy slugger like Schwarber.
Boy.
A slick shortstop like Turner. The homegrown kids, Stott and Bohm.
All those guys, man.
Just everything about them just kind of connects with this fan base, and the fan base is incredible. Now, we know that, and we wouldn't really mess with the Philly fan base, but Merill Kelly.
Hey, man.
Decided to.
Not a smart move.
Here's what he said before the game about the crowd
Here we go,
in
man.
Philadelphia.
Okay.
Going into the WBC game, I think that I haven't obviously heard this place on the field, but I'd be very surprised if it trumped that Venezuela game down in Miami.
Murph, even if that's true, and even if that's really honestly what's in your head with a pure heart, you still don't say it out loud. Don't give them any ammo, man.
Especially at the podium polling.
It's going to be bad enough. Like, it's going to be bad already.
Like it's one thing when the Braves are saying attaboy Harper in their own locker room, but Merill Kelly went to the podium and
out
said,
in front of everybody.
It's not going to be as loud
Let me
as
give you the
gasoline on
Let me
the
give you
fire.
the counter take there. Just, have some cojones. Take them on. Right? You're not going to lay down your arms.
I don't even think that was
surrender
cojones.
to them.
I don't even think that's what it is. I think it was more ignorance. I do. I think he doesn't
Well, that
really.
could be it.
Yeah, where he's just like, the crowd. I don't know.
See, that's the thing, Paul. I don't think he realized that he was poking the bear.
I don't either.
So here he is now going to warm up, and the Philly fans.
Okay.
How about the fact the Philly fans are so aware that information reached all of them?
See?
I mean, again, I love the Giants, and I love being a Giants fan, and I love my fellow Giants
they do
fans.
their research back there.
It's different.
They
This
wanna-
would not be the same in San Francisco. Giants fans would not be boned up on this information
And like
ready to go.
frothing at the mouth during warm-ups.
Because here he is now going out to warm up, and here are
Here we go.
Philly fans.
You better be perfect, Merill! You better paint those corners now!
Okay.
You're gonna get run!
Bro, better than I could have expected. I think I heard a welcome to hell in there at the
Did you hear
beginning.
a guy say, "This ain't Venezuela"?
I did. That was a beautiful collection of angry.
said, "Welcome to hell."
I think I heard a welcome to hell. Did you hear it?
Welcome to hell.
Yeah, it sounds like
You
a
better
welcome
be
to hell.
perfect.
Yeah, welcome aboard.
You better be perfect, Merill! You better paint those corners now!
I'm not sure.
You're gonna get run!
I'm not sure how that can affect you on some level. It's before the game. You know he's hearing it.
Is it like somebody saying to Benji Molina, "We love you and you're always welcome, but you know and I know that at some point tonight there will be a runner on base and you will ground into a 6-4-3 double play."
Hey.
6-4-3. Similar.
Yeah, and that's the thing we talk about all the time, especially with baseball players, but hell, any athlete, whether you're a quarterback or shooting free throws at the free throw line, everybody talks about the ability to block out the noise. But with these Philly fans, we saw it last round with Orlando Arcia. He was turning around doing the na-na-na-na. He was yelling Cayete at them. I mean,
they broke him.
These Philly fans are swimming in the domes of these players.
I like that they broke him.
Now here's Kelly after the game.
Okay.
Coming correct here.
I mean, I thought it was fun. Obviously it didn't go our way, but like I said previously in that interview before that little snippet was taken out of context and made into something that it was probably more than it should have been. I said that from the very start. I knew that the energy was going to be loud. I knew these fans bring a ton of energy. They love their Phillies. So it's nothing I didn't know going into the game. And so it's not like I was taken by surprise by it. But it was definitely loud.
I'm not being defensive. You're being defensive. Yeah, he's
Out
going.
of context,
Yeah.
he flat out said himself, "I'd be very surprised if it was better
Totally. He's in a panic right
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
no.
yeah.
I mean, listen.
Merill Kelly learns. Once again, the one man who could probably tame this whole thing. Well,
I ain't afraid.
they are great fans.
Yeah.
I'll give them that, but we've been there before, and, well, we'll try again.
It's a great environment.
Yeah. I mean, the Giants went 2-1 in Philadelphia in 2010.
That was a magical ride, man.
They won games 1 and 6 there.
Yeah, shout out Timmy Lincecum. Shout out Jeremy Apple.
Well, we'll try our best.
Yeah, totally.
We'll see what happens.
Well, the boys feel good.
Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes today at 5:30. Mike
Nice.
Silver joins us talking Niners and NFL. Mikey Silver, San Francisco Chronicle. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You better be perfect, Merill!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I didn't get a chance to talk to anyone individually, just the whole team. But, I mean, it's always tough to miss that last kick, but that happens in football. They played better than us today, and, that was the last play, but there was a lot more today than just that.
Well, there it is. You were talking about, me being the 80s pop guy. I would have gone John Waite, Missing You.
Oh, no, I'm glad we did this instead.
No, Missing You is a great tune.
No, see, I'm going Jagger Richards every time on that.
I mean, of course, you're going for the all-time greats. I'm just going for a little something a little,
campy.
A little second level.
Yeah.
And what else did we have? We had the third one was yesterday you played, was it, come on, you played a third one. Anyway, it'll come to me. But you played one yesterday, Marcus.
Yeah, I know. I can't remember.
It's all good.
It was early yesterday.
It was, well said. Mikey, Jake Moody, he went Mick and Keith. He missed the kick. He missed you. Get it?
Get it, Mike? Themes here going, Mike.
Get it?
Yeah.
I got it.
All right. Good
man. It's a little early.
Good man.
Yeah, and I don't want to jump on the kid. I think he handled it great afterwards. He has a lot of promise, and I think most young kickers go through stuff like this. So my beef is not with him as a person, and I think if this were a more normal NFL situation, if you were on the Indianapolis Colts, I'd be like, oh, interesting. I think any kicker in the third round is overdrafted. But other than that, I'd be like, oh, maybe it'll work out. But I just don't understand on a win now team, which they very much are, why you would get cute and, have someone learning on the job. And, I wrote that in August, and it went well for a few games, and they had a winnable one that they just lost. And they really care about this stuff. That one of the reasons they've told me they wanted to start so quickly, players, is that they understand that, losing those early games the last couple of years, losing that Bears game at the start of last year, was the reason they had to go to Philly, and they really wanted to get after it. So we'll see. Philly lost 2. It may not make a difference. I think the larger issue is you get into a playoff situation, and it's, win or else, and it comes down to a kick. You let go of a guy who is 68 for 68. He's had 68 chances in the postseason to mess up a kick and has done it 0 times. And you decided, now we're good. We're going to go get this rookie. I think, 2 men who have made a lot of great decisions, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, and assembled the best roster in the land. I will question that one.
It is true. I agree with you. It's worthy to question. And now it has been done. We had Mike Sando on. He listed there have been rookie kickers that have won Super Bowls or even gotten to Super Bowls.
What a nerd. Really? He came on and listed. Wow. Yeah, see, again, I'm not saying it's impossible that a rookie kicker could be good. I'm not saying Jake Moody won't be great. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying you have to win now. You're constructed to win now. You had a guy, and you thought he made a lot of money, and he annoyed you, so you did this, and that's fine. But if you do this, and then you lose games by a missed 41-yard field goal at the very end, you should be called out for it. So thank you for the. I'm glad there's a list though. That's awesome.
It is actually mildly interesting.
I do like Mike Sando. I wish he were on so I could clown him to his face.
Mike does a great job. Here's a couple for you: Jake Elliott, 2017 Eagles; Justin Tucker, 2012 Ravens.
I'm yawning, dude.
What's that?
Yawning. Yeah, Justin Tucker. Okay, yeah. If you know you're getting Justin Tucker, then definitely make that move. I just don't think the Ravens didn't know they had Justin Tucker until they had Justin Tucker. Otherwise, he would have been drafted.
Hey,
by them. Anyway,
make no mistake. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I was just bringing up some factoids that were fun little.
Yeah, no. I mean, the best
talking points.
The best comparison is Doug Bryan, and I hope he's listening because he's already mad that I made this comparison in front point a couple of times. And Doug Bryant's a friend of mine, and he went to Cal. He was a great kicker. The Niners drafted him in '94. He was a rookie on that last team that won the Super Bowl. He had a pretty good rookie year. His second year, he struggled. They lost one game where he missed the kick. Then 28 years ago, last Sunday, it was the anniversary, he missed 2 kicks in Indy, including a potential game winner from a reasonable distance. They lost 18-17. Afterwards, Harris Barton infamously told me, you have 100 guys banging into each other for 3 hours, and then some guy who wears Birkenstocks comes out and decides it. Doug hated that. He hated that quote then. He hates it now. I understand. Yeah. And they cut him the next day. He went on to have a really good 12-year career. So, that which lends credence to the notion that when rookie kickers struggle or young kickers struggle, it's not, career defining. And, we saw Daniel Carlson struggle in Minnesota. They cut him. They wish they hadn't. He's a great kicker for the Raiders now. My point in bringing up Doug Bryant twice now is that I've seen what happens in these locker rooms, especially teams that feel an urgency to win in the moment, when young kickers are not getting it done. It's one game, nothing bad's going to happen. If it happens a couple of times, quickly it can degenerate. And I do want to commend the 49ers, coaches and especially players for the way they've handled this one, because I saw zero signs of, even private grumbling. There was a lot of, hey, we didn't earn this game. We didn't deserve to win it. It would have been cool to steal it, but we played bad. So, I do think they're doing the right thing, and they've got Jake Moody's back and all that. Again, it's not him. My larger point is you're in an elimination game. It's Super Bowl or else, or it is the Super Bowl. Why would you have not wanted to keep the guy who literally has never missed in the postseason?
You're making me nervous.
I know.
Yeah,
would he, from what you know of Rob Gold, would he take a call from the Niners? I mean,
he'd take a call. He'd take a call, but then there'd be another conversation that they hate having, which is really the reason more than cap space or money that this has happened. He would tell them, probably, if my column were, say, like a 7 on a scale of 10 of thrashing, he'd give him an 11. And it wouldn't be from his agent. It would be from him.
Yeah, he's a fiery kicker, man.
Yeah, but also he's 68 for 68.
No question. Yeah, he can back it.
I don't know. I don't run a company. I don't know. I'm not a boss, but I feel like if I had an employee who was that integral and tough to replace, I might listen to a lot of annoying things. So, yeah. And look, I do believe that he would take the call. I do believe that there's a deal to be done, but it would require John Lynch and, to some extent Kyle and Parag and a lot of people to just kind of suck it up and go, all right, we're going to, we're going to make this call. And, and you could, there's probably a way to keep Jake Moody, stash him on IR or something, if you really, really wanted to do this. I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying it was a weird decision when they made it. It was looking weird in August. It looks wrong to me now. And I don't think I'm being an alarmist. I think we're one blown kick that costs a game away from a moment of reckoning. And hopefully for Jake Moody, for the 49ers, and for fans, that never happens.
Hey, man, it's all good stuff, good topic, and worth talking about with Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So more fun, just sort of button-pushing stuff. Paulie, I didn't share this with you earlier this week. I'll just bring it up now for fun. So Seattle sports radio guy, Dave Softy Mahler, he loves to poke. He said, hey, don't look now, but Brock Purdy's turning into a pumpkin. That was his little needle.
Really? That's all it took? One bad game?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Mike, the week before that, there was a buzz about Brock Purdy as the MVP after the Dallas game. So one bad game.
Well, allow me to retort.
Yeah,
citing our favorite movie, Murph.
Yes,
yeah.
Very good.
So, okay, first of all, would you take Geno Smith right now or Brock Purdy? And I love Geno. No. First of all, look, the stat going in about Jim Schwartz and Kyle, I've heard 8-1 going in or 7-1 going in, that Jim Schwartz had that record against Kyle going in. So there is something schematic going on where Jim Schwartz schematically has traditionally given Kyle trouble, and he's one of the only ones, right? Like Kyle probably wins the schematic battle on paper almost every game he's ever coached, and certainly now. So, I don't just go in and go, oh, Brock Purdy didn't play well. Like they were uncomfortable, and Cleveland's really, really, really good. And Myles Garrett was a monster, and they got Zadarius Smith, so that's part of it. I would say this though, and again, not to dump on Jake Moody, but had your kicker been able to make a 41-yard field goal, I know what I was going to write. I was going to write like, hey, all that talk about Brock Purdy can't come from behind. He's a front runner. Dude, he did it. And to me, that's an awesome thing if you're struggling all game against a tough defense and it's not easy. And then at the end, your young quarterback can just get you down the field and into that position. That's kind of epic to me. So I don't care what his passer rating is in a game. I don't care how awesome his numbers are. I care more about that stuff. He hasn't really had chances to do that, which is a reflection of how good that team is. But, I would argue this was a really cool moment for Brock Purdy. So you can't be totally outcome focused to the point where he can't control whether that field goal is good or not. But if you tell me my young quarterback can get you to the 41-yard attempt, I feel pretty good about that.
I'm with you. I was just kind of, throwing that hot take out there from a Seahawk rival.
It's like a Seattle, Sando, Softy, like they're all.
Who else do I have?
Covered,
hey,
man.
Silver, just between you and me, Mikey, I'll bring up the Gas Man next. Our buddy. Remember him? That was from way back when. We used to go to. I know. I saw his name recently. I was like, "Where's the Gas Man bit?" Anyway, okay. So we talked Moody a little bit on Purdy and that last drive. The McCaffrey situation. Obviously, I'm not talking to Dr. Marcus Welby, Dr. Mike Welby here.
Mike Silver, MD.
But just in terms of what this offense without him going into Minnesota, or him playing sort of banged up the rest of the year. I mean, right now, what's your read on this situation? One of the arguments, Mike, is that offense without him showed who's the MVP. It ain't Purdy, it's McCaffrey.
Well, I mean, he's great. And, two things can be true. I believe the Shanahan-McDaniel attack, which is now split into two, but they will always find a way to run the ball productively no matter what. And I said that in 2017 on your show, and people were like, what? I said it in 2018. They will find a way. And, guys like Jeff Wilson emerge out of nowhere. It's like, oh, my God, Jeff Wilson, So, I don't think it's, I don't think there's a scenario where you go, they won't be balanced. They won't be able to run it. On the other hand, he is obviously unbelievably special. He is also a maniac, and I think that lends itself for me to believe that he will find a way to play through stuff and be impacted less than the average person. It means so much to him. He's unbelievably tough and driven, and he takes incredible care of his body. That said, injuries are injuries. So, yeah, I don't know the medical on it. I do think he's going to be on the very high end of people who can play through things or power through. Elijah Mitchell, who's a good running back, gets hurt a lot. J.P. Mason, bigger guy, has shown some pop. Yeah. And I think the other thing is it's not just McCaffrey as running back; it's the chess piece element. He's so important to what they do schematically, as is Debo, and that's why both of them being out is a real blow. And it's interesting to me that Kyle kind of, in putting it on himself, he basically said the guys who came in weren't as prepared as I should have had them for those roles in that moment. And, so we're talking about Ray McLeod in Debo's case and Elijah and Mason in McCaffrey's case. I'm not sure if he meant one more than the others, but, he's basically saying there are a lot of things they have to do schematically to make this stuff work. And, maybe those guys coming in as backups weren't ready to do all that in that moment. Again, that's good accountability. It's either a coach taking accountability or a coach taking one for the team. But either way, I like it. I just think when you talk about McCaffrey being out and Debo, it's not just what they do that we see, which is a lot. It's what they're able to do with them that makes it harder to defend globally, for everyone else.
I want to dig a little deeper on that comment about, because it is sort of getting a little traction as the dust cleared and we worried about McCaffrey of how the backups performed, the Ray McLeods of the world and guys like that, and how Shanahan was ticked and assignments were missed. And I don't know, you mentioned you liked Shanahan taking accountability for that, but is there a problem with depth on the Niners, perhaps?
Yeah, there's a total problem with depth, and they know that, right? They, when you pay big money for Hargrave, you're making a statement. You're saying we'd rather have yet another difference maker, which he is, but it's going to compromise our depth a little bit. So that's why I say you're all in at every position, at all 22, but not the 23rd.
Not the 23rd, yes, exactly.
I think depth is a concern internally too. Coaches I've talked to, it's if you told me the 49ers are going to be, healthy or close to healthy in January, February, I'm pretty confident, more confident than I usually am about any team. Like, I think they're the best team, and I think they win the Super Bowl. But the way they play, the age and tread on some of their players, the sport itself and how brutally violent it is, it makes you worry. So, there are some guys that they will lose, and it'll suck. If you lose Purdy or McCaffrey or Trent Williams or Bosa, I think you're in a much, much more compromised situation than you want to be, period. So, they had a great run for 5 games. Now we're seeing what the NFL is like. Yeah. Those guys are all tough, though, and they're going to try to power through. But, yeah, that's my overriding concern about this team, and it's not their fault, and we can't really do much to control it other than – you pray to the football gods that they're what they're supposed to be when the games really count.
That's what it is. Let's end by taking some shots at the head coach here, Mike. Okay, because 2 things. One, and it's funny, friends of mine have been pushing on this, and I've been resisting, but now I'm starting to crumble. Should he have run one more play before the kick?
No. I'm with Kyle on everything except for the decision to get rid of to change kickers. Yeah. I think you got to make a 41-yard field goal in the NFL in 2023, and there's some risk in running another play too. And I just don't. I think it's a wrap. I think you go. I get it if it's 51 and you want to get to 41, like for sure. Once you get to 41 in the NFL in 2023, I think you're good.
Okay. What about what I hated the most? 17-16 Niners, 3:20 to go. They get the ball on the 25-yard line.
This is the passing.
3 passes.
Yeah, the 3 passes.
It
was like 20 seconds of clock.
It's the first play that kills you.
Well, that's the play he should have run on.
Right.
That's a blown. That to me is a big
clock stopped 3 times.
I got to give him the big fail on that.
It's like a 20-second possession.
They still were in position to win the game. I mean, he's going to regret a call here or there. For the most part, he's pretty good at calling it. I just think all of this would be, we probably should be breaking it down even if they had won, but had they won, we would not. We'd be talking about, can they go 17-0, whatever. So I'm okay. I'm okay with it. I think, there are many things I'm really not in position to question about because he understands the schematics so much better than me. There's some things I am. But I do stand by the one thing I'm hammering, that you had a guy who was 68 for 68 in the postseason. What are you guys doing?
I know. Do you care at all about Deebo Samuel getting into woofing matches on social media? Does that matter at all?
No, I just wish he'd do it like in private conversations with me. So I could get some
there you go, buddy. There it is.
No, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
These guys are feisty guys. Same with the pregame stuff. I'm surprised there's not more pregame woofing. I'll leave you with this. Like Peyton Manning, I think year 2, I went out to do a big SI cover story on him and went to his house. Like it was super awesome. But one thing he was laughing about is he goes, I'm old school. My dad played. He goes, I don't like this pregame fraternization with like everybody coming up and hugging each other. And he said that he and a couple of teammates had this thing where they would soundtrack when they'd see clips of guys or in person, they'd see people kind of like hugging each other and they would soundtrack it like, yeah, man, we're going to kick your butt today, and it was this whole great like Peyton Manning riff before he was a famous commercial and television.
Yeah, he showed that comedy chops on SNL, man. He's a funny dude. So, all right, Mikey. So Minnesota.
Last thing, Murph. Yeah. I think I'm going to say something really unpopular. I want you to digest it. Brady SNL was greater than Manning SNL. Ooh. And here's why. Manning SNL had that skit, which was taped, which is easier, which was funny.
Yeah.
I think the Brady, like, sexual harassment, underwear thing, like, I just think Brady was overall better on SNL, as great as Peyton.
That is a hot take. Now, do I throw a wild card in there and throw a new guy, Travis Kelce?
He might have been the funniest of them all. I mean, he's doing the dolls. They're flirting with each other.
Kelsey was really good.
Yeah.
Joe, of course, had the famous, I'm going to go upstairs moment. But here's another great underrated Brady. They had that little aside in the hallway where fake Donovan McNabb and fake Peyton Manning were in the hallway bragging about their stats to him, and he had to like straight man it. I'm telling you, go back and watch.
Okay, revisionist history.
Let's take a look.
I'm gonna make a sandwich, go on YouTube and check that thing out. Hey, Mike, it's always great chewing the fat, chopping it up, and defending Robbie Gold with you, buddy, every week, man. Be good, and hey, Minnesota, man. We're already preparing our Minnesota rejoins. Obviously, Dylan Prince replacements, Husker Du. And who are we forgetting there?
I threw Morris Day in the time on the pile. We'll throw him in there. Yeah.
And then
we'll probably forget some.
Named Atmosphere.
Yeah, Atmosphere. They're in the mix.
Soul Asylum.
There's one. Runaway to the Niners lost train is a runaway train.
They had a big moment, that band.
All right, good job, Mikey.
I mean, they want somebody to shove. I that's for Debo, by the way. Yeah, no, it'll be really cool, and I think you should get Mike Sando to come on and make a list of all the time that Soul Asylum opened a show with Runaway Train.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it. Sando v. Silver. I love it. All right, buddy. Be good, man. Be good.
See you, man.
Take care, you guys.
Mike Silver's the best. I love it. He's so funny.
That's a deep pull, too. Soul Asylum.
It reminds you. So I worked very closely with Mike for years and years and years. And so he's so passionate about his crafts. Like when he's got a take on Robbie Gold and he hears that Sando had like a slightly different take, he's like, oh, Sando, it's war. Me and Sando, we're going down, man. Let's make it personal. Like Mikey's very competitive. He's very passionate, and this makes him great.
My big takeaway is he got in my head about the Robbie Gold thing at the beginning.
He'll do that for you.
He got in my head.
He'll do that.
Well, what I worry about is not listen, Jake's been great. Prior to the Cleveland Brown game, there's zero complaints. We're all very happy making all his kicks. But he is young, and he doesn't have any experience on a big stage. And you are talking about very, perhaps, season-defining kicks, like as they go down the stretch, and we don't know how he's going to respond. Like, we just don't know it. We'll see. But that I don't know. Mike got in my dome a little bit on that one.
I've been, I was with Johnny Lund and everybody.
Robbie Gold was like automatic. He's as close to automatic as there is.
Real pain in their rear.
Apparently, this guy, he's like the Axl Rose of kickers or something.
Oh, we got to figure out.
He's trashing dressing rooms. Yes. He won't take calls.
We got to get Tim Ryan as the intermediary because Ryan said he's very close with Robbie. Remember,
you know what?
Nice shot, Robbie.
Then we might have to tell Tim Ryan. We'll be like, hey, Tim, you and Robbie Gold. Tighten it up.
Well, the same way, they send in, diplomats to go like George Mitchell solved the Northern Ireland problem.
You got to send
Tim Ryan
like a neutral party in there. Yeah.
Robbie Gold.
Sign the papers, Robbie.
Remember, who was it? Was it MC Hammer brought Crabtree and the Niners together? Didn't he?
You're on fire right now. This is a bit, you're tapping into something here. Yeah.
And do we have this?
Hold on a minute. Robbie Gold, nice shot.
One of my favorite. Nice shot.
It reminded me of that cartoon character, Exit, stage left.
Yeah.
That guy, Snagglepuss or whatever, Snaggletooth. All right. Hey, Steve Kerr spoke to the afternoon crew yesterday.
Nice shot.
He told some good stuff. The Warriors get ever closer. There's a Draymond Green update.
Oh, good.
Maybe a little hoop in your life.
Hey,
next
Day-Day.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Oh, hold on a minute. Robbie Gold, nice shot.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Eric Armstead stopped by the Murphy Mac Show yesterday morning as the 49ers Player of the Week to give his response to Kyle Shanahan calling out the 49ers rush defense against the Cleveland Browns. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think the key to making that happen is everyone buying in. If everyone is bought in, which I have no doubt in my mind that everyone will be bought in, I think we have the pieces that we need, the understanding that we need, the knowledge that we need, the veteran leadership that it takes. I think we have all the pieces that it'll take to win a championship if everyone is bought in. I am someone that took everyone being bought in for granted. And so to understand that it don't always look like that, I think for me, coming into this year, it just gives you a larger appreciation for those that do understand it.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
Man, I don't know about you. I just keep I hear Jordan Poole in that. Yeah, man, I thought everybody was bought in, but I found out not everybody was bought in. I'm like, damn. I still doing Jordan Poole.
It's a pool party.
Because he's not talking about Anthony Lamb, is he? He's not talking about Tony Lamb. No. Anyway, there it is. We're getting ready, guys. Tuesday.
I can't wait. I'm excited. I really am. Like, I know the last season ended in such a bad way, losing to the Lakers. And then, it was odd. Like, the whole season was weird. They were losing so many games on the road, like, historically bad on the road after winning a title. I don't think any of us would have anticipated that. So I feel like this is going to be a time where you're going to see if they can get the wheels back on and reinvent themselves like on their final. Because this is probably Act 3 now, right? This is going to be the last run that these guys have in them the next couple of years.
Well, big picture last year, Wiggins was hurt a ton.
That was huge. And then he took time off from the team. You remember? He had the off the court thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That he was sort of away from the team. I shouldn't have said hurt. He was away from the team. So he was gone from the team for a lot.
And
so it was
Poole,
weird. And big picture, guys. I mean, I just
started with the punch. It all started with the punch, and that was a
weird.
weird.
Fall back on a cliche, but when you win a championship, man, it's brutal to win another one. Absolutely brutal for a number of reasons. A, human nature. You're just not as hungry. All right. B, the fact that they're an older team that played into late June. Dude, that's a lot of mileage.
And if you look at Murph to that, because you can pause that for a second. Not only was it the Boston year when they won the title in Boston, but the previous seasons. I mean, these guys have logged more miles and more games than any team in the NBA over the past 10 seasons.
Yeah. And then, you draw the Kings in the first round. I mean, the Kings gave them everything.
All that energy, all that youth, all that. It was crazy up there.
They crawled out of that Kings series with Steph carrying them for 50 points.
If he didn't have hit the 50, they wouldn't have won the series.
Right. So, again, I'm not making excuses, but it made sense that they didn't win the championship last year. Now, as I've joked about many times, their answer to that was to get older and smaller. All right. So, that's true. They're older and they're smaller. Jordan Poole gone. Chris Paul in. It's exciting. But already Draymond Green sprained ankle. Now, was it a freak accident? Yeah, but it happened. So he's missed. They have eventually said that he's going to miss the rest of the preseason, which,
That's fine. Yeah.
But, it'll take him some time to get back up to speed. And you want him to start developing chemistry with Chris Paul, although I wonder how many times. Well, they'll play fourth quarters together, but they won't start together. And we've kind of buried the storyline about Chris Paul starting or not starting because the Draymond injury has sort of taken Kerr off the hook. Opening night, Paul will start CP3 but when Draymond comes back, it's going to be a decision.
Yeah.
And, I think Chris Paul telegraphed, hey, man, I've come off the bench before. I think that was pretty much.
He's going to have to embrace that, and I think he will. He's a pretty savvy guy, Chris. I can't predict.
Tough, though.
It is to his ego for sure. He's a Hall of Fame guy who's going to have to. But again, the Iguodala did it, and look at the results. Iguodala was an all-star player who came to the Bay. This was not a proven commodity yet, the Golden State Warriors, and Iguodala agreed. He goes, okay.
Yeah, but Iguodala's also the same kind of guy that makes Murph and Mac roast Festus Ezeli.
Which I still regret.
Right.
I think I didn't feel good about it then, and I don't feel good about it now.
I will give Paulie credit. He was first guessing it. He goes, this doesn't feel right.
No.
That's what he said.
I go, why are we going to punk this guy? We're trying to win a title out here.
But we did. Because Andre said so.
I know. It was a high-level prank from Andre. It involved Murph and Mac recording like a fake bit of radio where we talked about Festus getting traded. This was all designed by Andre Iguodala, so we played along.
And then he was taking an Uber or a Lyft somewhere, and the radio guy played. He goes, do you mind if I listen to Sports Talk Radio? I like these guys. And he turned it up really loud.
Yeah,
and he heard me going,
that was funny.
We got breaking news. Festus Ezeli's been released.
He goes, you ever hear these guys? And Festus just like texting in the back. Yeah.
So anyway, Kerr is back on his weekly schedule with Tommy and Copes.
Yep.
And so he spoke yesterday. And what I love, I mean, listen, this one we can relate to, Paulie. Maybe I may or may not have referenced the TV show F Troop yesterday.
Shout out F Troop.
We may or may not have.
Yeah, see, we get in trouble. We get fined when we do that. Yeah.
I'm not going into that.
We're talking Black Sabbath earlier today.
See, that I'm going to do like it or not. I'm coming with the Sabbath. Oh, we got a thumbs up from Marcus on Sabbath. Sabbath is timeless. You know, it's funny. I was in Portland over the weekend, and the girl who was serving me my breakfast was wearing a Black Sabbath shirt. So I said, hey, man, I love your shirt. And I got to say, now, is this just kind of for, like, you know, hipster purposes, or are you like a fan? She dropped a Planet Caravan on me. I go, okay, there's hope for the future. There's hope for the future. So anyway, the 30-year-olds have embraced Sabbath. That's my point.
Hope for the future is Triple E chastising me. Kerr was on Monday, not yesterday. Was it that important?
Yeah, Triple E, you don't get
important.
Oh, come on. This kid's, he
sent me a note
I
that
see him.
Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson's done for the season. That's important. But now that Kerr was on with Tolbert and Copes Monday, not yesterday.
Does it really matter?
Well, there you go, buddy. Overnight Dave lives. Anyway, he told a funny story about his, you know, you wake up one morning and all of a sudden you're working with kids who don't know, don't know F Troop, you know, or don't know Black Sabbath or whatever.
Don't know S about S.
And Steve Kerr, and it'll happen to these guys. These guys are going to be like, hey, man,
you guys don't know Atmosphere?
Triple E, when you...
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
When we did our favorite TV theme songs, what was that one from Nickelodeon that you like so much that you put on?
All that.
Okay.
With Keenan and Kel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there's going to come a time when you're at this mic and you're going to have Baby Boucher back there. You're going to be like, oh, man, it's like that episode of All That. And
you'll have your version of Triple E.
Yeah. And then these kids will be like, who the hell is All That? Amanda Bynes, Keenan and Kel, never heard of them.
Well, this one came in a sports context. This is a funny story Kerr told the Afternoon Boys about... do you know what Nelly Ball is? Well, listen here.
My pop culture references are so outdated. So, speaking of which, I actually texted this to Tom the other day.
Yeah, hilarious.
That's a good story. So, at the end of the Laker game, or, you know, it was like mid-third, you know, Lakers had 70 in the first half. And so I went down to the end of the bench, and during the action, I said to the guys who were seated, I said, guys, we're not hitting on any of the things we're trying to get better with. You know, we're turning it over. We're not defending anybody. And so we're just trying to outscore them. And it's just Nelly Ball. This is just Nelly Ball. And I didn't think anything of it. And the next day I got a text from Lester Quinones. And it was he had Googled Nelly Ball, and he screenshotted the definition of Nelly Ball. And he goes, I had to look this up, Coach. That reference went straight over my head. And I was like, oh, my God, of course it did. Like, these guys weren't even born when Nelly was coaching. So, I got to start, I got to start updating my pop culture.
That is so good, man. Nelly, we would all assume, right? Lester Quinones is like, huh? And by the way, there is a wiki entry called Nelly Ball.
That's awesome.
And it says a whole thing. Nelly Ball is an offensive strategy in basketball developed by NBA head coach Don Nelly Nelson. He's a fast-paced run-and-gun offense relying on smaller, more athletic players who create mismatches by outrunning their opponents.
Do you think if we played some of Don Nelson's more famous, statements and sound bites, maybe some of these younger guys would warm up to him or recognize him?
Yeah, I've been smoking some pot. But I never smoked when I played or coached, so it's new to me. But anyway,
that's Don Nelson. Sorry about that. That's Don Nelson on the cannabis movement.
I'm having a pretty good time. It's more legal now than it's ever been, and so I'm enjoying that.
Getting the alert.
Yeah, we're all getting an alert that there's an earthquake. I didn't feel it.
Murph is like the Babe Ruth of calling earthquakes. He started feeling it yesterday when he said, Paulie Mack, it's earthquake weather. You were like pointed towards the San Andreas Fault like Babe Ruth and go, it's coming.
I did call my shot.
And then you did it again
today. I hope it's not too serious. We didn't feel it here in the studio.
I didn't feel a thing. Yeah.
You guys feel it out there?
I didn't feel anything.
I got nothing.
Well, we all got the alert at the same time.
Maybe it's a prank.
Again, Murph is pointing.
I don't know. I told Paulie.
Yeah.
Well, here it is. Yep. Yeah. Man, my wife just texted, the lovely Kim.
Did she feel it up there?
Alert? We did get an alert, but did you feel it?
I didn't feel the shake.
Is it okay if I ask my wife on the air? Did you? I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. Hang on.
Yes.
Check with Candace.
Exactly.
Let's see. I'm asking if they felt it in the North Bay. Here's another thing. By the way, the Nelly Ball entry on Wiki has an actual chapter says, critics of Nelly Ball. Nelly Ball has a number of critics who claim the strategy is fatally flawed. They contend no team can ever win a championship playing Nelly Ball because the strategy puts such an emphasis on offense and scoring that a team playing Nelly Ball will not have the energy to play defense. So, no, nothing felt in the North Bay.
Okay.
And then she wrote, yes, look at Triple E's in my ear going, yesterday was the anniversary of the earthquake. Does he listen to our show?
No, I know. We talked about it. It's okay. He was out there doing something.
We discussed it.
Yeah.
We discussed it.
By the way, I want to make sure that I got this fact right because while we're talking about the anniversary of the earthquake and the fact that we just had one, I want to make sure I got all my facts right on this. One of my favorite Sam Spears stories. And Sam, we miss you. We love you.
Double tap to the chart.
Always
point
double
to
tap.
the sky.
He's an honorary member of the Murph and Mac family forever. Like for as long as the earth is spinning, Sam will be part of it. With the Murph and Mac family. Wasn't the earthquake game in '89 the night that he somehow wound up driving Joe DiMaggio home?
That's correct.
I don't even know how that happened, but it's one of the greatest things I've ever heard.
Because Joe DiMaggio,
that's like a short film right there. That's like somebody should make a movie out of that.
Joe DiMaggio trusted no one. He was one of the most secretive, paranoid guys. Always believed that people wanted something from him. Was very suspicious. Was kind of a salty dude. One guy he trusted. Sam Spear.
That's so cool, man. That speaks volumes about the kind of guy Sam was.
They had to drive from Candlestick down the peninsula, then I think over the Dumbarton.
To come back up?
And then up the peninsula, and then up the East Bay, and then certainly not the Bay Bridge, as we know, all the way over to the Richmond Bridge.
Wow, what a scene that
and
must have been.
And then all the way down through the North Bay and Marin, then across the Golden Gate Bridge to take him to the marina. Where
Holy
he then
smokes.
stood in line. There's a picture of him. Go Google it. Joe DiMaggio, because all the marina residents had to stand in line to find out if their houses were still standing.
Oh, my God.
And he's in line. He's like the 15th guy in line.
Jeez Louise.
Joe D, the Yankee Clipper.
When you came back up after college, I mean, did you see all the... I was not in the city at that time, but did you see all the devastation and everything, like down in the marina?
No, they didn't let us in.
No.
By the way, Mikey V checks in, nothing in Sonoma. San Diego Mike just checks in and says he's listening. He says it was 4.6 near Antioch.
Okay.
4.6.
I hope everybody's okay out there.
Yeah. 4.6 is a decent little shake.
Yeah, it's a good little shake.
What's the biggest one you've ever experienced, Paulie?
Ooh, great question. I remember when I first came back to San Francisco in '96, one night I was at the computer, and I was the only one in my house, and the whole building started shaking. I actually thought my wife was behind me shaking my chair. That's how violent the shake was. It was a five something, but I felt that one very, very strong. It was like 96.
1989 Northridge earthquake. Huge one. Or was it 87? Northridge, a huge one for me. No, 90. What was it? Anyway, huge one for me. Big one. That's the biggest one I felt. My buddy Harmsy, who we lost, came running out of the shower and jumped on my back, almost nude. I think he had a towel on, but I was like, dude, you're naked on my back. Get off my back. I said, what are you doing? He's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
He kind of panicked.
Yeah.
And jumped on my back. I was like, what, you're going to go down with me?
Yeah.
And anyway, what year? No, it was 87. Was it Whittier? 87? Let me find that one for you. No, 1994 was the Northridge quake. I was not around for that one. 1987 Whittier. That's what it was. I confused my quakes. Paul, let me give you a number on that one. Yeah, 5.9.
Yeah, that's plenty.
Big.
That'll feel it. Yeah, you'll feel that.
My buddy Neil, who was our other roommate, ran into the middle of the room, and we were like, you idiot, get in the door.
You got to go to the doorway under a big oak desk or whatever you have like that.
Let me tell you, then there was earthquake envy because my buddy Robbie was driving to work.
Yeah.
You don't feel it in the car. That night, everybody in our apartment building, every door's open, everybody's in the hallway telling all our stories, and Robbie was pissed because he didn't have a story.
Actually, you know what?
He was pissed.
Yeah.
He got pouted. He left the room.
Another memory just
Everybody's telling their earthquake stories. I don't have one.
No, this is good. This just came back to me. I got to see Rod Brooks react to the first earthquake he ever felt. He and I were on the air at Ticket 1050. So this has got to be 97 or 98. And we were doing a morning show. We were on the air. We had an earthquake, probably a 5-something. It was a good shake. We were 11 floors up at that time. So you really, the higher up you are, the more you're going to feel it generally. I remember the look on his face, dude.
If you've never felt
he was
one, man,
terrified.
it's a big deal.
And it felt like the room. What I remember about that one is it felt like there was like water under our feet. Like there was like a rocking, swaying motion.
It's kind of amazing that we just live every day with this incredible guillotine hanging over our heads.
That's why we're so cool.
But it's okay because houses are cheap around here, so no problem.
Yeah, the cost of living, it's affordable.
So anyway. All right, here's the story we missed. I'm upset at myself. We missed this story. Is the NFL going pro wrestling on us? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok at The Sports Leader. We are KNBR.
3rd and 11 inside the Charger 25. Shotgun snap, right tackle block. Herbert, messy pocket, throws his ears hit. A throw, it's intercepted on a dive. It's intercepted by the Cowboys at the 33. Stephon Gilmore got it and seals a Dallas win with a diving interception.
Destroying the life of the new most famous NFL fan in the world. Marianne
go now.
Doe. Marianne Doe, pardon me.
Yeah.
D-O, last name. Marianne Doe.
Okay.
Marianne Doe. Who is Marianne Doe?
I don't know.
Paulie?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
There's a story that I am embarrassed we didn't hit it yesterday, but I want to hit it today. So Monday Night Football, were you watching closely or were you watching baseball?
I was more Bochy driven on Monday, actually. I only saw the end of the Charger game, the fourth quarter.
I happened to see this.
Okay.
When the Chargers scored a touchdown to tie the game, they cut to a young woman in a Chargers baby blue throwback who can only be described as losing her mind. Like losing her mind. Like her body gestures and her expressions were borderline fanatical, if not truly fanatical. Like her life depended on the Chargers scoring a touchdown. And Joe Buck and Troy Aikman were like, wow, look at that. And at one point, they went back to her before the commercial break, like the Giants broadcast would do if they find somebody. And Buck and Aikman said, that's the definition of pure ecstasy right there. She was so excited. So immediately on Twitter, she became a meme. People were like, me when I hit the parlay, or me when I saw Bruce Springsteen reschedule his dates. Or,
Triple E sent one in that said, me when I get to work before Murph.
Exactly.
Stuff like that.
Exactly, dude, exactly. It's over. Waterboy saying, me when Overnight Dave returns on the ones and the twos.
Nice,
you know what I mean?
nice, yeah.
Well, dude, how long does it take before they come get you? Very good. Nice job.
It's quick these days. No, it's like instantaneous. You do something good, they're coming right at you.
Because it was funny. Yeah. It was funny. It was cute. And she
had a little moment there, yeah.
Within about, 30, 45 minutes?
That's all it took,
He was saying,
30 minutes.
Bull S. There's no way she's real.
Why
She's
is that, though?
fake.
Why would people say that? Like, what about her?
Marcus, help us out, because you're part of the conspiracy
fraudulent about her
generation.
celebrating a play?
I've got the tinfoil hat on. I think she was an industry plant, Paul.
Why?
Why? A, because they're in L.A. and the Chargers just don't have any fans in general. I mean, look how SoFi Stadium gets taken over each and every week.
An important point.
Whether it's
As
the
a lawyer,
Chargers
I would
or
ask
the
this
Rams.
question. As an attorney, I would ask this question. How many did she get? More than one camera shot in that game?
Multiple.
She had multiple shots. Okay, and so why would the camera find her? What's so unique?
Because she was planted there. I don't know.
Well, how do the Giants cameras find all those interesting, fun stories? They just cruise around. It's hard to miss this young lady. She was quite fanatical.
Jumping up and down.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
I saw
the
the
thing.
footage.
We've never seen a Charger fan react like this because, again, there just aren't too many Charger fans.
No, you don't meet them a
Now,
lot.
Here's the problem. Somebody, somewhere, somehow found a picture of somebody who may or may not be this woman. I can't verify that this is this woman. She kind of looks like her, but I can't verify this.
No.
And she's got her face painted wearing a Minnesota Vikings jersey, and she's screaming in ecstasy about the Vikings.
You like that? You like that?
She's the only one
they're
doing that.
saying now this is proof that she's a fake. Now, this is rife with problems here. Number one, we're not sure it's the same person.
No.
Number two, somebody said that she has kids playing flag football and their team was the Vikings.
That's
and
a
she was
good
cheering
out.
for
That's
her
a good
kids.
defense. Good defense.
And number three was saying maybe she's a Vikings fan who's also a Chargers fan. She's a bit of a nut. Now, McAfee, to his credit, got the young lady on his show. Pat McAfee, the kind of booking we're looking for.
My only question is, why wasn't she booked on the Eminem show? Because I could have seen Creative Tony would have done stuff like that back in the day when he was producing shows. He would have come in and said, we should get that lady on, man, that they're saying is a fake.
She's kind of a delightful lass. She's kind of got a youthful, kind of California energy to her.
She's throwing off a nice vibe. I got no problem with this lady.
Well, here she is on McAfee.
She's got a nice Charger jersey.
You tell me, do you believe this woman?
Okay.
So, Marianne, there's some skeptical people out there, a couple in the studio. I won't name names.
Darius Butler, Anthony DeGilio.
Hi, guys. Hi, Marianne. So, Marianne, were you offended by when people like this said, hey, she's a plant, she's working for the NFL, she's a robot, she's an alien, this can't be real, no one's that passionate?
You know what? I wish I was getting paid. I wish I could make myself, AI and as beautiful as I want. But at the end of the day, this is me, guys. This is me. Crazy mama 4, crazy Chargers fan, crazy freaking football fan. And it is what it is. So, I'm not
What do you like at your kids' games? Do your kids play sports? What do you cheer like that? at
Oh
the
gosh, if you ever get in touch, so all the moms are texting me. They're like, "Why are people saying you're fake? Because this is how you're at flag football. This is how you are when you're at soccer. This is the basketball finals. This is you." And I'm like, "Yeah, I guess my poor kids have to deal with this every day." But now, it's crazy. It's overwhelming that the whole world thinks this is so different because my kids have had to deal with this all their lives.
There you go, Paulie. Do you believe it? You didn't get to see her visual, but do you believe the audio?
I'm buying in. I think she's too little, and like she's not bothering anybody. She's this little girl, with a little woman rather, with a small jersey on. She's jumping up and down. Let her have a moment. Like, why do we got to assume the worst all the time, Marcus? I'm here to stand up for the optimism and the pure of heart out there. I don't know. I just put that together.
Or you're a sucker.
Could be.
All right.
Could be.
What it's gonna take for me to be a conspiracy guy? I can't even think of a conspiracy I believe in.
I'll buy
I just
into
believe
a good
the universe is too random. I just can't
It's too random. The only conspiracy I believe in is that if the Kansas City Chiefs are losing any given game in the fourth quarter, stand by because the flags are coming. I've seen it happen twice so far this year. That I'm buying into. But this one, why would they spend time and money and resources like the NFL doesn't need fans? Right. It's the most popular sport in the country.
Just like Taylor Swift doesn't need the hype with Travis Kelce.
They
or
don't
does
need
she?
Does she?
Well, that's the crazy thing to me is like the publicity that she's getting. She's going on multiple shows. I saw a report from Tom Pelissaro actually breaking down that she may actually be a season ticket holder. But I also saw a quote that said she became a Charger fan in 2017 when the team moved to LA. That's the red flag right there. Like San Diego's like an hour south. Like all of a sudden you're a Charger fan because they're in LA. You probably should be a Ram fan over a Charger fan.
Keep our hearts and minds open on this. Somebody put it out. How did the cameras find her? One of the texters said it. 415 says easy. She's the only one in Charger gear. All right, that was easy to find. Pretty good.
Oh, stand by, Murph. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just getting this text alert here from the San Francisco Giants. Apparently, Marianne, the Charger fan, will be interviewing for the vacancy for the skipper job here at San Francisco.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say, though, you're getting a text alert that Marianne was one of the original milkmen.
Oh, even better. You can stay on the conspiracy tip. I like that.
I mean, the milkman one, that might be the closest I come to
kind of setup. Where are they getting the outfits? How'd they come in with the tray?
Yeah, the cameras knew they were coming.
Yeah. They would march up and down like in formation. Those
Maybe
guys.
the most believable conspiracy I go for is the granddaddy of them all. I'm like a Rose Bowl guy, JFK. I'm not so sure. I definitely think there might be something fishy with JFK.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not so sure we're getting the whole story on that one.
No.
All right.
Well, you weren't the only one.
So I'm going the granddaddy of them all.
Yeah.
The biggest one.
That's the Rose Bowl conspiracy.
Our moon landing is right there.
You're not a fake
you
the
got
moon
that
landing
one now,
guy?
too.
Moon landing's like the Sugar Bowl, and JFK is like the Rose Bowl.
I agree with Murph. No, you're talking presidential. Yeah.
So, do you buy the moon landing?
Moon landing, I'm going to buy into. The JFK thing, I'm with you. Too many things for one bullet to be doing with like the 16 different wound marks or whatever the guy had. It was horrible.
530, first text I see. Kubrick directed the moon landing. Well, there was a movie called Capricorn 1 where they fake a Mars landing.
Shout out O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson,
yeah.
Elliot Gould and all that. So anyway, I wanted to touch on that story and shout out Marianne Doe, how you pronounce her last
if
name.
that's even her real name.
I got to think some of her
Great
neighbors
call.
need to be making some statements to the police and the informants.
Let's find out. Let's get to the bottom of this now.
Like, do we know? She's so sweet. Like, if you saw the interview. And she's doing it from like her home, too. It's like from her living room. It's like you can see like the pictures of the kids in the back and all
I got to be honest.
She's like, here I am, guys.
Yeah.
You know, she's like, this is me.
Every household should have a football fan that enthusiastic.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So there you go, man. All right. Wanted to touch on that story because I was upset.
Pretty funny stuff, man.
I was upset at myself that we didn't touch on that one yesterday.
No, I'm glad you brought it.
Let's close it out with a brief check of the text line. We did not do the text all day.
Well, Dave Grohl's waiting. He's getting antsy.
If someone sent in a text to you. Oh.
831 gives this one that preschool dad Peter hit us with.
Nice.
You guys haven't mentioned Mark DeRosa as a possible Giants manager. Now, we know he wants to. He managed Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. I just have not heard his name
I haven't
once.
either. I like Mark DeRosa, too. I think a lot of Giant fans would be pretty happy to hear that.
Remember the name that Bags floated out that we talked about briefly was Pat Burrell?
Yeah.
We haven't heard that one either.
No.
Either too. 209 says, what is Wine Mom's take on the fan? Who's Wine Mom? Does you remember Wine Mom? Who's
Wine Mom?
I don't know who that is.
They're not talking about the mom that dances at Warriors game, are they?
I don't think
She's
so.
like the Christmas sweater mom.
Yeah, they have a different name for her. Yeah.
Wine mom. I'm not sure.
Wine Mom.
People are coming at her. 415, this lady's a bandwagon fan. She's been seen in Vikings games. Well, there is a picture of her in the
But
the
again,
Vikings
they're saying
jersey.
that's her kid's flag football team or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of people checking in on the earthquake alert. 4.1 near Antioch, they say. 415 says, my wife felt it in Pittsburgh, California.
That's like Najee Harris territory, right?
That is correct.
Pittsburgh, yeah.
That is correct. 650 says, a well-placed source tells me Joe D was standing in line in the marina to retrieve a large wad of cash in his house. Does somebody have some knowledge
Wait a
here?
minute, what?
Somebody have some knowledge? Oh, Wine Mom was the courtside fan at the Dubs game who offered Draymond wine while saying it's okay. Okay, you got to have incredible knowledge of your fan system. A lot of people checking in on the earthquake, saying they didn't. Nobody's feeling anything unless you're in the Antioch, Pittsburgh area. Tons of people checking in on that. 831 says, I'm here to defend Jake Moody. In the big stage against TCU in the Fiesta Bowl last year, he made all his kicks.
Well, that's good.
Is the Fiesta Bowl as big a stage as the NFL?
Not even close.
No.
Nope.
There we go, guys. And somebody says the G in GSW stands for geriatric. Okay. How's that for the, we told you they got older and smaller.
Better than standing for the G
says,
League.
If you're going to talk bands from Minnesota for your rejoins, how about Semisonic? Truly a one-hit wonder, Semisonic. Closing time, Paulie. Closing time. 650 says, Robbie Gould never wanted to be a Niner, and Jake Moody has twice the leg.
Okay.
And 707 says, Paulie, can I get a Jake's my boy to defend Moody at this
100%. One of my favorite cuts, actually, right here.
Jake's my boy.
So there you go.
I'll give you Jake under glass, too, just for good measure.
Jake!
That's another one of my favorites.
209 says Niners need to beef up the right side of the O-line if they want to win this whole thing.
You buy into that, Murph? You worried about the O-line at all?
I've been okay. 408 says Giants fans feel the same way about Farham, the same way Ralph Barbieri felt about Armando Benitez. That's a high-level text involving
Shout out Ralph
KNBR
Barbieri
history
forever, man.
And all that stuff there. All right, well, thank you guys for the outside.
Fun show. I'm glad we got to the bottom of the Marianne controversy. Or did we get to the bottom of it? Maybe there'll be more unturned today, uncovered.
And 408 with the last one that's been hit said, hey, guys, in terms of Niner depth, where is Ronnie Bell? He showed up, caught a touchdown, disappeared.
That's a very good question. I haven't even thought about him.
They gave Ray all his reps, and then he had the penalty assignments out there. So. All right, well, hand it over to Papa and Lund. Did you have fun today? Everybody have fun today?
I did. I laughed a lot today.
We did.
Yeah.
Good. All right, we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're telling earthquake stories with Greg and John, who are here.
We are here.
What up, gentlemen?
I got an earthquake story from like a half hour ago.
What do you got?
Was there an earthquake in Sacramento? What's the story?
What do you got?
Well, wasn't there a quake this morning?
Yeah.
Did you feel it?
People out in Antioch and Pittsburgh say
my
they felt
story's
it.
very short. I have nothing to say.
Okay.
I just, 4.1 around Sacramento?
We all got the alert.
Yeah.
Our phones
I
went
didn't
off.
get that alert.
They call it earthquake weather.
They
Those
do.
warm Indian summer days.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yesterday, right?
A year ago yesterday, 34 years ago.
That's right.
Yeah.
We were all telling where we were. G-Pop was on his way to the game.
I was. Where were you in L.A.?
Yeah. Yep. Was I don't know if I was
partying.
I was watching the game. I know I was watching the game. I remember it. Probably in a bar. I was just 20.
John didn't feel it. The earth didn't move.
Sorry,
Where
bro.
you
I
were.
feel like that all the time.
Like that entire World Series, it struck during I think they were showing highlights from Game 2 where the A's were just kicking the Giants' egg. It was like
Jose Canseco
was like trotting around.
did not throw to second base to Jose Canseco.
It was yet another low light for the Giants in the series where they had nothing go right. Give me one. I mean,
Now, that was a bad quake, obviously.
Yeah.
But I was also doing a Warriors game in L.A. I think it was the Clippers when the Northridge quake.
we talked Northridge quake today on the show.
That quake. Now, that
87.
happened at like 3 in the morning.
That was a huge one.
Luckily, I was in my hotel room alone. I was the only one, I think.
Well, you can tell two stories.
No, so here's what happened. It felt like
that was a big.
It felt like
one.
a monster. I'm sound asleep. It felt like a monster picked up my bed and just started shaking it.
Yeah.
So that with the Warriors then. So the entire
You hadn't
hotel.
been out drinking that night?
That was earlier. It was like 3 in the morning. The entire hotel has to evacuate. So we go outside of the lobby, and you see
there's Elton Lister.
I think Chris Gatling was playing a game of 2-on-1. He was working on the triangle.
Yeah.
So it was
defense. Yeah.
Or what Kurt would call Nelly ball.
We're
ball.
kind of outnumbered here. I'm like, thank God.
Play zone D, man.
I had my feetsies pajamas
The
going.
Northquake
I was going to say, he was wearing PJs.
Northridge
It was just
earthquake
nude.
revealed
People
all.
were just nude.
Perfect earthquake story. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Triple E, Marcus, see you tomorrow. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I believe in the power of intention. I believe in the power of your mind.
We are just scrubs and we're nobodies.
And I was about to open up the cabin and fly away.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Going into the WBC game, I think that I haven't obviously heard this place on the field, but I'd be very surprised if it trumped that Venezuela game down in Miami.
You better be perfect now. You better take those corners now. You're gonna get robbed.
The 3-2 in their ball game, and the Phillies win it. 10-0 the final, and the Phillies are up 2-0 in this National League Championship Series. A dominant performance by the Phillies pitching, and the power on display again.
I thought it was fun. Obviously it didn't go our way, but like I said previously in that interview before that little snippet was taken out of context and made into something that was probably more than it should have been. I said that from the very start. I knew that the energy was going to be loud. I knew these fans bring a ton of energy. They love their Phillies. So it's nothing I didn't know going into the game. And so it's not like I was taken by surprise by it, but it was definitely loud.
All right, Woogie. Hope you learned a lesson there. Who could stop the Phillies? We'll get into that conversation. We'll comp the Giants to it. We're 6 days, count them, 6 days away from the Warriors opener, so we got questions. 49ers, we're a few days away. We're in that awkward middle stage where it's Wednesday. Look back at the Browns, look ahead to the Vikings, although it's Monday night, so we got an extra day, so we have the pleasure of having you in studio today and the rest of the week. We'll be down in Santa Clara. We got a great guest list. As always, an old friend of the show is going to join us. Good morning, my friend.
Old friend of the show? I haven't seen the guest list yet.
I have not, but I got a text from somebody asking me a question yesterday.
As a Philadelphia angle?
Yeah, well, Kevin
I think
Franzen,
I heard him last night from the bank.
Right, he's doing the national coverage of the NLCS, and he sounds great doing it.
Yeah.
He's really improved a lot. He sucked when he was here, but he's a lot better now. That's Kevin Franzen.
What are you talking about? You know how he got broken in as a broadcaster? I got to ask him. Was he still a Giant then and he was hurt, or was he retired? He did Giants post-game live with me.
He's good at it.
And the thing that he did, what I remember the most about working with Franny was he has the greatest afternoon delight. He sings the song and then he does the woo! Yeah. Before I think you and I even got together.
I think you're right.
And so that was part of my thought on the afternoon delight, and the name of the show that was Kevin Franzen related. So
he has great energy and he loves the game.
No, he does.
That's what I love. I love
he left Philadelphia.
Yeah, oops.
Now they're in Washington. So several things about last night. Just the Philly fan base. And I think it turned in early August where, for whatever reason, they did not boo Trey Turner. They decided to love him, embrace him, and truly, take the city's motto of the city of brotherly love. They've never been those people. I know they got the brotherly shove now in football, but they would always shove you back. They were, as Pat the Bat Burrell, how mean they were to him. They would boo him unmercifully. Mike Schmidt, when he came up. When did the Philly fan, and I guess I'm answering my own question because it happened around that early August, and they point to that being where the season kind of flipped. They were starting to play better, but Turner in particular, where they decided not to boo him like Philadelphians have forever. They decided to cheer him wildly, and it flipped everything. But it's just, because Philly fan was known for, if you get ahead of them and their team starts to fall behind, and now you hear the groans, and it's not, come on, Trey, it's F you, Trey, and they get hostile, and their players start to tense up. Maybe because the Phillies just hit bomb after bomb, and they got Schwarber leading off and Turner batting right behind.
Philly team.
Right, but when did the Philly fan, and specifically the Phillies fan, turn to this warm, embracing presence? Because there's no doubt that is a daunting fan base to deal with. Texas does have the home field advantage, right? We looked this up.
Yes. Yeah.
So that could be the difference, but you got to go in there and maybe beat them one time or twice,
right.
But first thing is, when did the Philly and the Phillies fan in particular completely change their image?
I think before that, just a real quick story. So they used to have a thing because they lost all the time. The Eagles, they never could win championships. Now I know that Dr. J brought one, but they had have a thing, and I know you're familiar with it. It's called the Wing Bowl. And we actually were in Pittsburgh and we stole it. And the reason they do the Wing Bowl is because they knew that during Super Bowl week that they had to have something big, and the Eagles wouldn't be in the Super Bowl. They were so negative.
I don't even know about this. The Wing Bowl? My brother was a sportscaster there for 25 years.
Ask anybody in Philadelphia.
They chicken wings?
WIP in Philadelphia does a Wing Bowl, and these guys are elaborate, and they have names, and they come out like wrestlers.
Like the Turkey Bowl?
Oh, yeah, but it's massive. They go into what used to be, into like what is it called now? What used to be the Spectrum. And they go in there and they fill the place up, and these guys are like
Center, FU Center, whatever
are these massive like WWE
what do they do?
characters. They eat wings, and they'll do it like at 10 minutes at a time, and they have different rounds of it.
My brother was ever involved with that from Buffalo. I never heard of this.
They'll eat hundreds of wings at a time. But the whole point of it is that they were so negative because they knew that the Eagles would never be in the Super Bowl.
So they wouldn't watch the Super Bowl?
So it was the week of the Super Bowl because they said, well, we're never going to be in it, so let's have this big event, and it mushroomed into this massive thing. Okay. My point in saying that all is that for a very long time they didn't win anything, and they're like, we're not going to win anything, so let's just do this thing.
Well, Michael Jack Schmidt and Pete Rose and those guys won in 80, and then Dr. J won in 83, And then they didn't. I mean,
And that
obviously,
was
Ron
it.
Jaworski and the Eagles got to the Super Bowl
But
and
that's what I'm
lost to the
saying.
Raiders.
It got started like in the mid to late 80s.
Ryan
this
Howard, Chase Utley,
Yeah.
Jimmy Rollins, that group won one.
Right.
But that was the most dominant run of Phillies baseball ever.
But it was more of an Eagles, like, we're never going to win anything,
Eagles,
negative kind of a deal.
Eagles.
And so that's kind of the attitude that they come from, is this whole thing like nothing's going to work for us. But now, since that point, I mean, they've won a couple and they've been better as far as the Eagles are concerned. But I got to be honest, I don't know who's going to stop these guys, because what happens is that they're at home, and then Schwarber hits a home run, and then and he hit 2 last night, and the place starts going bananas, and they're like perfect team, like this long-haired, crazy.
You know what Bochy's got to do? He's got to bring Cody Ross, sorry Doc, into the bank when they play.
It's hard to not root for him, even though I'm not an Eagles guy or a Philly
and
guy,
because
the energy's fun.
The postseason that they're having. So they have lost a game. Atlanta beat them 1 game. And that was when they had to come back. Remember, from 4-0 down, Austin Riley gets the home run, the great relay play at the plate involving Austin Riley. Otherwise, Bochy's not lost. Bochy's 7-0 in the playoffs, and they're going to roll out Max Scherzer today, John. It's going to be interesting. But Philly's 7-1 so far in the playoffs. They have hit 19 home runs in these 8 games, and their ERA is 1.39. They're a plus 33 in the 8 games. So, I mean, these are historic numbers. It seemed like it did not feel like a 10-0 game last night. Obviously, when the Diamondbacks pulled out Woogie, Merill Kelly, and they got, 4 in the 6th, 4 in the 7th, and it was over. But it was a 2-0 game for most of the game. But it's not just that they hit bombs, and they hit bombs. They hit home run after home run. I mean, it's unbelievable. The Flyers were known as the Broad Street Bullies. This is the Broad Street Bombers. Just unbelievable, John. But the way they defend Alec Boehm at third base, how good is Bryce Harper at first base? Keep in mind, they lost Rhys Hopkins in spring training to a torn ACL. They did not have Bryce Harper. Hopkins is not coming back. But next year, what do? Hopkins goes back to first, and they move Harper.
He's a free agent.
Oh, he is a free agent. Oh, look at your eyes perk up.
I'm just saying.
Damaged goods.
He is damaged.
Why don't we sign him and then flunk him on his physical?
He's going to be in the discount bin. He's from Sacramento. Hey, what's up, Farhan? He's bound to be the first base of the Giants next year. He's coming back from
Who's
a major knee
Kapler
injury.
rooting for in this series, by the way?
He's normally a $20 million player, and we can get him on a 1-year deal for $8 with a team option. Yes, please.
Rhys Hopkins is not a $20 million player. What are you talking about?
Maybe he's 15. You can get
so
it for
Bochy's
$5.
going to get him anyway.
Maybe.
Philly, I don't know. Why are we embracing Philly? We don't like Philly.
Here's the big question.
Now that my brother's gone,
yeah, that's true.
I used to root for him.
If Scherzer can be Scherzer in Game 3, and all
That's
of a sudden,
a big if.
It is a big if. But if the top 3 in your rotation, the way Jordan Montgomery's pitching, future Giant, and Nathan Eovaldi, and now Scherzer, I mean, if that's your top 3, starting pitching still is pretty important. All of a sudden, if he's close to himself, let's say he can give you even 5 Max Scherzer innings. Now we're cooking with gas.
He said 69 pitches last. He threw a sim game.
Nice.
So Boat said somewhere in that area. But we'll have to see. And Max Scherzer's a gamer.
69 sounds about right.
Max Scherzer's he's not been the same guy since he came out of the bullpen to close the Giants out in Game 5. He really is not in the 2021 NLDS. So, in any event, fun watching baseball.
I love it, man. I love it.
So we have a day game tomorrow in Arizona. The National League is off, and today we do have Bochy coming back out with Max Scherzer. Huge game.
Because Houston, for some weird reason, doesn't play well at home and then kicks everybody's butt on the road. So if they stay to form, then that's going to be a long series. If Texas wins tonight and Scherzer, then Texas could have a quick road to the World Series, and they're probably going to play Philadelphia. I also saw that Arizona, which that's a weird sports market because no one's from there, but they do jump on bandwagons when the team wins. But my son told me that there's a get-in price under $100 for these games. Which is
in Arizona?
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's not going to be Philly crazy. And if it is Philly crazy, it might be the Phillies fans. Because there's a lot of people, obviously, from
Your son was at when they closed out the Dodgers, right? How many Dodger fans were there?
A gazillion.
There was more Dodger fans?
The whole place was Dodgers fans.
Yeah.
It's just the market. It's just a weird market. And they still get dominated no matter what by the other team's fans.
Including the Giants.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that used to be where the Phoenix Giants were. So when the Giants go play down there, so we'll see.
All right, let's get to it. We'll give you the guest list. Kevin Franzen's going to join us. We will talk some more baseball. Tons of 49ers to get to as well. Lots of meat on the bone as far as the Warriors are concerned. We'll get to all of it coming up next. Thanks for joining us. Remember, text line is wide open. Questions, comments, thoughts. Give us those. We'll read the best ones. And, of course, you can start the conversation as well on YouTube and Twitch. You can see our sweet, clean faces. By the way, good hair day today. You bring hats today? Because normally you go hat. Today you're going hair.
I'm having a good hair day today.
So no hats today? No change?
Well, I'm going to do something in the next segment because I caught a cold in Cleveland. Although they say it's impossible, you have to have
You're this close to me. Why didn't you tell me this prior to this?
No, we're far away. I think we're at least 6 feet apart.
Oh, I was going to go hug you. No, I'm not.
They say that you don't get colds from being outside in the cold. I don't believe that. But in any event, whenever I fly on an airplane, in the cabin pressure
messes you up.
So I'm going to break something out next segment. I don't know if they've improved so much. I don't know if the audience on the stream will even notice them. But it's my ode to Jerry Rice.
Oh, I know what you're going to do.
As well. So
you know what I forgot?
There's
I normally have a bag, and I changed it out yesterday. I'm so mad at myself.
Mucinex?
It's
got the Mucinex.
It's got throat spray and all my 10 different kind of drops. Like I got a bag that I keep.
I got a bag. I got the Mucinex.
Yeah. And I got some special mints for you because I forgot it was your birthday, and then I was walking along the street today.
Actually, I got Ricola. Where's my Mucinex?
I had to go and get some.
I love that
make a stop today, and I got you something.
The little guy that does the Mucinex ads.
That green thing?
Is a booger.
Yeah, I know.
It's the greatest thing ever.
Who thought of that?
I don't know.
Hey, Bob,
what are we trying to do?
Bob, what do you got?
Get the boogers out of people's noses. So why don't we just come up with a green guy?
Bob for marketing thought, let's do a big snot bubble. I thought he's like a big snot bubble. And that works. It's like, let's do that.
I got something better than that.
I do too.
You won't even see it. I'm going to turn around. You won't even see it.
You're going to turn around. Get ready. I'm pretty sure I know what this is. The Jerry Rice thing gave it away. People may forget, but he used to promote these. All right, let's get to all of it coming up next.
These were different. Mine are better.
Bob Woodland, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL films, I tell you. Senior producer Greg Cosell joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to review the game tape and the loss of the Browns. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Grab the keys. Where are we going? You know where. For a new Toyota, Modesto Toyota, where you can still get great savings on that new Toyota you want with no dealer markup. So every day, new cars, SUVs, and trucks are arriving, and there's never been a better time to get yours. You can even check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. In fact, that's what I did to get my RAV4 hybrid that I've gotten. So you go to ModestoToyota.com, you pick out the one you want, it's got all the bells and whistles and the things that you need. Boom, it's that simple. And there's a huge selection of hybrids, and now you can check out the fully electric BZ4X. The BZ4X is at a great price and special lease deal, so you can save big, and then you can throw out high gas prices, which is nice. Modesto Toyota's been family-owned since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the sweet, clean customer, and that means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, great customer service. So come grab the keys. Let's go. Modesto Toyota on that new car, SUV, or truck you want. And the time is right, and no dealer markup. That's right, no dealer markup and a great deal on your next Toyota at Modesto Toyota, where I've gotten my Toyotas. I just told you, RAV4 Hybrid, just got it about a month ago. My son's Toyota, you know the deal. We're contracted the rest of our life, and his life and the life after that. Only at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Maybe the best offensive lineman in the game, Laura. He left the game briefly, came back in, and was spotted after the game in a walking boot. He's having tests today to determine how much damage there is to that foot, that ankle injury that he suffered during the game. That would be a massive blow to the 49ers if he were unable to play a week from tonight against the Minnesota Vikings. And there are questions about the availability of wide receiver Deebo Samuel, who left early in the game after suffering a shoulder injury. Quite an eventful day for Deebo Samuel. Pre-game skirmish, then hurts his shoulder on this play. Obviously, we'll have tests there to see whether or not he'll be back in time for next Monday night as well. And Christian McCaffrey, the running back who had been in contention for the most valuable player award, suffered an oblique injury, also getting tested to see whether or not he will miss any time. But it's got to be disconcerting when you see a running back stretching out there on the sideline, obviously not able to come back into the game, came back briefly but then left. So some major question marks for a team that lost its first game of the season.
There's Adam Schefter. Now, later on, he would tweet out yesterday after our show that none of the three injuries are seen as long-term or significant. So I don't know exactly what that means, but the first question that popped to mind for me was, even if, and one of the reasons why is I don't play fantasy football anymore, but a friend of mine called me yesterday, and I couldn't answer this question, so I'll ask you. He goes, is McCaffrey playing? And I said, look, I don't know, because he could be healthy, but it's week 7 and the 49ers could be cautious. And he said, well, who would back up McCaffrey if he was out? Because he has McCaffrey and he needs to pick somebody up. And I said, I don't know. I said, Mason has been the better player, but in the past, Mitchell's been the better player. Mitchell seems healthy now. He gets hurt a lot. I go, I don't know what to tell you. I'd go to another team. So I'll pass you the question. Even if McCaffrey is, quote-unquote, healthy, do they give him a break because he's been getting hit so much and face mask grabbed and all these kind of things because it's only week 6 or week 7? And then if he does not play, who are they going to put in his place?
Well, we're not playing tonight. They're playing Monday night. Today is the players' off day completely. They'll be back on the field tomorrow. Tomorrow's like a Wednesday and Friday's like a Thursday. But the players that are injured, the injured players have to come in this morning at 9 a.m. for treatment. And right now they're going through body regen, they call it, regeneration.
Could I do that? Could I pay?
You can do that. And by the way, thanks for my birthday gift you brought me. Very nice.
Well, sometimes,
something in a mint flavor.
Sometimes breath is an issue.
Something,
so you get,
something as well
that's
there.
That's just a cigar.
And then they can get massage, chiropractor work, acupuncture, all kinds of stuff, a recovery patch. So they're going through all that now to see if they can play. As far as McCaffrey, first thing, we don't know exactly what he did. Oblique, that's an injury that is certainly slow to heal from. If it is an oblique, that's just going to take time. Massage therapy would help that quite a bit. If it's a ribs, then what did he do to the ribs? Did he fracture? Is it a hairline fracture of his ribs? Is it a rib cartilage fracture that Justin Herbert had last year? And I believe Kevin Durant had that a few years ago. And sometimes rib cartilage fracture is the same as rib fracture as far as the pain tolerance level, but it's not. It's the cartilage around the actual bone. Can you, use something to expedite healing? I keep thinking of Dr. Schwartz and Forteo. Cartilage is not bone, bone's bone. So they're going to do whatever they can, cutting edge and all kinds of therapy to get him ready to play. I don't think anybody knows if he's going to be able to play. The one question you would have is, could you say he has 2 fractured ribs or a fractured rib? Could you shoot the rib, flak jacket the rib, and then have him go play? If it was a playoff game, then yes. If it's a regular season game, do you want him to go through all that? But these regular season games are big. He just lost one in Cleveland. Minnesota's all that. Danielle Hunter's going to be an issue, which leads to Trent Williams and his ankle and all that. But it's impossible to say, John. We're not playing till Monday night, so there's a process to get him ready to play. I think no one knows if he's going to be able to play right now, unless they feel like whatever injury he has is so significant that he's not going to play. They're just not going to say anything. That could be, but I think he's going to try everything to be able to play. As far as who would back him up, I think J.P. Mason has moved to a spot where he's at least even with Elijah Mitchell. Elijah just did not take part much in training camp. He had a lot of injuries in camp. And then to start the year, he's missed the last 2 weeks with a knee. He did resurface late last week in practice on Thursday, so he had a very small menu. He didn't do much in the game in Cleveland. It was more J.P. Mason. So I don't know. I say McCaffrey does not play in the game. I think they would go to a co-op between 25 and 24. They may even have Elijah start the game just to keep it that way. But I think they would divvy it up. Would they do it by series or by situation? The one thing you're missing is third down, where McCaffrey's so good on third down as a route runner. So I think as far as running the ball, they'll be able to run it. They run it differently. McCaffrey still to some degree learning the outside zone, but he's just a different athlete. He doesn't do it exactly the way the other guys do it. The other guys do it the way more Bobby Turner's coached this going back to Denver, where you have a landmark that you're trying to hit on the outside zone, whether it's 3 steps, 4 steps, whatever it is, and then you turn downhill and that's it. Those guys run it more, especially J.P. Mason and Elijah, run it that way, and they run over people. Where McCaffrey's got a little, we are playing the Vikings all day, Adrian, a little LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, where he can kind of, jump cut and use his agility to do both, keep it play side, cut it backside. He's not the traditional runner that way because he grew up more in a power scheme. But as far as fantasy goes, let's just wait and see. Something would not surprise me if McCaffrey does try to play. That's just the way he is. He's so tough. But the Vikings know what it is. They know it's an oblique. They saw the video from TV and him, working over and stretching it out. So, and then as far as Trent goes, this game's on turf inside the stadium in Minnesota. It's a beautiful stadium, and it's turf. So where's his ankle at? Trent has had a history of bad ankles going back. I think they lost the championship game after the 21 year because Trent was not right in that game, and they couldn't get a block on 2nd and 1, couldn't get a block on 3rd and 2, and Weddle came down and wound up losing that game. So there's no certainty Trent's going to be able to go, especially with the game being on carpet. And then Danielle Hunter he's killing people. That guy is just a monster, and he looks so long, like he's mainly an edge rusher, kind of a wide 9 guy, but he plays the run well. He's kind of like Randy Gregory that way. So to answer your question in my typical long, winding road, no one knows if McCaffrey's going to be able to play, the nature of the injury. And then if he doesn't, I think it would be shared between JP and Elijah.
I just think logic tells me that he needs a break. I could be 100% wrong because all of a sudden this becomes a big game, especially as we're only in week 7. I understand that, but they're all so important. But it's a long way to go. And I just think to myself, couldn't he use a week off? I mean, he's pretty banged up.
It's a medical question. It's the doctors. It's Ben Peterson and those guys when they evaluated and whatever. We don't know what they were still getting the diagnostics done when Kyle spoke on Monday. We don't know what it is. What is it? If it's an oblique injury, how do you get massage therapy, deep tissue? Could get that out. If it's a bone, if he's got cracked ribs or something like McCaffrey, like Brock had going into the Seattle game, you could flack it up. Do you want him to play with cracked ribs? Is there any? So what Mayoko reported it was just a pain tolerance. If it's a cracked rib, it's not like the other ribs around the ones that are fractured, maybe 1 or 2, whatever it is, are more susceptible to being fractured. So you're not risking anything more. Like if you're playing with a bad knee, the knee could give out and tear, or a severe low calf injury could result in an Achilles, things like that where you don't, but the rib is just, does he want to deal with the pain? And then mainly it's the Vikings knowing that it's there. So they're laying on him anyway.
Right.
They're going to, but it's up to the doctors. Who knows? It could be a hairline fracture. It's not that bad.
Let's say the doctors say, hey, he's okay. But then the 49ers say, okay, it's week 7. He could use a rest. Let's just do it. It's kind of like the NBA,
It's also going to be up to him a little bit.
Right. But that's what I'm saying is like in the NBA, it's like, okay, well, we're going to sit a guy. He's on a back-to-back. We're going to Denver.
Well, that would be and then let's see if he practices this week. And they do have the catapult system. It's not the GPS. The Niners use a catapult system where they wear this harness underneath their shoulder pads. So, with a rib, he could still run. But, is he going to be able to practice? Right. On the practice field when it's, lower body injury, they can say he's just not running right. He can't play. He can't get up to 20 miles per hour. Or, whatever it is they're tracking, he's more vulnerable to injury. I think with a rib, how do you track that with a catapult system? I don't know. So I think this is what they're trying to figure out right now. But I think they, and then he'll have a say in what he does. It's his body, and it's him and the doctors, obviously. And I think his mom and dad will be involved in all the decision. But let's just be clear. They're a very different team without Christian McCaffrey. I think they'll be able to run the ball fine, not as dynamic as Christian. But where they're really going to be lacking is just everything else he does. He unlocks the passing game with his Steph Curry gravitational pull. I mean, when he goes in motion, and Kyle uses him in motion so much. As a running back, he's always moving. And I love that motion when the hop motion when he gets to the side of Brock, and then he does the side shuffle to go out wide. And you're getting to tell on how the defense follows him out there. Do they just widen out their zone? Do they have a linebacker bump out or a safety? It's going to pick him up in man, so it's interesting. But Minnesota, I mentioned Danielle Hunter. They also got the hitman, Harrison Smith. That guy will light you up. So they're going to have to be careful what they do with him in this game.
All right, we'll come back. Greg Cosell, some interesting things as Brock Purdy gets criticism, at least nationally, from the performance on Sunday against the Browns. But Greg Cosell said, stop for a second, and deciphered everything. So you're going to want to hear that coming up next ahead of Kurt Warner, who's going to join us at 10:50. And, of course, Kurt's a big Brock Purdy guy, so we'll talk to him about not only Brock, the 49ers, the rest of the NFC. We'll do that. He's Kevin Harlan's partner on Monday Night Football on Westwood One. So we like talking to Kurt Warner. He's the best. And plus, he's kind of a comp to Brock, right? We're coming out of nowhere kind of a thing. So he'll join us at about 10:50. Don't miss it. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. John Lund here for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know many of the ads, the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based in the Bay Area? So you're getting an attorney that might not even be in the Bay Area and might not even be based in the entire state. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. You see them. So please be careful. Let's work together and make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. You know that they've secured more than $1 billion. Remember when Michael Myers? $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of the clients. And you pay nothing up front. That's the best part. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
truthful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
You know, I think you have to define, he missed some throws that he normally makes. By the way, one of my guys went through Joe Burrow this week and said he missed 8 throws that were routine throws. So now do we want to say Joe Burrow is a fraud? I mean, you have to be careful about how you decide what you're saying about this kind of stuff. We all know what Brock Purdy is and what he isn't as far as a pure thrower of the football. That's all we're talking about here, as a pure thrower of the football. He also made some unbelievably great throws in this game that showed his phenomenal anticipation. He hit Jennings, I believe, I think it was 17 yards maybe, which was an unbelievable throw on an in-breaker. Just phenomenal. The anticipation when he threw it, how he understood the defense intuitively, throwing it into an open void. But he missed a few throws that were clearly there. And by the way, in the first half of this game, the 49ers went up and down the field like the Browns defense wasn't there. So this idea that the Browns defense just showed you something or dominated the 49ers, the tape did not show that at all. But this idea that the Browns took it to the 49ers, that's not what the tape showed in the least.
All right, that is Greg Cosell yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. The only thing I would say, and Greg knows all, I respect the hell out of Greg, and we talked about this on Monday. In the first half, the 49ers had opportunities. There's no question about it. The missed throws, and Ayuk dropped one that he wouldn't normally catch. Fred Warner takes it to the 26. You don't get anything out of that drive. I mean, there were opportunities in the first half. In the second half, there were not. It was 3 and out, interception, 3 and out, long drive at the end, that's it. So in the second half, as much as it pains me to do it, I would disagree with Greg because it was 3 for -12, 3 for 0, 3 for 0, interception, 3 for 0. The only time, if people go back and look at the drive chart in the second half, the only time they did anything in the second half was on that final drive that set up the potential game-winning field goal. Outside of that, they were dominant. In the first half, they had opportunities.
3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, pick, 3 and out.
Right.
I was there.
That's what I'm saying. The second half
we don't get to talk to Mr. Cosell anymore. We love him, but I beg to differ. I mean, yes, of course Brock made some throws. The one to Jennings he's talking about was a beautiful bullet right over the top on an in-breaking route from Jennings in the left slot, and the ball was up high where Jennings could get it above his head. He also made a great 3rd and 2 throw to get us into field goal range, the Niners into field goal range in the outcut to Jennings. He made a lot of quality throws. He also missed a lot of throws that are just not like Brock Purdy. I mean, at one point he was 8 for 22 before he went into the last drive. He wound up 12 for 27. And some of them, he looked like Dak Prescott in the Sunday night game where he was just throwing the ball to the sideline. They were completely uncatchable. He missed guys like the corner route to George Kittle, uncatchable. One sideline route to Brandon Ayuk, uncatchable. And I think, and Kurt Warner's going to join us coming up, and he may be a little travel weary. He was in England for 2 games back-to-back. He also did the Baltimore game on Sunday, and he was there for the Jacksonville-Buffalo game. And they all miss throws. Josh Allen missed throws. Yeah, Joe Burrow misses throws. Joe Burrow, the first week of the year in that same stadium, Cleveland Brown Stadium, in harsher conditions, the rain was pouring all day off Lake Erie that day. He had a terrible game. And Joe Burrow, I believe, does play with gloves on. And Kurt Warner, later in his career, played with gloves on. So the topic, to me, where Brock Purdy lost the control of the ball was he could not control the football out of his hand. And whether it's the small hand size or whatever it is, he played the game without gloves on. Matt Barrows is going to join us later on from The Athletic, and those guys do such great research. We were talking about the college game that Brock played, Iowa State against Drake. That was a heavy rain game, and Matt took the research one step further. Apparently, Brock did wear a glove in that game. I don't know if it was on both hands or just his throwing hand. But Kenny Pickett wears gloves. Peyton Manning didn't like to wear gloves early in his career, went to Denver. He played in the Dome most of his career, went to Denver, had that one playoff game, John, against Baltimore. He could not control. Remember, they ran the clock out and did not try to score at the end. He had a hard time. And then ever since then, he did wear gloves. But I remember his gloves were just lighter, just, almost like a golf glove. And the history of wearing gloves in sports. Ken Hawk Harrelson, the great broadcaster with the White Sox, was a tremendous baseball hitter with the Red Sox, and he was a great golfer. He developed calluses playing golf, and he would actually use golf gloves. I think got two-handed, a right-handed and a left-handed, and he was the first one to use batting gloves, but they were lighter as golf gloves. Quarterback gloves are different. Like Peyton's were very light. Kenny Pickett, from what I could see, just watching him in Pittsburgh, were a little heavier. Jimmy Garoppolo wore gloves one time, the game against Indianapolis a couple of years ago in 2021, the bomb cyclone game. Remember that one, the heavy rain game against the Colts, and Jimmy after swore he'd never wear gloves again. Tom Brady wore gloves on his throwing hand. Kurt Warner is the perfect guy to ask, because Kurt, later in his career, when he became an Arizona Cardinal, and they play their games indoors, did wear gloves. So I think it's a simple solution for Brock, and he did wear them in college. I don't know if he didn't like it. Sometimes they don't like it. They don't get a full feel. But I think the inaccuracy that he showed, Brock Purdy is a highly accurate quarterback. He does not miss throws like that. If he misses, it's behind a guy a little bit on a slant or just a little bit off in the ball placement. It's not where the ball is completely uncatchable, or the interception that he threw to Emerson where he completely missed Brandon Ayuk. Now, it's not just the rain. It's also the wind that was whipping off Lake Erie, and the wind was changing direction. It was blowing towards the lake, towards the Browns sideline early in the game, and then it went the other way, and both ends of that stadium are open. It's not like Pittsburgh where one side's open. So I think the bottom line is he couldn't grip it and rip it, and he couldn't grip it because the elements, whether it was the rain, the wet, whatever it was, the wind, the ball, John, was just fluttering right out of his hand. So I think you'd have to say, and we've seen Brock Purdy in practice, and we've seen him in games, and the Niners have had so many rain practices, so many rain walkthroughs. Last year, it seemed like every single game was in a bomb cyclone. He could not control the football in this game. So what's the coaching point? Brock, do you want to put a glove on your right hand? Do you want to put a glove on both hands? Do you not like it? And if you don't like it, do you want to grip the football differently on the top point of the ball and come down? So the perfect guy to ask is Kurt Warner, because Kurt Warner did make the adjustment later in his career to play quarterback with gloves on.
All right, that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk to Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. And, of course, Kurt's from Arizona, knows Brock Purdy very, very well, and both went to Iowa schools in college, Northern Iowa for Kurt Warner and Iowa State for Brock Purdy. So they got a bunch in common, and a lot of people liking the story where Kurt Warner came from and Brock Purdy coming kind of from nowhere as well. So we'll get into all those conversations coming up next with Kurt Warner, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Trent's got him one-on-one. Zadarius Smith lines up inside. Here's Purdy back, throwing it. It's intercepted by Emerson, going back the other way. 40. He is dropped on the 37-yard line. Brock Purdy throws his first pick of the year. His first pick since New Year's Day in Vegas.
Yeah, and that was not a good throw, trying to get it to Brandon Ayuk, and Emerson just plays the ball perfectly. It looked like it was high and behind Ayuk.
There's your call with Tim Ryan. The 49ers, their first loss of the year, and Brock Purdy's first loss where he has started and finished a game, and the interception streak ends at 248. Let's talk about all of it, plus you have an interesting question for our next guest. One of our favorites, the Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Of course, you see him on NFL Network. He's doing the games over in Europe. You hear him on Westwood One with our good friend Kevin Harlan, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Good to talk to you again, Kurt. How are you?
I'm doing really well. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. Are you acclimated from your trips to Europe?
Not sure acclimated. Just got back yesterday afternoon, so trying to figure it all out. But good time over there. Fun calling the games, but always nice to be back home.
And you're going to be back in the Westwood One booth on Monday night in Minneapolis when the 49ers take on the Cleveland Browns. So we're a little concerned about Brock Purdy after the game last week, and it was gnarly weather with wind and rain off of Lake Erie, and he wound up 12 of 27. Have you had a chance to dive into the game tape from Brock's performance on Sunday yet, Kurt?
I did. I watched the game on Sunday, and I think the biggest thing that happens along the way and when you're playing against good defenses is they challenge everything. And that's really what Cleveland did on Sunday, is they challenged every throw. And so, it wasn't as if Brock was terrible. It wasn't as if the receivers weren't getting open. You're playing against a good team, so things are going to be tighter. And then when a ball's a little bit off, that goes for an incompletion, whereas in past weeks when you have a little more separation, guys are a little more open, those things go for completion. So I think it was really one of those, not 49ers played terrible as much as it was Cleveland's defense played really, really well. We know they're really good. We've seen it all year long, and they challenged everything. And when you challenge everything, it makes offensive football harder, and that's exactly what we saw Sunday afternoon.
Hall of Famer Kurt Warner joined us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Hitter. We comp your story to his a bit, it kind of coming out of nowhere, and then there's these locally. I think everybody's bought in on Brock. Nationally, it almost seems like he's on the stage every single week, so that people can say, "I told you so, I told you so, I told you so." So, did you feel that pressure as a player that once you got rolling, but people still kind of didn't believe in the full story? Did that affect you at all?
Well, here's the thing. When you're playing in the NFL and when you're playing quarterback, there are always questions, until you get to a certain level, a Patrick Mahomes, a Peyton Manning, a Tom Brady, there's always questions, until you solidify yourself in that way where it's year in and year out for a number of years where everybody goes, okay, we know exactly what that guy is. That first year we won the Super Bowl. I won a Super Bowl MVP. I won the MVP, and everybody just said, well, show me you can do it again. And so, that there's all kinds of challenges that come into being a quarterback and all kinds of questions that you have to continue to answer. And so I don't think it's a negative thing, but when you're answering, when people have questions about you, that means you're doing something right. They just want to see you continue to do it. And so Brock, I think everybody can understand the narrative. He's been really good. He's won games. He's made a lot of big time throws. He's got unbelievable talent around him. There is no question about that. He's got a good scheme and a good team on both sides of the ball to help him with that. So it's just a natural question because, and here's the thing, is let's go back and look at Tom Brady in his early years. Let's go back and look at Ben Roethlisberger in their early years. They weren't the guys that we came to know. They won championships. They went to Super Bowls. They won a lot of games because of a supporting cast. And then eventually, if you want to be a great quarterback in this league, you have got to show people you can win games with your right arm, that you can separate yourself by saying, hey, it doesn't matter what's around me, I can still be successful. And that's really, to me, the only thing that Brock has to prove at some point. But the great thing is he doesn't have to prove it right now. and you can win and have success as those other guys did early in their career. And then there will probably come a time where he's not surrounded by as much talent, and that's when he'll get a chance to answer those other questions that we have right now. But don't look at it as a negative when people have questions about you, because that means you're doing something right, and they just want to see if you can check the next box. And most quarterbacks throughout, the league have to do that. I mean, let's look at Jared Goff. I mean, Jared Goff has been great the last 17 weeks. He took his team to a Super Bowl in L.A. And you can say what you want about how he did it or that he didn't play well and whatever. But he's still answering questions, right? He got traded. He's playing great football. He's leading another team to one of the best records in the NFL, yet there are still questions. So this isn't rare. This isn't new that we have questions about a young quarterback that's, playing really, really good football. It's just a matter of, hey, keep doing what you're doing. Keep playing ball. Keep answering the questions by showing people that you can play. And that's what this business comes down to.
The numbers for Brock on Sunday, at one point, Kurt, he was 8 for 22. He wound up coming alive on that last drive with the 2 to Ayuk and the out to Juwan Jennings on 3rd and 2 to get in the field goal range. But he wound up 12 of 27, and he missed a lot of throws that he doesn't normally miss. The wheel route to McCaffrey when Myles Garrett jumped offside, a corner route to George Kittle into the sideline too much. It seemed to me that he had a hard time controlling the ball in the rain, in the wind coming off Lake Erie, and the ball was slipping out of his hand, that he wasn't able to grip it and rip it. He does have one history in college of wearing gloves. I just want to ask you about the concept of you going to gloves later in your career. I know it was more injury related. A lot of quarterbacks don't like to wear gloves, but when you put on gloves, you even when you were playing in domes or in great weather days, you would wear gloves on both hands. So just tell me about wearing gloves, and is that something that could help Brock Purdy in future games when it's wet and windy?
Yeah, I mean, I sit back now, and as you said, I kind of made the move because I suffered a number of hand injuries, and you kind of hear the speculation. Maybe his hand's not as strong. Maybe it leads to a few fumbles, whatever. So that's kind of why I went that direction. But when I went that direction, as you said, I went all in. I said to myself that I don't want to bounce back and forth because there's a different feel with a glove and a different feel with your bare hand. I didn't want to bounce back and forth and say, well, I'm going to be able to easily make that transition. I said, well, if I'm going to do it, why not do it all the time? What negative is there going to be that if I'm in a dome? Because, I wasn't going to play with the gloves unless I felt like I could control the football the way I could without a glove. So I made that commitment. And, you guys, I'm sure don't remember, but when I made that commitment, back in 2006, I was sitting on the bench at the time. I had been benched. Matt Leinart was playing. And so I kind of made that commitment at week 4 or 5 of the season. And then I didn't play that season until the last 2 games of the year. So I had that, that long period of time to experiment with what kind of gloves to throw a bunch of balls with the glove to make sure that I was comfortable. And then I went in and played with it the last 2, games of the year. And then I said, okay, I can control the ball. I feel really good with it. I committed to it and I wore it, the rest of the time throughout my career. But to me, it really just became spending time and getting committed to it. Early in my career, I thought about it and tried it a couple times going into weather and never felt like I had the same feel for the football when I was just trying to, jump in there for a week and do it and then go back to bare hands. So when I committed to it, and even to this day, like if I go out and throw a football in the backyard, I don't feel nearly as comfortable without a glove on as I do with the glove on. So it just became kind of an extension of my being, and it became something I was comfortable with, I believed in. I felt like I could throw the ball and control the ball as well as I ever did. And I think that's kind of the key if you do that. I know there's guys, because I kind of watched Ben Roethlisberger and, saw the glove that he was wearing, and that eventually is why I kind of grabbed that glove and went with it. And he would wear it just at certain times. So I know guys have done that. But to me, it was about, I just wanted to be as comfortable as I could every time I stepped on the field. And for me, it was, let's commit to it full time. Let's wear it all the time. So it does become an extension of you, and you don't even think twice about putting the glove on and throwing the football the way you want to.
That's great insight. Kurt Warner is joining us, the Hall of Famer, of course, just back from Europe, giving us a few minutes. We really appreciate it. We're talking about Brock Purdy. I was looking at your early stat line, and really your rookie year, that phenomenal rookie year you had with the Rams, you really didn't have a really bad game until the divisional round against that really good Tampa defense in which you threw 3 interceptions. So not divisional round, sorry, NFC Championship game. So between
the Bert Emanuel game?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So between
easy. That was the Ricky Pohl game.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Ricky Pohl game.
There's two ways to look at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're right.
All right, so you got to bounce back from probably your worst performance early in your career, and it's only in the Super Bowl. So was it? I don't remember the talk during that Super Bowl. Was everybody asking you about that? Because this week, Brock's going to be constantly asked about it, and it becomes kind of a mental game, does it not?
Well, I mean, I don't know. If you've played the game long enough, and that's the thing, is Brock, and the one thing that I think people continue to forget about Brock is he played a lot of football in college, played 4 years and started a lot of games and knows how to play football. But in that period of time, he had some bad games, right? It's part of the position where you're not going to play perfect every week. You're not going to make every throw every week. It's not going to be easy against certain defenses every single week. And so you don't play the position for a long time without having those games and learning how to bounce back from those games. So, I don't really worry about it. People can ask questions all they want. I don't care what great player you want to go back and look at. They had bad games, right? They had rough periods throughout their career. It happens. It's the NFL. The other team gets paid and the other team is really, really good also. And so, he might get asked those questions because it is kind of new and he hasn't really had one of these games. But I think that's the bigger picture here is look how many games he's played without having that game. That's, kind of how it showed up. Just like you guys were talking about with me is, it was going to come. Unfortunately, it came in an NFC Championship game, but they come. In that championship game was the best defense I ever played against. It was against Tampa Bay's, defense with all those Hall of Fame. It was a really good defense, just like Cleveland was on Sunday. You just can't expect it to be easy and great every time you show up. And so, hey, you play a bad game and, again, my bad game, we actually won the game. So you play bad, you actually still win. In the game on Sunday, didn't play very well, set them up to win, right? They missed a field goal at the end, but they were set up to win. They could have easily won that game, even with a bad game by your quarterback. So it's about doing enough sometimes. It's about making the plays when you have to give your team a chance to win, even when you don't have your best stuff, because that's going to be commonplace. There are going to be 3 or 4 games every year where you don't have your best stuff. And if you could not have your best stuff and give your team a chance to win, you're doing some things right.
Yeah, that's how you win playoff games, to be sure. So you were talking about, the way the Cleveland Browns defense, and Jim Schwartz is just a great coordinator. They also had their bye week, Kurt, so they had 2 weeks to get ready for Kyle Shanahan's offense. The Niners had some injuries, but it was a 4-man rush. They twisted the front a lot with games. Their linebackers are so fast. Their corners, Denzel Ward and Newsome and Emerson, play tight man-to-man. The safeties come down and play the run, Delpit. So my question is, who else in the NFC can play that style? Can the Eagles do that against the 49ers with their front and pass rush and play that tight man-to-man? Can the Lions do it? What other teams, when you look at what Cleveland did in an AFC game and a one-off in October, who could do that to the Niners in December? We got the Eagles, and then, maybe in January.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure yet. I'm still kind of watching the NFC. Maybe the Cowboys could have done it when Diggs was healthy, when they had the front going. And as you guys know, the front end and the back end have to work together. Playing man-to-man coverage is great and tight man-to-man coverage, but if you can't get home up front and the quarterback gets a chance to hold it, great players are going to get open. And so, I think, like you said, Philly has the guys on the outside. They've got the pass rush up, up the middle to be able to do that, But, again, it's a challenge every time out if you play man-to-man coverage because all it takes is, one play and the other team scoring 7 points. So you got to have great confidence. And Cleveland has great confidence in their corners. We've seen it all year long. Saw it early with Cincinnati where they got up and they challenged them. And they said, we can play man and we believe we can match up, with great players across the board. I'm not sure there's a lot of teams that can do that. But, this is a copycat league. And so when you see somebody have success against a team, you always believe. I mean, every team in the NFL believes they've got talent. They believe they've got guys that can do whatever you ask them to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if teams start to come up with that idea is, hey, we're going to play tight man-to-man coverage, and we're going to find ways to get pressure on the quarterback and speed the thing up and believe that we can challenge them on every throws. And we got to make them be good. We got to make them, place the ball perfectly. We got to make the receivers run great routes and create separation, because otherwise, you sit back against this 49er team and you don't really have a chance. And, that just, again, speaks to how good they are, where you can't just play and do what you do, right? A lot of teams want to say, hey, we're going to do what we do. Well, sometimes you play a team that's better. And the 49ers are better than most teams when you just stack up them across the board. And so teams are going to have to do things different. They're going to have to challenge the guys on the outside and take those chances. And it will come down to, in those games, is when they take those chances, who wins when they do that. Do the 49ers win? Do they get the big play? Do they make a quick throw and get the run after catch because it's man-to-man across the board? Or do those teams come up with a couple plays along the way or challenge it and make it hard on a young quarterback and find a way to get a win? So, I think people will see that blueprint and they will try to do that. But I don't know the answer to your question. I'm not sure there's a whole bunch of teams in the NFC, and especially when you're looking at the better teams in the NFC, that have the personnel to really say, hey, we can go toe-to-toe, with the 49ers roster, for 60 minutes and think that we can play that way.
Kurt Warner joining us, the Hall of Famer, and obviously a long way to go. We're 6 games in, but there's 3 teams in the NFC at 5-1. You said the top teams in the NFC: Lions, Eagles, 49ers. How do you see those 3 teams?
I see them as San Francisco. And again, the way that I always look at teams is I say to myself, how many different ways can they beat you? Because when it comes playoff time, what good teams on the other side do is they try to force you away from your strength and force you to beat them in other ways. When I look at the 49ers, there's just too many ways that they can beat you right now, right? They can beat you with the defensive front. They can beat you with the offensive front. They can run the football. They've got a great secondary that can make plays. The linebacker core is as good as anybody in the league. They can run the football. They can play action you. They've got playmakers on the outside that can go deep, can catch it, and they just got so many ways they can beat you. So I put San Francisco still at the number 1 spot. I put the Eagles at number 2 again because they can win in the trenches first and foremost. They can dominate on both sides of the line of scrimmage, which makes life easier. When you have to drop back and throw the ball to win and hold up against, the players in this league, it's really hard. But they can win the line of scrimmage. Of course, they've got players across the board. The quarterback's playing well. I put them at number 2. And then I'll put the Lions at number 3. And they're coming on, and they're playing better. I still want to see them be able to win the line of scrimmage. Aiden Hutchinson has been great, and, his motor is unbelievable. I just don't know if they've got enough in their defensive line to continually create that pressure against these good teams that we're talking about and win defensively. I feel like they've got to win offensively. I feel like they really, they can run the football, of course, but it's going to come down to Jared Goff having to make big time throws. And, again, we talked about questions about quarterback. That still remains a question for Jared Goff. As good as he's been, can he be the main piece on a passing team against good football defenses? And can he carry a team to wins? And I still don't know the answer to that question. It doesn't mean he's not a really good starting quarterback in this league and better than most guys. It simply means you got to show me, because when you get to the playoffs, there's going to come a time when you have to drop back and play drop back football and beat people with your right arm. And that still remains a question for Jared Goff. And so I would stack them, 1, 2, and 3 like that. But as we know, and as we saw this past weekend, right, anybody in this league can beat anybody. So, you can stack them how you want. Come playoff time, when all the teams are good, you got to bring your A game and you got to be ready to play, or you can lose any time out.
Last year it was Philadelphia and San Francisco right there all year, Kurt. And the Eagles wound up 14-3, the 1 seed, and the Niners were 13-4, the 2 seed. The Minnesota Vikings were also 13-4 with all those 1-score wins, and they were the 3 seed. This year, every time they fumble the ball, they lose the ball. They're 2-4. They did beat the Bears on Sunday at Soldier Field. Good defensive effort. Dalvin Cook is gone. Justin Jefferson won't play. So what do you see from Kirk Cousins and the Vikings 6 games in?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing is that you said it. They won a lot of close games last year, and they were really built around, big playmakers. Dalvin Cook was a big playmaker in the backfield and gave them a bunch of big plays. Justin Jefferson is a big playmaker. We're necessarily a dominant team in any way, shape, or form. So to win as many games as they did last year, it came down to guys making critical plays, and specifically those two guys making those big plays. And so you look at them now, no Dalvin Cook, although Madison is definitely a good back, but he's not that same kind of game breaker that Dalvin Cook was. So that doesn't give them, easy touchdowns. No Justin Jefferson, who we all know is, the pick of the litter when it comes to wide receivers. And so they become even more methodical offensively. More falls on Kirk Cousins' plate to have to be, even better. And then defensively, they're running kind of a crazy scheme with Brian Flores and a lot of pressure. And sometimes they'll leave, 5 guys on the back end and they'll bring pressure with everybody else, and they leave holes all over the defense. Now they're trying to create some negative plays with it, but there's opportunities for huge, big plays, even off of quick throws. So I'm going to be very interested, more so with Brock Purdy and company against that Vikings defense as they bring 8 guys up and sometimes bring everybody and sometimes pop guys out. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of quick throws in this game for the 49ers, and they're going to say, tackle us. Show me that you can tackle us on the back end, and we're going to take advantage of that space. So, they're trying to just figure out who they are in Minnesota. So, I feel like this is going to be a great bounce-back game for the 49ers because there's just, to me, not enough on the roster to really challenge the 49ers when we're talking about the Vikings.
Hall of Famer Kurt Warner at Kurt13Warner. Make sure you follow him, watch him on NFL Network. He's been extremely busy, so thank you for a few minutes of your time, and hopefully you can get some sleep and catch up.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
We'll see you Monday.
That is Kurt Warner, of course. Great insight in a lot of different ways. The glove and all sorts of different things there. So we'll talk a few minutes about what Kurt said there. Very interesting, including what he said about the NFC at this point with 3 one-loss teams. And then we'll flip it back to baseball. Our good friend Kevin Franzen's been doing the national coverage for the NLCS. We'll talk about that coming up next as the Phils lead that one 2-0. Pop in London on Wednesday only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants are going to interview Stephen Vogt. Do you believe in Stephen Vogt? The manager's search expands. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, of course, Moskowitz LLP. They can help you with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about unfiled tax returns. What should we do?
Call us. Don't panic, and everything's going to be okay.
This is an extremely common situation. All the time people say to me, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? Because people think they're all alone. You have a lot of company. We've done literally thousands of these over the years. It's a very common situation. And the number one reason people don't file returns is because they don't have the money to pay them. The number two reason is they don't have their records. No problem. We'll go to both the IRS and the state. We'll get all the records they have on you. And the bottom line is we'll prepare all the tax returns you're going to need. And then if you owe some money and you can't pay it, it's okay. We'll go to the government and we want to make a good deal for you. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS and deal with them, having to do with them. And whatever you do, don't stick your head in the sand. This new, enlarged, enhanced IRS can come in and ruin your life, your marriage, your business, and it doesn't have to be. This problem is totally fixable. We want to take care of you.
Right now, unfiled tax returns. Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP, as Steve just said, they can help you. Call them, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL or online at moskowitzllp.com.
The noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I put the Eagles at number 2 again because they can win in the trenches first and foremost. They can dominate on both sides of the line of scrimmage, which makes life easier. You know, when you have to drop back and throw the ball to win and hold up against, you know, the players in this league, it's really hard. But they can win the line of scrimmage. Of course, they've got players across the board. The quarterback's playing well. I put them at number 2. And then I'll put the Lions at number 3. And they're coming on, and they're playing better. I still want to see them be able to win the line of scrimmage. Aiden Hutchinson has been great, and, you know, his motor is unbelievable. I just don't know if they've got enough in their defensive line to continually create that pressure against these good teams that we're talking about and win defensively. I feel like they've got to win offensively. I feel like they really, you know, they can run the football, of course, but it's going to come down to Jared Goff having to make, you know, big time throws. And, you know, again, we talked about questions about quarterback. That still remains a question for Jared Goff.
That's Kurt Warner. He's a really good guest. I mean, he obviously does great work on NFL Network. He's been calling those Europe games with Rich Eisen. You hear him on Monday Night Football with our good friend Kevin Harlan doing a great job as well. But he's such a comp to Brock Purdy in terms of just, you know, all of his first games. And I was just looking at his rookie year. He's 28 years old, but he didn't have a bad game until that NFC Championship game. Tampa was a really good defense, obviously. Cleveland was a really good defense. And then he just talked about bouncing back, as everybody has to do. And it's nice to hear from somebody who played the position and can logically say, look, quarterbacks miss throws. Quarterbacks have bad games. We're used to having short memories and bouncing back. He's done it before. He's played the position. So Interesting is perspective, because not only as a quarterback, but as a guy who had that kind of a year and those kind of expectations. His first 7 games, he had 21 touchdowns and 1 interception. So,
but he was 28 years old.
Yeah.
It was a totally different deal than Brock. Brock just had his 23rd birthday, and he played a lot of football in different leagues, in the Arena League and the Iowa Barnstormers and NFL Europa and all that. I think it prepared him for the challenge, and they always get on Brock about all the weapons that he had. I mean, he had the greatest show on turf. Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt were 2 of the greatest route runners ever. He brought up Ricky Pearl in the NFC Championship game, was a great slot wide receiver, and they had Marshall Faulk. So they were loaded offensively. They had a really creative coaching staff, obviously, with Dick Vermeil and Mike Martz, who was a great offensive coordinator, not as great as a HC. The way he managed games, a little reckless and constant SCAD protection. But Kurt had like 3 different careers. The run with the Rams, and then he went to the Giants and mentored a young Eli Manning, and then he went to Arizona. And he brought up, when he started wearing the gloves in 2006, it was Matt Leinart. I had forgotten about the Matt Leinart influence there. And then, we're going to talk to Larry Fitzgerald Sr. Coming up. And Larry Fitzgerald Sr. is a Hall of Fame writer from the Twin Cities who knows the Vikings really well, but obviously his son is a pretty good football player with Kurt Warner. So Kurt had actually 4 careers, all the teams he played for before he got into the NFL, and his, pre-professional football career, the Rams run. When he was a Giant, John, you actually thought his career was done. He looked immobile behind that offensive line. He had some games where he just got pummeled. And then to reinvent himself later in his career in that great Super Bowl with Pittsburgh, the James Harrison play, and probably the greatest defensive play in the history of football was against him. So he won 1 Super Bowl, could have won a couple more. But then when he was saying about the Lions, and I get it, I think Detroit's defensive line's pretty good. I know their defense wasn't good last year, but the numbers show it to be good this year. And they've got a state-of-the-art offense. We'll see what the loss is, as far as losing David Montgomery, their big power back. So we went through the schedule yesterday, and you pulled out the Honolulu blue marker for a win, silver for a loss. You have them going 14-3.
Yeah, I got to admit that at some point, but based on the games
here's the game.
I'm looking
How about at Baltimore Sunday? Just that game. You have them losing that game, right?
Yeah, but it's one they could win, but I do think, and the reason why I don't believe in them as much, but then you went through the games, at Baltimore, the Raiders, at the Chargers, who I don't trust, the Bears, they're in an easy division, the Packers, at the Saints, at the Bears, Denver. Tell me the good team here. At the Vikings. Okay, finally, Week 17, they play a really good team, I think, in Dallas, but then they're home against Minnesota. My point in saying this is that although I don't think Detroit is better than the 49ers or the Eagles, they play the Ravens, and then look at this schedule. Raiders, Chargers, Bears, Packers, Saints, Bears, Broncos, Vikings, twice. Those aren't good teams to this point. I know the Vikings, I think, are better than what the record is, but it is what it is. They don't play a lot of challenging teams outside of Dallas and Baltimore the whole rest of the season.
Because they got a second-place schedule. They did not win the NFC North last year. The Minnesota Vikings did. And that one little spot, and a lot of times it gets flipped on, who should be there. But look at the Eagles' schedule. They got Miami. That's going to be the game of the year Sunday night. Well, not the game of the year, but the game of the week on Sunday night. And then at Washington, and then they've got the Dallas showdown, their bye week. Coming out of the bye week, the Eagles got at Kansas City, home to Buffalo, the Niner game, the showdown, and maybe that's the game of the year when the Niners go there December the 3rd, then at Dallas, at Seattle. That stretch coming out of the bye, 1, 2, 3, 4 games, is it? At KC, Buffalo, Niners, Dallas, at Seattle, 5 games. Wow. They could go 2-3 there, or even 3-2, and that could cost you. They wind up with the Giants, Arizona, and at the Giants. But I think just looking at it, it's quite possible that by the end of the year, Detroit has the best record in the NFC, and they're the number 1 seed, and the Niners and Eagles have to battle for 2 and 3.
Well, it's exactly what you just said, because the Lions don't have anything close to the stretch that you just said, where it's Dallas bye week, and then, like you said, Kansas City, Buffalo, the Niners, and Dallas again. They're a good team, but that's a really tough stretch of schedule there. And then Dallas has a similar tough schedule as well. And then depending on how good this division is, because the Rams have surprised you, got to go to Seattle. You got Philadelphia on the schedule. I mean, the Niners have a pretty tough schedule as well. So,
and the Niners schedule starting on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
That 3-game gauntlet where it's at Seattle, at Philadelphia, home to Seattle. That will decide.
Absolutely.
I mean,
and the Lions don't play that kind of a schedule. I mean, they
it's
may
all
not
because
be better.
of one, but they're in the NFC North, obviously. The Eagles are in the NFC East. They're playing a different. I think it's a part of it is the NFC East is playing the NFC West this year.
Right.
Which makes it hard.
All right, let's flip it over to baseball. Coming up next, our good friend Kevin Franson has been doing the national coverage for the Phillies and the Diamondbacks. Phillies lead that one 2-0, and we'll flip over to the American League too. One of his former managers, Bruce Bochy. I think you heard of him. He's managing pretty well for the Texas Rangers. What's the Bochy magic? We'll ask Franny about that too next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And tell him Franny sent you.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. I want to tell you about my good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and you have an opportunity to get a bunch of information for yourself. But first of all, let me tell you about it. Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, Greg Papa, both, him and I, did what's called CLR. It's called Custom Lens Replacement. Now, look, I've had other procedures done before, and they didn't work quite as well. And so when they told me about custom lens replacement, I was like, I'm all in. Let's give it a shot. And it's worked incredibly well for me. Life-changing. I've told you that before. Greg says the same thing. It is awesome when you don't need readers. You're not hunting around the house. It's awesome when you go into a restaurant and it's dark and you don't have to put on a flashlight of your phone. Siri, turn the flashlight on because I can't see what the hell I'm reading. Yeah, that's not a great feeling. So they've solved that for Greg and I, and they can solve it for you as well. It's a free live CLR webinar, and it's coming up Thursday, October 26th at noon. Put this in your phone, speaking of the phone. It's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement. You're going to find out about the difference between LASIK and CLR. If you're a good candidate, what's the cost, financing, how long does the procedure take, which, by the way, just minutes. It's awesome and it's easy. And they'll answer all those questions for you. I just know this. Went through the procedure myself, went through this whole process. Very simple. Process takes minutes, and Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling are absolutely the best, incredibly trustworthy. They'll take you through the whole, every step, all the way, and it is just an awesome experience for me. But find out for yourself and see for yourself. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley free live CLR webinar. It's coming up Thursday, October 26th at noon, but space is limited, so register right now. LaserEyecLR.com. That's LaserEyecLR.com.
Team hits. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
You better be perfect, Merill! You better paint those corners now! You're gonna get robbed!
I thought it was fun. Obviously it didn't go our way, but like I said previously in that interview, before that little snippet was taken out of context and made into something that it was probably more than it should have been. I said that from the very start. I knew that the energy was going to be loud. I know these fans bring a ton of energy. They love their Phillies. So it's nothing I didn't know going into the game. And so it's not like I was taken by surprise by it, but it was definitely loud.
How was it taken out of context? You said it was louder in Miami. And Philly fans went, oh, really? Really? Phillies have a 2-zip lead over the Diamondbacks, and it's just been crazy in Philadelphia for all these games. Let's talk to Kevin Franzen about it. Also, Bruce Bochy, surprise, surprise, is managing very well in the playoffs, one of Franny's former managers. We're going to get into all of it. MLB Network Radio, he's doing a great job covering this NLCS, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
Hi, John.
Hi, Kevin. Tell them Franny sent you. What's going on?
Yeah, dude, it's been insane. I mean, it feels like I've been to plenty of NFL games, some college games. It feels like a football atmosphere at Citizens Bank Park. And I've been there for all the games so far in the Division Series and Championship Series. Honestly, all my years playing, going to games, being at AT&T, SBC, Oracle, Pac Bell Park. I don't want to downplay that whole thing, how crazy it could be, but nowhere comes close to this right now. Last night, 10-0 game in the ninth. Number one, you had Mexico and Germany going up against each other across the street in a team-friendly soccer match. So it was like, thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people there. So there was a parking lot out in the street. So everyone stayed in. Like, no one was leaving. And everyone still was standing in the ninth. And I'm just like, this is unbelievable to watch.
Hi, Franny. How are you, Kev?
What's up, man?
So give me, and you obviously played there and you live in the area, you know it all. When did Philly fan change? Because they had a reputation for a long time where, and to me, this crowd is more like the old Philadelphia Flyers games, so the mid-'70s and the Broad Street Bullies, where they're like coming over the glass at you, and they may climb the wall and get involved, but they always had the reputation that they would turn on their own the moment the thing started to slide. And maybe because the Phillies score early and don't let the other team score at all and they never get back into the game. Was it that early? I know you're doing the Nats games, but you know the story when they gave Trey Turner the thunderous ovation when he was struggling. And when has Philly fan changed, or more specifically, Phillies fan changed, where they're not turning on their own now? And I
think the Phillies fans, for sure. Jack Fritz, who's the producer for WIP in the afternoon, he's the one that got that whole thing going. Buddy of mine, known him for a while, and just, he's younger, right? And he's like, why do we crush these guys? Like, I just don't get it. Like, I understand if they complain and they bitch about, like, certain things, and, these guys actually appreciate us. And that's a huge factor when you say the fan hears that from the player. Right? It was during the regular season. You heard it last year. You heard it during the postseason. It spilled over to this season. Right? So you have a lot of appreciation from the players towards the fans outwardly. It's not like just this postseason it started. So I think when you have that appreciation for them and you're vocal about it as a player, the fans are going to change. They're going to morph into, I don't think any of the players are asking them to be like, oh man, great air, nice job. But like, if you're playing your butt off and you're struggling and you just, you're owning it, you're being accountable, hence Trey Turner, right? I mean, he was accountable on everything. And you're going, guess what? This guy's a $300 million player for a reason, not a fluke. It's one of the best players in the world. And he's doing it. He did it at the WBC. He's doing it now in the postseason yet again. But, I mean, like, that to me was a huge change. I think the other part, too, and you could tell me I'm wrong on this one, but, Pop, when they won the title, when they won the Super Bowl years ago, and they'd finally gotten there and done it, I think that angst was gone, right? Like their pure hatred for, this is going to go wrong. When that finally went in their favor, I just feel like that's the timing of it. That's when things started to really flip.
Kevin Franzen joining us, MLB Network Radio. You can hear him. And you know what's cool, and I hate to give you a compliment, it pains me, but
yeah, I know it does.
What was really cool about tuning in to hear you is, and not everybody has this, they kind of have this entitled, I've been here, I've done that. It's almost like, when you watch Derek Jeter or something, but you're like a big poppy. Like you were just really energetic and you were really into it, and it's the playoffs. And that's how, I love watching playoff baseball. And I thought it was really cool that you had matched the level of intensity and just having fun covering this series, and I thought it was pretty cool.
Well, isn't that what it's supposed to be? I mean, it's our game that we love. It's a passion of mine, right? So I'm going to bring out, I'm not going to be fake on it. It's not one where you go to the yard and it's just a normal regular season game, get ready for it, do all your prep, do all this stuff. I mean, these are big games. We're a part of building the platform, right? Like we are the smallest smidge on bringing the energy in the eyes or the ears, in this case, to the game. But we're a part of building this brand of getting things going again, right? And, the new rules, I think, helped out so much this year. I mean, think about it. Like that game last night, the last couple of years would have been 4 hours, right? We're getting almost every game under 3 in the postseason. And I say that because, with the national TV games, you're getting extra long breaks, right? So all these games should be under 3. But more people are staying, more people are watching, and why not match that energy, right? I mean, that's a huge thing. I'm excited to go to Arizona to see this because Brandon Pfaadt, how about this? Pitcher is going to go for Game 3 tomorrow. We were interviewing him, and he goes, we had the one home game, we got to finally see what it's like to have our fans fill the place. And that struck me for, there's so many things about that, right? When we finally had a full crowd because we're in the postseason. And I feel like that's where the difference is. The Phillies they've been there, done that. They have a packed house most nights, and they're energetic and they're going. And it's not a surprise when they get to the postseason. So matching that energy, hoping to match the energy in Arizona when they open that place and with the roof closed, it's going to be crazy, I think.
Meanwhile, over in the American League, we're loving it because it's Bake against Bochy, and just tell me what you're seeing from a Bochtober yet again. Phillies had a great run, but you did lose one game to Atlanta. Bochy's not lost a game yet. The way he's handling the pitching staff and their lineup, I mean, can the Astros get back into the series?
Yeah. Is it weird that you're hoping a home team could actually get a split at home, right? When it was the Astros, because they've been so bad there. The way that the Mitch Garver, right, hitting him in the 3-hole against the Orioles, just changed everything. It's because why? Because he has a feel. It was nothing about the numbers say this, the numbers say that. It's like, no, I just feel like he's going to have this great, I just feel good in my gut. And that gut of Bruce Bochy has been pretty much right more times than not. They're following the leader. They're calm. They're collected. And you're talking about a team that struggled so badly at the end of the year. The September was horrible. But right now, what you're seeing is the first 3.5 months of the year. Honestly, before they came to Nats Park, they lost a series right before the All-Star break against the Nats. And it was very shocking, I would say, because you had all these, all-star starters that were out there and, going up against the Nats. And next thing you know, they lose the series, and it's like it just kind of snowballed on them a little bit. But what you're seeing now, I mean, it's so different than what he's used to, right? I mean, he's used to grinding it out with the pitching staff and the defense. Hopefully we get a run, but they are mashing.
What's interesting about Houston is just so weird. So during the regular season, they were 51-30 on the road and 39-42 at home. And then if you extrapolate that out to the playoffs, and I know you know this number, they're minus 21 at home, and they're plus 154 on the road. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. So they've got the Rangers right where they want them.
Well,
they
had Framber Valdez, right? His last 7 starts at Minute Maid Park. He owned that place, pretty much since he came to the big leagues. His last 7 starts, he's got a 9. It's crazy. He's 1-7, I think, and one no decision in that whole thing, and you're going, how is that? Or what is he? He's 1-6, no decisions. It's 1-6 with a 7.89. I think think it pushed up to an 8-2 after game 2. But I mean, like, that's insane. So there's no rhyme or reason to it because this is a team that garbage can that whole thing.
Yeah, I was just going to say garbage cans on the road. I guess garbage cans on the road. I don't know.
Right. But that's the thing is that, like, for years it was a tough place to go into, and it is what it is. I don't know. Game 3 is a must win. Like, this is a Rangers team that if they go up 3-0, they're stepping on your neck, like, no doubt. So Houston has got to get on Max Scherzer, which I think is around, the industry. We're all talking about it. We're like a little bit more comfortable thinking about Max Scherzer pitching game 3 now that, this would be his first start back. And if it was a 1-1, situation, I don't know if I feel that comfortable. So it's crazy to think that. But how good is Yordan Alvarez, guys?
He's amazing. He's Willie McCovey.
Oh, dude, he is unbelievable.
He's Willie McCovey,
So
honestly.
my question has been, who between him and Bryce are going to be just told, don't even take a bat to the on-deck circle?
Yeah, just walk him.
Just walk him.
The thing with Bryce is he's got protection, but he's hard to walk. There's so many guys that can buggy whip you.
Yeah, but I'd rather have them buggy whip you than somebody, than him right now. Because, it is, you're expecting great, like when he gets to the plate and if he's exceeding it, you're like, which Kyle Schwarber said the other night was unbelievable. Because it's like, is it wrong to think that? Like, to think, you're thinking so highly of a guy in the situation and he exceeds it? He goes, is that bad? And it's not. It's crazy to watch. Like, the full reversal, the 180 that's been done, for him, I think nationally is crazy. He was hated everywhere. Now he's hated in Atlanta and New York. We get that whole thing. But it's for me, it's one of those where you're watching this guy and he's on a different level.
Expand on Scherzer, because I hear what you're saying, but the brilliance of Bochy, and we saw him win in 10, 12, 14, it didn't matter if he was up 3-0 or 3-1. He managed every playoff game, every moment that he's got to win right now. They can't let Houston get back into the series, so it's been September the 10th was his last start. Yeah. This is Mad Max, but my God, it's a shoulder injury, 69 pitches in the simulated game. How does Bochy handle
this?
this?
Like 40 in a a game? Like,
yeah,
the same,
right.
You know what I mean?
Well, I was watching some of it, and it's like he's not even. It's like walking around the mound. It wasn't. Where's the pitch clock? This is not a simulated game. How does Bochy handle him tonight? Does he go get him at the first sign of trouble like he would, usually with a guy, or is it Max Scherzer?
I think it's 11 batters. I think it's around 11 batters that you're going to see from him. That's just I have no.
So he's an opener tonight.
Kind of. It's like a rehab assignment still too, right? Because you can't just put that guy out there for 100 pitches. And so I'm very interested to see how they go within the first, the first inning, how they attack Max, right? Like the Houston hitters, are they aggressive against him? Are they patient? Because I feel like, again, there's so many things. This guy's a gamer. We know the whole thing, but at the same time, postseason hasn't been the greatest from him everywhere. Right? Because there's this adrenaline rush. He loses it up top of the zone quite a bit, and then, he finally dials it in. But what's it like tonight coming off injury? Like, what is that control? Is he going to be more spin than he is velo? Right? Is he going to be, throwing the off-speed stuff, his changeup, all this stuff? Is he going to be doing that route? That's the big question. No one knows. So I personally think 11 batters. Not 11 outs, 11 batters. In the situation, because I feel like that's where you're going to get that second time through.
Yeah.
Where's that? The conditioning at? He's in great shape. He's always working. We know that whole thing. But again, it's different. You're not going from a rehab assignment to regular season game. You're going rehab assignment or simulated game to, it's a game 3 of the ALCS.
Schwarber did that in the World Series.
Well, I think it's different as a hitter though.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
I believe you. I'm just asking.
It's a shoulder injury for this guy.
Right.
But
because
Schwarber blew his knee out, right?
Right?
Yeah. Playing in the Arizona Fall League one day and was in Cleveland the next.
Didn't he DH?
Yeah, and he ripped the home run.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
I know.
That's the crazy part. Reese Hoskins might be pulling that one off, too.
So future Giant first baseman Reese Hoskins?
Right.
By the way,
it would be awesome.
As you're traveling around all these different venues, is there any talk about the Giants' next manager? Anything at all?
Not a whole lot.
Have you been interviewed?
No, they wouldn't. You know, the fans, they wouldn't like that one. Anyway, so. I don't know what I'm talking about anyways. Let's see. No, not a whole lot. I've heard, obviously with Alyssa going in, Kai, there's going to be some...
Hallbird. Stephen Vogt. Kipe said Stephen Vogt's interviewing tomorrow.
That's the one. So, Nick Hundley was the other one.
Yeah.
Right? I've always been on Nick Hundley. I thought he was going to... When he retired, I was like, there's your manager right there. Nick Hundley, don't sleep on him. I could see that at some point. Stephen Vogt, obviously, is huge. You talk about a leader. I mean, everyone knows. Doesn't matter if he was a Giant for a little bit, but as an A, being a leader in that clubhouse, you know what I mean? Being that voice and that strength for them for so long, I would be all in on Stephen Vogt.
You would? Wow. Okay.
Oh my God, yeah.
Maybe I'll change my opinion.
The guy has Here's the thing.
I love him, but it's just
he's not robotic. He's not a robot.
Hardly.
He's a.
You didn't like Gabe Kapler though. You weren't a Gabe Kapler guy.
I was not.
Right.
You knew that.
We could say
but I do believe I was correct on it. I said the first few years are going to be great. It's a perfect fit for him early on. Later on, it's going to wear on people. Because there is, I feel like in the Bay Area, a very wider, let me just say, people are very accepting. They're very accepting of change, of being able to adapt to something new. Philadelphia is tough too, and he tried to do things, out of the ordinary in front of people, and telling them about it. And I think that was a huge bit of that. You know what I mean? So the next one that comes in has got to be able to have a very, very good feel and personality. I feel like not only towards the player, but to the fan base.
Yeah.
To the fan base.
Does Cap ever manage again? What's his future in the game?
I bet you he's a GM.
Yeah.
I bet you he goes that route.
Or I could see him doing what he did with the Dodgers, player development.
Yeah.
How about a broadcaster? Maybe he'll be working with you in a few months.
Nah,
you better be careful what you say. I loved you, Cap.
No,
I'll
be totally fine on that one.
I don't know about those San Franciscans. Why did they embrace your intellect?
Work with anybody.
Come on, man.
Yeah. No. Look. Whatever he does next, he's going to do it to his fullest. You know that. We all know that. But I just feel like if it was a player development round, it'd be a huge step back for him. I don't know if that's the way that he'd want to go, but
he'd be good at it.
Don't you guys see just the way he wants to build a team?
Yeah, maybe.
Do things, do it his own way. I think would be huge. It's just going to be interesting. It's just whoever you bring in, could they attract Shohei? I mean, the checkbook's going to do that too, but will it be the next manager that helps out in that?
Good call. Hey, thanks, man. You're doing great work.
No.
It's really fun.
Thank you.
Look at the text I just sent you. It's hilarious. I don't know that we can talk about it on the air, but it's pretty funny.
No,
it's something I just found. No, I'm scrolling through on Twitter. I'm scrolling through Franny's Twitter to see what he's been talking about, and everybody's feed has an ad in the middle of it. And the ad I swear to God, this is true. The ad that I sent you, that's after your first couple of tweets, is for a vibrator, which we've often talked about on the show. This AI stuff is bananas. It is.
It's unbelievable. It's crazy.
Did you see that?
I got thrown out. Remember what I got thrown out of a game for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A
That's
dildo.
Perfect.
Yeah, right.
Hey,
Do we
guess
have
what?
that drop? Oh, my goodness. and yet I'm scrolling through your Twitter, and it's Franny. The ad is for a vibrator in your feed.
Oh, it's perfect.
Unbelievable.
Because it's so loud at Citizens Bank Park, it felt like he had a vibrator for a phone.
It's unbelievable.
I got you.
True story. I'll show you. It's unbelievable. Anyway,
you guys are unbelievable.
AI is scary.
So we got a Bochy versus Philly World Series. I called that a few weeks ago. What do you think? And how fun would that be?
I mean, it just seems right. I mean, what's crazy too is that's how they opened up the year.
Did they?
Right?
Oh, yeah.
In the Rangers.
First series?
First series. Rangers completely just boat raced them.
And for that reason, the Rangers have home field in the series?
Yep, that's why.
Isn't that crazy?
It was the first 3 games of the year?
What's crazy, what technically is crazy is that you look at it this. So if you recall, last year, the Astros Phillies played the last series of the year for the Phillies to get into the postseason. They played in the World Series.
Right.
That was supposed to be the opening weekend. Houston, Philly.
Oh, yeah, with a lockout.
And so,
right?
just how about how those things kind of intertwine between each other. But look, the Diamondbacks are a good team. They'll be in a home field spot right now, and I'm just interested to see how they react at home because they got their A kicked here.
Yep, they did, and it's going to be Philly fans in Arizona anyway. If it is full, it's going to be full of Phillies fans. Right, seriously.
Yep,
that's Arizona.
It's crazy.
Man.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they're going to.
But you know what?
Travel.
Arizona against the Dodgers was all Arizona, which was nuts because it's always Dodgers fans.
George was at that game.
Job.
George was at the finale of that game, and then
he was. Was he at the pool?
I'm sure. And then, and he was. I talked to him this morning, and he's like, he's going to go, and he's like, Dad, tickets are under like $80, or not today, tomorrow, I guess. But he's like, they're under $80, so send me $80.
Well,
so
I mean, okay. What he's going, dude, tell him to make sure that he brings like the climbing, the ropes and stuff, because you go up to that third deck there, it's just a straight uphill. So make sure that he, straps in on that one. And
you don't think I can get him good tickets? Would you just call me cheap?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you're right.
I know
I'm not
you.
buying him good tickets.
You're not. Yeah,
you know
you're not.
He's lucky to be in that place. Yeah, no doubt. All right, man. Great to talk to you. See you,
boys.
Take
care, Franny.
All right, take care.
See you December 3rd there, Pop.
Oh,
you going to be there? You coming to the booth again?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my tickets, all right?
Last time I saw him, I'll take care of you. Unlike John does with his own son. Franny's like a son to me. Last time I saw Franny was halftime of the championship game. We both went UCL, didn't we? Damn.
I mean, it's just one of those moments. How great is it? I get last weekend was not good, but man, it's fun to watch. It is fun to watch.
Yeah,
December 3rd, the game of the year. We'll see you at the link.
Oh, let's go.
All right, bro.
Thanks, brother.
See you, man.
Bye, guys.
All right, that's the great Kevin Franz again, MLB Network Radio. You can see him. He's covering the NLCS. One of our favorite guys, Larry Fitzgerald Sr. is going to join us. We saw him at the Super Bowl last year.
He does not hold back.
He does
not hold back.
And he's covered Minnesota sports forever, so we're going to talk to him about the Vikings. That's what we'll do.
He goes back to the Randy Moss, Chris Carter, Andre Reed. No, not Andre Reed. Who was the third receiver? Jake Reed.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He goes back to those
guys. Larry Fitzgerald Jr. was a ball boy. Teams, right? All right, let's talk to Senior about the Vikings next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
High snap from Patrick to Bajan. He throws up an interceptable ball, and Byron Murphy Jr. takes it, and he turns it up to the 20-30, and DJ Moore runs him down from behind at about the 43-yard line, and this Bajan finally threw up one of those punts that was intercepted, and that's also the 2-minute warning.
Who's that guy?
Paul Allen. You know, I spent my morning driving into studio with you today.
Yeah.
Talking to Paul Allen.
Of course.
He's going to be with us Monday when we go to the Twin Cities. He's going to be on our show. So there's two people we think of when we think of Viking football. The great PA, Paul Allen, and Larry Fitzgerald Sr.
Man, he is
who's
awesome.
been covering the Vikings going back to Bud Grant and Fran Tarkenton, I do believe.
How about since 78? He's been covering Minnesota sports and the Vikings. And, of course, we had a great time talking about the Super Bowl in Arizona at the media party last year. Larry Fitzgerald Sr. at FitzBeat Sr. Make sure you follow him. Great stuff and great insight into Minnesota sports. And, of course, Vikings and 49ers on Monday Night Football. And Larry Fitzgerald joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
Doing well, guys. Good to visit with you again. Great to spend some time with you in the chill of Arizona last year at the party. But we did get some good cigars out of that.
We did. You got a good memory. We had some good cocktails. And then the Super Bowl happened. And we thought, last year, Larry, we thought it was going to be Niners and Vikings in the playoffs. Then the Giants roll into the Dome and take the Vikings apart. 13-4 last year with all the one-score victories. So give me a lowdown on this team. Dalvin Cook is obviously gone. Justin Jefferson won't play in the game. They're 2-4. Every time they fumble the ball, they lose possession of the ball. It's quite amazing. But where are the Vikings at this year as opposed to last year?
Well, they're still trying to find themselves. They have been a mistake ready to happen basically from the first kickoff against Tampa Bay. They had 3 turnovers in that game, and it has just hung with them. They lead the NFL in turnovers, and they lead the NFL in drop passes, and so that's a bad signal for a football team that likes to throw the ball, likes to sling it down the field. Losing Justin Jefferson has not helped things. He's out for a month, but they're in a desperate situation. I mean, they're chasing the Lions and Packers in their division, and last year they were 4-2 in the division. But right now, they still have not established that they can put it together in all 3 areas: offense, defense, and special teams. The offense has moved some. They haven't really run the ball consistently. They only had 40 yards rushing last week, I think 46. But the defense stepped up. They had 3 turnovers and were able to get it done with a defensive touchdown to help them get a victory against the Bears.
Larry Fitzgerald Sr. joining us, of course, covering Minnesota sports, and we're talking about the Vikings and the 49ers Monday night in Minnesota. And like you said, this has been a big turnover year to year offensively. Dalvin Cook obviously is with the Jets now. He was cut early. You're missing JJ there. Adam Thielen is now in Carolina. And I know Jordan Addison's a really nice player, but it takes a minute, I'm sure, to get everybody on the same page.
Absolutely. He's a young guy, and, rumor has it he might be the fastest receiver in the NFL. He got caught speeding 140 miles an hour in the city. I mean, imagine that. But on the football field, he's been pretty good. He's just trying to stay healthy, and he's been elevated to the number 1 receiver with Jefferson being out. And he's had 4 touchdowns. He can definitely run precision routes. And, Kirk Cousins has a confidence in him. And, Kurt's played pretty well when you consider, that they just have not been able to consistently move the ball. But we'll see. They've been in every game, basically coming down to a 1 possession. Last year they won those games. I think they were 11-2 in 1 possession games, and this year, they're 2-4. They are who they are. But Coach Kevin O'Connell has not given up on this football team. He believes that their best football is ahead of them, and I tell you, if they can find a way to hang in there with the 49ers, there's a lot of pressure on the Vikings because they haven't won at U.S. Bank Stadium, I don't think since Obama was president, because they absolutely can't win at home. And that's been a big problem for them because they think they have an advantage when they play at U.S. Bank Stadium.
So you mentioned their inability to run the ball, and I was on with Paul Allen, the great voice of the Vikings this morning, Larry, and that's what he was bemoaning. They just cannot run the ball. Can you explain to me the thought process? And I know some of the analytics were not kind to Dalvin Cook on, yardage after what was blocked for. But why did they let him go? And then Alexander Madison, he looks bigger to me than ever. His lower body looks huge. And they did make the trade to get Cam Akers out of hell and with the Rams. But why did they move on from Dalvin Cook? And tell me about the running back room.
It boiled down to money. Delvin had a contract that was paying him in excess of $11, $12 million a year. And the Vikings have been cap-strapped because going into the season, the priority was to make sure that they got Justin Jefferson extended. Well, they didn't get that done. It was a distraction going into the game against Tampa Bay. And then, they turn it over 3 times and lose, to Tampa Bay, who's a physical team. They've won a Super Bowl in the last 5 years, with some guy named Tom Brady. But this team just has not been able to commit to running the football. And that's been the big problem. Madsen, he's been okay, but he's had some problems also. He's had some turnovers, and they've been getting turnovers everywhere. The Hawkinson, the big tight end for me, has been a disappointment. He dropped what would have been a touchdown-winning catch against the Chargers. Came down to one play again, and he couldn't make that play on the goal line. Ball got tipped and intercepted, and so it's been that kind of a hit and miss with this football team. But they're 2-4. They started out with a win on the road at Chicago. They've got 2 wins against the 2 worst teams in football. Carolina hasn't won. The Bears are 1-5, and Justin Fields got knocked out of that game with a thumb injury. So they're going to try to measure up against one of the great teams in the NFL, the 49ers. They are absolutely, for me, I've been watching them, and they seem to find a way to shut you down on defense and do just what they need to do on offense.
It's interesting. Larry Fitzgerald, Sr. joining us. We're talking Vikings and 49ers Monday Night Football. But as you point out here, they beat those 2 really bad teams, but Tampa lost by 3. These are all one-possession games that they won last year. 6 against Philadelphia, a touchdown against Kansas City. So it's not like they were getting blown out of these games. It's just that last year they won these games. This year they're not winning these games, and you pointed to turnovers. That can make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, the deal is, how the National Football League works. When you have a great season, you win 13 games. That's one of the best records in football. There's no doubt about that. You get a real tough schedule, a much tougher schedule the next year. You just mentioned it. They've already played the Eagles, who were in the Super Bowl. One-possession game, they lose by 6. Justin Jefferson had a chance to give them a touchdown lead at halftime against the Eagles, and he fumbled it out. It was a touchback. They lose that game. But, the other game, they lost to Kansas City. The Chiefs came in here for the first time since Bud Grant was coaching the team, and they lost that game, by 1 possession, same thing. But it's that type of thing for the Vikings. It's boiled down to the turnovers and basically playing a tight game where it comes down to 1 possession and trying to steal it at the end, and that's been the case. They have not been able to pull out those type of victories this year against a really difficult schedule. When you're talking about Kansas City and the 49ers and the Eagles, 3 teams that you pick them, they'll be in the Super Bowl.
And without Dalvin Cook, they're not balanced, as you mentioned. They're one of only 2 teams in the NFL. They don't have a rushing touchdown all year, which is amazing. And Kirk Cousins has thrown the ball more than any quarterback in football. He averages nearly 40 attempts a game. 14 touchdowns, which is 4 INTs. We know about his contract situation. He does not have one beyond this year, Larry. So give me your scouting report on how Cousins is playing, and what's the end game with him? Do they trade him between now and Halloween, the deadline, or do they let him walk in the offseason? Do they try to re-sign him in the offseason?
Well, I try to listen and believe what they tell you. And Coach Kevin O'Connell's, he clearly says that this football team hasn't played its best football. And for them to play their best, they're certainly going to need Kirk Cousins to do it because they don't have a backup that can come in and move this team and keep them consistent against the kind of schedule they got to play. You know, they got to play the Lions twice after playing you guys. They go to Green Bay, I think, in a couple of weeks. And so it's still up in the air if this team is truly going to be competitive enough to hold it together. And with a quarterback like Cousins, who's up there with the most touchdown passes in the league and all the attempts that he's having to do and try to keep this team in games when they're behind, they got to make a decision because this is it as far as this guaranteed money. $45 million, I think he's making this year. So I think if he finds a way to lead the Vikings to an upset win on Monday Night Football, I think the discussion with him staying here continues. But if they don't, I think somebody might wind up with a great player.
Do you think that would happen this season? Would they if they go downward? Would they trade Cousins? But he's got to approve it, I guess, right?
Well, he's got a no trade clause in his deal, and so they try to stay away from that discussion. But when you keep hearing that they're getting a lot of phone calls on some of the players they have on this roster because people look at who's in it and who's out of it and who can we pick up, that type of thing. Like the Eagles just picked up, a great receiver who many years ago was one of the best in the game.
Julio Jones, yeah.
Yeah, Julio Jones. So everybody's trying to find a way to get a player or two that they can pick up that can add to what it is they're doing or to get a boost at this point in the season. You've only played 6 games, got 11 weeks left. Anything can happen if you can find a way to stay in contention.
Well, they got the Niners on Monday night, and then they go to Lambeau to play the Packers. Then the trade deadline hits, so they could easily lose both those games and be 2-6, so we shall see. Your son's doing great on TV, Daddy. You taught him everything he knows, huh? He's made a nice transition.
Yeah, he really is, doing some terrific things. He's got the podcast with Tom Brady and Jim Gray on XM, and also, what he's doing now for ESPN. I'm very proud of the fact that he's stuck with it. And I taught him a long time ago, only answer the questions that you're asked. And if you stick to that and do your homework, you can go a long way in this business.
No question. And he's throwing out the first pitch, as you retweeted, at Chase Field for Game 3. So there you go.
Isn't that something? People have asked me, when is he going to run for governor or senator or something like that? I told him also, hey, stay out of politics. That's not your game. That's not something that you don't want people digging into the things that nobody knows about, at least at this point.
That is the best advice you've ever given.
How's he going to do with the first pitch? He's got big hands. Was he a baseball player? How's he going to be able to grip it with those long fingers? I'm worried.
Yeah, I want to see. In fact, I'm going to touch bases with him and see if he's going to throw a curve or try and throw a fastball.
Treat it like a touchdown in the end zone and spike it.
Oh.
That would be my advice.
I'll tell you, I've done that a couple times. He probably has as well, but I did it one time and it slipped out of my hands and went into the opposing dugout. So if he doesn't do that, he's going to be fine. Yeah, he'll be all right.
Wow.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Mayor Cincinnati here.
Yeah.
Mayor Cincinnati.
Yeah, I'm better at talking about it than doing it for sure.
We going to hook up again in Vegas and smoke cigars and drink a little bit, Super Bowl week?
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. The Super Bowl, I tell you, it's an event that I really
How many have you been to? How many Super Bowls have you been to?
I've been to 44. And
whoa. In a row?
Doing one in Vegas is going to be really, that's going to be really something. I started out with believe it or not, the Eagles and
Raiders?
And the Raiders. And boy, what a game that was.
In New Orleans.
Supposed to run out. The Eagles were supposed to win that game, but of course, the Raiders, they were physical and loose and beat the Eagles up.
So is that your first one and you made 44 in a row since? So that was like Super Bowl, what was that, 15? Super Bowl 15.
Yeah, yep, I've been to every one since.
Wow.
That's awesome. And you started the beat the year after Vikings Raiders, right?
You know what? Yeah, I got in covering the Vikings in '78. Bud Grant was kind of finishing up his run as head coach, and they got Les Steckel in here and ran him out. Then they've got they had Jerry Burns, who was Bud's offensive coordinator before getting the job, and then of course it led to Denny Green and Mike Tice, and so I've been around here for a lot of these guys. But I like Kevin O'Connell. He looks like he can go a long way in this business. He's already got a championship ring as a coordinator. He's trying to help Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah establish that they can build this football team with the knowledge that they can combine together.
It's great
stuff.
Kwesi
worked here. He was with John Lynch in the front office. So we lost the great Bud Grant this offseason. He passed away. What a man, huh?
Absolutely. Bud, for me, he was my first coach, covering the team and walking into this situation. And he gave me the respect that I was looking for. And I tell you, I cherish the opportunity to be around a guy with all that knowledge, all that experience, and a guy who did it his way and believed in his philosophy. And, boy, I tell you, he just delivered a lot of wins for this organization.
Great stuff and great insight. Larry, it is always our pleasure. We look forward to seeing you in Las Vegas at the Super Bowl. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
You got it, man.
I'll see you on Monday.
That's Larry Fitzgerald Sr., who's been covering Vikings football and sports in Minnesota since 1978. So it was the year after the Raiders beat the Vikings 32-14.
17 Bob Trejo.
Right. And then he jumped on the beat. So great insight on the Vikings Monday night. Big game for the 49ers and the Vikings. All right, bottom of the hour. Our good friend Matt Barros is going to join us. The latest on injuries and more with the 49ers. We'll get into that in about 15. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Eric Armstead, he joined Murph and Mac and says why Kyle Shanahan was right to criticize the 49ers run defense against the Browns. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you have always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass their wealth on to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call, 866-496-2300. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to, and there's no cost or obligation. Call them today at 866-496-2300 or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, that's 866-496-2300 because planning is a process, not a product.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Josh Smith, the hitter now, throw to first, and back to the bag is Durant. He's liable to run. There he goes. The pitch up and away, the throw to second, and the tag, and he is out. Great throw by Patrick Bailey. The inning is over, but it did not end the way the Giants had hoped.
Yeah, no, nice player. Boy, it's impressive, the progress he made. I was telling him last time I saw him last year in Spokane, and where I watched our A-ball team, but he's done a terrific job for them. They got a good one there.
I miss Bruce Bochy. He's pitching. He
didn't say that when he lost 98 games. Get that big head out of here.
Trying to think what I said. I always liked him.
It ran its course.
Yeah, it did. I don't have an issue with it. Everybody's talking about it and so forth. But
Patrick Bailey, congratulations, Jen.
Still tradable. He's a Gold Glove finalist. Stick fell off quite a bit.
JT Realmuto of Philadelphia and Gabe Moreno. That guy is for real.
Arizona, he's nice.
He is. He's doing well. He's one guy showing up. So
JT probably wins it. That's how these awards work. But now that Patrick's on the radar, he'll win it probably in future years.
Well, I think he was trending to not only win the Gold Glove, but win the Platinum Gold Glove after he ended the Arizona game with a pickoff of a guy at first base from his knees.
That was nice.
And then he came on our show the next day and we praised him.
That was.
And all of a sudden he's spraying balls into center field.
What day was that? Yeah,
it was the next day. It was the next day.
We got to find the exact day because
the next day.
If we jinxed another guy, we're gonna.
I'm telling you, it was the next day because we talked about the pickoff at first base, and then he got tired at the end. For a while there, he was leading the league in defensive metrics and runs saved and throwing out runners, and he was throwing balls down the left field line. He was throwing balls at his center. His quick release was a little too quick, and his overall numbers did not wind up leading the league or being even in the top five. But for a while there, I thought he was going to run away with the award. But you think Realmuto, based on rep, will win it?
Probably.
We'll see. Thairo Estrada got snubbed. He was not named a finalist. Shocking. Jock Peterson was not named a finalist.
Oh, come on. I mean, what do you want?
Shocking.
Jeez.
I thought Thairo Estrada. I wonder how these voters forgetting for the defensive Gold Glove finalists what they look at, because for a while there, he was leading at second base for defensive runs saved. Mm-hmm. So I think a little surprising that Thairo was snubbed. He did not make the list of finalists.
By the way, one other note, not that we thought he was going anywhere, but it's been confirmed by Dodgers general manager Andrew Friedman. Dave Roberts will be his manager in 2024. Not that maybe he needed to say that. I think that the Padres needed to say that about Bob Melvin. I don't think the Dodgers needed to say it. So, and how about Franny saying he thinks Stephen Vogt would be a great manager.
Does he have any contact with him? I mean, directly with him? I think everybody's on board with him. I don't think they ever cross paths. Kype said this morning, and Kype would know, that Stephen Vogt is going to interview for the Giants job tomorrow. So circle that one.
All right.
Thursday the 19th.
All right, Matty Barris is going to join us coming up next. Got a mailbag today and all sorts of insight into the 49ers and the injury situation. Pop and Lunch sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the BBB. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Christian McCaffrey will get the latest on his health, Debo, and the rest next from Matt Barrows of The Athletic, only here on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
And with Christian McCaffrey, obviously Brock Purdy had a oblique rib last year, and you guys were able to protect him in various ways. Can you do the same thing with a running back? I mean, flak jacket, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a tougher position just because you get hit a lot more. But we just got to see how it reacts. We got to see exactly what's wrong with it, too, because we haven't got that back yet. So we say oblique/rib. Hopefully it's not both, but we got to wait to see for sure.
That's how a professional does it. You just heard Matt Barrows there in a very James Earl Jones kind of a deep voice. Ask Kyle a very authoritative question about...
If you flack it, will he be able to play?
May the flack be with you. I mean, that's Matt Barrows. That's what he does. At Matt Barrows, read him in The Athletic. He is outstanding, and the whole crew over there does a great job with he and David Lombardi and a little bit of Kawakami and all that kind of stuff. He's
Not
okay.
so much.
But Matt Barrows...
He already wants to make trades.
At Matt Barrows. Make sure you follow him, and of course, read him in The Athletic. He is worth the price of admission there, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
That's the first James Earl Jones connection I've ever heard.
Yeah, the voice quality very similar.
Yeah, it was us, really. It's our recording equipment that was bad. I heard it live, and you sounded very authoritative and very good question. But let's go off of the question more than how it was asked, but the content and context of it. And that's my thought is that maybe he's healthy, but A, can he further damage it? What's the deal there? And then B, there's a long way to go, and he's been getting hit a lot. And you've documented this. What is it, $75,000 worth of fines and guys grabbing his face mask? I mean, it's an important game all of a sudden against Minnesota, and there's 3 teams at 5-1 at the top of the NFC. But even if he's healthy, do you give McCaffrey a break?
Yeah, I mean, that's what the 49ers are going to have to ask themselves this week. And I don't think that, well, if it's like Purdy's last year, it was very much a pain management issue for him. And the pain was considerable. I mean, he couldn't throw before that game in Seattle. And that was on a short week. This is on a long week. So that's in McCaffrey's favor. But Purdy definitely took a painkiller, and that helped immensely. And, he wouldn't play it in the game if you can do further damage to it. So I think that's going to be the question with McCaffrey as well. But your point is a good one. I mean, this guy takes as big a beating as any player in the NFL every game because he's such a focal point for the 49ers offense. And that $75,000 is going to go up on Saturday because there were 2 face mask penalties against him early, in that first drive. It helped lead to the touchdown. So it's a tremendous question because the 49ers were able to basically shield Purdy last year. Quick throws. Shanahan definitely was careful not to call any running plays until the end. They actually called a sneak at the end where he just brought the ball past the first down marker. But obviously a running back is a totally different beast. So, I mean, I think it's all up in the air. And, we'll get our first kind of real look at it tomorrow as far as whether McCaffrey practices or not.
All right, just for the sake of this conversation, let's go into the premise that CMC winds up being a DNP on Monday night. How do you think they divvy up the carries behind him? Elijah Mitchell missed the previous 2 games, Matt, when he got tripped up in a practice. He had the knee injury. J.P. Mason ran well against Dallas. Is it J.P. Mason 1, Elijah 2, and then they sprinkle in TDP, or do they go back to Eli? Any feel if CMC can't go, who do you think starts, who gets most of the carries, or do they co-op it?
Yeah, my feel is that it would be Mitchell 1 and Mason 2. And the reason I say that is because I asked a question about Mason in that same press conference where I said, has Mason shown you enough that you'd be comfortable with him as the number 1 if McCaffrey doesn't play? And Shanahan chose to answer that by talking up Elijah Mitchell. And he eventually said some very nice things about Mason as well. But I thought that was telling that when I asked about, could Mason be the number one guy in Minnesota, the first words out of his mouth were, Elijah Mitchell has done, has been tremendous for us in the past. And no, he hasn't been able to stay healthy. But if he is, then, he's a guy that we know we can rely on. So I think it would be both. I think that Mitchell would probably be the first guy that goes in, though.
Matt Burrows joined us from The Athletic talking Niners as the players are off today, a day later because of Monday Night Football in Minnesota. So Brock Purdy is always the topic of conversation nationally and locally. He has his first poor game really as a 49er. He suffers his first loss that he's gone start to finish on. Is this just a blip on the radar to you, or is there some concern here?
No, I think it's a blip on the radar. I mean, I don't know how many NFL quarterbacks would have flourished in that game, given who they're up against and given who the team lost during it. So, I tend to go the other direction. I was sort of encouraged by what he was able to do on that final drive. I mean, this is the same defense they'd been going against all afternoon. There's no Debo, there's no Christian McCaffrey, and they're able to string together what should have been a game-winning drive. So I thought that that was a positive for Purdy. Now, throughout there were throws that were off. He was having trouble gripping the ball, but I think that the main issue wasn't Purdy. It was the fact that this is a team that always relies on its running game. And especially, as that second half began, 49ers running back would get the ball, and there'd be 3 white jerseys 2 feet in the backfield. So that offense that's been propped up by the running game just didn't have that at its disposal on Sunday.
Yeah, I just felt like watching it live and then even more so watching it back. He had a hard time gripping it and ripping it. And I think it was the rain and the wind off Lake Dreary and just the whole thing. And you wrote a lot about it. Just your thoughts on, because he was just so inaccurate in this game on some throws. He made some great throws. The one over the middle to Jennings, the one on the 3rd and 2 of the out right before the field goal that Jake missed. But he missed a lot of throws that are just not like him. And it looked like he missed him right out of his hands. The obvious one where the ball fell out of his hand of the pullback. But the hand size, you've done some research on his college days and when he played against Drake in a rainstorm. And he did wear gloves that one game, Matt, in college?
Yeah, he did. He had a black glove on his hand throughout that game. And that was a real, slog. I mean, that was sloppy game. So he had the glove on that one. He was okay as a passer. I mean, his stats were actually good considering the weather conditions that game. There were a couple of other ones. They weren't rainstorms. They were probably closer to what you saw in Cleveland, where it was sort of sporadic rain. And he did okay. There aren't any sort of smoking guns where, oh boy, he was terrible in this game and it happened to rain. But I mean, obviously he was having trouble gripping the ball. And, I thought it was telling that Joe Burrow, who is one of the few starting quarterbacks who has smaller hands than Purdy, played in Cleveland earlier this year. It also was raining, and Burrow started that game without a glove, and then he turned to a glove. So, I mean, it may be as simple as let's just see if a glove works better for him. As far as his hand size, I mentioned that very few quarterbacks have hands smaller, but it's really right in the center of the curve there. I think I read 9 7/8 or 9 1/2 is average, and his are 9 1/4. So they're the same size as Patrick Mahomes, the same size as Jimmy Garoppolo's. So it's not we haven't found like the one shortfall for Brock Purdy.
What are Pickett's?
Right around the average.
What Kenny Pickett? Did he eventually get to 9 inches with his hand size?
Kenny Pickett's were in the 8 range, and that's
he's got baby hands.
You don't see that with a quarterback. I mean,
and he wears gloves on both hands. He wears gloves on both hands, no matter where he plays.
Yeah, well, that makes sense when you've got little porcelain doll's hands like that.
How about Teddy
It's
Two
hard to
Gloves?
hit the ball.
I love the hand size. You know what they say?
Porcelain doll hands.
How about Teddy Two Gloves? Does Bridgewater have small hands? Does he have Mickey Mouse hands?
I don't know. I remember, if you go way back in 49ers lore,
Alex Smith.
Had trouble. I forget whether it was his rookie year. I think it was his rookie season. He lost a couple of balls. A couple looked exactly like that Brock Purdy throw. You go back to throw the ball, and it just pops out. And so I think his were 9 5/8. I forget what they were, but they were also very much right in the meaty part of the curve. And it was a problem that year, and it was never a problem since. But since he was the number one pick, that was a very scrutinized item. How big are his hands? Is that going to be a problem? And it turns out that was not a problem for the rest of his career. And I don't expect it to be for Purdy either.
Yeah, I always love it around draft time, like Jared Goff, and everybody's hand size becomes a big deal. Very intriguing.
Because you get into these cold weather games and wet weather games, 1 or 2 plays can impact a game.
Matt Barrows is joining us. Yeah, at Matt Barrows, and of course, read his stuff in The Athletic. Defensively, I mean, the week prior, it's like, no, Dallas, you don't have a great defense. We do. And then Cleveland kind of does the same thing. Like, no, you don't have a great defense. We do. Do we need to be concerned over 160 rushing yards at 4.7 a pop? We've talked about the corners and stuff. Do we need to be concerned about the defense? They give up 2 field goals in the fourth quarter. Are we concerned?
No, 19 points should not be concerning. I mean, I feel like the Browns had so much success because that game was so close. And as I wrote today, I mean, they had 19 second half carries. That's far and away the most that any team has had against the 49ers, because most of the time they abandoned the run against them. The tackling wasn't good. I do think that Dre Greenlaw's absence hurt them in that regard. Greenlaw is excellent at running to the sideline, and I do think that the fact that the Browns tried so many outside runs surprised the 49ers, because you saw the 49ers, both offenses are going against virtually the same defense, that wide 9 that has that defensive end out there that's taking away those edge runs. And so the 49ers basically abandoned that run, certainly with McCaffrey. They did some jet sweeps and things like that. They didn't abandon it entirely, but it was a lot more between the tackles running for them. And my guess is that they thought that the Browns were going to do the same thing, because that particular defense is good, usually good, against taking away the edges. And the Browns didn't. They were consistent with it. And the 49ers just weren't very good at stopping it. They overran some plays. I mean, they basically were thwarted by the very thing that defense is predicated on, which is stopping those outside runs. So it may be just that they were out of practice in doing it, because so few teams attempt that against them. And like I said, I think if Greenlaw is there, Tashawn Gibson missed a tackle, Diamador Lenore missed some tackles out there. I think that everything that we saw on Sunday is fixable.
All right, this week, obviously, we'll get a lot of stories involving Kyle Shanahan's love for all things Kirk Cousins. And Mike Shanahan had a really interesting anecdote that I didn't know about, that the 49ers tried. They have the number 2 overall pick in the draft, and they traded back with Chicago with Solomon Thomas, and the Bears jumped up to take Trubisky. But that year, Matt, they were willing to give up the number 2 overall pick in the draft to get Kirk Cousins, is what Mike Shanahan reported, and Daniel Snyder wouldn't allow it to happen. So did it ever come close, do you think, where the 49ers, since Kyle's been the head coach, had a real legit chance to obtain Kirk Cousins?
I mean, that seems like it was the closest. Obviously, the following year they were going to pursue him in free agency, but the Jimmy Garoppolo acquisition sort of preempted that. But yeah, I mean, if you're dangling the number 2 overall pick, that's going to prick the ears of the other team, in this case Washington. I do remember Jay Gruden saying something about that as well prior to the Mike Shanahan, quote from earlier this year. So that's been out for a while, but I don't know how close it actually came. I mean, what I wrote about earlier this year is whether, Brock Purdy will sort of extinguish that long burning flame that Kyle Shanahan has towards Kirk Cousins. And so far he certainly has. And Cousins is having a fine year with some, issues in Minnesota, but he's having a very Kirk Cousins-like season. That's how I would phrase it.
If Brock plays poorly again and Cousins plays great and the Vikings win, it's going to be all about Kirk Cousins' love again, because that's how we work.
Oh my gosh, yeah, those flames are going to be fanned to no end.
Exactly.
What's the difference in the salaries? What does Cousins make versus what Brock makes?
He makes more in a second than Purdy makes in a year.
That's not happening.
Yeah, Purdy's got to have a housemate with Nick Sickell in order to make it in the Bay Area.
Seriously, Cousins makes more in one quarter than Brock does the whole year.
Oh, no
Just
doubt.
about, right?
Does he make $45 million? I mean, Brock makes $1 million.
So is that $3 million a game?
What's Toyota paying him? A couple $100,000? I mean, still.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Toyota truck puts him over $1 million, but he's under.
It's unbelievable. Dude's getting roommates. Unbelievable. It's crazy here. Hey, Matty, thanks, man. We really appreciate it. We'll talk to you in Minnesota.
All right, sounds good, guys.
See you, man.
Take care, man.
At Matt Barrows, and read him in The Athletic. The guys do a great job. Matty does a great job. Lombardi, Kavakama, the whole crew over there do a really nice job covering the 49ers. All right, top of the hour, we got a foreplay for you. Debo locally, the local media, is not this lightning rod, but man, when he gets on the Kay Adams podcast, it's a different deal, man.
Who is Henry Hockhauser? And how does he have my personal email?
Really?
Henry Hockhauser is sending me, reaching out on behalf of FanDuel TV's Up and Adams, the daily morning show hosted by Kay Adams. 49er wide receiver Debo Samuel joined the show for his weekly appearance. Would you like to have the audio?
Yeah, we want it.
Hockhauser.
How did he get that?
I don't know. He's got my personal email.
Well, FanDuel's the guys that originally paid Pat McAfee $35 million, and we were at the Super Bowl in L.A. You're like, how does he make all that money? So that's a good contact for him.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, stay on
Actually,
that contact.
I've become a huge fan of McAfee's. That guy's a talent.
Except
he
for
really is.
But you're like Warren Moon. He should maybe not wear tank tops.
No, it's not like
he's got.
The whole thing is growing on me. I love it. I enjoy that show.
I just remember you and I were sitting right next to the.
Well, I didn't know the bit. I hadn't watched him before, and I think he's PG'd it up a little bit on
a little
ESPN. But I admire his ability.
Except for the Lou Holtz bit.
That guy can talk. I mean, all the punters I've been around: Shane Leckler,
you're like that Spider-Man
Ray Guy,
meme.
Mitch Wisnowski, Pat McAfee.
Can you talk?
Yeah, but I can't punt, and nobody's paying me $40 million a year. I mean, that guy, he could talk, can't he? He could go.
Like
honestly, as a speaker, could he not do play-by-play?
He's tried.
He could do it easily.
They had him do a game one time.
That guy's impressive.
Yeah.
How annoying was he in the meeting rooms when he was a punter?
Probably a lot.
Now, did Manning like him? Because he did
like him.
The Vanderjagt line was the liquored-up kicker.
Yeah, he did like him.
Did he ever say, somebody tell the punter to shut
No, he's gone on that show. No,
I know he has.
He likes him.
But was he that talkative as a player? Most punters kind of stay quiet.
Yeah.
This punter can talk.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, outside of Paul McGuire, who was a great punter broadcaster.
Paul McGuire, yeah.
I drank many a beer with him at Sestak and McGuire's. What punter can talk like him?
I did a show one time with Josh Miller, who used to be the punter of the Steelers, and he was funny. But yeah, there's not many of them.
How about the Raiders guy that did the dance after every punt? What's his name?
Marquette King.
Marquette King.
He was good.
He can talk.
Yeah.
He can talk. He had a bit of a...
we had Leckler on sometimes.
I like McAfee.
He wasn't bad.
I like Mac. I do like that show.
Yeah.
But I don't know who Henry Hockhauser is. Except he's in my inbox about
I've been listening to the Debo. Debo on that show every week is outstanding. But then if you get him around...
You can always count on Debo to fan the flames of an NFL feud.
Well, hopefully they'll be playing the Lions, and he and C.J. Chauncey Gardner Johnson could hook up.
I just want to make sure Debo plays on Monday night.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
All right, foreplay, top of the hour. We'll get you all the sound you need to hear, including a Debo cut. It's Pop and Lynn on the Esports City.
From Hockhauser.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL Films, I tell you. Senior producer Greg Cosell joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to review the game tape and the loss of the Browns. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Oh, hey there. John Lund here for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know many of the ads, the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based in the Bay Area. So you get an attorney that might not even be in the Bay Area and might not even be based in the entire state. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. You see them. So please be careful. Let's work together and make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. You know that they've secured more than $1 billion. Remember when Michael Myers? $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And you pay nothing up front. That's the best part. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Foreplay for you at the top of the hour. Thank you for joining us. Papa and Lund on a Wednesday edition of
Thanks for my gifts, by the way.
I think you're going to enjoy those. That's
I'm
what
going
I
to hit
do.
these right at 2 o'clock.
That's what I do.
So do people be able to see on the stream
I think so.
what I'm wearing with the Jerry Rice?
Yeah.
Can you tell?
Let me see. I'm
It's
looking
the
at it
old.
right now.
Can you see? Can you see? So
Yeah, I can see it.
I love the Breathe Right. I've been wearing Breathe
barely,
Rights
though. That clear
forever.
one.
Well,
Yeah, because-
now the new ones, which I just found, are extra clear. So I put them on, and I'm like, do I have a Breathe Right on? So I have a deviated septum. I am a deviant, and my septum is deviated.
Is that just natural, or do you get in a fight?
No, that's natural.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I actually got into a few fights seeing if they could undeviate it. It didn't work that way. So
Because, yeah, when those first came out, it was just this big Band-Aid on your nose.
So I wear these. So right when you ever use these?
Mm-mm.
Right when you put them
Do they
on,
help for
it opens
snoring?
up. Yeah, it helps for everything. You breathe so much easier. They help me even if I don't have any congestion. But right now, whenever I fly and then in the cold weather in Cleveland, my head is like, you feel it, like the sinus, right? So, but this, the moment you put it on, it just pulls right at the septum and it opens up your nasal passages. I've actually done games with these on. During the pandemic, I would leave them on all the time because we had a mask over. And I remember like walking through the ballroom and having, I think I took the mask off for a minute. Kittle took a look at me like, what are you wearing?
You can't even hardly tell. Like, I could see it on the screen barely.
So this is different.
Yeah.
The Jerry Rice Breathe Rights.
Right,
And
I remember
hockey
those
players wear them. They were white. You could see them very clear. But now they have the extra clear
I need that
one. So
the clear and the
they're
green,
not,
but you
they're
have
not,
extra
they're not
clear?
very attractive. No, they're different.
Oh, it's a different clear?
Victor Conti's got a different one. I do have my ankles out, though. Where's Romo? I miss Romo.
Guess what?
So can you see the Breathe Right at all?
Not really.
Can
I
you
mean,
tell?
I'm staring right at it, so I can, but not normal.
But ordinarily, if I had it on, you didn't know I had it on, you'd have no idea.
Can I get that like a Walgreens or something?
The extra? Oh, yeah. CVS, Civis. You never see Breathe Rights?
Yeah, but it's
Pick
been a
'em
long
up.
time. I remember when
I also don't like this time of the year I start putting the heat on. And the dry heat just drives me out.
I never put heat
That's
on.
all. You don't put heat on?
No, I put lots of sweats and I'll put a blanket on, but it's not going to
It's better for you for sleeping.
Yeah. I like
Greg
cold.
Papa here for sleep number, John.
Well, that's the whole thing.
The
is,
optimum sleep temperature, I think, is in the 60s.
Well, I'm sure people are like this, but I'm interested in the Breathe Right because I will risk getting in trouble. My wife will snore on occasion.
Slip a Breathe Right right over her
That's what
nose
I'm thinking about.
while she's sleeping.
And here's the other issue: is even in
Do
the
I have any in my bed?
Let
me see.
Even in the wintertime, I like to have a fan going in my room. It's nice. I like the air.
Yeah.
She hates it. She thinks it's too cold.
Well, there's different. You can do fans do different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
Turn
like
it the other
I like a ceiling
direction.
fan.
Turn it the other direction.
Yeah, like a ceiling fan.
Right.
Yeah.
They go both directions.
Right. So it's like
Anyway.
so we
So
always
you
have
can't
problems.
So you can't even see?
So she'd be like, turn the fan off, and I go, stop snoring. It's
Just
working out great.
Throw a Breathe Right on her. Believe me, just try it.
I'm doing it.
It's not very attractive, but the clear one, you don't even see
That's
them.
what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try it.
I'd even put the Jerry Rice big Band-Aid one on if it meant better sleeping. I don't care. Anyway, we digress.
We do.
It is Papa in London on KNBR, FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Kivos Media Station. Oh, look at that. It's 1 o'clock. It's foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, so this has been going on a few days, and we really haven't talked about it a lot. But Debo Samuel goes on this Kay Adams podcast weekly, and it's good stuff. And so and for some reason, and you talk about this a lot, it's just direct. I mean, guys don't need media anymore, and really they're more forthcoming and forthright in their own podcasts and whatever podcasts they're on a weekly basis and blah, blah. So Chauncey Gardner-Johnson of the Lions, who's out right now, former Philadelphia Eagle, New Orleans Saint, was on a live stream. And then Debo Samuel kind of went back and forth, and they were kind of going at it. And then Debo was on the Kay Adams podcast. And so we'll hear a little bit from Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in the trash. He was talking, and then Debo responds. Now, remember, the Lions aren't playing the 49ers unless it's the playoffs. So this could be interesting, and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson could be back by the playoffs. So we could see something here, but here's part of the back and forth.
Why are we fighting with everybody? What's going on there? What do I need to know?
What's so crazy? I ain't know a bro, like, I have no idea where they came from. He probably was just thinking about me or something, so I don't even know where that came from.
Did you see the IG Live?
Yeah, that was comedy.
Can we play it? Will you get mad if we play it? Oh.
No. It looked like you about to cry.
Bro, listen, don't be friendly when you see me. Because you be so flashy. You better hope, bro. You better hope all that talking you be doing when we see y'all, whatever round it may be, because I can guard you. You can't run routes. You're a running back. I ain't going to sit here and play with you, little boy. Just because you got a little bag, people gave you a little clout, man, you ain't nothing, bro. Stop playing.
It just sounds like he mad I got a little bag and a lot of money and nobody knows who he is. But I ain't gonna speak too much on it. I mean, that's like I was laughing the whole time.
It's like we mic'd them during the game and we're hearing smack talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, people love this to consume it. I don't much care.
Because it used to be that the media would say, like a guy would say something in front of the media, then the media would run to the other guy and they'd go back and forth. But now it just happens like right away because everybody's on these.
Well, the bottom line is that they're getting paid.
Right.
I mean, Debo, if he talks to the media, he typically doesn't say a whole lot, but with Kay Adams, he does because he gets paid. So he's obligated, and wherever she goes, he's got to go with it. C.J. Gardner-Johnson goes back to the New Orleans days and that 48-45 epic shootout. Dennis Allen had him blitzing all day. Then obviously last year in the championship game, and now he's a Detroit Lion. So he's a good player. That guy's a good safety, and he can play in the nickel, so it's interesting. I just wonder if you ever had this back, because, Lynn Swann, George Atkinson had the rivalry, and George would flat out call him soft. Lynn Swann, soft. I mean, what if you had this back in the 70s, and you could, find out what Jack Lambert thought of Kenny Stabler, what George Atkinson thought of Lynn Swann, or the 90s when, the 49ers are playing the Cowboys. And George Seifert, what do you think of Jimmy Johnson? Well, they kind of went back and forth. So to me, I just want to watch him play. I don't necessarily want to hear him talk, but they have an obligation because now, how much do you think Debo gets to do that podcast?
It's probably not a ton. I mean, it became public.
It must be worthwhile for him to put himself out there.
But I think what's interesting too is that people made this big deal that Aaron Rodgers is getting $1 million for being on Pat McAfee. I mean, we pay.
That's a lot of.
It is a lot of money.
But actually, I thought it'd be more for he's on every single week,
right? And that show makes a lot of money, so it doesn't surprise me. I mean, look, we have weekly guests on, we pay him. I mean, that's just what happens in the media industry. It's not that big of a deal. So I have no idea what he's being paid for it. But like you said, Debo in general, now he can be in great moods.
It must be worth his time to sit down. How long is he on the podcast for?
Once, like a segment, like 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
And what's interesting about it is that he is not forthright with local media. We had him on from the Super Bowl in L.A., and let's be nice, he wasn't great.
He's hit or miss.
But he can be, if he's in a good mood, he can be very forthright. I've been to a ton of his post-game interviews. They're okay, but there's a number of guys that you would want to talk to other than him on the 49ers. But then he gets on this podcast, man, and he's
been on a couple. Of one in the offseason where he cut it short because they were talking about Philly. The Eagle game, and then
that was on CBS.
He just got into it last week with Micah Parsons. So anything that happens now, this one, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson specifically called him out, but the one before involved Micah Parsons and George Kittle, and he was brought into that. So he's going to be brought, and then his handlers, Henry Hockhauser,
and they're pushing it.
I could say that a lot better if I didn't have the breather right on. That would even come out more.
Like Hawk and a loogie?
Yeah, exactly. But
that's some Bumgarner.
It makes it a little hard for us, though. If you ask him to do an interview, and he's very accessible. He does one whenever I ask him. But they get the mentality of, how much am I getting paid? Uh-huh. I get paid to do this podcast. Why would I give it away for free?
Right, so I'm going to suck when I talk to you.
No, but it dilutes my message when you're getting paid to do something. But it's like, Draymond does it all. But some guys just embrace. Draymond goes right to the podcast. Is he podcasting this preseason, Draymond?
I haven't heard
about the ankle, or is he laying low till he comes?
Yeah, he hasn't. I don't think he's published anything.
Oh, wait till opening night when he shuts out Durant.
Yeah, possibly. All right, this was cool. We had Kurt Warner on earlier. If you missed the entire interview and want to hear the whole thing, I highly encourage it. Go to KNBR.com. Brock Purdy's got to bounce back from some adversity. Kurt Warner had to do that as well. He says there's always questions that need to be answered, and he expects Brock Purdy to bounce back.
Well, here's the thing. When you're playing in the NFL and when you're playing quarterback, there are always questions, until you get to a certain level, a Patrick Mahomes, a Peyton Manning, a Tom Brady. There's always questions, until you solidify yourself in that way where it's year in and year out for a number of years where everybody goes, okay, we know exactly what that guy is. That first year we won the Super Bowl. I won a Super Bowl MVP. I won the MVP, and everybody just said, well, show me you can do it again. And so, that there's all kinds of challenges that come into being a quarterback and all kinds of questions that you have to continue to answer. And so I don't think it's a negative thing, but when you're answering, when people have questions about you, that means you're doing something right. They just want to see you continue to do it. And so Brock, I think everybody can understand the narrative. He's been really good. He's won games. He's made a lot of big-time throws. He's got unbelievable talent around him. There is no question about that. He's got a good scheme and a good team on both sides of the ball to help him with that. So don't look at it as a negative when people have questions about you, because that means you're doing something right, and they just want to see if you can check the next box. And most quarterbacks throughout, the league have to do that.
So my question is this, because when I heard him say that, I thought about what you say when you're preparing for a game. Before this game, you said the least of my worries is Brock Purdy. Is Brock Purdy still the least of your worries?
No, I think he was affected by the elements of just not being able to grip the ball and execute throws. He'll learn from it, either just gripping it differently or maybe wearing a glove like Kurt Warner did later in his career and like he did against Drake and in college. I just think he couldn't execute. Well, actually, coming away from it and watching it over again, although he couldn't grip it and rip it as far as the football, he didn't lose grip of the team. He didn't throw any fits or yell at anybody or do anything. I'm watching Kirk Cousins, their first game this year, and everybody loves Kirk Cousins because of the QB, the Netflix stock of the offseason, and he's a good player. But he was flipping out on the sideline about something. I mean, just throwing a hissy fit, just stomping around, and you see Brady do that, and Brock's just not that kind of guy. And I think the guys looked at him like, we know he's been good in the good times, so how's he going to handle it in the bad? And he handled it. And at the very end, when they were up against it, and they had a 3-and-out, I thought when they got the ball back under 4 minutes here with a 1-point lead, run the clock out, and then he almost gets sacked right away on first down. Now he takes a grounding, and now, damn, now you're into a 2nd and 20. You can't throw it. You can't run it. And then you had to throw it 3 straight times. That was not good. And then he gets the ball back again. And now you're down 2 points. He's got to not just run the clock out. He's got to drive you into field goal range. And he executed big-time throws. So I'm not going to worry about Brock Purdy. If he goes into a rain game again, let's see if he adjusts and wears a glove, or because he needs to grip the ball and control it better, the wind or whatever it was, he didn't have control of the ball. This challenge against the Vikings and Brian Flores, they've changed defensive coordinators in the offseason. Ed Donatel was their coordinator last year, and everybody went to the Lord Fangio, covered 4, 2 high safety defense. Brian Flores is completely different. They blitz more than any team in football. 63.6% of snaps they blitz. More than Tampa, more than Wink Martindale and the Giants, which was at 47.5%. But against the 49ers that night, it was, 85? In the 80s. So this challenge will be different. But they all got to, it wasn't just that he didn't play well. I thought the offensive line had a bad game. Trent was playing most of the game with a bad ankle. It just didn't turn. He's unflappable. He's always in control of the environment. If you ever get into a weather game, and it's not going to rain in the Dome in Minneapolis on Monday night. If we were playing at the old Metropolitan Stadium, that may be a different story. But he's going to have to figure out, I think, how to deal with the blitz. And he's Brock steady. I've not lost any confidence in him at all. There were some throws in that game, many of them, where you thought, well, that's not Brock. Why can't he control the football?
All right, we're 6 days away from the Warriors. Coming up next, we'll hear a little bit from Steve Kerr, how thankful he is for Steph Curry. We'll do that coming up next. Sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol. Lots still to come in your 1 o'clock hour. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants are going to interview Stephen Vogt. Do you believe in Stephen Vogt? The manager's search expands. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Boy, that guy talks fast. Greg Papa here for Gold Bar Whiskey, which proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection. A whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and the four-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and to celebrate like a champion. Crafted right here in the heart of the Bay Area, each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection, and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passage. You can find Joe Montana Collection at local retailers, online at goldbarwhiskey.com, or may I suggest the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Stop by Wednesday. They start serving food, delicious food, all the way through the weekend and game day. You get refreshing cocktails and the best views of the city. It is Treasure Island after all. And for more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a truly new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is double cast, not double cast, I should say, not double cast, triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, at tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe, which we had in studio just a few days ago on October the 10th. Elliot took care of us. The Golden Joe, a refreshing game day cocktail that actually was thought of, inspired by Joe Montana himself. So Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
He doesn't want to get bashed by the media. I got a simple, very simple solution for you, brother. Don't get beat by 32 on prime time. You won't get bashed by anybody. You win that game, nobody. If you lose that game by 7, nobody really bash you. They say, hey, y'all got beat. It is what it is. You played well. This happened. If you get a sack in that game, they say, hey, Micah Parsons played well. He did his thing, made a huge impact on the game. If Dak Prescott throws 3-4 touchdowns in that game, they're not criticizing Dak Prescott. They're saying, hey, Dak Prescott played a really good game, strong game. Something else is the reason they lost that game. That's not what happened. Your defense gave up 42. Dak Prescott threw 3 interceptions. The criticism was necessary and warranted. It's very difficult to compliment a team that gets beat 42-10 on primetime, regardless of who the team is. I apologize, Micah Parsons. We did not have positive things to say about your 42-10 loss. And then your other loss was also by double digits to a team that's only won 1 game this season. So it's hard to find positive things to say. And you say the energy needs to be the same. The same thing that makes you laugh and puts money in your pocket makes you cry.
That's Richard Sherman on his new show.
How's he doing on that show? I've not seen him at all. Little bit. 10 minutes I saw him.
I like him on his podcast.
Keyshawn's on that show. Skip. Michael Irvin. They rotate him.
Yeah. So I have, like a lot of people, I have SiriusXM in my car, and I put KNBR, and I'll go to different places. And as I flip around in the morning to try to find information, the only time I've ever stopped on that show, on the audio version, they talk about the Cowboys 24/7, 365. So it's
does it skip?
Like after a minute or two, it's like, look, I get it, but is there?
Don't they talk about the Cowboys on every show 24/7?
Yeah, but then they mix
win,
in
lose or draw.
Yeah, but then 6 days away from LeBron, so then they'll mix in LeBron. They'll really vary it. They'll go from the Cowboys to LeBron to, and then Brock Purdy has actually entered into a rotation there. When he plays badly, there you go. We were right. There's basically 3 things right now: Purdy, Cowboys, LeBron.
Purdy's that high in the rotation?
LeBron. Oh, this week he is. Yeah. Told ya. That's all this week is for national guys on Purdy. Told ya. He's no good. Doesn't have any weapons. So that's what those guys are talking about. We haven't fit any Warriors in today, and they're 6 days away from the opener. So we thought we would start. Transitioning to some Warriors stuff. But this was pretty interesting yesterday. Steve Kerr was talking about Steph Curry. This was kind of funny. And maybe Steph deserves a cut here if he does get a big new contract. But this was Steve Kerr yesterday thanking his lucky stars for one Steph Curry.
I thank my stars every day, literally every day. I mean, to the ability to coach Steph right from the beginning. It's the only reason I'm still here is because of the human being he is, not just the player and as talented as he is, but the tone that he sets for the whole group. It just makes my job so much easier. The stability that we have here over a decade, we wouldn't have that without Steph. So I'm lucky to coach him and lucky to watch him every day. He's been incredible in camp. He's 35. He's in the best shape of anybody on the team. I watched him in a scrimmage 2 days ago score like 15 straight points to bring his team back to have a shot at the buzzer, including a 4-point play. The guy's incredible. We're a week into training camp, and he's out there, 35 years old, just destroying everybody. He's amazing.
You know what's amazing about, there's a lot of different things to pull off that whole thing, but one of the things that Steve was saying about the 15 points and great shape, better shape than anybody, It's not like Steph hides out during the offseason and just works out. He's got to have an amazing amount of discipline because does a ton of different things. But as Steve just said there, he's in the best shape. He's 35 years old. He's ripping everybody up. We have his trainer on all the time, Brandon Payne, so he's working with Brandon a ton. And yet here this guy is coming into camp, and he's just kicking butt, and yet he does a ton of things in the offseason.
I mean, he's traveling the world. He's playing golf here, there, and everywhere. And the video that Brandon, and we'll reach out to Brandon at the appropriate time. I mean, next week the Warriors start playing, so when we get back from Minnesota and just find out what he's been working on. But the video that Brandon posted this offseason is going from corner to corner. I mean, he is the best conditioned athlete ever. I think ever. I mean, in the NFL, there have been a lot of great guys that are conditioned well, but they take a break. Hockey, 40-second shift, you got to get off. Steph John Havlicek would run forever and ever and ever and ever. But it's just different what they do now. And Steph's conditioning, his cardio, he's just, and he wants to play Tom Brady-like. And Joe Lacob has talked about it. He wants to play at least 45. So let's see now that he's in his mid-30s. He's not slowing down. He's in the best shape. We always say best shape of his career. Well, and he's stronger, physically stronger, and he's just maniacal about this.
You can actually see in his arms. You see the interviews
he's been the last few years. He's been defined. People cannot just walk him inside. Now he's smaller, so they're going to try to beat him up. Right away it's Kevin Durant coming in, and Chris Paul against Phoenix is just so juicy. We'll see if Draymond plays, and the Chris Paul, it's just. I'm trying to still get used to him being a Warrior. It's odd. This one's taken a long time. And just because he plays so differently than the Warriors play. He's so pick and roll based. It's a slower pace. I think to some degree it could be good for Steph and get Steph off the ball. I just want to see how they're going to do this and where if you can play them together. And Paul's strong. He's different body in his late 30s than Steph. But he's physically strong. He's always been able to hold up. But Steph's work ethic is just maniacal. Then the other part you got to factor in, the Warriors were done by Mother's Day this year. They got eliminated this Friday night before Mother's Day. Normally they're playing till Father's Day. And that extra month just zaps you and wears on you, and then you don't want to pick it back up. So he played a month less. He had a month more to get ready for this year. And they lost. I think they're genuinely pissed off at how last year ended. He had a lot of great moments on the golf course, both in Tahoe, and I can't believe Mahomes and Kelsey beat them, by the way. That was kind of a shock.
They beat them bad.
Steph didn't play well. But anyway, at some point I'll reach out to Brandon Payne. He's always in incredible shape. And then for Steve deflects a lot. But I remember the talking point when they got rid of Mark Jackson. Everybody, and Steph wasn't on board because they all liked Mark Jackson. I'm like, if you're with Steve Kerr for 5 minutes, and I don't know if he could coach because he never coached before, but I knew the quality of the player, the quality of the individual. They're not going to have any problem. So everything that Steve said about Steph would say the same thing about Steve. He's just that good of a individual. And now, but the organization, the one thing, John, and I met Mike Dunleavy, spent some time. He came to a Niner practice a couple of weeks ago. He's very different than Bob Myers. He's so buttoned up. He'll be fine. But, you're losing Bob's heart and soul, which I think is going to be interesting to see as they progress and they get into situations where guys other than Steph, mainly Draymond, step out of line. How do they, as an organization, deal with those rough moments? And Bob did tell me he did a game last night, a preseason game. Was that a demo that nobody saw? Was Bob Myers on ESPN last night?
Not that I saw.
Did a preseason game last night. Was tough because no one played for Denver. I imagine that was just a dry run and nobody saw.
Did you shoot him was this a text?
Yeah.
Did you shoot him a text back and go, try doing a preseason game with 90 guys?
No, I'm not going to get into it. But I wanted to watch it.
I mean, seriously,
was
bro.
Was that game on TV or was that? I bet it must have been a simulated.
Yeah, mock game.
Yeah, a mock. Right.
You didn't text him that back?
No, I didn't.
Try 90 games?
I haven't texted him back.
Try 90 guys instead of.
No, I'm not going to get on him.
15, dude.
I want to get on him. But anyway, Steve Kerr and Steph Curry have
left
been,
in the fourth quarter.
Steve Kerr and Steph Curry have been made for each other, haven't they? Plus the offense Steve brought. He brought Greg Popovich's movement offense and Steph. But that guy, honestly, he's the best conditioned athlete I think ever. Who would be better than him A boxer? Who's the greatest conditioned athlete of all time before Steph? I don't know.
Tio was in pretty good condition late in his life, late in his career. I'm not saying he was overly effective, but he was.
He called out his quarterback,
freak,
Donovan
man.
McNabb, for puking during a Super Bowl.
He's like, wasn't he 40? I think
he was in good shape,
like
but could he
41
run up
playing
and down the court the way?
Seattle?
Tio is built because he played football, and Steph he's gotten stronger, but just a cardio. If Steph had go out and run a marathon tomorrow, I mean that's he couldn't do that.
Oof, marathon.
But he'd go out and run 13 miles probably.
You ever been a runner?
No. Yeah, I'm on the treadmill.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
But not a competitive runner, no.
I can run on a treadmill. It's weird. I can run on a treadmill, but if I get outside and start running down the street, like, okay, I'm going to become a run. The only thing I can think of the whole time is how much I hate running.
The thing about a treadmill is you just I put a game on and I can run. I could run for miles and never even think about it. It's totally different.
But if I run on the street, all I think about it is how much I hate running. And then people who run say, "Oh, you got to get to that runner's high." It's like, how long does that take?
You lose yourself on the treadmill. How many times have I almost fallen forgetting that I'm running? That's
I've done
happened
that
a
at a gym
million
before.
times. A million times.
I've done that at a gym where I'm watching a game and I just forget. And then, like, I'll step on the side or something.
Does Steph need to even get on the treadmill as much as he runs? Klay Thompson's well conditioned.
Yeah, he
actually, when they put the pedometer on those guys during games, Klay runs more during a game.
He does.
Than Steph, but Steph, I mean, honestly, is he the best conditioned athlete of all time?
I mean, Brady's probably up there.
He's a quarterback.
Yeah, but
he doesn't run.
He hasn't eaten a strawberry ever. Like, I don't know.
If you had to line him up and run back and forth and play bad, Steph's better conditioned than him.
I'm just, I don't know.
Who would be in the same realm?
Runners.
Yeah, obviously.
But
right.
I mean, you have to be pretty, I'd say Trent Williams is a pretty good and conditioned athlete. You getting 40, what are you getting, 60 car crashes a game?
It's different. I'm talking more cardio.
Yeah.
Steph never tires. He's incredible.
Yeah. All right, good stuff from Steve Kerr. By the way, Tolbert and Copes today. Make sure you stay tuned. Joe Thomas, former Browns.
Bob was on last night. Did the Clippers-Nuggets game on ESPN, too.
Andrew Siciliano, 350. Steve Young, 530.
Siciliano again?
Well, they're going to ask him about the Browns and that call he had.
It's fine. He was fine.
Like an 8-year-old in the booth, man. Act like you've been here before.
What are you talking about? I act like an 8-month-old every single game.
Come on. He lost his mind like he was a fan. I love the guy. But come on. Let's be honest.
Well,
he even tweeted it out.
It was a game-losing field goal. How do you cover that?
He tweeted, you know what he did? Was it last night? Night before, whatever it was. He goes, okay, I kind of lost it. I mean, he admitted it. It's all right.
It was fine.
It's his hometown team. It's no problem. You do a Bills game like that. They won the Super Bowl, you'd be going crazy.
I remember when Tom Dempsey missed a kick for the Philadelphia Eagles, a chip shot against the Bills.
Missed it by a foot?
He missed it by half a foot, and the Eagles in that game were shorthanded in the kicking department.
That is not nice. All right, speaking of not nice, sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. The best story today is a guy, I don't know how I can describe this without giving away. Let's just say we got a groundskeeper story, all right? A good groundskeeper story that you will not believe. All right, part of the caboose pistol next.
George Toma?
Kind of, on the Sports Leader.
And the Browns will beat the 49ers.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose. I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
There's implementing the diet that I've been doing as well, and then just the power of the mind and the power of the manifestation of the desires. All those things together.
Listen, Achilles, I have the desire to heal you. I am healed. We'll see. Maybe that's how it works.
The manifestation of the power of what? How much ayahuasca is he doing now that he's not playing?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
So I know he only played 4 snaps, but he looked old to me.
In those 4 snaps?
Yes. He looked,
did?
yes. His eyes, he had that look in his eyes. He was under pressure the entire time. They just got him on
coming out of his
They got him on the 4th snap, but the first 3, he almost went down on one. Remember, he was wobbly. In the preseason, I know he led him on a touchdown drive against the Giants, but he looks old. I don't know. If he comes back from this and plays this year, good luck to him. How's he going to get away from pressure on, a torn Achilles later in the year? That could go badly. He did look, I know it was only 4 snaps, but it looked like he was going to snap at any point. He did not look good, those 4 snaps. He had that look in his eyes like he didn't trust their pass rush.
I did. I listened to the whole
pass
interview.
Protection.
I went back and listened to the whole interview. I can't. He and J.K. Dobbins, I guess, had it within days of each other. They both are trying this innovative new procedure by Dr. Elatrosh, who seems to...
Neil Elatrosh.
Yeah, he seems to be doing quite well.
He's the doctor of the stars. He repaired Nick Bosa.
So he's the guy, and we'll see if it works. And if it is, look,
He repaired Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Who doesn't Elatrosh?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. He probably lives all right.
No, he's big money, big ego guy.
But
he's doctor of the stars.
But that's what I mean. Is that this is the toughest injury to come back from right now in all sports, and he's trying something new. So we'll see.
Rams doctor and the Lakers.
Yeah.
No, the Dodgers. The
Dodgers. That's right.
Dodgers. Yeah.
All right. This is interesting. It is Halloween after all, or very close. A groundskeeper mowed around a dead man's body next to an abandoned house, thinking he was a Halloween prop, according to the victim's loved ones. Robert Owens, 34, was last seen on October 8th, 2 days before authorities found him face down and half naked in the yard of a North Carolina house that had been empty for a long time. So the groundskeeper was just mowing the lawn and thought, well, that's a Halloween prop. And, they got their big headphones on. They're just doing their job.
Here's Carl Spackler.
Exactly. So anyway.
Did he have a little of what you gave me for my birthday?
Yeah. Must have. So anyway, he was found October 9th by a lawn care employee that assumed he was a Halloween decoration or a mannequin for canine training, and he was never reported to authorities. The guy just mowed right around a dead guy.
Wow.
Bro, really?
Wow.
You didn't get off your mower to think.
Now that is a Halloween decoration, isn't it? An actual dead guy?
Yeah. How about that?
We don't have a skeleton or anything, or
you would think.
jack-o'-lantern. We actually have a dead guy.
Well, there's a picture of the groundskeeper.
Let me see. Yeah, that looks like Carl. Looks like a young Spackler.
It looks like a guy who would mow around a dead body.
Grandkid.
So anyway, let's see what else. Anything else after that? Oh, on October 10th, the day after the groundskeeper mowed the property's lawn, a construction foreman apparently saw Owen's body and reported it. Dude,
Clay Wood would never do that.
You were that high?
Mark Rasm would never do that.
My goodness, man. I will say, though, that I don't know how you feel. I'm not a Halloween props guy. Like, if you want to do the blow-up Santas and all that and go Christmas.
I love them.
But I will say, my neighbor has a big tree in his yard, and it's pretty cool. And he put this person, looks like a person up, and it looks like he's pushing the tree to stay up. But he's got his pants halfway down his butt, and instead of like a butt, it's pumpkins. So it is pretty
very
intimate.
nice.
Yeah. That's the best Halloween prop I've seen
He's got
so
a well-endowed
far.
butt.
Yeah.
So people pay big money for that.
Yeah, big Halloween butt.
He's pumpkin ass?
And he looks pumpkin ass, and he's holding the tree up. So I think that's pretty
Can we
cool.
carve him?
I'll take a picture of it and show you. It's good.
Is his pumpkin ass carved? Is he a jack-o'-lantern?
No, it's smooth ass. Smooth pumpkin ass.
Flat ass?
That's what it is. But it does. His pants are halfway down. It looks like he's holding the tree up.
It's not Kim ass?
No, not even close. They'd have to be way larger pumpkins.
It's not J-Lo ass?
No, not even close. So anyway, I thought that was pretty good. Rather than, just you get the blow-up pumpkin stuff or whatever.
What's the number one Halloween costume this year?
Oh, it's not even close. It's Kelsey and Taylor Swift.
Oh, God.
Everybody's going to, there'll be 10 of those at a party, so don't be that.
I hadn't thought of that.
That's exactly who it's going to be. So if you're.
Thought of it. So they were on SNL Saturday night.
Yeah. Yep.
And they confirmed their love for each other?
Apparently so. Apparently, because he played on Thursday Night Football, they had a love nest weekend. So that must have been nice.
Love cave.
Yeah. He's going to be very tired this week. Anyway.
Wow.
This is strange. So, what is it? If the car is rocking, don't bother knocking. Is that a song or is that a phrase or how does it go? If
it's a general way of life.
Rocking, don't bother.
See,
knocking.
I'm the opposite.
I think it's a song.
If it's rocking, I'm knocking. Can I help you? You need a jump?
So it says here, not to stereotype Arkansas, but a 55-year-old Arkansas man was discovered in a compromising position.
A Razorback.
Yeah. He was discovered in a compromising position in a rocking car, allegedly having sex with a stuffed animal. Stuffed animal.
Fuzzy wuzzy.
A deputy with the Baxter, ironic. Baxter? I love Baxter.
He was punning Baxter?
I love Scotch. I love Baxter. A deputy with the Baxter County Sheriff's Office arrived it's a commercial storage facility about 12:45 on October 8th to investigate the swaying vehicle.
Wow. How big was the stuffed animal?
He stated that
Was it like a county fair, huge bear?
Well, see, that's what I'm thinking here. Because we've had a lot of weird stories.
It couldn't be like a teddy bear.
Well, I would say this is if we were judging this.
I can't even think.
Because we've had stories where there was a gas tank involved and a lot of weird different things. So anyway, there was a rocking vehicle. The deputy peered inside. Boy, you couldn't pay me enough. The deputy peered inside. He observed Theodore T. Morgan.
Teddy.
Having sex, Teddy Morgan.
It was Teddy on Teddy crime?
Having sex with a stuffed animal. They did not give any details. Now, this is the part.
But they had to say the guy's name?
Yeah, I guess so.
Let him Pee Wee Herman.
But here's the problem I have. Is if we're going to get this far into the story, I need to know what kind of a stuffed animal. It says the sheriff's officer did not give any details about what kind of animal it was. Like, come on, bro.
If his name is Theodore, it had to be a teddy bear.
Now, here's
but if you're rocking the car, it's got to be a big one.
Plus, I mean, if you're rocking the car, my God, man, you're into it.
It's got to be like Dick Butkus bear.
This will be the part that will surprise you the most. It says the deputy then found a purse containing 2 marijuana pipes and 1 syringe during a search of the car.
What was the syringe for? Oh, wow.
Anyway, See, in the story, though, I don't think this is it. In the story, they show a bunny, but that's not what it was. So anyway, they're just giving you a visual.
Is that
this
a crime?
Is what a stuffed animal looks
Is that a
like.
crime?
Yeah, what would they call that? It doesn't say here.
Well, was he indecent? Was he?
Yes, he was indecent.
Yeah.
Stuffed animal didn't have any say in the situation.
This is ridiculous.
Anyway, there you go. You're right.
I very seldom vetted the law. I have many, many questions for this, but I don't know. Wow.
I guess, like you said, the visual that came to mind for me was like the guy went to a carnival and got one of those giant.
Or he's got a trunk full of them, and he just happened to bring. Theodore brought Teddy up. Who else does he have in the trunk? Miss Piggy? What does he have? And how about the cops coming up upon this?
So that's what I mean.
Why don't they just let him go? Do they have to write a report? It's like Teddy.
Plus, to be honest, he's at a storage facility and the car is rocking. Like, leave him. Who cares? It's only going to last for 30 seconds. I mean, come on, move along.
Is that Stevie Ray Vaughan?
Yeah, exactly.
The house is rocking.
That is exactly right.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
I don't know. I think Theodore had a different version of it.
The house is a rocking. Don't bother knocking if the house is. That's how it goes.
Just leave me and my Teddy alone.
Yeah, however that goes. All right, we got some remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour. And as I said, Tolbert and Copes today, Joe Thomas, $250, Andrew Siciliano, $350. and Steve Young, of course.
All Browns.
5:30.
Can they get Bernie Kosar on?
Yeah, let's move on. It's over.
Today's Wednesday,
Let's start
isn't
getting Chuck Foreman on, and his friend
Minnesota
Tarkenton's still
Vikings?
around?
He is.
Oh, that's incredible.
Francis Tarkenton.
Exactly. All right, we'll give you some remnants before we get out of here. Tolbert and Copes at the top on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL Films, I tell you. Senior producer Greg Cosell joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to review the game tape and the loss of the Browns. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here in studio today. So that means I'm very close to Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. The best pizza I've ever had. It's been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York-style, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time faves, to die for. Tony has other locations as well. Capo's, where they make delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are ginormous, but they are also mouth-wateringly good. A little bit spicy with the peppers. Don't forget to save room for dessert. He has super delicious cannoli, and John loves the tiramisu as well. You can also take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. The Warriors are playing a preseason game tonight, by the way, against the Sacramento Kings over at Chase Center. They have Tony Slice House locations there at Oracle Park and also at Levi Stadium. No matter where you get Tony's around the Bay Area, it has been ranked #1 in the world. Best pizza on planet Earth.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm here with Teddy.
Come on in.
Stevie Ray.
You imagine that police officer, he peered in and saw that guy with a stuffed animal, like, I don't get paid enough for this.
How do you peer?
Sir, get off the stuffed animal. Sir, I can see you. Get off Teddy Ruxpin. Oh, my gosh. That would not be good. I'd just be like, dude, if you want to take this one, I'm out of here. Not doing the paperwork on this one. Sorry. No good. No good.
Let the guy be.
I agree with you. Good time had by all today. Kevin Franzen joined us on the show. Talking a little. Kurt
So
Warner
he
was very
said
good.
Scherzer's going to go 11 batters. So they're going to opener Scherzer is what they're doing? He'll face the lineup one time and then get him out before Alvarez comes up?
Yeah, but you know Bochy. Hey, Bochy,
See
you're
how
supposed
he
to go.
does.
Hey, Bochy, you were supposed to go 11 batters. He went 27. Well, he's pitching pretty good, don't you think?
I don't know. The 69 in the sim game, it wasn't really 69.
No.
He's walking around. I'm like, the pitch clock, what are you doing? He threw a couple just up there. So I could see that. Have him go opener, and then he's got a lot of bullpen he can bring in behind him. Maybe Martin Perez, the lefty, behind him. So we shall see.
My son told me that he just texted me, and I asked him what the price for the get-in was for the Diamondbacks. He said you can get into the Diamondbacks game now for $12.
What?
Phillies and Diamondbacks.
A playoff game?
$12. He said,
Don't tell Philly fan that.
Nosebleeders.
$12?
Yeah, that's what he told me.
What?
It's going to be full of Phillies fans. This is going to be Philly West. That's what it's going to be.
Wow.
That's odd to me. Like you're in the NLCS.
They're not into that team there?
It's weird.
Move them to Tampa if you don't like them.
I will say that, you know what, when I was there a couple of weeks ago, now that you mention it, and they were playing the Cowboys in this sports bar that was in Phoenix, they had one small TV, and the Diamondbacks were like, you know, they're going for playoff contention, and they had like one small TV on it. So
that place was pretty rowdy when they won in 01, right?
Luis
When
Gonzalez
Mariano
got that hit
Rivera
against the Yankees.
threw the ball down the line against Nefi Perez.
Yeah, you would think. But anyway, we'll see. Other things we played.
They got a Warriors game tonight.
Yeah, how about that?
Against the 0-3 Sacramento Kings.
How do you think they do with success, a year of success under their belt?
They're going to be good.
I think I hear you in the background. I just so you know.
Hearing Hockhauser
It's
back.
going over.
It's bleeding.
It's going over
Is that
the,
going on the air, or is it just in my headphones?
I don't know. What else today? I had a good time talking to Kurt Warner. He basically told us, hey, slow down, settle down on Brock Purdy. He's okay.
He set a glove up, though.
You think he's going to?
Well, it's not going to rain in the Dome on Monday night, so we're good there.
We will be down with Tim tomorrow.
For the rest of the week. We have football hour tomorrow, even though tomorrow's more like a Wednesday, and then I'll be back on Friday because Friday's a Thursday. So we'll be at Levi's all week, and then we fly Saturday, and then
So today's the players' day off, so
Monday,
everything's a day back, right? Today's the players' day off.
Right.
Thursday, we're going to find some things out about what's going on health-wise.
Whatever they say.
So we'll see.
Kyle will talk before they practice tomorrow.
Can you still say I don't have an update even though it's Thursday? Probably not.
Well, they'll have some designation for McCaffrey. I'm sure it'll be limited, or who knows what they'll say. I don't know.
So we got that on there as well. And then Larry Fitzgerald Sr. joined us, and I thought that was kind of
He's great.
Because if you look, they're 2-4, and they don't look like the team they were a year ago. And he said offensively they're really struggling without Dalvin Cook and Justin Jefferson, and they've had tons of penalties. But if you look at their games, they've beat two really bad teams in the Bears and the Panthers. But then the rest of their games, the Eagles, one-score game. The Chiefs, 27-20, one-score game. So they've lost all four games in one-score fashion. And last year they won all those games. Were they 11-2? They won all those games. This year they don't. So I'm not saying that Minnesota's going to beat the 49ers. But what I am saying, though, is if you think you're going to go to Minnesota and just throw your cleats on the field and say, give us a dub, that's not going to happen either.
Well, it's going to be loud as hell in there with that skull thing they blow off before every game.
Oh, you're going to
can you imagine? I mean, Jake Brendel just getting the crowd in Cleveland. They love football, and once they realized they had a chance to win that game, and there were a lot of Niner fans there, but that place because they artificially pump in sound. with their pregame ritual, and every time they score a touchdown. So they were one of the luckiest teams in the NFL history last year. All the luck has turned this year. They have every single time they have fumbled a football, they have lost the ball. 9 times this year. They have fumbled it 9 times. They've lost all 9. So, and the bottom line is they're a different team without Justin Jefferson, John. Just watching their early games, they feed him the ball on first down, second down. They don't wait to third down to get him the ball. And Jordan Addison, the young receiver from
He's nice.
USC's got straight line speed. He may be one of the fastest players in football. They got T.J. Hawkinson. They got Madison. They brought in Cam Akers from the Rams.
Their running game is not even
I think
close
the issue is going to be just their and how much Flores blitzes. I mean, he's an insane blitzer. They have so much cover zero. It's so different than the defense they ran last year with Donatel, who basically ran the Fangio stuff. So I think that the offense and the line didn't play well last game, John. They got to play better on the road, and it's so damn loud in that dome. And then just everything they do exotic as far as bringing blitzes. It's going to be a challenge from that side of it.
65 and cloudy, so you're not going to need any cold weather, so you're not going to have to
All
stay
weekend?
inside. You're looking pretty good. What do we got? 59 on Saturday, partly sunny. Sunday, 57. Monday, 65. I know it's inside, but what I'm saying is for you personally, it's not going to be freezing in Minneapolis.
I've been there when it's been minus 65. You know what I've never been? And I'm I saw one of his last shows ever. He died 6 weeks after I saw him with what they call it, the Red Piano Tour.
Mm-hmm.
All he had was a piano and a mic. He did it all by himself. Prince.
He was on a bike, right?
A bike. He would get out, between every set, he'd get off. Strange dude. I've never been to Paisley Park. Is that open on Sundays? Maybe I'll go Sunday morning.
It's not
on
overrated like Elvis's place, right?
Well, that was just Graceland. That was just his house. That was the smallest mansion I've ever seen. It was like 2,500 square feet. I'm like, how does that qualify for a mansion? But Paisley Park is, it's everything, a studio and everything. Never been there.
Never? That'd be pretty cool. That was weird. Remember that? He was in town. He did a show. He sat next to Joe Lacob, and then like days later, he was
6 weeks later, he died.
I was like, whoa.
It was 6 weeks.
That was
Did
crazy.
a show the next night. And he was finicky about the sound. He kept everybody waiting outside the gates in Oakland and about 45 minutes to take the stage. So we were talking best conditioned athletes of all time.
Yeah, we missed it.
Talking about Steph, Jerry Rice.
How did I miss it? How did we miss that?
Yeah, Jerry was in pretty good condition. And he made the Pro Bowl after his 40th birthday. He was going strong. They had to rip the uniform off of him.
He still looks great.
It's because of the October birthday, John, the Libra.
And I look at him and I'm just like, get out of here.
So what time's baseball? 5:03? We don't have a lineup for Dusty yet. Bochy already posted his. Pretty much the same.
Text line has chimed in. It says, what's up with you trying to figure out what kind of stuffed animal it is? I'm just curious. Just wonder if it's like one of those big carnival, stuffed animals. That's all.
I agree.
Yeah.
The house is rocking. You need a big stuffed animal, don't you?
That's all I'm saying.
Guy's taking down a stuffy.
Yeah. Lots of people saying if the house is rocking, don't bother knocking on that last one. You're right. I should have thought of that one.
We got that one. It was Stevie Ray Vaughan. We nailed it.
Oh, Nick Bosa's in tremendous shape. There you go. It's hard as a big guy, too, to be in. I mean, Nick Bosa's in ridiculous shape.
I mean, as far as cardio,
yeah,
nobody's better than Steph, though.
But when everyone was videoing Randy Gregory last week and he was working out and is doing his first reps, he's just a tall, angular kind of an athlete, whereas Nick is just like this built. So they were standing next to each other, and Nick had his typical pants cut off at the thigh because you can't fit anything over it, and it's just massive quads, thighs. Like, oh my God.
I was standing right next to him when they were doing the block. That's the highlight of practice is when they get on the sled.
Unbelievable.
The get-off drill.
Yeah.
And they do it. Crazy. I mean, Nick is pure power. But Randy Gregory played well.
He did. All right, that'll do us for today. Again, great work, Danny and Walter, as always. Tomorrow will be
Santa Clara
for the next couple of days. So make sure that you tune in for that. We'll be live at Levi's Stadium. Tim Ryan will join us for the Tim Ryan Football Hour from 11 to 12. Don't miss it. Again, Kurt Warner, Kevin Franz, and Larry Fitzgerald Sr., Matt Barros, KNBR.com for any of those. The boys are coming up next. It is Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I put my chip away. What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the show, we are going to have... What the hell are we going to have? Steve Young going to join us. Hold on a second. I got it. Hold on. Give me a second here.
Most consecutive snaps in the history of the NFL.
What's that?
He played the most consecutive snaps in the history of the NFL.
Joe Thomas?
He's on with us at 2:50.
He's going to join us. And Andrew Siciliano.
There you go.
The red zone dude.
Well, he used to be. Yeah, they only do the one red zone now.
Oh, they do?
He was on the call for the Cleveland Niner game last week, though. He was he's in his play-by-play as well.
I'm not a red zone guy, so I don't know.
That's all right. You're missing out on Hansen, then. Your boy Hansen.
I miss out on everything. So, everybody, that's one thing. Everybody loves red zone. I just never got into red zone, so what are you going to do? I mean, I know unique. I know he does Rams preseason games, too.
That's right, yeah.
So I see him doing that.
And he's best friends with Derek, so we got him.
Is he?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, that's too bad.
Evidently, I know.
Yeah. So I guess I'd probably be a Hansen guy too. Then I guess.
Yeah, that's why That's why we'll let him know.
Just for that reason,
we'll tell him
exactly.
Hansen doesn't like Derek good. I'm riding with him. Dude, we're getting no theatrics, no fun for baseball.
None.
You get no fun.
It's just I guess the Rangers and the Astros, the games were at least close. These games aren't even close. 5-3 is not a blowout, but Arizona's they haven't had the lead in any of the games. Interesting because they never trailed against the Dodgers, and then they go against the Phillies and haven't had the lead. And these guys, I mean, it's like they're going up there with that fat Fred Flintstone bat and just smashing the ball.
The club.
Like, bam, bam, bam. What is it? 16 home runs in the play. It's absurd. You almost feel afraid to pitch to anybody. Like, gone. I mean, it just, I feel like they're Drago right now. You got to cut them. You got to make them bleed. Let them see their own blood.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Nice,
Thank you.
No, thank you. Beautiful. Well done.
But right now, they just feel invincible right now. And I'm sure the Rangers do, too. They haven't lost. I mean, they beat the 99-win Rays, beat the 100-plus win Orioles, and now they're just rolling through the Astros. So, yeah, it's kind of a bummer because there's just no drama. In baseball playoffs, one of my favorites because of the drama, because of the tense moments that only baseball can have. We haven't even had it. I mean, we get a little bit here, a little bit there, but as far as like, it's 2-2, you got to win this. Who's going to go up 3-2 in this series? Or who? Nah. It's just, I think what were all the wild cards were 2-0.
Yep.
Didn't get a third game there.
And their whole point in that is, hey, we're expanding playoffs, but then how cool is it after one game you immediately get a pressure game? Yeah, unless everybody wins the second one. Then you're like, well, there was okay.
There's only one October.
Yeah.
There is only one October, Dane Cook. Thank you.
It's only one October.
And then funny as it may seem to you,
there are no suspenseful series.
Yeah, that was one of his funniest lines.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, so
unfortunately,
take that for what it's worth.
So the feeling I'm getting with Phillies right now and this is something, it's a term I've used a little bit recently, and really just with this Phillies team, and I've always hated it, because usually when it was stated, and I heard it stated, this phrase, it was around a team that I'm like, this team, what? Team of destiny. You hear people say that all the time. When a team is like, it's usually a team that is good enough to compete. It's not like nobody saw them competing, but then they start doing things that championship teams do, and they kind of do them consistently, and you're like, this team, they figured it out. They found the right spot. Nick Castellanos is an element of that, right? Like, they were absolute butchers in the field last year. They were one of the worst fielding teams in all of baseball last season. I know we saw another one here, and we saw that this year, but at least when they were making errors in the outfield, you got Schwarber and Castellanos hit like 30 bombs, right?
Yeah.
There's a bit of a difference. I saw a thing today, and it wasn't even an analytic thing. It was the use of analytics to improve Castellanos' defensive rating. So they found out in looking at balls last year that were hit either in front of him or over his head. Nick Castellanos was terrible at coming in and to his right. So he's right-handed, so he'd have to reach across his body, right, to reach back towards center field if he's in right field, or going over his head. It's tough anyway. But if he was coming in and straight ahead, he also struggled. He had a tough time judging those balls. On balls that were hit in and to his left, he was like one of the best fielders in baseball. So what do you do with that? The Phillies did was they decided, why don't we back him up and make him step like 15 feet closer to Brandon Marsh in center field? Now Marsh can get to anything that's hit to Castellanos' right. They've shaved off that gap still. And anything hit to Castellanos' left. He's made that same sliding catch onto his ass, like he's sliding into second base, and he just reaches out to he's made that catch like 10 times, I feel like, this post. It's probably not that many, but it feels like he's making that play a lot. He's comfortable with it. So it's reapplying that. So when you start doing things like that and you see those adjustments made and they start doing stuff that they're doing now, the Team of Destiny stuff, I always wonder, like, when does that come? Because you're starting to hear that rumble for them because it just seems like nothing that anybody does to them can stop them. I remember another one I heard that with was the Joe Flacco Ravens team that beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. That was a Team of Destiny team. But it always starts like late in the year when a team starts doing something that championship teams do when they weren't anticipated early on to be a championship contender.
Well, remember the throw because that postseason, I think Flacco was like 11 touchdowns, no picks.
Yeah.
It was like almost
Team
perfect.
of Destiny, yeah.
But you remember the game they won in Denver? Where at the end of the game they were down and they should have lost that game, and I forget who it was. I want to say it was Moore, the safety for
Raheem Moore
for UCLA. He was a safety out of UCLA, yeah. And then it might have been Jacoby Jones that ran like the go route, and he just ran right by him. And I think it was Moore. I think that's his name. Just completely misjudged the ball. Ball goes over his head. Jones catches it, touchdown, and they tie the game and win in overtime. There was like 20 seconds left in that game. Like that, there's no way that ball goes over your head.
It was like a 70-yard pass, wasn't it?
It was unbelievable.
It's over.
It was like that shouldn't have happened. Like sometimes it takes things like that to happen for you to win, but they shouldn't even have been in the Super Bowl. And you wonder where the conversation. I mean, great throw, I guess, great catch, and we put it on the money and he caught it, but you're watching it going. I don't know. Maybe mix in a geometry class at UCLA. Like you just that cannot go. Even if it catches it, you got to be there to tackle him right on the spot. I remember watching that. Maybe I had the Broncos. I'm not sure. I was like, what the?
How about you remember it so precisely?
What?
Yeah.
What? Why? What are we doing out there? We're losing. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. He said after the game, the season ended on me. Yeah, it did, my man.
Pretty much.
You had the lead. It was over. You knew what they were going to do. We got one shot. And they took it.
I'm going to get me a pick right here. No,
you're not.
You don't need that. No.
Why don't you just keep running after that guy and then run to the tunnel and then to the bus and maybe pass the bus and just go on home and
go.
and to free agency because that's where you're going to end up. We'll get back into some football again. Joe Thomas going to join us. Andrew Siciliano. Joe Thomas 250, Siciliano 350, and then Steve Young, the best half hour on radio at 5:25 tonight. We will talk to the Hall of Famer a little bit more on baseball's playoffs when we come back. Phillies hit a whole bunch of home runs, win 10-0, taking a 2-0 lead. The ALCS moves to Arlington tonight. You get Game 3 between the Astros and Bruce Bochy's undefeated Texas Rangers. We'll talk a little bit more about this and how lame the playoffs have been to this point. Baseball just continues to hurt itself year after year. Even when they do things to make it more exciting, they've now gone less exciting. That's coming up next. Tolbert and Coates on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's Sports Leader.
Mike Silver joined Murph and Mac this morning and expanded on why he doesn't love Jake Moody as the 49er kicker. Check out that podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
And the pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Crushed. Left field. Way back. On its way. Gone. Home run. Trey Turner. And in the first, the Phillies have done it again. Swing and a high fly ball drilled right field. That one back, and that one is gone. Just got over the high wall in right. Schwarber will touch them all. Swing and a high drive. Right center field. On its way. That ball is gone. Schwarber has gone deep again. A bomb to right center field. And the Phillies extend their lead.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We'll catch up with the Hall of Famer Steve Young a little bit later tonight at 5:25, but a little bit of baseball to get into here. We're just talking about what a snooze the playoffs have been, not for like boring games in terms of that type of excitement. I mean, it's cool to watch Schwarber go off. The Bryce Harper story has been a lot of fun. That story has been really, really cool, and I've been FP Santangelo, who's on. He'll be on at 6 o'clock tonight. Take you till 10. He was talking to us the other day about whether or not he had like surpassed Trout in terms of status, and I was like, I think we're getting recency bias there, but it's been an exciting story to put in perspective as he was like on the cover of Sports Illustrated at 15 years old, and now he's in the postseason and he's chasing a World Series ring and is looking pretty good. But it's been boring in terms of series. Like, it's been fun in terms of the matchups, but we're not getting the games that we wanted. We got some of the matchups we wanted, and my thought was everybody thought Arizona and Philly wasn't going to be a fun matchup because of it not being the two big market teams that everybody wanted to see. Not that Philly's not, but Arizona, I don't think, moves the needle. But oftentimes you anticipate that and you get a great series. This time so far, no good.
There are people turning on the TV now and they're saying, when did Arizona get a team? Diamondbacks? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll check it out. No, Arizona's not moving the needle at all. Arizona doesn't care. And I was kind of excited to watch them play. Not so much after 2 games. They haven't done much at all. I mean, they owned the Dodgers. And much in the same way the Phillies are owning them. I think Houston, in my opinion, definitely has a better chance of getting back in this thing, even though they're playing on the road. And Arizona's going back home because they've been there before. They have the experience, and they're better on the road anyway. They've won 16 of their last 19 games on the road. For whatever reason, they were under 500 this year during the regular season at home. Hard to figure that a team that wins its division is going to win it being under 500 at home, but they managed to do just that because they were so dominant on the road. We talked yesterday about how they've owned Texas at Globe Life, 6-7 this year. 39-10, the last 3-game series they played in Texas. They just steamrolled them. So, and Scherzer, who knows what you're going to get from Scherzer tonight? Scherzer hasn't been the model of consistency anyway in the playoffs the last couple times he's been in the playoffs, and he hasn't pitched in a little over a month, and he was okay this year. Not great, okay. So I have no idea what you're going to get from Scherzer tonight, and I'm sure Bochy went with him because, well, it's Scherzer. And you could get exceptional pitching for 5 innings, then you're like good to go. And if you don't, if he gets knocked around a little bit, I mean, you got Perez, you got Dunning, you got Gray. I mean, he's got some options for some length if he needs be. But it'll be interesting because I'm not so sure. Javier was pretty darn good against Minnesota, and when he's got his stuff going, he's really tough to beat. So I think Houston has a better chance of getting back in this thing, but yeah, I mean, they got to win. You got to win. Either of them got to win Game 3. You go down 3-0, then you're in deep trouble. Especially if you, well, let's say especially if you're Arizona, because then you get. But it doesn't matter. Either of them go down 3-0 the way these teams.
You go Billy Madison with the Dodgeball. Now you're in big trouble.
Big trouble.
Because he's pissed, dude. He's mad. He didn't want to be out there.
Yeah. But they got to they got to put a little doubt in their heads. Like, Texas has just steamrolled this entire playoffs, and again, they're beating some really good teams.
Yeah.
I mean, they took 2 from Tampa, over. Orioles. And here's the one thing I looked up last night that's pretty impressive. When you think of Texas right now, you think of what they've been doing offensively in Philadelphia, all the home runs they've been hitting. I think, what was it? Texas? Maybe I'll look it up. Texas had given up. They gave up 8 runs in one game. Other than that, they haven't given up jack. Like, both these teams' pitching staffs have been absolutely incredible. Like, you look at the Rangers and what they've been doing on the mound, and you go back to the series against not really a series.
I got their scores here for Texas.
Yeah. 0, 1, 2, 8, 1, 0, 4.
And they were up 5-0 in that 5-4 game.
Yeah. So they've given up 5, 13, 16 runs in the playoffs. 16 runs in 7 games, and 8 of those came in one game.
Are they playing the Giants?
So, pretty much. It's like they're playing the Giants every game.
16-8. Now, Giants would have gone like 8-8.
So, I mean, it's been, the hitting has been great, but the pitching, look what the Phillies have done, right? Their
Phillies have been
fantastic. Their hitting has
fantastic.
been incredible. 1, 1, 0, 5, and they're only lost to the Braves. 2, 1, 3, 0. So they've given up 4 and 12 runs. 12 runs in 8 games. So, I mean, that's going to win. I don't care who you are. Even the Giants could win with that. Even though they can't hit, they could win with that. But when these teams, Rangers and the Phillies can hit big time. So if they pitch like that. That's why these teams are just steamrolling the playoffs. Phillies have lost 1 game in the playoffs. The Rangers have lost no games in the playoffs. So it's time for Arizona and Houston to cut them up, nick them up a little bit, and make them bleed, make them see their own blood, and think, hey, whoa, what happened? We're like rolling along here. The one thing about Texas, I will say this year, they had a propensity to get like white hot, and then not so much.
Their bullpen is way outperforming what it did in the regular season. The bullpen for Texas is like, I think Bochy, people think Bochy is like, he may be just hitting all the right buttons at the right time, but those Giants bullpens were outstanding throughout the regular seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Texas's was not. It was a problem all year long. Will Smith didn't start the year as the closer. Now it's Chapman, I think, is closing for them, right? He closed
No. Leclerc.
Leclerc
Chapman comes in the 8th, and then they got
Jose
this
Leclerc,
guy whose name sounds like a campfire after dinner treat. S'mores sounds like s'mores.
SBORZ. He throws like 100. Yeah,
he's coming in and getting it done. But yeah, Leclerc's been the guy closing for me. He's done a good job. Actually, Chapman's the one guy where you bring him in, you're like, okay, hold on to your butts,
right?
Because he can get wild. He starts walking guys all over the place, and
he'll throw a wild pitch too. He'll hit the ball.
He doesn't bring it like he used to. So, but yeah. Their bullpen's been good. I mean, look, when you give up like 13 runs in 10 games or something, everything's gonna be pretty good. So and you got to get up early. I know it's easier said than done. Like, hey, just get up early. Oh yeah, we didn't think of that.
Yeah, when the Giants were doing
think
that,
about getting up early.
That'd
be fun.
Let's go early in this one.
We would try that. I mean, well, that's what Arizona did against the Dodgers and never looked back. They never trailed, and they haven't had a lead in this series. So I think the next game tomorrow, just the top of the first, will be critical, absolutely critical for Arizona. I think Fott is going tomorrow. And then, you got Schwarber, Turner, and Harper right out of the gate.
That's the difference for Arizona. Hold on. Yeah. Hold your butts, dude. Yeah. That's the difference between the Diamondbacks against the Dodgers, though, is they suppressed the biggest hitters in the lineup. They're not doing that against Philadelphia.
No.
Real quick here, though, and by the way, to your point about jumping on them early, especially important, I think, for Houston against Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer in his last 3 postseason starts has been terrible. His 2 outings, or last 3 outings, I should say, because he had 2 outings against he had 1 outing against Atlanta in the LCS a couple of years ago after they beat the Giants, and he got knocked around, only went 4 and change. And then last year for the Mets in the wild card round, went 4 2/3, 7 earned runs, gave up 4 homers in that game. You got to get on him early because he hasn't pitched in a while. Also, he's a rhythm guy. When he gets into rhythm, he's one of the most dominant pitchers. I mean, he's one of the most dominant anyway, but because he can find that rhythm, Verlander too. Those guys get moving, and they're tough to stop. Real quick, though, check this out. For the first time, this would be a factor. I think it's the first time in certainly the modern age. If the Phillies and the Texas Rangers meet in the World Series, Do you know who has home field? So it used to go way back, like when I was a kid.
Philly.
It's Texas.
Didn't Philly have more wins?
So they finished the year with the same regular season record.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, go ahead.
So then the first tiebreaker is head-to-head.
Oh.
They played each other in one 3-game series. It was the opening series of the season. Do you know what happened?
Well, Texas probably had to take
They
2 or 3.
swept Philadelphia.
They swept them? Did they really?
They swept Philly. So Texas opens, you're like, what the hell is this opening day, Texas and Philadelphia? That was a weird opening day.
Harper wouldn't have been
Harper
playing
wasn't
that.
even there, no?
Yeah.
No. Leclerc wasn't the closer, I'll tell you that.
No, not at all.
He was the setup guy. That's wild, though. You didn't even have Max Scherzer on the roster at that point, right? He was traded for at the deadline. So pretty crazy. If Texas wins and Philly wins, they'll end up facing each other in the World Series. And the Rangers will have home field. It'll be Bruce Bochy hosting in Arlington. So that's where we are on that. Real quick here, we are going to, I'll tell you about it actually in just a few minutes when we come on back. We're going to do another giveaway. We're giving away tickets to the boxing event going down at Chase Center, at the Cow Palace, boxing event at the Cow Palace. The WBC lightweight championship belt on the line, and it's going to be November the 2nd. I'll tell you how you can win those tickets when we come on back. Also, when we come back, before we talk to Joe Thomas, the Hall of Famer, Brock Purdy, he's fighting the narrative this week, right? We always say, shut out the noise, shut out the noise. That's what Steve Young talks about every week. Well, Kurt Warner came on earlier this morning with Pop and Lund, talked about his struggles early on, and then also talked about some guys who were in the Hall of Fame or will be in the Hall of Fame who struggled early in their career and sort of had the same sort of
God, it's been one game.
Archetype. I know, dude, it's funny. Everybody's like, well, because
it's one game.
But Tom, this is what everybody talked about. Like, everybody's waiting for the bottom to fall out. I'm with you, dude. There's nothing wrong. He's fighting the narrative here, dude. Do you see what I'm saying?
It's not even like a month. Young guys
whole
struggle.
sheet of notes here on the narrative.
Yeah, I get it, but geez. Was this in the chamber? Did everybody have this one in the chamber? Like, look, I got it. I got my take loaded.
Everybody drafted a tweet.
And I can't wait to get this one off. And it's been sitting here since about, his 3rd game last year when he actually started looking pretty good. People thought, hey, this guy we might be onto something. But, I better get my take ready just because he's going to falter. And when he falters, I want to have this thing ready. And, that gun's been sitting there for, over a year. And they can't, I got to shoot this. We got to get this take. It's been sitting there. Am I ever going to get this up? Oh, he had a bad game. Oh, yeah, baby. Pow! I got that take off.
So then the question, and we'll talk about it after. That's it. Everybody's waiting. So the question is, does that make this the biggest game of Brock Purdy's career in terms of test, outside of course, the playoffs? Is it the biggest test he's faced now since he's come in as a starter? Because he has not come off of a bad performance, and is there a chance he's without 3 of the best players on the roster? We'll talk a bit about that. And Brock fighting the narrative. 808 KNBR, Brock must go on the Sports Leader.
Fat.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's go back and look at Tom Brady in his early years. Let's go back and look at Ben Roethlisberger in their early years. They weren't the guys that we came to know. They won championships. They went to Super Bowls. They won a lot of games because of a supporting cast. And then eventually, if you want to be a great quarterback in this league, you have got to show people you can win games with your right arm, that you can separate yourself by saying, hey, it doesn't matter what's around me, I can still be successful. And that's really, to me, the only thing that Brock has to prove at some point. But the great thing is he doesn't have to prove it right now.
That was Kurt Warner on with Papa and Lund earlier today, and talking about Brock and what he's got to prove when he's got to prove it. But really, it's about answering questions, right? There's always going to be people who are doubting and giving reasons why and undercutting. I mean, we've seen it with Steph. We see everybody who is not a sort of a statuary traditional great that existed before maybe whoever the fan is came into existence or understood what the sport was about and what their place in history was. We all try to look for reasons to qualify why it is they've done what they do. Well, Steph's the Warriors can't win a 3-point championship. That's not a elite quarterback. That's a game manager. It's things like that try to displace what somebody's done until you just overcome it all, like Tom Brady just sort of surpassed what the scope was for a guy who was picked 199 overall, or whatever the number was. So I think what he's saying there, Kurt Warner, is pretty good stuff about Brock in terms of you're just going to keep getting questioned until your body of work is there or until you prove that you can do it sort of on your own. And while it's unfair and nobody wins on their own, Jordan didn't win on his own. It took him a long time to get there, too. Like, he was getting beat up by the Pistons. It takes a minute. Like, Mike Trout still isn't winning. Barry Bonds never won, no matter how good they are. But I'm confident to Barry. I'm saying some of the all-time greats only get there once or never do, right? And in baseball, it's different. But football is sort of a comp in that way that quarterbacks are judged unfairly relative to the success on their team and how much they contribute to that success.
My least favorite stat of all time is QB wins and losses. I think it's one of the stupidest things.
It's like pitchers.
That people bring up because they're not even on the field for half the game.
Yep.
Yet they get credit. How do you get credit for a win or a loss when you're not on the field for half the game? To me, it's like the dumbest thing. But people still continue to do that. I'm going to let everybody in on a little secret. Everyone needs help. Everyone needs help. Guess what? Bird needed McHale. He needed Parrish. Magic needed Kareem. Jordan needed Pippen. Kobe needed Shaq. Kobe needed Gasol. Shaq needed Kobe. Shaq needed Wade. I mean, I go on and on and on. Look at all the Super Bowls that Terry Bradshaw won. Did I name all the Hall of Famers they have on their team? Tom Brady, was his receivers sometimes as good as other teams' receivers? No, but he had a really good offensive line and a really good defense and a hell of a coach, maybe the best ever.
Hall of Fame coach, so there you go. Right.
I could just keep naming everybody. You talk about how great Joe Montana was. He was. Guess who else he had? He had Jerry Rice. He had
John
Brent
Taylor,
Jones. He had Russ Francis. He had Freddie Solomon. He had Dwight Clark. And he had Bill Walsh. So, I mean, to say you got to do it without, you just got to do it. Like, everybody needs help. Like, if you didn't need help, Dan Marino would have 3 or 4 Super Bowls if you didn't need help. Because guess what? He really didn't have a running game. And they didn't have much of a defense either. And guess what that got him? 1 Super Bowl appearance. That's it. So if you don't have help, let me give you another one. John Elway. Remember how many Super Bowls he won before Terrell Davis? That would be 0 Super Bowls before they had a really good running game. Why? Because he had to do it all on his own. I mean, he was like a one-man band in Denver, and it just didn't get it done.
Peyton Manning was the best quarterback in football his entire career, basically.
Yeah.
And he didn't do it until late.
To even point that out, it's ridiculous. Of course you need help. I'm just surprised this is even a thing. If he struggles for like a month, then you say, okay, what's he going through? What's different now than the first 14, 15, whatever games?
5 games this year. We've seen him do it for 5 games. We were talking MVP odds last week. He's got the 5th best. He's like one of the top MVP candidates right now still after what happened last week.
Oh, and by the way, number 1 defense in the league.
Yeah.
On the road, not great conditions. and you're missing a couple of your guys. Like I say they have enough to win. They do. But he hasn't really had to do that. He's kind of had his full complement of players for most of the games he's played. But to even, like, to me, this isn't even a question at all. It just isn't. You have one game. Let me start going over the rest of the quarterbacks in the league and try to pick out, like, one bad game from Patrick Mahomes. But he has equity, so he gets a pass. I get that. But I'll go back and look at his rookie year. I bet you there are some bad games in there. I bet you I could find just about any quarterback. They have them. And guess what? Brock Purdy's going to have more bad games. That's just the way it works. But the better quarterbacks maybe have 2 or 3 of those a year instead of like 5 or 6 of those a year. But you're going to have them. It happens. It's the NFL. It's hard. It's not easy. But for one, and it wasn't even like, oh, man, how did he struggle against that defense? How did he struggle with his full complement of players? It's like, okay, give me a break. It's like, on the road, best defense in the league, and you struggled, and you still, even though I pointed out yesterday, he very easily could have thrown a pick on his first pass of the last drive. He didn't, and then he led his team into field goal range. They actually had a chance to win that game, which, by the way, they had no business winning, but be that as it may, he did. He led him down the field, a chance to win. So, to me, it's just like anybody else at this point. Had a bad game. You move on. Guess what? Athletes have bad games. Everybody has bad games. The great ones they're few and far between. The players like me, you have more bad games. You just kind of cobble stuff together as best you can. We don't know exactly what he's going to be. We don't. But I do know this, that after one game, I'm not sitting here thinking, oh, okay, now we got to answer some questions. We got not at all. Like, I feel no different about how I felt about Brock Purdy than I did 2 weeks ago.
Same.
No difference whatsoever. Could that change? Of course it could change. It's sports. Things are always changing in sports. I could feel the same next week, or after Minnesota, I could say, okay, now this Bears watching. If there's a couple more, then you're like, okay, maybe Houston, we have a problem. We need to look at some stuff. And
it goes the other way, too. Like when Justin Fields had the great game a couple of weeks back, I was like, oh, wow, there's that in there. Okay, he has that in there. When he started the Thursday night game, when he went off, the DJ Moore game, right?
That was against the Commanders.
That was the team they were playing. I couldn't remember who they beat.
That was the game I didn't play DJ Moore.
That's right. He beat 3 touchdowns or something. Beat the brakes off of him. And then we're like, okay, so that has to continue. I don't think that's who this guy is now. The next week, then he kind of did it again. And then we're thinking, okay, this is the guy we thought maybe we'd see the growth from this year, and they started completely flat. But now we're seeing there can be some growth there and some development. So I'm with you. One bad game against the best defense in football, that doesn't change anything for me. Kurt Warner, more on playing in the NFL and how week after week, and this is just the way the league goes, you have to answer the question.
Well, here's the thing. When you're playing in the NFL and when you're playing quarterback, there are always questions, until you get to a certain level, a Patrick Mahomes, a Peyton Manning, a Tom Brady. There's always questions, until you solidify yourself in that way where it's year in and year out for a number of years where everybody goes, okay, we know exactly what that guy is. That first year we won the Super Bowl. I won a Super Bowl MVP. I won the MVP, and everybody just said, well, show me you can do it again. And so, that there's all kinds of challenges that come into being a quarterback and all kinds of questions that you have to continue to answer. And so I don't think it's a negative thing, but when you're answering, when people have questions about you, that means you're doing something right. They just want to see you continue to do it. And so Brock, I think everybody can understand the narrative. He's been really good. He's won games. He's made a lot of big-time throws. He's got unbelievable talent around him. There is no question about that. He's got a good scheme and a good team on both sides of the ball to help him with that. So don't look at it as a negative when people have questions about you, because that means you're doing something right, and they just want to see if you can check the next box. And most quarterbacks throughout, the league have to do that.
It's interesting. It's kind of like when I hear him talking about that, it sort of fits what we're talking here, and you mentioned some of those names that he brought up. I was thinking like an example of a guy in the league now would be Lamar Jackson, right? Everybody thinks Lamar's elite. He was a unanimous MVP. The guy's incredible. Every team in the league would love to have that guy on their team. However, Brock Purdy's had more success, at least as a team, I'd rather have what the Niners have right now than just have Lamar Jackson. He does it all for his team, but he can be an elite quarterback, and that's not enough for the Ravens to get it done. It clearly is not. They've had to readjust and kind of recalibrate how they go about it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kurt Warner is right that you got to keep proving yourself in this league until you get to that level, and that takes time. That's probably 3-4 years into your career where you've proven this is who I am. Patrick Mahomes has proven this is who I am. As good as Josh Allen is, he hasn't won in the playoffs.
He's got to prove it still.
They haven't won big games. I mean, he's got to prove that he can win those games. He's got to prove he can win a Super Bowl. That's something he's got to do. So there's still, there are no questions as to would you want Josh Allen as your quarterback, or is he an elite quarterback? Is he one of the top quarterbacks in the game? No, I think those questions have been answered. But, okay, can he win? There are very few guys that get to a point in their career where you're like, okay, we know who this guy is. He can't ask for anything more. He checks every single box. That's a very, very small group you're looking at. It took Brady a while to get to that level. There were a lot of people that thought, he good.
He had a defense. Remember, he had a 10-year gap, right? Or an 8-year gap where he didn't win or didn't go. Yeah.
Arm's not the strongest. And, Belichick, they kind of, they have a good team around him. And, but at some point in his career, obviously, they're like, this guy's incredible.
Rodgers has won, but he gets the credit.
But that's a
and he should.
Again, that's minimum 4 years, 5 years you're looking at to try to get to that level, because there are going to be questions. I mean, Joe Burrow, is he going to be able to, he's won big ones. He hasn't won the big one. Can he get it done? Lamar Jackson, same thing. I mean, he's an MVP. What has he done in the playoffs? If they take away the running game, can he beat you with his arm? Is he able to do that? So as good as these guys are, and they're really, really good, you start looking at, okay, now what's next? What hasn't he done? And can he do that? So it's an ongoing process. You get to a point where, take the Warriors. Everybody knows what Steph is. Everybody knows what Clay is. Everybody knows what Dre is. But it took Steph a while. Is he going to be able to stay healthy? Can he build his body up enough? Is he going to be able to consistently get off his shots? Can Draymond do enough offensively? Can he keep guarding? Is he that good? I still see people trying to post up Draymond. I'm like, what are you guys doing? You guys I use an old Manute line. You guys got cable? Do you guys watch this guy play?
Manute used to ask that?
You can't. Oh, Manute used to do that all the
That's
time.
That's what Riot the Manute Bull was asking. You guys got cable?
When people would drive the lane and he'd block their shot, he'd say, "You got cable?"
I'm 7'6". Yeah, what do you want?
It was so funny. I
That's
just started
a great
laughing.
line. Out of the Sudan,
he was
dude.
totally serious too. He wasn't playing. You got cable? That's the way he would ask. That's the way he would ask. And I'm just cracking up on the court.
From Sudan,
It was so funny. How dare you? What are you doing, challenging me? And then every once in a while he get dunked on, and then he'd blame us. Oh, you got to stop that guy. What are you doing? I was like, what?
Was Manute Bull a finger pointer? He was blame you when you get dunked on. That's so funny.
Big time.
It couldn't have been my fault. It couldn't
big
have been.
Time.
I'm big.
Manute would, What are you doing? That's your rotation. You got to get over there. Okay, Manute.
All right, dude. Good stuff. So Brock Purdy has more questions to answer this week. I do think it's one of the biggest games he's had to play. I think week one, seeing if he could come back from the injury, and it's always weird when it's one season to the next. Can you continue doing what you were? We've seen that so far, but last week, the first really bad game of his career. We'll see what happens against Minnesota. I want to let you know how you can win these tickets, but I can't find my read here, Derek. I really can't. I know. I'll get it to you in just a few minutes. When we come on back, though, how about this? We have a Hall of Famer joining us. 2 Hall of Famers
Derek.
today. Yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
That's your fault, Derek. That was your rotation. You should have been there. You should have been there to block that guy, dude. I shouldn't have been dunked on with that read. Yeah, you guys eat ass. Don't you be whispering that, Mike. Not telling me to eat ass, dude. They're in my ear, both of them. Just get out of the room. You too, Walt. I don't want to see you. Joe Thomas, Hall of Fame lineman for the Cleveland Browns. 10,696 consecutive snaps, played one of the greatest streaks in the history of any sport. Had a conversation with him, and we'll play it for you next. Don't forget, he played in an offense for Kyle Shanahan, and Mike McDaniel was the wide receivers coach. We got into some of that as well. Joe Thomas, the Hall of Famer, joins us next, and we'll get into some other stuff going on around the NFL as far as injuries go. Tolbert and Copes, Wednesday afternoon, only here on the Sports Leader. Kurt Warner joined Papa and Lund today and discussed Brock Purdy's struggles and still has the 49ers as the best team in the NFC. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
wherever you roam throughout your home. Listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Niners fall to the Browns 19-17. Still picking up the pieces after this one as we get ready for Minnesota on Monday night. Here to talk about it, a Hall of Fame offensive tackle. He's got a new book out, Joe Thomas, Not Your Average Joe. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Joe, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing well, man. I'm better than the 49ers were, I think, licking their wounds. Coming home, we've been joking Victory Monday every Monday, and I said it's a loser Monday this week. But, you know, playing a team like that and going to Cleveland on the road in all that environment, Cleveland coming off of a bye, Niners coming off of a huge win. We were talking last week that it's set up perfectly for a Cleveland upset. Is that something that plays in when you're a player? I know everybody looks at that from like a gambling angle and an analysis angle, but is there good situations for teams to upset like that?
I mean, I think it was a good situation. I don't know if players really necessarily think about it like that. I think players are pretty good at just putting a game in a box and doing whatever it takes to try to be the best version of themselves in that game and then letting the chips fall where they may. But I do think that one thing people don't realize when they're looking at the Browns' schedule and their record is the fact that the Browns have lost the turnover battle in every single game, and except for a bad call by the officials in the Steelers game, they would have won that game. And so they're really a lot better than their record shows. So just playing mistake-free football and not turning the ball over as much as they had been was going to be a recipe for success when you got the number one defense in the NFL.
Yeah, they were fantastic. And I think the thought going in for the Niners or from Niner fans was like, you'd have to shut down so many different things from a defensive perspective to stop the Niners that we just saw them put up 42. They didn't kick a field goal for 2 weeks or something. I mean, I thought that played into a little bit of what Jake Moody was dealing with. He'd gone like 20 days or 18 days or something before without attempting a field goal. But when you look at all the things they would have to stop and put pressure on Purdy, who'd been so calm and cool, this was the first time he looked like he was really under duress, was uncomfortable. Did you see anything from the defensive line or something that they did to the Niner offense to stymie it a little bit?
Well, it's just a classic Jim Schwartz defense. They are able to penetrate up front, and it's really hard to stop them the way that they kind of remove a lot of the run responsibilities for the defensive line. They just say, hey, we'll stop the run on the way to the quarterback as long as you're not going to block her off. It doesn't really matter what you do. And then the linebackers are pretty fast, so they're able to clean things up, and they're able to run sideline to sideline. And they've got great cornerbacks that play a ton of man coverage. They play really tight. So they can really match up with these teams that have 2 or 3 different weapons like the 49ers. But I think one of the things that obviously I know you guys have talked about a lot is when you lose your top 2 or 3 weapons, it's kind of hard to consistently be able to move the ball down the field. And, you know, you're going against a great defense, right? So all of a sudden McCaffrey's gone, Deebo Samuel's gone. And when you're a young quarterback, you're going, who do you want me to throw to? Like the guys that got left are getting double teamed, and the guys that aren't being double teamed are guys I'm not used to throwing the football to. So I think it was kind of a perfect storm against the 49ers.
Talking to Joe Thomas here on the UMA guest line. Niners lose to the Browns 19-17. They get ready for a Monday night game against Minnesota. So you played, was it 2014 where Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel were both there on staff?
Yeah, that's right.
So you played for Kyle as the offensive coordinator. Was McDaniel the receiver coach?
He was. Yep.
I want to start with him. When you met that guy for the first time, did you think this guy's going to run the best offense in football? I mean, I've had conversations with him. This guy is he's like a mad scientist. He's an evil genius, but the guy is a quirky, sort of different style of football coach, and I'm all in on it. I'm loving what we're seeing from Miami, but I'm wondering, did you have any experience with him as the Mike McDaniel we're seeing now?
When I first met him, I thought he was in sweet sales. There was no way I was like this. Yeah, this guy is definitely one of the coaches on our roster. And, you know, he is so quirky. He's so interesting and funny, but I think that's kind of what draws a lot of the players to him, because he obviously does put him in a great position to succeed, and what he's telling them makes a ton of sense, right? And so I always say that, like, motivation for college kids is rah-rah, and you got to do the Deion Sanders, and you got to have the highlight videos and get them all fired up that way. But motivation for NFL guys is like, hey, I'm going to show you how you can feed your family and how you can go get paid. And so this is the game plan and the strategy. And when you see that, that's what's motivating. And so he does a great job of that. And that's one of the secrets to Kyle's success, right? He lays it out on a platter. He explains exactly what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and how every little detail is going to be completed, and it's really motivating. It gets the most out of guys because they're like, yeah, this is going to work. I'm buying in. I'm giving everything I got because I don't want to be the reason why this team is held back in any way at all.
I want to come back to Kyle and talk about him for a second, but I pull back just a bigger picture on the coaching thing you're talking about. Like, we're seeing, I feel like, more of that in the game today. Like, we talk old school coaches, and I think everybody knows what that means. Like, in every sport, it's the guy who's like, yeah, drink water out of a hose, not out of a Gatorade bottle or whatever. You know what I mean? Rub some dirt in it. It's that old school stuff. But I think in today's age, we have so many more coaches who, one, didn't play or didn't coach at the college level, and two, who I think are more, I don't want to say people, but is it as big of a deal in football as it is, say, in baseball, where you're together every day for 8 or 10 months, to have clubhouse guys or locker room guys, to have somebody that can glue you together? Because I feel like those coaches are the guys we're finding success in, the between the ears and the between the lines guys.
Yeah, I definitely think that for today's players, like having a coach that you can relate to, that you can talk to, that's more of schematically a genius than like a rah-rah guy is way more important, because the game's just so detailed and so complicated right now, right? It's not like the 3 yards in a cloud of dust like it used to be back in the day, where basically you were coaching to a bunch of Marine grunts to go over the top of the trench. Like that, like you need motivation besides just like, this is how we're going to do it, right? And some of that is fear, some of that was how they used to do it, with Parcells and those guys before him used to coach people up. And fear was a great motivator because it was a simple game. They played 9 dudes in the box on either side, and you were just smashing skulls against each other. But it's not the game anymore. So I think those dinosaur coaches are, by and large, kind of dead. And it's more the Kyle Shanahans, the Mike McDaniels, the guys that have these great game plans. They're able to detail it up. And you do spend a lot more time talking about the details and the techniques of the game because of how complicated it is right now, versus just like trying to motivate them by showing a lion chasing a gazelle down in the Serengeti somewhere and then scaring them that you're going to cut them if they don't go out and smash skulls at practice.
I always imagine it's like the training montage in Rocky IV, where like Rocky's the old school trainer, right? But like if Drago were fighting today, he'd be the best, right? He's got the guys in the doctor's coach, just like receipt tape flying out of these machines. Like that's the new age coach we want in the NFL.
That's right. That's right. And more you're seeing those guys are the ones that are having success.
Talking to Joe Thomas on the UMA guest line. So coming back to Kyle and his coaching. So we all know about the scripted plays, how much he lays out, like when you're doing the opening drive of the game, or maybe I think it's 15, 20 plays at times he's talked about. Could be even more than that. They've scored on every opening drive this year, and that opener against Cleveland looked like, oh man, they could pick this team apart again. How big of a deal was it for you on that O-line with scripted drives? How different did it feel when you came kind of off book, when you're kind of going on the fly versus when you're calling plays ahead of time, when you're mapping it out? It's obviously different, I think, when you do your homework and you plan for it up front. But what's that transition like, and how did that adjust with Kyle?
So every coach in the NFL is going to script his first 15, 30 plays. Of
course.
But I think the difference with Kyle is he was putting together a masterpiece. It was his Sistine Chapel, because he would talk about, all right, we're going to run this play, and it's going to set up the second play. And it's like dominoes. It's going to set up the third play. And then we're going to make him think it looks like this one, which we ran as a second play of the game. And then we're going to come and bootleg off of that. And then we're going to run the pass play where it looks like we're running a slant, and then it's a slant and go. It's a takeoff route, right? And then up front, it's going to look exactly the same. All those plays are going to look like we're running outside zone every single time to the defense. So pretty soon they're confused. And by the end of that first drive, their heads are spinning because they don't know what's coming. They don't know if you're running outside zone, you're running a jet sweep. They don't know if you're running a quick slant off the play action, or if you're running some of the takeoff concepts where you're trying to go down the field. And the way it all fits together was the difference for me with Kyle versus other offensive coordinators I had, where it was just like a random collection of plays. It was like, well, I like this play because it worked against them, when the Raiders played them 2 weeks ago. And then we're going to come back with different formation, has no similarities to what we just ran. And we're going to run this play because their defensive end stinks. We're going to try to take advantage of that. So it's just like a random collection of things that don't really all fit together, whereas Kyle's was more like a puzzle.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like hearing it like that. So even late in the game, were there plays that played off of plays early in the game? Because we talked to Kyle. We'll talk to him tomorrow. We had him on last week, and we were talking about how he called the same play 4 times in a row or something in the game 2 weeks ago before they came to Cleveland. I said, what's the most you've ever called the same play in a game? He said 7 times, and that's a lot. Like to call one play over and over, but you can continue to give a look and then play off of it later. So would you see plays in the fourth quarter that maybe weren't scripted that he had played off of from early in the game?
Yeah, so even though you're not scripting the entire game because you have no idea how it's going to unfold, that's really the only reason Kyle wouldn't script like the whole thing.
That's what he said before.
Because if he could, he would, But you don't know what the score is going to be, and so that obviously dictates how you handle situations and what plays you're going to run. But for the most part, like, you have a pretty good game plan. So once you go through your openers, Kyle would sit there and he would kind of annotate the plays that worked. Or, maybe it didn't work because we screwed it up, but they gave us the look that now we've set them up and we can come back sort of with the counterpunch that looks the same for the first 2 seconds of the play. But all of a sudden it's going to be now our shot play. And so you put those in your back pocket and you have them built in through the rest of the call sheet. So like once you go through the first 15, maybe there's 5 plays you really liked that you feel like you can hit them with the counterpunch later on. And then you go down to your section with 1st and 10s, 2nd and 7 to 10, 3rd and 3 to 6, whatever those situations are. And then so you start to star those other plays as you go down the list, knowing that, hey, when we get into that situation, they're playing this defense when we go in this personnel grouping. And so they're ready for us to be able to take advantage of what we saw on film because they're playing it just the way we expected. So I think that's kind of the next level of thinking that Kyle and all of his disciples have that, maybe not all the coordinators in the NFL really are able to take advantage of.
That's fantastic stuff. It's fun to watch. A lot of coming off of that same coaching tree, McVay, McDaniel, you've got Matt LaFleur there, and all these guys are kind of running similar concepts, and we've seen great success out of them over the last few years. Talking to Joe Thomas here on the UMA guest line, just bouncing around the league here. I'm looking at the AFC, and I think coming into the season, everybody was pretty clear that it was like the Chiefs were at the top. You've got guys like, the Bengals. Anybody who's got an elite quarterback now, the Jags people thought would be a problem. The Bills, of course. And the NFC was pretty top-heavy. We were looking Niners, Eagles, and didn't really know where to go after that. How impressed are you with the Detroit Lions at this point? I think I've got them as the 3rd best team in the NFC just as it stands right now entering Week 7.
I love the Lions, so I got to call the radio broadcast for Lions and Packers on Thursday Night Football a few weeks ago, and man, I walked out of that stadium impressed with the Lions, and I called them the most balanced team in the NFL, and I think the Niners certainly have a good case for that, but Ben Johnson, their offensive coordinator for the Lions, is awesome. Like, he sees the game a lot like Kyle does. They do a great job mixing in different interesting formations, different personnel groupings. They run the similar offense. Like, Kyle's a little bit more spread out. He doesn't play with as many tight ends. Ben Johnson's a little bit more of those old school where he wants to play with a fullback and 2 tight ends. But they are getting really creative with the shifts and the motions. And they're playing sort of old school smash mouth football, but they've got a great tight end. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a really super underrated receiver that they take advantage of down the field. And they're really tough to defend because they can play smash mouth football. They can control the clock. And they've got a really physical, talented, good defense. There's really no holes across the board. And I think their offensive line is one of the best in the NFL. So once they get that lead, they don't relinquish it.
No bias there, though, by you, right, on the O-line?
Yeah, well, I'm not a Lions fan, but I think they're pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty darn good. They're a lot of fun to watch, too. And it's funny, Dan Campbell's a character, but I'm rooting for him. It's been a lot of fun to watch them this year. Joe, a lot of fun having you on, man. Again, the book, Not Your Average Joe. Joe Thomas, when's it out? Is it out right now?
It's out right now, absolutely. I have my good buddy Dan Murphy, who worked for the Browns all my years in PR, and then a guy from the Cleveland.com, Cleveland Plain Dealer, Mark Bona, put it together. I'm not financially involved at all, but they're friends, so I always help them promote it, and I think they did a great job with it. It's been really fun, just being part of that and helping those guys out in any way I can.
You should have said it had to be 10,636 pages, or you wouldn't sign off. Dude, as many snaps as I played consecutively. That's how it's got to be.
That's
Joe,
right.
thanks so much. Yeah, exactly. A page for snap, dude. Hey, thanks so much, man. Enjoy the rest of the season. You on a game this week? Are you on a call?
Not this week. I've got Bears, Panthers in a couple weeks on Thursday Night Football, which that'll be a barn burner.
That'll be a real barn burner. We'll have it for you right here on KNBR. Thanks so much, Joe.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Very cool. Joe Thomas. I believe we've had him on before. Seriously. We joked yesterday that the position, Tim Ryan's line about whatever position you play in football, the further you get away from the ball, being snapped at the O-line, the louder you get, the mouthier you get. Joe Thomas, O-linemen, they're all great, man. They're awesome to talk to. And you get out to your characters out with like your Deion Sanders out in the secondary, right? That's where more guys start mouthing off just a little bit. So we have more to come here. We will get more into this game, by the way, a little bit later. The best half hour in sports radio, one of our favorite moments of the week. Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, number 8, is going to join us at 5:30 tonight. We'll also catch up with Andrew Siciliano of the NFL Network at 3:50. More to come. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Antioch, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Antioch Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed why he likes the idea of Stephen Vogt becoming the Giants' next manager. Check out that podcast. It's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's time to peel some wigs with Mr. T.
Tobin and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. Fun conversation with Joe Thomas. I did a little hiccup there. I said Kyle Shanahan joins us on Thursdays. He does throughout the football season normally, but we have a little schedule change as he's going to come on with us on Friday this week. Friday for your Kyle Shanahan hit, but you still get the Hall of Famer Steve Young, number 8, the lefty, coming up at 5:25 tonight. 5:25.
What?
We'll connect with Steve Young. 2 for 3 on the Hall of Famers. 350 Andrew Siciliano joins us. And you can join us too. Twitch stream, the KNBR Twitch stream. You can watch the show, check it out there. The YouTube stream, I try to check in with everybody on both of those throughout the show. And then we've also got the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 808 KNBR is the number to get involved in the conversation. So no major updates, at least to this point, on Christian McCaffrey, Debo, and Trent Williams as far as their status for Monday's game goes. We'll know more tomorrow, I think, when the 49ers practice. And then, as I said, we'll talk to Kyle on Friday. But a couple other injury updates here around the NFL. Kyler Murray. If we did like word association, what would you say?
Who?
You'd say Call of Duty. Kyler Murray,
Who?
Call of Duty. He's now returned to practice. They've opened up his practice window. The Cardinals have for the first time since he tore his ACL back on December 12th of last year. Josh Dobbs still going to start this week, but Murray's 21-day window is now open and gives a strong possibility that he could return this season. In my opinion, the Cardinals are in the best possible scenario they could be without him. They're playing competitive football. They're kind of exciting for like what the fans thought they were going to get. And you still have a shot at a really, really high pick, maybe Caleb Williams, who in my mind, now that I know what Kyler Murray's become, I'd much rather have Caleb Williams.
Oh, yeah. I'd rather have anybody.
Anybody?
To be honest with you. Huh? Yeah, I'd rather have you.
Wow.
Than,
that's the second time you've slotted me into a game. I appreciate that.
You know, no worries
Over the
whatsoever.
last 2 days, yeah.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
Kyler Murray.
I do have to say, though,
yeah.
Now that I'm kind of close, this stash is kind of looking nice.
Yeah, dude, you're on a sharp camera there.
It's nice. I might have to go, though, but I do. Maybe I keep it. Maybe
Was that the pause in me asking you about Kyler Murray? Because you were staring real close at the camera. I was like, where is he? Oh, he's not frozen. He's looking at the stash.
Okay.
It is a good-looking stash, man.
I could totally.
They call you Captain Tom frequently, or Captain Tom on the YouTube stream.
Yeah, make sure it's Cap'n, like Cap'n
It is.
Crunch.
It is. It's C-A-P
okay,
apostrophe.
very
N.
good.
Yeah, Cap'n.
Whoever did that, very good. Cap'n. We don't need Captain. We need Cap'n.
You've been deputized in Tombstone. Yeah.
Like Lil Kim. You got to have the apostrophe.
Yeah.
Not
she's
little.
fat.
Lil.
PH.
Little. I think Cap'n.
Lil Kim.
I actually had some Cap'n Crunch a couple days ago.
How's it roof of your mouth?
It was a Halloween edition of Captain Crunch. So they're like, instead of little like dingle balls or whatever the hell those things are called, those little Cap'n balls.
Wait, are you talking the actual cereal or the Crunch Berry?
No, the cereal.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I don't know what
cereal,
that thing is. Yeah, the Crunch Berries were like
grater.
They were like little ghosts.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
And they turned the milk purple. Very, very nice. I mean, look, I would have liked it 30 years ago, even 40, maybe 50 years ago, even more, because of the milk being purple would have been cooler, but it's still pretty cool.
Still just as cool. That's sugar
and it tastes good, and it tastes the same. That's really all I care about. So, yeah, like I said, the only problem with Cap'n is it shreds your mouth.
It's a cheese grater.
I don't have it enough. Yeah, I don't have it enough to really toughen up, like callus over the roof of my mouth.
Right.
It's like a virgin roof of my mouth every time I eat Cap'n Crunch. And, although the peanut butter Cap'n Crunch doesn't do that to your mouth. You can eat the peanut butter Cap'n Crunch and you're good there. But you go for straight Cap'n or the Crunch Berries, look out. It's gonna get you.
They'll mess you up
every time.
They will, and you'll feel it for like it gives that little film kind of too. Yeah. Gives that little filmy taste.
So maybe Kyler should have some Cap'n Crunch.
I bet you he does. He's a good kid.
I don't know what they're going to do with him because Dobbs is playing. Look, you're going to play him. You're paying him all that money, and you're going to be paying him all that money regardless of what you do. Like that contract, some of these contracts are going to come back and just wear these teams out. Now, that's one of them. If Deshaun Watson isn't good, that's going to kill them because that thing's all guaranteed.
39 guaranteed.
Daniel Jones, I don't know. They're paying him like $40 million, but I have no idea. Really, it's when can I get out of this? That's when it comes to quarterbacks. That's when you want to know. That's all you want to know. When can I get out of this? Like, okay, can they get out of Daniel Jones in 2 years? If they can, then you know what? You get a little bit of pain coming for a couple of years if he's not what you thought he was, and then you get off of it. But if you get tied into a guy for like 4 years, I mean, that's trouble. I don't know what the Kyler Murray contract is. I know a lot of it was guaranteed, like close to $200 million. So that's probably 4 years into the contract that you're pretty much stuck with the guy. And then I don't really understand all the, the dead cap and the cap hit when I don't get into. But yeah, I think me and you both were like, this guy is not it. He's not it.
5 years, 230 is what they signed him for. Guaranteed 160 is where he's at.
Guaranteed 160? Okay.
Yeah. Guaranteed at signing, he got 103. Average salary, 46.1. You get a $29 million signing bonus. So, yeah, 160 is what's guaranteed total.
That's about like 4 years worth.
So they can get out of it after 2027. Potential out is before 2028. And that's that next year. That's tough. They're in a really bad spot.
I mean, that's still what?
They're saving $40 million. That's it. You're saving like $45 million on the 235. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing there.
Good luck with that. But I don't know how many times we've talked about this. What are your alternatives? Do you
That's
just
the
say
thing. You
we're
can
not going to sign him and we'll roll the dice again in the draft and just keep trying? At some point, you got to sign somebody. At some point, you draft somebody you hope you can sign. The problem is when you get one of those guys, it's like, he's good, but he's not great. You may be able to make it to the playoffs with him, but you ain't getting any further than that. That's where it becomes really, really tricky. Like, look at Daniel Jones. Dude was a turnover machine before the new head coach. What's his name from?
Brian Daboll?
Yeah, Daboll. Before Daboll got there, he was a turnover machine. And then he had one good year. Last year of his contract.
Did he have a good year, though? 15 touchdowns and like 5 picks. He had a better year in terms for him. But
and they won a road playoff game. That counts.
That does count big time. And a first year head coach in a year where you've got to decide on a quarterback like that. That was a really tough spot for Daboll, because if you move on, that's what you're asking. If he goes to the playoffs and wins a game and you move on from him, then you better have somebody.
Yep. Well, and like that sounder says, well, where are you going to go?
Where are you going to go?
I mean, so you don't sign him. What are you going to do?
Well, where are you going to go?
The Reds kind of got
get rid of a guy that you can get rid of a guy that led you, air quotes, led you to a road playoff win. I mean, that's a tough one, because if you don't, then you just the fan base is going to crush you. Like, hey, we finally had a guy. He finally had a good year here, and now you're going to get rid of him? Well, yeah.
The contract for him is great, though. To your point, this is the difference. This is exactly the example you just gave. Kyler Murray they don't have an out until before 2028. Last time I checked, it's 2023, right? We're all on the same page? Okay. Yep. They got to go for a while, 5 of the 6 years before they get that out. The Giants gave Daniel Jones 4 years, 160, and they have an out after next year.
Oh, well then, yeah. See, that's totally different.
Done.
Yep.
Deal. Fine. They're not tripping at all. They're like, great, we'll probably draft a QB anyway.
Yep. So it's like, okay, we're going to give you the money, but you got to earn all of it. You're going to have to earn it. You're not just getting it. We're not giving it to you on the thumb. Like, yeah, you're good for it.
92 guaranteed is what he got.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. Pretty good. Good for him.
Obviously, when you go in the draft, you draft a quarterback. That is your goal, to draft a quarterback that you can keep. You want a quarterback. Like the Niners are hoping Brock Purdy is that guy. Like, they'd love to pay him $40-45 million a year. You just hope he's worth it. Like, if he wins a Super Bowl, and then you're like, of course, this guy's proven he can do it. We're going to do this. The problem arises when you get these guys that really haven't done much. They've maybe won a playoff game, or in Kyler Murray's situation, got off to an 8-0 start and then didn't win a playoff game. So it's like, and then, I mean, the whole thing with Kyler Murray, too, was does he study enough? Like, that to me would almost give me an out to say, look, I don't know where we're going to go, but it ain't going to be this guy. I'm not hitching my wagon to this dude.
Different GM too, right? New GM and head coach over there. So
don't feel like he's invested enough in it. Don't feel like he gives it enough of himself. I'm not going to do it. But you better hit on somebody. You better get somebody, because again, fan base is going to kill you. And let's never forget, this is a business. I mean, these guys rely on season ticket sales and interest and listenership and viewership and all that sort of thing. So, you're a little bit beholden to that, too. You can't listen too much to the fan base, because if you do, you're going to make dumb decisions. But, I mean, don't think the Giants, the San Francisco Giants, aren't going into next year thinking, we got to make our product more exciting. Our product this year was not an exciting product. It wasn't. If you win, people are going to come. Yeah, you know what? You roll out 107 wins every year, everybody's going to be in. You're all good to go. And by definition, you're going to have an exciting team, and there are going to be some people on the team that are fun to watch. But if not, and you roll out that in the Bay Area, and you expect people to come out there and pay those premium prices and pay the premium parking, and come and watch a team lose 3-1 over and over and over again, that ain't gonna happen.
See you there.
So, and you were there for most of it.
Where do I sign up? Yeah, put my name down for that one. A couple other injuries here in the NFL. How about this? Jalen Ramsey is coming back to practice today as well, for the first time since he hurt his meniscus in training camp. So that's a big addition there. Kyron Williams, by the way, for the Rams, looks like he's going to miss time this week. They're saying potentially. So he could be out with an injury. And then this is the one that we've been talking about him more than I thought I would. And I was impressed. I'm really bummed about this news. Anthony Richardson. Out for the season. Probably a good move to keep him out.
I'm really bummed.
I think they could get him back health-wise if they needed to, but there's no point in doing so. It's an AC joint injury, right, to his throwing shoulder, so don't mess with that. But, because that could really derail a guy whose arm is going to be a topic in terms of whether or not he can throw as well as he runs. But he was a lot of fun to watch, and he made them better, I thought, than I thought they'd be without Jonathan Taylor for sure, but also as a quarterback. He had them in some games. That was a good situation for them. So maybe – sort of like Arizona, it's a good spot for the Colts to say, hey, we're not all that good. We still have a franchise quarterback that we're pretty excited about who's got potential, and we may end up with another high pick.
Yeah, I was hoping they'd tape it up and go.
Yeah, I know, I got you.
Shoot it up.
Just let them run, at least for you.
Get one of those canes in there, lidocaine, novocaine, whatever.
Sugar cane, whatever it is.
Cocaine, I don't care, just put it
Something
in there.
cane.
Yeah, get him up there. My fantasy team depends on it. Get your ass back.
Get John Goodman at the end of Flight with Denzel. He rolls in with that cigarette. And he taps a little cocaine in the end of it. He's like, here's what's going to happen, folks. He's going to smoke this. He's going to go in the bathroom. I'm going to have a little conversation. He goes about the whole scenario. He's got that ponytail.
The ponytail.
Oh, dude, he's rocking the ponytail down to his ass. It's great.
So filthy.
That's great. All right, that's where we are with some of those injuries. But yeah, that's a real bummer, I think, for the Colts, because I thought, and they've got Jonathan Taylor back. I was interested to see what that could look like.
Minshew Magic doesn't seem as magical anymore, does it?
No, not really. When you're not rocking the Daisy Dukes and the jorts and all that anymore, when you lose.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry. Daisy Dukes belong on one person.
Daisy
Duke.
Okay,
that's
there
it.
You go.
Period.
Well, where are you going to go?
Where are you going to go? And Tobias, by the way, who's a never nude for my Arrested Development fans out there. All right, we are still giving away tickets. We're giving away 2 tickets to presented by Westside Promotions. If you're caller number 10 between 2 and 6 all week long, we are going to give you 2 tickets to go out to the Cow Palace, see a boxing event. WBC Latino lightweight title is on the line. It's going to be, the main event is Adam Blue Nose Lopez is going up against Giovan King Gio Gonzalez, also in action. Undefeated Filipino sensation Jacob Makalui, and undefeated 2016 Russian Olympic boxer Peter Kamakov, and from Cork, Ireland, Tommy Hyde is in attendance as well. For tickets, go to westside-promotions.com. When you hear the cue to call, though, if you're caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, you can win the pair of tickets. Here's the cue.
I broke my back. Spinal.
That's the cue. When you hear that at any point between now and 6 o'clock, be caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. You can win 2 tickets to live WBC Championship Boxing at the Cow Palace on November the 4th. When we come on back, let's talk to Andrew. Oh, no, let's do Coach Speak, dude. We got that coming up. How about that? That's my favorite. I always thought we did that Thursdays. This is my favorite new thing we do. Coach Speak. Some of the best sounds from college and NFL coaches from across the game of football. We'll do that next.
Get free coffee?
And then Andrew Siciliano at 3:50 on the Sports Leader.
You and Captain make it happen.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. We talk about this each and every day because each and every day we are getting closer end of our careers and to that great day that we get to say, yeah, I'm retired. And when you get to that day, don't you have goals, plans, things you want to do? How do you set yourself up for that? That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. Don't you want to know if you're paying too much in some fees or taking too much risk, or if you're setting yourself up to live that great life for retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how to do that, Greg O'Donnell and O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help. They can make your family feel comfortable and set you up for success when you get to retirement. His team's easy to talk to, and they want to help. There's no cost or no obligation, so give them a call, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. When NFL coaches speak, we listen.
I just think it's difficult to box without sparring.
I couldn't get free coffee?
It's football season. Most players play football in football season.
This is Coach Speak with Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Coach Speak, one of my favorite segments every week where we go around the NFL and college football from this last week and last couple of days. That's what's great, too, is when we do it on Wednesday, I used to want to do it Monday. Like, what are we waiting so long for? It's because when you get reactions on Mondays and Tuesdays after these games, sometimes the explanations are just as funny or just as ridiculous as the situations and scenarios themselves. Let's get into the Coach Speak. Why don't we start with a guy who I believe has showed up in every edition of Coach Speak to this point so far. Do you know who it is? Deion Sanders.
Oh, okay. Going college.
We got to go college first. Sorry, we're going college first. You know what he's talking about. His reaction to Stanford. They lost. They were up 29-0, and they lost to Stanford. The nerds! There you go. Here's Deion Sanders' reaction on the overtime loss at Stanford.
What I just said in the locker room to the team is they got to make up in their mind, are they in love with this game or are they in like with it? Because when you love something, you give to it unconditionally. You give everything you got to it, but when you like it, that's just the button you push. And it lights up in a like. That's what they do on social media. So we got to figure out, do they love it or do they like it? And it's hard for me because I love this. I love it. Without a shadow of a doubt, I am truly 100% in love with this thing.
I guess he loves football.
That was pretty like kind of sensual at the end. He just kept going. I love it. I'm telling you, baby. I love this thing. I don't really think that's what it's about, Deion. I think you got, I mean, I don't know. You blow a 29-0 halftime lead.
I love it.
That's not all on the players.
You know what it's about?
Dion?
Must be the money.
That's it, dude. He's saying, I love this thing. And I'm like, yeah, you're paid to be here right now. You're getting paid to be here right now. And you're getting paid a lot. You named your price, and they were like, all right, well, we can't get him unless we hit that price. There was no talking you down, right? Can you imagine trying to ask Dion, hey, would you take less? I don't think Dion's taking less of anything in his life.
I love it for $3 million.
I love it.
Not as much for 2.5.
I could like it for 2.5. Here's Mike McDaniel, one of our other favorites. Former Niner offensive coordinator and now head coach of the Dolphins. You're going to hear the question here, too, but he asks about if so this is the other thing now, right? This is like the Warrior system where Luke Walton goes 24-0 or whatever it was, leads him to the undefeated start, and everybody goes, well, anybody could have coached him. So the question now for Mike McDaniel is, your offense is so good. He was questioned as being hired. Your offense is so good. Could anybody do what Tua is doing?
There are some folks who believe that many quarterbacks in this scheme, with you as the coach, with Tyreek and Jalen, maybe even many quarterbacks, would excel, would flourish, would be near the top of the passer rater leading MVP candidate. What, if any, pushback is there relative to, wait, no, hold on. Tua is a little different.
About to push this podium over. My answer to that would be, who the F cares? It is a team. We're working together, and I know one thing. I've coached stuff a long time. I haven't seen people do what our guys do.
Number one, who cares?
There you go.
That's it. Who cares? Who cares if there's somebody else that could, Brock gets some of that too. Oh, he put in Kyle Shanahan and those guys.
Who the F cares?
Thank you. Nobody cares.
We had that, though. We've seen it with like 4 different guys, and we didn't do it.
Why care?
Yeah.
Why care? Who cares? It doesn't matter.
Don't care.
Anybody could do it. That was the whole
All
2000.
I know
yeah.
is he's doing it.
Yeah. The 07 Patriots, they'd say that. You could put
Who
Alex
the
Smith
F
there.
cares?
They'd win. They'd be undefeated. Okay, but wow, all right. Doesn't matter. It's like when they asked McDaniel about not breaking. I love that too. They asked him about not breaking the record for the points. Remember that?
Yep.
He said, "Yeah, we could have, but that's not why we're here. We're here to win a Super Bowl."
I don't care.
Yeah, cool. We're top of the. It's like saying the power rankings thing. I saw that earlier. The Dolphins passed the Niners in the power ranks. It's like, okay, they don't play this year, and when they played last year, they, I don't know. Here's Robert Saleh. Oh,
You guys play hard. You.
Yeah, that's from Hard Knocks. Here's Robert Saleh on how well the defense has played for the Jets and the quarterbacks they face. What do you have to say?
Thought defense, per the usual, outstanding. Through these first 6 weeks, we've played a gauntlet of quarterbacks, and I know we haven't gotten all wins, but we've embarrassed all of them, and just really, really proud of the defense and its resolve.
You agree with that? They've embarrassed them all.
All right.
You saw him play in person?
I did.
Did you? Nice. That's pretty good. That's a long beep. What'd you think of the defense? Who did they embarrass when you saw him?
Well, I don't know if they embarrassed
was it Josh
him,
Allen,
but
right?
they kind of shut Josh Allen down.
There you go.
They played really good against Buffalo. There's no doubt.
Okay.
I thought they played really good against Mahomes. But if you're going to say you embarrassed him, this does include what we considered a phony penalty, but I'm not sure if I considered embarrassing somebody, a guy that can hold the ball for 7.5 minutes and run the clock out on you. And you can't even get the ball back. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's embarrassing. I didn't love that he said that. I don't know what he was trying to say, but I didn't love that one.
Yeah, that was his reaction to Tom. Yeah, that's what he said to your lack of embarrassment. Yeah, I don't know about. Is it because of the interceptions to Jalen last week? Is that what he's talking about too? By the way, they get Dan Jones or Tyrod this week, whoever's playing.
Yeah, that's the. Look, they
were embarrassing this week.
I thought if the Niners make the Super Bowl. You realize how many opportunities there are for a rematch? There's only one kind of legitimate contender
AFC team?
Not a rematch.
The Bills?
Buffalo.
Yeah. So
everybody else, Miami.
Bengals,
rematch.
Chiefs,
Cincinnati,
Miami.
rematch. Baltimore, rematch. Kansas City, rematch.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah, I just thought about that. I was like, damn, they're going to – because I was thinking Miami and the Niners aren't playing each other, and they'd play each other in the Super Bowl. And, of course, that's a rematch of, 84? and then the Bengals twice, and the Chiefs just recently, and the Ravens about 10
And the Broncos are right
too.
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Chargers not yet either.
But it is kind of weird to think they could, of all like the top tier teams in Cincinnati's still got a little ways to go. But of all those teams, there's only one that really that's not a rematch.
That's a good call.
It's kind of weird.
I did think it'd be funny if when the Bengals won a couple of years ago, they and the Niners were both in the AFC and NFC championships. And I thought it'd be funny if the Bengals got there again and Bengals fans are like, seriously, dude? We finally get back here again, and we got to see these guys yet again. Yeah, exactly. Here's Sean McVay on the possibility of missing a game due to the birth of his son. Sean McVay's I'm having a baby. I'm going to miss the game maybe. We'll see what happens. Here's Sean McVay talking about potentially missing this week's game due to the birth of his son.
My wife's doing great. I think there was a lot made about me missing a game. I'm not going to miss a game. My son knows better than to come during a game. All right, so... that's not going to be anything that we have to worry about, but she's been awesome. Everything is kind of on schedule for what we had planned, and do not see that interfering with anything as it relates football-wise.
Clarify, you won't miss a game?
No, we're not. Let's put it this way. I didn't want to get too specific with all the planning, but unless something goes totally unforeseen, everything's on track for, what the planning and all that kind of stuff was. And so it was a fun story, but it's not a real story. I do not anticipate that occurring. So let's just say no, so we put it to bed.
Yeah, I tell you, I'm
Wow, everybody's getting cursed out today.
I'm shocked at the lack of family planning by an NFL head coach.
Yeah.
I'm shocked by Sean McVay having a child that was conceived, I guess, right after the season ended for him last year in January.
Yeah, maybe plan that out a little bit better, coach.
Yeah, come on, coach. You got to conceive in season so that you have the offseason.
That's what the bye week's for.
It's hysterical, dude. Like, it's also because we have so many young head coaches now, right? Like, this isn't we've always had some young head coaches, but even young ones weren't always 30s. Like Sean McVay was like 34 or something when he was hired, right? 33.
Yeah, he was like 40 yet, isn't he?
No, I definitely not. So even when we say young head coach, like I feel like John Harbaugh was a young head coach, but he might have been early 40s.
Yeah.
It's a different situation. But
Kyle's fairly young, but what's he, 42, 43 maybe?
Kyle's, yeah, and he already had, he's got kids who are young. They're already like, they're kids, I think. I don't think they're baby. Anyway, that's an interesting one. How old's McDaniel? Mike McDaniel's pretty young, too. I think he's younger than Kyle. He's the youngest head coach in the league. You know how old he is, Derek? Can you find that for me? We got one more piece of sound here. Shane Beamer.
Yeah.
Head coach of South Carolina football, and their loss to Florida. You were talking about this earlier, Tom. Here's Beamer.
After the game, and certainly that was a gut-wrenching emotional loss, and I was frustrated and kicked something that I shouldn't have kicked, and thought I was okay, but journaling of the game wore off, and before anybody starts the narrative like the head football coach is frustrated and lost his poise and all that, no, I care. And I care about these kids, and I was really upset on Saturday night because I didn't do enough to help them get over the hump and win the football game. So don't think I have to have surgery, but there is a broken bone in my foot. It hurts like you know what, but, I've got to show toughness and fight through it.
What are you talking about?
What did he kick?
Show toughness and fight through. He kicked a wall.
Undefeated. Walls.
Big time undefeated.
Even when you put holes in them, undefeated.
And guess what? We'll always stay undefeated.
Yeah.
Wall versus a fist, wall versus a foot.
Well,
it's not even, you got to fight. You got to go about, 100 weight classes up.
Against man, yeah. Mother Nature will take down Wall.
Yeah, it's
Mother Nature truly undefeated.
But his foot is not Mother Nature.
No.
His foot is flesh and bone. And the bone now is broken. Congratulations. I got to fight through it.
Yeah.
I just got to suck it up. Just shut up.
Yeah.
Just fight through it. He's like, some people think, I lost my poise. And no, I care. But those are two different things.
Yeah.
You can care and lose your poise, which you did. You absolutely did. And my guess is, I won't say this, I'm not speaking for him, but most coaches say that. I'm just upset that I couldn't help the kids out. He's probably like, man, that mother, if he wouldn't have blitzed, he wasn't supposed to blitz there. He's the one that's killing us. I can't say anything, but I'm just like, God dang it. What am I doing?
You.
Thank you.
Also, you could sit down and coach a football game. I mean, big deal. Who cares? If you're on crutches or whatever up the side. Joe Pa was out there, with I always imagine they probably didn't plug in his headset. At the end, I was like,
Joe Pa and the floods?
thought that would be funny. I was like,
rolling?
yeah, just tell him it's on.
Yeah.
Like when your little brother's sitting next to you and you hand him a video game controller, you're like, yeah, you're playing. So he's doing my little brother. Yeah, you're playing, dude. You're good. Yeah, just play with me. You can do it. There's your coach speak. That's hysterical. Derek said, by the way, not as bad as LeBron punching the chalkboard, breaking his hand.
That was good, too. Nobody even knew about
grease
that
board.
until after the finals.
Yeah, that was a good one. Nobody even knew till after. Yeah, it was hurting so bad. Yeah, it was the hardest title I ever had to win until that one in the bubble, which was the hardest because I told you. Then there was also Bauer got the drone in the playoffs. Remember Trevor Bauer heard the drone, stupid ones. I think Kevin Brown actually punched a fan, too. Not a wall, a fan. Not a player, not a person, like a moving fan. That was a good one. And Chris
There have been
Sale.
a few baseball players that have punched either a wall or plate glass or whatever. It just...
Matt Millen punched the GM? I don't even know that story.
Did he?
Did he?
You can win that one. That's
you can win that one, dude.
More
Yeah.
flesh. Yeah,
Well,
you could win that one.
We had Joe Thomas on earlier, and I asked him when Mike McDaniel was the wide receivers coach for the Browns. I said, when the first time you met this guy, did you think this guy can run the best offense in football? Like, he didn't look like a football coach. And Joe Thomas said, yeah, I thought he was selling sweets at the stadium. Like, this guy was a coach on our team, and that's how sometimes these GMs and now the coaches look. But Sean McVay sounds like he's going to show up. By the way, I did that McVay impression, and I said to the guys, I felt like that was a pretty good McVay based on when he came on right after. Derek rolled his eyes at me. Didn't think it was that good. Gearzilla, appreciate the love. Says top tier. I don't know, man. I think I'm going to miss the game. We'll see. My kid's going to be born.
Derek.
We're going to have a cesarean. All right, when we come on back, we will talk to Andrew Siciliano, NFL Network. We'll get into a bunch of stuff from around the league with him. We can talk about this Browns at Niner game from last week. He was on the call for it, and we'll look ahead to the Niners and the Vikings. Andrew Siciliano joins us next, and then Steve Young at 5:15, only here on the Sports Leader. Greg Cosell and Dante Whitner both joined Tom Tolbert and myself yesterday to review the mistakes the 49ers made against the Cleveland Browns. Check out that podcast. It's trending, both of them, on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line here. Steve, what do you do like this time of year? You're hanging out and you got unfiled tax returns. What do you do with those?
You call us, and Adam, it's amazing over the years how many people have said to me, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And the answer is yes, literally thousands and thousands of them. People not filing tax returns is a very common problem. It usually starts off when somebody doesn't have the money to pay the return, so they make a mistake. They don't file the year. Then year two comes around, they say, well, how can they file year two when they didn't file year one? Then becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. And the biggest reason for not filing is because people don't have the money to pay it. Second business is they don't have their records. But that's okay. We'll get all the records that the IRS and the state has on you. If you owe some money and you can't pay it, that's okay too. We'll make a deal for you, and then you can have a normal life. But whatever you do, don't ignore it, because this new, enlarged, aggressive IRS is coming after those, and we don't want them to ruin your life, your business, your marriage, when this problem is totally fixable. Just contact us and let us do everything for you.
So if you got those questions, let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Snap is down. The kick is up. The kick is no good! It's no good! And the Browns will beat the 49ers 19-17. He pushed it wide to the right.
It's a little too excited. Andrew Siciliano on the call there, Niners and the Browns. Niners lose 19-17, first loss of the season, and they are now turning their sights to Minnesota. We'll get some of the national perspective and what it was like to be there for that loss there to the Niners. Siciliano was on the call, and he joins us. Andrew Siciliano, courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's going on, man? Good to have you. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert.
Yeah. What's going on, guys? I think I kind of lost it there. Hope we didn't break anyone's speakers in the car.
That's good, man. It's good energy. We play a bunch of fun sound like that each and every week, and we always try to find fun calls and guys who are losing their minds and getting loud. It's exciting stuff. We weren't expecting it. So give us your take on the game. I think my number one takeaway is it's the first time, and a lot of us are saying this, that we've seen Brock Purdy look like he was under duress or under pressure to that extent.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Browns have the number one defense. They wanted to prove it. I know the Niners, plenty of talk in their locker room coming into the game about their defensive ranking. They thought they were the best. Listen, these are probably the two best defenses in football. What the Browns can do pretty well is pressure with their front four without, like, going crazy Brian Flores, bring the house, cover zero, just, casino blitz, and they were able to get home. And when they added JOK as the fifth guy, they put constant pressure on Brock Purdy. And so I don't know if there's any great think piece here that the kid can't take pressure. I mean, you heat up any quarterback, particularly a young one that had, generally been used to working in a clean pocket. It's going to be a shock to the system, and the Browns were able to do that. Through all of that, however, they were in position to win the game. So, listen, I think the overall yardage numbers and the fact that in the third quarter they just went dead. They had nothing in the third quarter. I think it's shocking. But again, historically, you guys, I'm sure, have beaten the story to death this week that Jim Schwartz has had Kyle Shanahan's number. Mm-hmm. So here's another one in which Jim Schwartz had Kyle Shanahan's number.
Does your thinking change at all about Brock Purdy after the game?
Not at all. Yeah. Not at all. I made the point last week. I was doing Rich Eisen's show, and we had plenty of time to talk about this, that if you did like an NFL store, and there are roughly like 2,200 players in the league right now, and you took all the price tags off and you took off their college helmets, you had no idea where they came from, where they were drafted, how much money they make. Brock Purdy would be one of the first items off the shelf. When you open the doors in the morning, grand opening, somebody would rush in and buy Brock Purdy. He is in the top 15, 20 players in the league. He is on the list of the top quarterbacks in the league. I know it's a small sample size, but it's basically a year now, 2/3 of a year. I am all in on Brock Purdy. The guy is lights out.
I'm with you, too. We're talking to Andrew Siciliano of the NFL Network, who was on the call for Browns and the 49ers. We both were saying sort of the same thing about the Niners as a team, and a lot of our callers yesterday and on Monday when we were reacting to the loss, nobody was really up in arms or overwhelmed by it. Everybody thought, it was a good situation for the Browns. The Niners didn't play well and had a chance to win, and Tom said it's maybe a good thing that they lost that game, because had they won, the narrative might have been, they're finding ways to win, but they hit the hiccup and now they have to respond to that. Do you agree with that notion that it might be a positive thing to lose at this point in the way that they did?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I know what you're saying from the mental aspect that, like, hey, don't bear the burden of, we're undefeated and how long can we take this?
Chance for growth.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
I totally agree in that regard. Look, there are a lot of things going on that day. It was raining, and then it wasn't raining, and then it was raining, and then it was the wind was blowing sideways. The field conditions started getting slick. They really couldn't go side to side. They couldn't go east to west very well. Neither team could run east to west very well, with a couple of exceptions on the end arounds there. They had to run north to south. Both quarterbacks lost the ball. I honestly thought that they should have called the P.J. Walker and won a fumble. I know Kyle was ticked about that. I get it. I think the Browns got lucky on that call just because it was called an incompletion on the field, and they wouldn't overturn it. I think if it were called a fumble on the field, it probably would have stood one of those. It was just a weird day. But listen, the Browns have the number one defense in football for a reason. They have been great at home. That building was rocking. It was kind of the perfect storm. And now what? It's the Vikings. Am I wrong? Right? The Vikings.
That's right. Yeah, in Minnesota. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the Vikings in look again, another team that knows the system, that knows that knows what Kyle's going to do or wants to do, but stopping it is entirely different. Minnesota's defense is not that good. I think I'm more concerned with Debo's injury, with McCaffrey's injury, with Trent Williams' injury, although, obviously he came back in and was able to finish the game. The big thing for the Niners, and it's been this way, you guys know this for the last 4 to 5 years, if they can stay healthy, they will be there at the end. And my biggest issue, if I were a Niner fan, is fingers crossed, can we stay healthy? Can we stay healthy between here and Week 13 when you have to go to Philadelphia? And can you stay healthy again between Week 13 and the NFC Championship game, assuming you get there wherever that game will be?
When you're in the stadium like you were, you can kind of sense when things are kind of changing and when things are shifting. And I'm curious how much it shifted early on, Andrew, because I thought one of the biggest plays of the game was the first play of the second series for the 49ers. You're up 7-0. You drove right down the field, score. You get a pick, and now you're poised to go up 2 scores. And if you do that, then it's going to be awfully tough. But screen to McCaffrey goes -8, false start goes -5, and they end up missing a 50-plus yard field goal. I don't know how much the energy changed in the stadium at that point, but for me it was like they really had a chance to really make it tough on them. And I don't want to say let them off the hook because I give the Browns credit for what they were able to do, but I thought that was a big turning point in the game.
It was huge, and I also think it was huge when the Browns also failed to capitalize on their interception, because as good as this defense is for Cleveland, they have not forced many turnovers. I think they only have 4 forced turnovers. The Emerson interception, Purdy's first pick, was only their 4th.
Yeah. They lost it like
turnover.
every game, I think, yeah.
Right. So, they're averaging 2.5 giveaways a game. Giveaways. And they're not forcing many turnovers. The yardage is through the roof. So, yes, that was big for the Browns defense to make that stand after Walker got picked. But it was also big. I thought it might be a backbreaker for the Browns when Emerson brings it back to kind of sort of the same place on the field, and they also went backwards. Backwards. And you're like, man, the key to them winning that game, the Browns winning that game, was forcing a turnover, getting a short field, and cashing in and stealing possession. They had the shot, and they didn't do it. And, it's one of the reasons that, these two teams are within a score in the fourth quarter because nobody could pull away.
Yeah. Talking to Andrew Siciliano on the Uma guest line here. Want to ask you, let's jump to bigger picture in the NFL. So Tom and I last week were kind of running down the powers that be in both conferences, and the AFC is kind of a jumble, right? Like I still think the Bengals could be dangerous. They may be getting hot. We'll see what happens, but it's sort of a mashup there. The NFC was much clearer at the top to start the year, and then we kind of thought, who knows? It's sort of wide open. The Lions we were discussing yesterday, we both think we had them above the Cowboys, even after the Cowboys win on Monday. Yeah, I can't remember who we had on, if it was Tirico or somebody else called them the JV Niners. But they might be the next most balanced team in the NFL. I think, Tom, you had the note yesterday that they were top 5 in offense and defense, and the only other team to do that were the Niners. Where are you on the Lions?
Thing too is they are fighting through injuries to do it, especially on the defensive side of the ball. It's amazing how well their defense is playing considering the injuries. You guys know Emmanuel Mosley's now hurt again, and Brian Branch is banged up. And, they've got a long list of injuries, and now both running backs are out. Yet the game of the week, and I would lean towards the Lions right now, is Detroit going into Baltimore. I think the Lions are clearly the third team on our NFL.com power rankings. Shameless plug. Yours truly and Eric at home doing that show every Tuesday. He right now has the Lions ahead of the Cowboys, and I think that makes sense. I think clearly the Lions are the third best team. I'm sorry, he has the Lions ahead of the Eagles right now, I beg your pardon, which I wouldn't do. But I think it's Niners, Eagles, Lions. And then I think, honestly, I guess the Cowboys make sense as number 4. After that, it's wide open. I was texting with my buddy Daniel Jeremiah today, and I said, if you bench Desmond Ridder right now and put in Taylor Heineke, who I'm not suggesting is Joe Montana, but Taylor Heineke is going to push the ball downfield. He is going to play tall ball, if you will, with Mac Hollins and Kyle Pitts and Drake London. He's going to put it up there and tell those guys to go catch it, which is what they want Desmond Ridder to do, but he doesn't. I think he's going to throw it away once a game, But that offense is going to be better. Your skill players are going to be happier. And I think if you throw a quarterback on Atlanta, they could be in the conversation in the top 5 in the NFC. But there are all these teams kind of in the waiting room of the NFC. The Bucs had their chance against the Lions last week, and they failed miserably. Out of that top 3.5, I guess 4 if you count the Cowboys, I don't know who really is that good. Maybe the Rams? I mean, I guess I should say the Rams. I get a paycheck from the Rams in the summer. But, they're down a couple of running backs now as well.
Yep.
I don't want to call it a big test. I think they beat the Steelers, and I think when they do, people will give them a little more respect, but they're likely a wild card behind the 49ers. So, again, I'm with you. The top of the NFC is fairly clear. After that, it's wide open.
How intriguing is it going to be for you to watch the Dolphins move on into November and December as the weather turns, and see if that Ferrari that they put out on the field can go do a little off-roading during a little inclement weather?
It's intriguing. I also think what is intriguing now, and this may blow people's minds, or it might not, I will ask aloud, who have they beaten right now? Even with that ridiculous offense and Tyreek Hill set to smash Calvin Johnson's single-season receiving record regardless of how many games he plays. Who have they beaten?
I know they played Buffalo.
Feels like a rhetorical question, Andrew. Yeah,
they played Buffalo and got beaten badly.
Yeah,
they got embarrassed.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. They beat the Chargers week 1, which is a solid win, but they're 2-3. They dropped 3 in a row since they opened. I'm sorry, are they 2-3? Whatever the Chargers are, they're not good. I saw them in person Monday. Yes. They're okay. So they beat the Chargers early. The 5 teams that the Dolphins have beaten collectively have 5 wins.
Wow.
Yeah. Double check my math on that, but I'm fairly certain. So I am all in on the Dolphins. They are worth the price of admission. Like, if the Dolphins come to town, gather the kids and take them on down to the stadium so the kids can say that they saw that team in person, because they're that fun. And I love Mike McDaniel and Tua. Good for him. Like, honestly. But they haven't beaten anyone yet.
Yeah.
So I would like to see, to answer your question, yes, what they do in the second half of the season, particularly when the weather gets bad.
Yeah. Do you have any talk to anybody, or I'm sure you have thoughts of your own, but Philly's offense, it's okay, but last year was just so good, and it's kind of sputtering this year. I don't know if it's Steichen going to Indy. I don't know if it's just, teams get used to what you do and prepare for it a little bit more during the off season. Could be a combo of both those things, but it doesn't look like it's kind of firing the way it fired last year.
Nope. Yeah, it's not the same, and I would say I give them credit for not playing their best ball and still being 5-1. I think the new play caller, Brian Johnson, certainly has something to do with it. Not that it's a quote unquote his blame or his fault, but yeah, obviously they're not the same. I think missing Lane Johnson now, don't know how long that's going to be, is going to factor. I think they were stubborn against the Jets. Full disclosure, I didn't watch it live. I was on my way back to the airport in Cleveland, but I think they should have run the ball more. I don't think they needed to put it up as much as they did. Give the Jets defense credit as well. I think that Dolphins-Eagles game, that and the Ravens and the Lions, I mean, those are clearly the 2 games of the week. But I would not in any way downgrade the Eagles. I give them credit for getting to 5-0, considering the fact that their offense has not played as well.
Yeah.
A couple more minutes over the Andrew Siciliano of the NFL Network. 2 quarterbacks I want to ask you about, kind of in different situations, but both hurt. Kyler Murray, they opened up his practice window today, 21-day window. I'm wondering what the cost benefit is for them to bring him back, because Tom and I were saying this is like best case scenario, or I was saying to Tom, it's like best case for the Arizona fans. Like, you're playing competitive games, you're losing, and you're still in the running for a top pick. I know Caleb Williams is out there, but you've got Kyler under contract. And then the other one here is Deshaun Watson, where he says today he's got no timetable for the return from the injury. How are the Browns feeling? Do you think about what they've committed there and what the future holds for his health on the roster? 2 situations, a little bit different.
Yeah, very different. I'd say with the Kyler one, I was surprised when he tweeted. He broke the news himself. He tweeted, "I'm practicing today." A couple minutes before Jonathan Gannon went to the podium and they made it official. I don't know that I get it, but at the same time, organizationally, if the kid, he's not a kid anymore. If Kyler's okay, how do you look him in the eye and say, "Yeah, no, we're not gonna play you"? Yeah. I mean, we're not tanking officially. And they're certainly not tanking after the way they came out of the gates in September. But at the same time, organizationally, I would slow play this as much as I can. I don't know why you bring him back because the 21-day window is open. So, I mean, he's playing sometime in the next 4 weeks, pretty much.
Yeah.
You don't open that 21-day window unless you're pretty sure this guy is back and back imminently. So, 3 Wednesdays from now, if they don't have that, they have to put them rather on the active roster by 3 Wednesdays from now. I would slow play this just a little bit, not to try to lose, but just it's me. I wouldn't mind having a higher pick, especially considering you have Houston's pick and Houston's in it in the AFC South. That pick's not going to be nearly as high as you thought it would be. As for the Browns, so this one's tough for me because I don't necessarily have a problem with the messaging and all that. There are a lot of people in Cleveland who are trying to still do CSI Ravens injury report week and to try to figure out what happened. I think the guy was stubborn in believing that he was going to be able to play because he's always been able to play. Heck, he drove 10 hours once with a punctured lung because he couldn't fly and still played in the game. And he stubbornly thought that he'd wake up Sunday morning and be okay. And then they looked at his shoulder again Saturday night before that Ravens game. He got to the stadium and said, "I can't throw." When the team said he was, quote unquote, medically cleared, you guys know this from a team sports perspective. That just means liability wise, doctors have said you're not going to hurt yourself any worse if you go out there.
Yeah.
And then he got out there. It's like, guys, I can't throw. So, bam. Initially, then it becomes, well, wait a minute. He's medically cleared. He's refusing to play. No, he's not. He just can't throw. He's getting better. He today compared it to a baseball injury. They talked to baseball people. It's a strain with what he calls micro tears in his rotator cuff. And when his arm is strong enough, he will play again. It might be this week. I don't think it is. I'd say more likely next week or maybe in 2 weeks. But they didn't think it was initially bad enough to put him on IR, which would knock him out 4. Long-term, this is not a long-term thing. They were fortunate to win with P.J. Walker. Indy is not that good. It's Gardner Minshew again this week. I think they can survive if need be and then revisit it. I think the messaging, though, got messed up and has made this thing probably seem a little bit worse than it is.
You telling me an NFL story got blown out of proportion?
Go figure. I mean, look,
the quarterback, and nonetheless,
the medically cleared to play thing. It's like I could remember a time like I was in a walking boot. I had a bad ankle sprain, and I asked my doctor, I'm like, "Can I take off the walking boot?" And he said, "Well, you're not going to hurt it anymore if you take off the walking boot." I said, "Well, so can I do it?" He said, "Does it hurt?" I said, "Yes." He goes, "Then don't do it."
Yeah.
Right? It's like, yeah, you're medically cleared. You're not going to hurt it anymore. But as he said today, like if I can't throw outside the numbers, if I can't throw a deep ball, all right, why am I like I'm going to hurt my team if I'm out there. I think if you look at the look on his face today watching the presser, any thought that this guy is somehow playing games with the locker room, I mean, that's nonsense, beyond nonsense. The guy can't throw yet. But yes, the messaging got turned around a little bit. And it doesn't help that Kevin Stefanski is very much like every other head coach. And that is, I'm not going to tell you anything about an injury that I don't have to. I mean, there are some head coaches, I think Stefanski is actually more open than most, which I know people would laugh at me in Cleveland. But, I mean, there are some head coaches that won't even admit to meeting the injured players on their team. Hey, is so-and-so hurt, or what's his deal? It's like, yep, nope. Nope. Like they won't even say the guy's name out loud. Some head coaches. So Yeah.
Sometimes Bill Belichick doesn't even say
going on.
words. Sometimes Belichick doesn't even say words. It's just like sound. It's like audible grunts a little bit. He won't even open his mouth.
Yeah, I mean, Belichick's like, the injury report. The injury report.
Yeah.
He's not practicing today.
It's pretty good Belichick, dude.
But and for NFL fans who push back, the NFL has very strict guidelines as to injury designations and what teams must say. In college football, a coach can look you in the eye, meaning a press conference, and flat out lie to you.
Yeah.
Like the player might have had his leg amputated the night before, and he can look you dead in the eye and go, honestly, hopeful, don't know, fingers crossed he might be able to play this week.
Hopeful's my favorite. Yeah, we're hopeful. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Andrew Siciliano does a great job with the NFL Network. Thanks so much for coming by, man. And I know Derek was bothering you a bunch, so I appreciate you answering the text.
Derek's never bothered me. Last week was just one of those perfect storms where, I got called upon to fill in on the Browns game, and I had the Ohio State game, and it was just one of those ones where it was a good problem to have, where I literally did not have a breathing or waking moment.
No, dude, we're good. Derek doesn't bother you. That makes one of us, So,
there you go. Good. All right,
Andrew. Appreciate it, man. We will catch up with you soon, dude.
You got it, guys.
Thanks so much. No, I'm kidding with Derek. Love Derek, but he does bother me. Andrew Siciliano, great work there on the NFL Network, and good stuff there. Nice whipping around the league with him, and good insight there on the Deshaun Watson situation. That stuff does get blown out of proportion. Like, it's interesting the way it's verbalized to the media that he's cleared. Well, then why won't he play? Well, he won't play. And we always, when we say it's a pain tolerance thing, we never get upset about that when we know it's pain. So, interesting stuff. We can talk about all that with Steve Young a little bit later. He's going to join us 5:25, our hit with Steve Young. When we come on back, I mentioned Caleb Williams. He made the news yesterday around this topic, and we'll talk about this. Is there a player in any sport or in the NFL that deserves ownership in their team that they're currently playing for? We'll talk about that next, as Caleb Williams has made it news, only here on the Sports Leader.
Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield Sports Leader.
Mike Silver joined Murph and Mac this morning and expanded on why he doesn't love Jake Moody as the 49er kicker. Check out that podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. Sometimes life gets in the way, not just taxes, anything. Life, where we are now, we had no idea we'd be here a year ago or 3 years ago. Sometimes it just doesn't work the way you think it's going to work, for better or for worse, and that could have to do with the taxes too. Sometimes you had your money saved up for taxes, but life got in the way. You have a relative, maybe got in an accident, or a family health crisis, another one, or just whatever the case may be, you needed the funds now and you couldn't take care of your taxes. Well, you're going to have to pay it eventually. It doesn't go away. We'll give you a mulligan that year. The IRS has never said that, nor will they ever say that. So you got to figure out a way to get it done, because it will just keep adding up and keep compounding. That's fine. Again, sometimes you just gotta use the funds for other things. Like I say, life gets in the way, but you do have to take care of it. So schedule a consultation with Alex. This is what he does. This is what he's been doing for a long time. Audits, criminal investigations, cryptocurrencies, late filings, all those things. Takes care of it. So you sit down with him, get your consultation, and he will give you a roadmap how to get out of this. Then you will know how to do it, when to expect it to be finished, and you won't have to worry about it anymore, and that will be a load off your conscience. You don't have to deal with that, carry that bag of stress around with you. That is loser. So take that first step to putting your tax issues behind you and schedule a consultation with Alex by visiting sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman, Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Temple Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of result.
Back to Fabian and Copes. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. We're catching up with Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, at 5:25. Don't want to miss it. Best half hour in sports radio. Also, by the way, we talked to Andrew Siciliano just a minute ago, and earlier we spoke to the Hall of Famer Joe Thomas. Both of those available on KNBR.com. If you want to check those out, you can chime in on the YouTube stream, the KNBR YouTube stream, the KNBR Twitch stream at twitch.tv, or you can just go to KNBR.com and watch the live stream right there on the front page of the website. Let's get into a little bit of what's going on across both college and the NFL. This sprouted up yesterday. So per multiple sources, and Caleb Williams is starting to make a lot of news here. He was already just as a quarterback. Played poorly last week against Notre Dame. But remember his dad had the comments a couple of weeks ago that is Tom. You with us, Tom? You there? I got you? Okay, cool. I just looked over. I noticed you were not there, but you are. You're good.
Stretching my back
I
out.
like that, dude. Yeah. Dude, I'd like to do that.
Back. Oh.
Can I lay on the ground?
Sorry. No, it's just my back. This bench isn't the best.
Can you still hear me if I do it from down here too? If I'm good, I'm gonna lay down here too. It's opening comes with you on a Wednesday
only
afternoon.
One person, because I'm old. You don't get to.
If I throw the thumb up, do I get to do it too?
You don't get to go. I'm 57.
Okay,
we can't have two guys.
Well, you sit up then. All right, fine. I'll get back up. All right. So Caleb Williams,
you should do it on the ground.
Now I should get back down. I'm not doing up downs for you. Not unless you got a whistle. Caleb Williams.
I wish I had a whistle.
SC quarterback. So
I got the Woody Hayes white T-shirt.
Dude, right? Perfect. Yeah, just a plain white tee and the whistle. Get a lanyard and some shades. It'll be perfect.
Yeah, fantastic.
Remember his dad made the comments a couple of weeks ago saying, "Well, if a team," and he was in reference to the Arizona Cardinals. If a team that he doesn't like drafts him, he's like, he'll just go back to college.
Yeah, he said that about the Bears, too. I'm like, what's he going to pick? Every team that's been, like, they're bad for a reason. I mean, do you actually think, I don't know, like Kansas City or Buffalo or then maybe the Niners will draft first?
This is the Celtics getting
football.
The Celtics getting Larry Bird and Len Bias even with like the number 2 or 3 pick, right? It's like you can't do that anymore. It just doesn't happen unless you luck into
Len Bias. They got him in a trade.
They traded for the pick, I think, and then they had the pick.
Yeah. The thing that would have been protected nowadays.
Right, exactly. It would have been protected.
They would have got that pick. But yeah, Bird was a junior eligible. I don't even know how they did that. I don't know because he was like the 6th player.
Well, he transferred, right? It was a bizarre.
It was a weird. He transferred from Indiana, but yeah, that was. Damn Celtics. So anyway, he's making more news because now, per multiple sources, the representatives for Caleb Williams have said he wants to make it known that to prospective agents that he wants a partial ownership deal with the team that selects him in the 2024 draft if he does, in fact, declare for the draft, which is a great idea, dude, except it's not allowed. Yeah.
The prospective agents are like, we're not prospective agents anymore. This kid wants ownership of a team. Aaron Rodgers tried to pull this when he was getting traded to the Jets. He wanted equity in the team, and it's like, that's not how this works. Can you imagine? We talk about pick, like when it comes to the battles between players associations and collective bargaining agreements and ownership groups. Can you imagine a player who's in an ownership group while he's playing for the team? You wouldn't be able to ever have any control over him at all whatsoever. Like
he'd be sitting on board meetings
as a minority owner. Even I mean, it's like, Patrick Mahomes has made it clear he wants to be an owner after he retires. A lot of these guys say it now because the money is big enough to do that. Yeah. The money's big enough to believe if you invest correctly, you could buy into something like that. You also have athletes like J.J. Watt bought a Premier League team or a second division team. You've got it seems like the European soccer is the big one. A lot of like basketball players, Kevin Durant, Chris Paul. A lot of these guys have bought into some of these teams, but is there a player? Because if they were going to allow it, like what kind of player? It'd have to be like a Tim Duncan type guy, somebody who's there forever, right? And then at the end of his career, he gets a piece or something near the end. Steph maybe fits that mold.
Yeah, let me ask you this: how would that work? I'd ask the players this.
I can't.
I'd go, well, so you get an equity stake in the team. What happens if we trade you?
Exactly.
Then what do we do? I mean, you know who Caleb Williams and I think his dad are like kind of part of this. You know how they're starting to remind me of?
The Balls?
Yep.
His dad did once his dad spoke out, I was like, "What's up, dude?"
It's like, settle
LeVar?
down.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Settle down. Okay? Just stop.
His dad's like, I would have sacked Joe Montana too.
Yeah. Exactly.
He's taking him down like what LeVar did with Jordan.
Exactly. When LeVar was a bench player.
After beating him in one-on-one football, yeah, no big deal.
God, he wasn't even good enough
to
hysterical. Play. Oh my goodness. So he's starting to get a little.
You are a hater.
Because it was first the Cardinals, then I heard him mention the Bears. I go, we're going to pick the top 2 teams now.
Yeah.
And then when somebody else is bad, you're going to name them too? Like, you just don't want to go to the bad team.
You're going to go and it's going to hurt, man. Yeah.
I don't get how people don't understand why you need a draft. It's like I wish you do it at the draft. You should be able to go wherever you want to. There should be a pool of money, and people should be able to. Yeah, but then we're going to get the Premier League. Does everybody like the Premier League? I mean, like I said, the Premier League is great for about 5 teams.
Yeah.
And when they match up, the games are incredible. They are incredible. But it's not for the whole league. There's not 18 teams in that league that they can compete.
There's 20 teams and 5 are good every year.
5.
Yeah.
And they're the same 5. One may switch out. Like, Chelsea will be in there.
It's United, Chelsea, Arsenal, City.
Tottenham may be in there, but Liverpool fell out last year.
City's
Man
always
U's
in.
kind of in there. Yeah, Man City's always in there.
Now they are, but they didn't used to be. They were the noisy neighbors. They were,
Nope.
and then they got all the money infusion, and now they're just one of those EPL teams. But also, the league's been around for hundreds of years. It's like a 150-year-old, 200-year-old thing, right? I mean, they were doing this.
I think the Niners would love it. Like, here are the teams that would be. Let me count it here so people can see. The Niners, the Cowboys, probably the Giants, Chiefs, maybe Steelers. Who else would be there? There's 5. Who else would Green Bay? I don't know if they could spend. I don't know if they'd spend like everybody else spends.
No, maybe not.
So you'd probably get about 5. Maybe we're missing a team or 2 in there that
Giants.
they could be in there.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mentioned the Giants. Eagles. I think the Eagles would be there.
It's like the classic National League teams, right? It's
Yeah.
like,
So you'd have like maybe 7 teams. There's 32 teams in the league. So 7 would be really fun. Those games would be really fun to watch. And then at the end of the day, they'd be the ones to watch in the playoffs, which they don't even have in the Premier League. It's just regular season, which is probably a more fair way to do it. Play everybody twice, and whoever wins, wins. But that's what would be it. If everybody wants that, then yeah, go ahead. Knock yourself out. I don't. I kind of like it this way. I mean, you have teams. The Niners can be stable because they've drafted fairly well. They've hired well. They got an owner that's willing to spend some money, and they have some stability. Look, the Cowboys should be winning every single year. They don't because they have instability. The Chiefs, the Steelers aren't great, but they usually give themselves a decent chance because they have stability. So I like it the way it is. If you earn it, you can give yourself a nice big window for staying around and having a chance to win a championship. But because of the money, you're not going to be there for 15 years automatically. Like, can you even see a way? Well, unless they get dinged. But can you even see a way Man City wouldn't be in the top 4 every single year for the next decade plus?
No, they're going to do it.
No,
it's going to be just like Barca, just like
exactly.
If you go over
PSG.
to Spain, yeah,
it's like over every year. Boom, you're good.
Every league has that. You go to the League 1 or League down in France. You'll always get PSG and Ajax. They'll pop up. They'll flare up for you. Maybe a Napoli in Italy.
Napoli, Mike
Napoli in Italy, yeah. So what we're talking about here is Caleb Williams asking for saying he's making it known he wants equity when he's drafted by whatever team takes him. It'd just be hilarious. Of all the players you could give equity to, it would have to be somebody who's there forever, long term. Somebody said like Buster Posey type of player when he was an active player. Yes, that type of guy. Giving it to a rookie is hilarious. Magic Johnson when he's that type of thing. But again, you can't do it. It just doesn't work for you to pay yourself. I'm going to be the owner of the team. I activated myself.
Did you get a raise? I did. Nice, huh?
Somebody asked me how many. Yeah, Jackie Moon did exactly. 408 says, Cobes, how much KNBR equity do you got? Not enough, my man. Not enough. I can't lie down, I'll tell you that. Look at your boy over here. When we come on back, okay,
that's it.
Nice lines up.
I'm back.
We're going to break, dude. You're good. You can stay there. When we come on back, we will. What are we doing? Sound soiree next. How about that? We got a whole list of sound from across the sports world. We got a bunch of fun stuff coming your way, and then we'll catch up with Steve Young at 5:25, who joins us each and every week. But you want to stay tuned for that sounder, the cue to call, to win 2 tickets to the live WBC Championship boxing event on November the 4th at the Cow Palace in Daly City. The WBC Latino lightweight title is on the line, and you can win tickets if you hear the cue to call. Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR. Tickets furnished by WestsidePromotions.com. More to come. The Sound Soiree is next on the Sports Leader.
is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Gear Zill on our YouTube channel said, Tom chilling, just laying down, but still working. It's peak radio. You don't know what we were doing before, did you? You guys never knew what we were doing before the
I was going to try to rise up like The Undertaker, but it wasn't happening. You.
Yeah. I kept way out. Yeah. It's been funny to rise up, but usually if you're laying like that to stretch the back, it's not feeling good enough to do the rise.
No. If Tim would have played the music, I would have tried to give it a go. But
oh, yeah. You mean the
I would have just like tried to stiffen up and suck it up for one Undertaker rise up. No, I can't do the eye thing. I don't know how he does that. If
roll
I could,
those things back?
I would do it more often because that's pretty cool looking.
You should have just done. We should have dropped the American Badass version of Undertaker.
Yeah.
Come out on the motorcycle with a bandana on his head. I was like, this is the Undertaker coming out to Kid Rock. What the hell are we doing?
Exactly.
Your Sound Soiree for Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. Let's get right into it. Got a bevy of sound here, and dude, I'm killing myself here. Now I just deleted my list. See, dude, I've tried to get you off of this, and dude, if we got to get this back before Derek realizes I don't have it, he's gonna get really mad. Here we go. Debo Samuel is where we're gonna start.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
Nice, we do. Brand new, dude. We just started. Debo Samuel. So we told you yesterday about C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the comments, and we played it for you, actually, the audio of him talking trash about Debo. He's with the Lions now. And then Debo today is on the Kay Adams podcast, the Up and Adams pod. He's doing like a Zoom call, right? So she asked him to respond to the C.J. Gardner thing, but he's got his kids sitting on his lap. There's a baby in his arms on his lap, and he's responding to some trash talk from another player. Here's Debo Samuel.
It just sounds like he mad I got a little bag and a lot of money and nobody knows who he is. But I ain't gonna speak too much on it. I mean, that's like I was laughing the whole time.
Okay. Baby, it just doesn't matter. It's all matter of fact about it. And then he goes right back into his take. He pauses as though nobody could hear the drops an S-bomb.
I wonder what the baby's first word's going to be.
I'm going to S. Yeah.
What if it was beep?
He's like S. It's Gardner Johnson. Those are his first names.
Gardner Johnson.
Micah Parsons. Is this on his podcast? Of course it is. Micah Parsons on his pod.
Why wouldn't it be?
He's starting to feel the heat now because he's been a Cowboy. He didn't realize, I guess, how much everybody hates the Cowboys, except for the Cowboys. He's talking about, well, everybody hates the Cowboys. Here's Micah Parsons.
Just don't condone the bashing of Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys and have the same energy for the Eagles. We want the same energy for everybody because there's a whole bunch of bashing when it's Dak Prescott, but not the same when it's the Eagles. I got time today. A lot of people said the Browns defense was overhyped. I said the Browns are the real deal. Acho said this, which pissed me off. I'm not worried about the 49ers. They were missing Christian McCaffrey, Debo Samuel. The Browns were missing Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb. They were missing them key factors before the game even started. So why is it that we are just scrubs and we're nobodies that don't deserve to be on the field and we're just all talk? But there's 100 excuses for these other teams. If y'all just gonna hate Cowboys Nation, just say y'all hate Cowboys Nation. I'm tired of people trashing my quarterback. I'm tired of people trashing my team. And that's why I had nothing to say to the media this week. You want to hear me talk? Come to hear me talk on The Edge Monday night. And that's point blank period.
I won't be back. I won't be back unless he shows up in this soiree. Yeah.
I'm going to do the same thing I've done with all the other episodes. I'm going to miss it. I missed that one. I'm going to miss this one. I'm going to miss all future endeavors. And yes, people hate the Cowboys. They hate the Cowboys because they're self-proclaimed America's team, and they haven't been very good, and they're on national TV all the time. And yeah, I think I stand with everybody that's a sports fan, that's not a Cowboy fan, that says Cowboys suck it. End of transmission.
Could you imagine Derek Jeter being like, why does everybody hate the Yankees, man?
Yeah, why don't they have the same energy for the Red Sox?
Yeah, why not, huh? So we lose to them, but then they say we can't be on the field. Like, dude, shut up.
Lame as hell.
Shut up, man. Go play football, dude. That's what you do. Just go play.
Oh, no, they're brands now, Copes.
This is bad. It's not a good, doesn't even sound like a good podcast. You sound like he was whining.
Yeah,
it sounds whiny, and the thing that sucks is you're a great player. Yeah, I'll miss it too, unless it shows up here. How about here's what I won't miss: Richard Sherman. Was this on his podcast? Okay, it was on Thursday Night Football, probably right last week. No, Oh, this is on Skip's. Skip and Richard Sherman now. They do the show
Yeah, I'm
together.
missing that one, too.
Yeah, I forgot that was even a thing until just now. Anyway.
Wayne.
Yeah, right. He went on that. You got him dapping up Skip. What the hell's that about? Richard Sherman responded to Micah Parsons. Here's Richard Sherman on Parsons.
He doesn't want to get bashed by the media. I got a very simple solution for you, brother. Don't get beat by 32 on prime time. You won't get bashed by anybody. You win that game, nobody. If you lose that game by 7, nobody really bash you. They say, hey, y'all got beat. It is what it is. You played well. This happened. If you get a sack in that game, they say, hey, Micah Parsons played well. He did his thing, made a huge impact on the game. If Dak Prescott throws 3-4 touchdowns in that game, they're not criticizing Dak Prescott. They're saying, hey, Dak Prescott played a really good game, strong game. Something else is the reason they lost that game. That's not what happened. Your defense gave up 42. Dak Prescott threw 3 interceptions. The criticism was necessary and warranted. It's very difficult to compliment a team that gets beat 42-10 on primetime, regardless of who the team is. I apologize, Micah Parsons. We did not have positive things to say about your 42-10 loss. And then your other loss was also by double digits to a team that's only won 1 game this season. Yep. So it's hard to find positive things to say, and you say the energy needs to be the same. The same thing that makes you laugh and put money in your pocket makes you cry.
The funny thing about that was I'm not even sure if that was Skip Bayless or just drops of Skip Bayless.
Yep.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Preach.
I'm not sure he's not just like a stuffed puppet himself. He doesn't even look like a real person. Like when you see him in his clothing in his house outside of the, like when he does those videos watching the cow, he doesn't look, he's like animatronic. Like he should be performing at a Chuck E. Cheese or something. I'm like, who's this guy?
He's like the bad guy in like a cartoon, like a comic book cartoon.
Yeah.
But it's one you look at and go, God, I could kick that guy's ass.
He's like an early level of boss in a video game. You play. He's like level 2. You know what I mean?
Super early.
Who's the first guy you beat in Punch-Out?
Is it Glass Joe?
Glass Joe. That's him. You know what I mean? He's
Glass Joe of Sports Talk?
Yeah. Yeah, Glass Joe. He's definitely not, you know, the big guy who comes at you later?
No.
Definitely not.
You had, who'd you have? Glass
Hippo.
Joe?
There you go,
Bald
Hippo.
Bull?
Bald Bull. Dude, Bald Bull.
was kinda
He would
tough.
mess you up, dude. Not Shannon. Don Flamenco? Yeah, Don Flamenco would
Don
get you.
Flamenco.
By the way, text line checks in here. 707 says, go play football. What about your boy Kittle and his shenanigans? I remember Kittle doing a podcast saying, why does everybody hate the Niners? I remember him scoring 3 touchdowns on the Cowboys and then holding up his shirt and says F Dallas. If that's what you're talking about, what shenanigans? You win by 32. That's what Sherman said. You get to talk S and you can run your mouth. He didn't sit down on a podcast and say, I'm not talking to the media. You can come here to hear me talk. You want to hear me bitch and moan, you come here to do it. I'm not going to you. Here's Aaron Rodgers. Actually, let's go to Merill Kelly. Let's go to Merill Kelly here. Merill Kelly, the Diamondbacks starting pitcher, says the World Baseball Classic will be louder than Philly fans. Let him hear it. Walks back his comments. Explain this to me real quick, Derek. He said let him. We'll just go to Aaron Rodgers. You explain to me after. We'll go to Rodgers. Here's Rodgers saying he may come back this season.
Listen, I believe in the power of intention. I believe in the power of your mind and the willpower. Basically, this entire time, I've kind of said this is what I'd like to do rehab-wise. Neil, my doctor, Neil Alatrash, did a kind of a newer, innovative surgery. I'd asked him if we could push it beyond the normal protocols. Cam Akers had the same surgery. He was able to come back in about 5 months. Me and JK both had the surgery within a couple of days of each other. And it'll be interesting to see what both of our prognosis is and our timetable. But I just wanted to do things quicker, smart, but quicker. And like I've said, the most important thing is you just don't want to stretch the Achilles. Stress, okay. Stretch, not okay. So it's just about being smart with the rehab and pushing it as much as I can and then backing off on the days that it doesn't feel great.
What do you think? I mean,
whatever.
If somebody's going to come back early, this is the type of player to do it, right? I mean, you're at the end of your career, unless he plans on playing for several more. But it's like if you're going to risk something and you've got a team that's in it, dude, the Jets might be 4-3 after this week.
Still can't.
It's on the table.
Not with them.
If they're in the mix, come later this year. I mean, it's potentially worth him giving it a shot if he can get back. I mean, Zach Wilson's played better in the last couple. Look at you. That's maybe the quickest pull he's ever had. That was incredible.
That was really nice.
Mark it down. 10, 18, 23. That was well executed.
That was really nice. By the way, I texted you a I'm not sure if you saw. I don't know if I sent this to you. The T-shirt Kittle was wearing.
Oh, you just sent it to me. I've got it here.
Yeah.
Somebody's done a Photoshop. I'll tweet it out. Somebody's done a Photoshop. Kittle's holding up his jersey, and it has the Browns logo, just a helmet, and it says, "We lost to the Browns." That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. That's funny. All right, here's Merill Kelly. So here's what happened. So Merill Kelly said before the series, he said, "I bet you the WBC was louder," is basically it. He said it was going to be louder than he thinks Philly's going to be. God. Then we've got audio in there of the Philly fans who are harassing Merill Kelly during the game. Then after the game, Merill Kelly might have changed his tune on what was louder. Here's the whole saga of the Merill Kelly sound.
Going into the WBC game, I think that I haven't obviously heard this place on the field, but I'd be very surprised if it trumped that Venezuela game down in Miami.
Be perfect now! You better paint those corners now! You're gonna get robbed!
I thought it was fun. Obviously it didn't go our way, but like I said previously in that interview, before that little snippet was taken out of context and made into something that it was probably more than it should have been. I said that from the very start. I knew that the energy was going to be loud. I knew these fans bring a ton of energy. They love their Phillies. So it's nothing I didn't know going into the game. And so it's not like I was taken by surprise by it, but it was definitely loud.
Exactly what was taken out of context. Didn't he say specifically, I doubt anything could be louder than the Venezuelan game?
Dude, the best line in that whole chant of like all the fans. By the way,
perfect.
One guy who does a thing that's I love sitting in the bleachers and razzing guys. I'm big on the 2-syllable name, and he gave you the Merill. I'm big on 2-syllable names and going first name on them, and I'm also big on the guy who just goes, "It's a Venezuela." It's an incredible line, dude. That's a great line. Say Venezuela to Merill Kelly. They kicked the crap out of him, too. 5 2/3. He gave up, actually, it was just 3 hits. But
no, he pitched well. He gave up 3 solo home runs.
3 homers, yeah, that was it. 4 earned, though. 3 hits, 3 homers, 4 earned. And he struck out 6. It was fun, he thought. He thought it was a good time. He had a good time. Yeah. Merill Kelly had a good time. It wasn't as loud as Venezuela, but it was a good time nonetheless. One more here in the Sound Suare. This is Davante Adams. So, Raiders have lost each of the, they've won each of the last 2 games. Aren't they 3-3 now?
I think they are.
I think the Raiders are 3-3. There's all of a sudden a bunch of teams, a handful of teams like the Jets and the Raiders have a chance to be 4-3. Have you seen what Davante Adams did over the last 2 games? So against the Packers, 4 catches, 45 yards. That was it. 2 catches, 29 yards against the Pats. That was it. They've won them both. He was asked, and he starts to get a little upset. He was asked about the Raiders' success relative to him because he's not really involved in the offensive game plan right now. So how you feeling, Davante?
I mean, I'm a human being, and I have extremely high standards for myself and this offense. So to me, it's not just about, I'm sure people thinking like, they won the game, they won the Packers game, why is there an issue? I mean, you see why it's an issue. Y'all should know who I am, know what I'm about at this point. So it's not about, when you're a player like me, mentally, my benchmark is not wins and losses, it's greatness. So when I go out there, I expect to be able to have that ability to put that on tape and have an influence on the game. And that's, like I say every week, that's my purpose for being here. I'm not here just to hang out and, like I said, come here to hang out with Derek and all of that stuff from last year. Came here to win and to do it the right way. It's not about me, but, I'm one of the bigger pieces, as to why this offense is going to go. And if I'm not getting it, then that's obviously not according to plan.
That guy should never talk. Like, literally, he should stop himself when he wants to speak.
He's not good.
It's not about wins and losses. Is it what? It's not about wins and losses.
And he says it's not about me too. I was like, it kind of seems like it is.
And it's about winning, but the right way. What's winning the right way? Well, hell, get me involved. Give me my 10 catches. Then we got to win. Then that's winning the right way. That's pathetic. That's the type of guy that, like, in the locker room, I guarantee guys are looking at him just shaking their head going, well, this guy just can't please him. Win a couple games in a row, but he's not involved as much as he wants to be, and so he's not happy. He's going to throw like those type of guys that get 10 catches for $140 and lose and are happy, but aren't happy when they win with 4 catches and 40. Like, man, I don't want to be around those guys. I don't want them in the locker room. I don't want them on the team because it should be about win. Like, the only answer it should have been coming out of his mouth was, hey, we're winning. Do I want to be more involved? Absolutely. Do I think our offense could function better if I was more? Yeah, I do, but we're winning. So as long as we're winning, I'm good. That's what I'm here for, to win. But I'm not here for wins and losses. It's like peak selfishness right there.
It's also kind of what I expect a receiver to, like, I felt like, honestly, that was just the pure, if we were to look into a receiver's mind, every wide receiver, like what they actually are thinking and feeling, they want the ball in their hands. They think they're open every play, and they want to score every play. And if you gave them the ball, they think you would.
Yep.
They think that if you just threw them the ball every single snap, they would probably win the game.
Always open.
And they put up big numbers. So, anyway, that was pretty good. Don't forget, remember when he said one Hall of Fame quarterback to another? From
Derek Carr.
From Aaron Rodgers to Carr. And then
Rodgers.
Then he tried to walk that back, too, and that one didn't work as well. So.
No, he just...
My benchmark is not wins and losses.
It's greatness.
God dang it.
Yeah, it's quite tough to quantify. Wins and losses we can. That is your sound soiree for Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. We're still going to talk to Steve Young coming up at 5:25. Check this out. We were talking earlier about some of the equity and contract stuff and how things are handed out and who takes a bigger portion of what percentage of a salary cap. ESPN put out an article today, a piece today, about the amount of money Brock Purdy's making and how many quarterbacks in the league make that amount of money in one game or under a game. We've got the whole list for you, and it's next. Only here on the Sports Leader. Kurt Warner joined Pop on Lund today and discussed Brock Purdy's struggles and still has the 49ers as the best team in the NFC. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
broke my back. Spinal.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, 100%. That was my, mindset and mentality the whole game. Obviously, you score on the first drive, but, we ran the ball a lot. And so for me, it's like, all right, let's get into a rhythm. Let's hit the guys when they're open. Let's move the chains and then put up points. And so that was my mentality the whole game, every drive, even though, I missed some throws and whatnot. That's where I was at. But at the end of the day, man, I feel like I didn't play to the standard that I need to.
It's Brock Purdy after the loss to the Cleveland Browns. And George Kittle said it on Murph and Mac this week. He was like, was that this week? Oh, no, it was last week. And after the game talking about Brock, he goes, look, everybody needs to improve on a lot, but Brock is doing as good of a job as anybody could ask, and the team didn't play well. Kyle called out the run defense, which I didn't think was all that bad, but did get gashed by both Kareem Hunt and Jerome Ford. So we'll see what happens this week against Minnesota, who is yet to have a rushing touchdown. But as it relates to Brock Purdy, after that Giants game, the Thursday night home opener, where he diced him up and Daniel Jones was, we kept getting the videos of his wide eyes watching the Niner pass rush. John Lund after the game said, dude, Brock Purdy after the game should have walked across the field and shook Daniel Jones' hand and said, you made me $40 million and I appreciate that. So Daniel Jones, like the Giants, as bad as things are going for them and for him, the Giants have an out after next year. We were talking earlier, we were saying Kyler Murray, whose practice window opened today, and we talked to Andrew Siciliano of NFL Network. He said, once they open that window, you can guarantee, especially at this point in the season, that guy's going to play. You're paying him this amount of money. If he gets healthy, why wouldn't you have him out there? But it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense for where the Cardinals stand right now. Anyway, they're getting a look at that. So as it relates to Brock Purdy, we keep talking about his value, and his value is even higher based on what he's making, because you don't find value in that round of the draft, or lots of teams would have him, right? You'd have more guys like this. So Brock, first of all, we could put it out there just plain and simple, was the lowest paid quarterback for any week one starter. Okay, that should seem obvious. They're 10-1 in regular season games since he took over at starting QB in week 14 of last year. And he ranks first in the NFL this year in QBR, 76.9. Entering Monday's game against the Vikings, that's what his QB rating will be through last week, He's arguably got the best value per dollar of anybody in the NFL. He's making $870,000, okay, for 2023.
Okay.
There are 31 other QBs in the league who make more than him, of course, and most of them, or a handful of them, make it in fewer than 10 games. Some of them make it in under a game. For example, Lamar Jackson makes Brock Purdy's salary of $870,000. In week one, he made it in the first 11 minutes of the game. Wow. He made $870,000 before the quarter was over. Okay? Patrick Mahomes, 16 minutes, 1 minute into the second quarter. He's at $870,000. That's per game, by the way. This is per game, right? Daniel Jones makes that amount of money in 19 minutes.
Boy.
That's pretty incredible. So you look at the value of a guy like Brock Purdy at $70,000 or whatever it is. The value per dollar, he might be like the most valuable player in sports. Like we talked about Madison Bumgarner and Steph Curry, when they were both making, that's the best comp I can come up with for like recent memory here. Weren't they both like at the same price almost too? They were making like 11, 12 million, something like that.
Correct.
And Steph was making more from Under Armour. Steph was making like 30 or 40 a year from Under Armour, and now he's making well over that in the NBA. But Bumgarner, for buying out the arbitration, you just don't see this happen in football or basketball because of the salary structure. Baseball, it makes more sense because of how infrequently guys even make it to the majors. So you've got to sort of parse it out, and then they get an opportunity to make more. But I don't know that I can think of another player who has provided this type of value to a team and will continue to do so, I'd imagine, until, after next year? Is it after next year his price tag is going to go up? They're going to have to hand him something? It's going to get tough, but it's pretty incredible if you break it down like this. Joe Burrow, 24 minutes, he makes that amount. Dak Prescott, 29. Derek Carr, 30. Think about how poorly a lot of these guys have played. And then think about where Brock is, not just in what the Niners are doing, but statistically. It's perplexing.
Well, I mean, that's the way it is, right? I mean, you don't earn much initially, especially when you're a lower round draft pick. You're not going to make a ton, but I mean, look, he's going to get his. There's no doubt. I don't know if he's going to get the big bucks. We'll have to wait and see. Again, there's still a lot to learn about who he is, but
what does that mean though? Like when Jimmy Garoppolo signed, he was the highest paid, whatever it was, whether it was AAV or salary. I can't remember. Well, he was the highest paid quarterback.
Yes.
For however long that lasted. I mean,
not long.
Derek Carr was the highest paid, and now he's like way back there.
Yep.
Right. I mean, it's incredible the value we put into that position. So, like to say, I don't know if he's going to get the big bucks. Like, gun to my head, I wouldn't be here with you on the Daniel Jones $40 million. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, no way. Are you kidding me? And even if you showed me his numbers and what happened, I'd have said, no way. $40 million a year. But that's what it costs now to have a winning QB. So does he, like, by the time he comes up for a contract, our QB's making 60, 70? Like, where are we?
Yeah.
We're 50 now.
60 wouldn't surprise me. I think we're getting go. I mean, hell, NBA guys are making 60.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me. I'm surprised baseball. Remember, baseball was like the sport for a while where they're making all the way back to A-Rod and his $250 million deal. People were like, what the? In every sport, it's like, oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me. And then you had the Manny deal and the Hampton deal, and you had a bunch of deals where guys were making like 140, 150, 180. And now you look, and like Bryce Harper makes a lot of money in total. It's like over $300 million, I think.
It's 13
but
years.
It's like 25 a year, 26 a year. That's like, maybe the fourth best guy in your NBA team if you have a good team. Trout makes a ton. Trout makes like 36, but Trout's not even the highest paid guy in his team, believe it or not. Anthony Rendon makes more
40,
than him
right? A year close
per
to
year.
it.
Yeah, makes about $1 million more than him per year. Now, overall, I think Trout's like 420 or something. He's like in the 400s, but that's over 13 years. I thought baseball would be like, I thought we'd have a $50 million a year guy in baseball by now. I mean, we just cracked 40 last year, I think, for the first time. A couple guys cracked 40.
Well,
so
I think the first to do it